Chapter 1601, Passing. The Black Blood City Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Han Fei had already made arrangements to take the child named Wang Hai to the Forbidden Island. Han Fei believed that the Golden Boy might be interested in this child. However, would Zhao Tong carry out his orders? Han Fei didn't know. Opportunities depended on luck. After that, Han Fei stepped into the void and stopped watching the game. Han Fei went straight to the Firestone Island. However, there were not many people on the Firestone Island at this moment, and many of them were injured. They were all Han Fei's subordinates. Perhaps they weren't his subordinates. He just temporarily directed them. Before Han Fei left, he asked them to hunt for more resources. Now, he couldn't fulfill his promise. In his current state, since everyone thought he was dead, let it be. This way, he would be remembered better. The power of faith was what he needed. His spiritual energy could be disassembled by 81%, which was all thanks to the tremendous power of faith. Han Fei estimated that it would take him decades to deduce it even if Forge the Universe existed. Han Fei couldn't accept the long wait. After all, he was not an ascetic but a person who liked to explore the unknown. Without any hesitation, Han Fei left the territory of the Immortal City. Han Fei felt that smart people should know when to leave. There was no point in staying in the Immortal City anymore. At this moment, it couldn't be said that he had completely resolved the crisis in the Immortal City. However, he had at least reorganized the relationships in the cage. The Black Blood City had nearly 100 venerables die. If they still came out to attack other forces, there must be something wrong with their head. Leaving the outer sea of the battle line of the Immortal City, Han Fei felt the feeling of a dragon returning to the sea again. At least, this feeling was comfortable than watching the lives of countless people. About 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Immortal City, Han Fei discovered that someone was hunting sea creatures. Yes, the battle strategy of the Immortal City seemed to have changed. As the battle line of sea demons was abandoned, the space that humans could expand was getting bigger and bigger. This was certainly a good thing. Han Fei killed several explorers. When the void lines absorbed the souls of those creatures, Han Fei discovered that with his strength as an intermediate peak-level venerable, it was actually possible to absorb their soul power. However, the amount he absorbed was not much. After all, these sea demons were too low-leveled. An explorer-level creature fed Han Fei about 10 to 30 points of soul power. Therefore, it didn't seem necessary to attack them again. After all, he had to kill nearly 100 of them to get 1,000 points. And reaching this 1,000 points meant that Han Fei would have to run around the sea all day, which would alert the enemy. Looking at Han Fei's helpless look, the old turtle said, "Actually, it's not that the soul power they feed you is getting less and less, it's just that the quality of their soul is too poor compared to the quality of your soul. Therefore, the soul power you can use is very little. If there are tens of thousands of explorers, you can kill them however you want. In fact, even without going to the Forest of Horrors, you can make up for your soul power." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "According to this soul feedback speed, how many explorer-level creatures do I have to kill? Even if there are so many explorer-level creatures that I can hunt. Their death will add too much pressure to this cage. And if they live, they can constantly digest and devour the energy and spiritual energy in the cage." Of course, Han Fei wanted to hunt. He just didn't want to spoil the ship for a half-penny worth of tar. Of course, as long as he was willing, as long as he hunted a few more times, he might be able to attract a venerable to quickly restore his soul power. However, once too many strong masters died in the cage, the pressure on the heaven and earth array and the consequences would be much more severe than killing thousands of explorers or a few venerables. There were at least 1,000,000 explorers trapped in the cage. If they were outside, the yin-yang world and the waterwood world would definitely suffer. On the contrary, if a big explosion occurred in the cage, everyone inside would probably be annihilated. Therefore, neither result was what Han Fei wanted. 3 days later, Han Fei came to an abandoned sea demon city. This place was full of void turbulence, with saber beams, sword marks, rod shadows, and fist auras everywhere. Broken walls were everywhere. It could be seen that this city had experienced a devastating blow. All kinds of buildings had basically collapsed. Even so, there were still many Tao Seekers and a few sea spirit creatures exploring the city in groups. The place where the strong fought became a haven for adventurers. There might be opportunities everywhere here. Many sea demon venerables had died. Some venerables lived in these cities, so the resources they left behind couldn't be too poor. In fact, there was. Han Fei saw that there was an array in a corner of the city. Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White. Little White's perception indicated that there was nothing good. Yes, Little Black and Little White were already intermediate explorers, so they were very picky. After walking for another half a day, Han Fei saw 3 cities like the one he had just seen. It could be seen that during the battle in the Immortal City last year, the Black Blood City must have been attacked by the venerable experts of the Demon Beast Union. Many cities had been abandoned. Passing by a few abandoned cities, Han Fei also found some new sea demon cities. Many low-level sea demons were coming and going, looking very busy. The old turtle asked, "Shall we go to these cities? Maybe we can get some good stuff." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Am I so easily satisfied now? What good stuff can there be in these newly built cities? The real good stuff is in the Black Blood City. The old turtle was lost for words. You want to go to the Black Blood City in your current situation? Do you think your bones are not shining enough? Or do you think you don't have enough death energy? Han Fei was lost for words. Although his golden body was shining, he had the twin god technique. If he launched a sneak attack with his black mist body, even the Black Conch King might not be able to find him. However, whether or not he entered the Black Blood City, Han Fei had to at least take a look and see where the Black Blood City was. Black Blood City, different from the White Shell Royal City that Han Fei had seen. There was also a large array surrounding the Black Blood City, which couldn't be entered easily. However, this couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei stuck to the back of a great demon in the half-venerable realm and floated in. As soon as he entered the Black Blood City, Han Fei found that screw-shaped buildings were everywhere. Here, there were Dao-seeking conchs everywhere. Han Fei was lost for words. How much did the Black Evil Conch King like his own kind? Why were conchs everywhere here? Because conchs might like to eat algae. There were two kinds of algae in the Black Blood City. The first was luminous algae, which was for viewing and lighting. After owl, bright space was better than darkness. The fish had their own pursuits. Apart from that, it was the kind of algae with thick leaves that could be eaten by sea conches. The area of this entire Black Blood City was actually not much larger than the White Shell City. It was only 1,000 kilometers in radius. In this 1,000-mile area, there were only real towns in the radius of more than 300 kilometers. Other places were like the outskirts of the city. Some explorers lived here. The sea demons, as well as some explorer realm marine creatures, were also here. Occasionally, they could see the two sides fighting, but they weren't fighting fiercely. Here, Han Fei didn't use his perception anymore, but let the old turtle inform him. The old turtle said, "There are 92 venerables in the city. It seems that they have completely let go of the battle line on the immortal city." Han Fei sneered. "It's just for the time being. This is the characteristic of sea demons. They just want to recuperate for a while. Once they recover, they will press on the battle line again. However, I hope that by then, they won't be killed by me." Han Fei quietly swam into the Black Blood City. Because it didn't affect the water currents or cause any spatial fluctuations, no one would find him for the time being. Even if it was the Black Evil Conch King, he wouldn't sweep his house every day. A moment later, Han Fei came to a building that looked like an ancient castle, standing at the peak of the Black Blood City. There were buildings halfway up the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The people living inside were all venerables. The whole mountain was filled with demonic chi. It must be a demonic mine. Seeing the demonic mine, Han Fei's first thought was, "Can I blow it up?" However, this crazy thought was soon ruled out by Han Fei. He had more important things to do. Even if others could ignore this in the cage, he couldn't. As if he were used to being bold, Han Fei quietly crept over. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that a figure was rushing crazily behind him. Without using his perception, he saw that it was a big conch. With a bang, it knocked away Han Fei's shadow. Fortunately, he was in the mist form, which was pure black, and the big conch was black too. Got bumped by it, Han Fei attached himself to the big conch. The old turtle reminded Han Fei, "You're really lucky. This is a half-king." Because the speed was too fast, Han Fei heard someone say, "Conch soul, don't rush over so rashly every time. Those who don't know might think that someone is attacking our Black Blood City." The speed of Conch soul slowed down, and he said with a hum, "Yu Tianai, don't cause trouble." "I need to talk to the king." Yu Tianai sneered. "Don't you know that the king is recuperating? Why do you have to ask him for help?" Because of the matter in the Forest of Terror, at this moment, in the castle at the top, a voice said, "Shut up, what's the fuss? You two, come here." Han Fei didn't expect that he would meet an old acquaintance the moment he came to the Black Blood City. Chapter 1602, Dark King of Destruction Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the ancient castle of Black Blood City, the palace where the Black Evil Conch King was. It was an ancient castle made of the shell of the Black Evil Conch King and silkworm slough. Han Fei could feel the gravity here and the looming array pattern. The sea demons probably preferred their original forms. When at home, Black Evil Conch King appeared as a giant conch, like a small mountain. Conch Soul and Yu Tianai stood under the huge black conch. The Black Evil Conch King asked, "Conch Soul, what the hell is going on with the vibration in the Forest of Terror?" Conch Soul said angrily, "King, I think the Forest of Terror must have become arrogant after we were greatly weakened. When I went to ask about the anomaly in the space, I was blocked outside and they said that it was just a problem appearing when they offered up a sacrifice." "Humph, they're obviously lying. Who are they going to make offerings to?" "King, I think they must be hiding something big from us." The Black Evil Conch King frowned. "Is the Forest of Terror so disrespectful to us now?" Conch Soul nodded. "Yes. I think if our Black Blood City hadn't remained so powerful, I wouldn't have been able to return." Black Evil Conch King. "What do you mean, Conch Soul? I feel that those guys are even crazier." Han Fei heard the conversation between Black Evil Conch King and Conch Soul. There seemed to be something wrong with the Forest of Terror. That was why Black Evil Conch King asked Conch Soul to inquire about it. However, it was obvious that the people in the Forest of Terror ignored this big conch. Yu Tianai said, "Conch Soul, is it because you were too aggressive? This is not the first time." The big black conch roared angrily. What are you talking about? Do you think I will be aggressive to them in their territory? One just find it strange. The relationship between us and the Forest of Terror has always been good. However, in the past year, our relationship has plummeted. This is definitely not a good thing. The Black Evil Conch King said leisurely. What we can be sure of is that the relationship between the Forest of Terror and the Demon Beast Union is definitely not better than our relationship. According to the personalities of the Demon Beasts in the Demon Beast Union, they won't befriend the Forest of Terror. Then, the Forest of Terror won't be too hostile to us. At least, it won't become our enemy. But no matter what, this alliance cannot be broken. UT and I go to the Forest of Terror again. Our relationship with the Forest of Terror cannot be severed. After all, the Demon Beast Union and human beings have already formed an alliance. UT and I immediately said, yes, my king. Han Fei sneered in his heart. This was a good opportunity, UT and I, right? Now that his strength had improved greatly, he could try to kill a half-king. If he killed UT and I, would it cause a hostile relationship between the Black Blood City and the Forest of Terror? However, as soon as Han Fei thought of this, he heard the old turtle say, are you not considering the stability of this cage? Han Fei's heart sank. He forgot about it again. However, it was still challenging to kill a half-king. Unfortunately, the old turtle was right. Although it was tempting to kill a half-king, Han Fei decided to give up this plan for the sake of the big picture. Or rather, why did he have to kill UT and I? He could pretend to be a demon plant from the Forest of Terror. After all, the entire Thousand Mountain ancient realm was in his hands, but he hadn't used it yet. What a waste. Conch Soul snorted and looked at UT and I. T'd like to see what you can find out. Conch Soul and UT and I seemed to be at odds. However, the two of them didn't start a fight in front of Black Evil Conch King, who suddenly exclaimed. He scanned the entire Black Blood City with his perception. He asked, Conch Soul, did anything else happen on your way back? Conch Soul was puzzled. No. No obstacles on the way. The Black Evil Conch King nodded slightly, thinking that maybe he was overthinking. He said, okay, UT and I go to the Forest of Horrors again. Conch Soul, try again seeing if there's any chance of saving the cracks in the cage. Humph, Han Fei is dead. We can consider entering the yin-yang world again, Conch Soul said in surprise. My king, aren't there a lot of strong masters in the yin-yang world? If we go there, will the power of the Black Blood City be exhausted? Black Evil Conch King. It's okay. Recently, the energy turbulence in the cage has been getting more and more violent, and the void cracks have increased several times. This is not a good thing. We'd better be prepared in advance. Han Fei frowned. Does the Black Blood City control other cage cracks? The Black Evil Conch King was not a real king after all, so he didn't discover Han Fei. It was like when Han Fei was still a junior explorer, Ningling didn't discover him at all. Anyway, he didn't intend to kill UT and I now. Han Fei simply attached himself to the shell of Conch Soul and left the city. On the way, Conch Soul grunted. Leave the cage? Humph, how can it be so easy? We finally found a way, but it collapsed. Now that damn place is filled with void storms, how can we still find a way out? Han Fei listened to the complaints of Conch Soul. Led by Conch Soul, they found the so-called Void Storm place. In the void, a fissure more than 300 feet long looked like an eye. In all directions, billowing energy and spiritual energy filled this place. Han Fei's first reaction was to wonder if this thing was the sage realm that the Black Evil Conch King created in the yin-yang world, but there was a big difference in size and shape. This place seemed to have just been formed. In the dark void fissure, dense void cracks were opening and closing. Every time they opened and closed, a void crack swallowed a lot of energy and spiritual energy. Then, new void cracks appeared again. Hiss, Han Fei asked in shock. Old Yuan, is the cage leaking energy to the outside world in this way? The old turtle said, this method won't last long. Because this cage is too sturdy, it has been supplied with endless energy. There shouldn't be many places that can have void cracks. With this speed of energy leaking, it's almost negligible compared to the two huge array eyes. There were venerables guarding the crack. When he saw Conch Soul, he immediately said, Master Conch Soul. Conch Soul nodded. Okay, I'll take care of this place. You can go elsewhere. Yes, my lord. After the venerable left, the Conch Soul sat down in a place full of energy and spiritual energy. His big shell began to shine, and energy and spiritual energy quickly gathered. Han Fei was lost for words. You're already a fucking half-king. Why do you still want to cultivate? If you continue to cultivate, won't you face a king's tribulation? Conch Soul suddenly sensed something. It had absorbed a lot of energy, so it scanned the area. Only then did Han Fei quietly peel off Conch Soul and leave quietly. He was just passing by the Black Blood City, so it was quite important for him to roughly understand their situation. Since they couldn't go to Yin Yang World, he should tease UT and I. As soon as he left the Black Blood City, Han Fei's speed naturally became faster. Han Fei tracked UT and I's location with the vast ocean navigator, only to find that he was still in the Black Blood City. Of course, Han Fei didn't panic. Very slowly, Han Fei came to a place about 1,000,000 kilometers away, the Forest of Terror. In fact, some greasy algae had already appeared here. Because they were very greasy and sticky and stuck to the bottom of the sea, it looked like a carpet at the bottom of the sea. Han Fei was sure that these algae were unconscious, so he stayed here and waited for UT and I. 1 day, 2 days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that UTNI finally arrived. Besides, UTNI looked like he was here for a vacation. The old turtle had long sensed UTNI's arrival, so he had informed Han Fei. From a distance, UTNI saw a hydra grass that was more than 300 feet tall on the way. When UTNI scanned it with her perception, the hydra grass began to shrink. Soon, it turned into a young man with 9 snake heads. Halt! Han Fei wasn't worried at all that UTNI would see through him. With his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of him. Besides, it was the old turtle who helped him disguise himself. With the power of an emperor, it was easy to enchant a half-king. UTNI narrowed his eyes and said, "Half-king a realm? I never knew that there was a half-king realm, hydra grass in the Forest of Terror. Besides, isn't it said that you are a land demon plant? Humph. Don't compare me to the hydra grass. I'm a dark hydra. You're UTNI, right? Why are you here when Conch Soul just left?" UTNI asked. "Did you talk to Conch Soul?" Han Fei sneered. "I don't know that Conch Soul. However, I'm here under orders. No one from the Black Blood City shall enter." UTNI sneered. "Can you represent the Forest of Terror?" On Han Fei's head, 9 snake tongues stretched out and flicked. "Why? Do you have a problem with it?" UTNI sneered. "I haven't seen you before, so I don't want to talk to you. You can call over Ziluo or Qianlong to talk to me." "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? You think you can meet whoever you want? How can you be disrespectful to me, Dark King of Destruction? You guys have suffered 2 major defeats in the Life and Death Gorge and the Immortal City. Why do you still want to challenge the Forest of Terror?" Chapter 1603, Forest of Terror. Forest of Terror. Han Fei was very happy to challenge a half-king again, which would let him know his current strength. However, UTNI didn't intend to fight Han Fei. They were both in the half-king realm. Although Han Fei had left the range of the Forest of Terror and blocked his way, this made UTNI realize the attitude of the Forest of Terror even more clearly. UTNI felt that it must be the fake king of the Forest of Terror who transferred the strong masters who were familiar with the Black Blood City away. He even specially arranged for a half-king who never showed up in the Black Blood City. However, now UTNI was even more certain that something must have happened in the Forest of Terror. Also, it must be something so big that they even refused to meet the Black Blood City. This was not a good sign. Just as Han Fei said, the Black Blood City didn't gain any benefits from either side of the Life and Death Gorge and the Immortal City. Hundreds of their venerables had died. Under such circumstances, they couldn't afford to offend the Forest of Terror. UTNI smiled faintly. "Since you've made it so clear, then I won't ask anymore. However, I have to say that the Black Blood City is much more powerful than you think." Seeing that UTNI didn't want to fight him, Han Fei didn't provoke him anymore. Otherwise, it would seem strange. He didn't know what secrets were hidden in the Forest of Terror. However, what Han Fei could be sure of was that he intensified the stalemate between them and the Black Blood City. Seeing UTNI leave quickly, Han Fei asked, "Is this guy really gone, old turtle?" "Yes." Han Fei curled his lips but didn't leave in a hurry. He took out the 9 Palace Luck Ruler and calculated. Then he got a flat divination result. This meant that there shouldn't be any special surprises today. For the time being, Han Fei didn't intend to kill anyone. Therefore, this infiltration was just a simple infiltration. The purpose was to find the other Tai Chi Eye of the Heaven and Earth Array. Then, he would take the dragon head, swallow the dragon soul, and become an intermediate venerable. Half a day later. When Han Fei saw a wall of algae, he narrowed his eyes. The algae wall here was much bigger than the seaweed wall in the level 3 fishery. The most obvious difference was that the one in the level 3 fishery was a seaweed wall. In the Seaweed City wall, the main plants were various kinds of seaweed, but the main plants in the wall of algae were algae, followed by seaweed. At a glance, Han Fei found that there were dozens of kinds of algae. This algae wall was at least 1,000,000 kilometers wide. Above the algae wall was the seaborne prairie. Similarly, the seaborne prairie here was much more terrifying than the one in the level 3 fishery. That one was full of poisonous barriers. On this seaborne prairie there were all kinds of mouths. Some looked like straws, some like man-eating flowers, and some like furry tentacles. Above the seaborne prairie, small vortexes of spiritual energy were swirling. Han Fei exclaimed, "Old Yuan, these algae are really big eaters." According to this eating speed, these algae will absorb much more energy than the so-called void storm in the Black Blood City. The old turtle asked in confusion, "It can't be that simple. How many experts will be created in such a huge area? Try going in." In the past, Han Fei could pass the algae city wall by force. However, in this place, it was obviously impossible for low-level cultivators to enter like this. Here, even some ordinary seaweed were in high realms. To name a poison-tooth sea algae introduction. This is a mutant algae that has been contaminated by impure energy for a long time. The poison-tooth sea algae have a consciousness and a brain. It can release poisons according to the flow of water and trigger a range of poisons, agitating and reminding other algae that there are intruders. Or level S68, YSS, quality WS, rare, mutated. Spiritual energy, 9,883 points, S edible effect. Inedible, a collectible, a poison teeth. Han Fei glanced at the algae and found that there were dozens more kinds of algae that were almost at the same level as the poison-tooth sea algae. Some released poison, some paralyzed nerves, some created illusions, some corroded souls, and some parasites. In short, there were all kinds of fatal algae here. Among them, there was an explosive algae whose leaves were like small hammers. Once they found an enemy, they would explode, and their strength was not weak. These were the demonic plant creatures that Han Fei observed with the naked eye at the periphery. Once he entered it, there would probably be countless creatures like divine seaweed octopus. After all, it was easy to hide a few aquatic creatures in such a terrifying wall of algae. Of course, nothing could stop Han Fei. After all, under the effect of the twin god techniques, Han Fei was like a mist or water and was a mass of pure darkness. As long as he didn't make a sound, they wouldn't be able to find him even if he passed by the algae. Han Fei discovered the reason why there were so many mouths on the sea. There were also void cracks in the algae wall. Once a void crack appeared, a large area of algae would be minced. To make new algae grow, a lot of spiritual energy was needed. 3 days later. In order not to make any noise, Han Fei quietly passed by the wall of algae for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, Han Fei could enter Forge the Universe to rest. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Han Fei to perfectly pass the dense algae obstacles even in the twin divine technique state. In the algae city wall, although the old turtle sensed powerful creatures, they were not on Han Fei's way, so Han Fei simply ignored them. However, when Han Fei was about to leave the area of the algae wall, he encountered a venerable level creature guarding it. Han Fei took a deep breath. The area of the algae city wall was so large. Why did he encounter a venerable level creature? Perhaps, for plants, nothing was impossible. After all, Han Fei had been with the water immortal for so long and knew that most demon plants were different and of distinct characteristics. At this moment, the weird demon plant that Han Fei saw was called the Void Vine. Only part of this demon plant was exposed to the algae wall and most of it was in the void. It looked extremely weird with the naked eye, like a vine that had been cut off from somewhere. At least, ordinary cultivators who didn't know the concept of the void would think that this thing was broken in half. Maybe, they would think that it was dying and could be their chance. Fortunately, Han Fei could read its information. A non-void vine. Introduction. A vine born in a void rift. It can grow freely in reality and the void. It's good at void exchange techniques, void loss Dao, and other means. Due to mutation, its vines contain poison. 2S. Level 84. Wine, quality S. Legendary, mutated. Wine, great Dao, unreadable S. Edible effect, inedible, a collectible, void fluid. Wine, void fluid. Wine, absorbable. As soon as Han Fei read the information, he heard the old turtle say, "This is a void vine, a rare demon plant that can use part of the great Dao of space. This kind of creature doesn't have a body shape. Maybe one of its tentacles grows here, and the other one grows thousands of kilometers away. That's why it's difficult to hunt void vines. If you can kill this thing, you'd better kill it as soon as possible. Once it grows up, it will be a headache." Han Fei was lost for words. How can I kill them? As you said, their body parts can be tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other. No matter how fast I am, I can't cross tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. The old turtle sneered. "There is a way to kill them." "Huh," the old turtle said. "I'll teach you later. Anyway, you can't kill them now, so it's useless to learn it. Go there slowly. The void vine is extremely sensitive to spatial changes." "This thing might sense your dark body," Han Fei secretly chuckled. "Fine, keep it to yourself. Anyway, I want this technique. If I can't cross tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant after I learn it, I'm gonna—" His black mist body quietly passed the void vine. Just as Han Fei was about to cross over, a large part of the void vine's tentacles suddenly drilled out. Han Fei immediately dispersed, turning into tiny particles. Han Fei's speed changed from fast to slow like a mayfly. He floated with the seawater and moved extremely slowly. Han Fei wondered if this thing had detected him. After a full hour, the void vine finally retracted its vines, and Han Fei was hundreds of kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Phew, an intermediate venerable level demonic plant almost discovered my existence? The old turtle said, "The way demonic plants observe the world is different from other creatures. The so-called 5 senses of you humans and some feelings that you humans can't sense are all owned by demonic plants." Han Fei said, "I think you'd better pray that I'm lucky." Crossing the algae wall, Han Fei saw a creepy dark green world. Han Fei saw a strange demon plant that resembled the twisted jungle on the Scattered Stars Island. These demon plants spread out in all directions, forming a forest. The dense palm-sized dark green leaves fell occasionally and then split into dozens. Han Fei felt that it would be more beautiful if they turned into peach petals. It seemed that there weren't many moving demon plants in this forest. After all, unlike humans, demonic plants were plants. Just like the dark green trees Han Fei saw, each of them was at the explorer level, and each of them was actually a treasure. Han Fei was swimming in the middle of the forest. Suddenly, the seawater trembled. Han Fei asked the old turtle, "Old Yuan, what's wrong?" "Energy, bang." In the next moment, an energy tide sent Hanfei flying. Fuck, there's so much energy, but it's extremely chaotic. I can even feel death energy. What is this? The old turtle, someone is coming. Hanfei stopped asking. However, after a minute, Hanfei saw a giant tree above his head. However, what shocked Hanfei was that it didn't look like a tree, but more like a big octopus with bark. Hanfei could even see the suckers clearly. This giant tree was no more than 500 meters tall, and its vines, or rather its tentacles, were 30,000 meters long. Wow, what a big guy. Hanfei took a closer look, and information popped up in his eyes. Name, Dragon Octopus. It has a trace of dragon bloodline. Because it absorbs impure energy all year round, it's half alive and half dead. This state can allow them to live long. The dragon octopus trees are good at dragon stings, and their suckers have sharp teeth, so they can kill strong masters several times stronger than them. A level 8/6 quality. Legendary mutated. H. Great Tao, unreadable effect, inedible effect, indedible, and dragon octopus wood, unabsorbable. Hanfei said in surprise. Another venerables, he seems to be on his way. Chapter 1604, Holy Altar Devil Cave Translator, Holy Altar Devil Cave Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The dragon octopus tree caused a lot of noise, rolling in all directions and rising tides. Hanfei took advantage of the opportunity and got a ride. In this energy tide, the dragon octopus tree suddenly appeared, and it seemed to be walking rather anxiously. If Hanfei had been slower, he would have almost missed the ride. Buzz. Although this dragon octopus tree was huge and seemed stupid, its speed was extremely fast. Its octopus head was like a missile, breaking through the water and emerging from the void in the next moment. After a minute, someone said, "Dragon octopus, keep a low profile." Those who don't know better might think that the Demon Beast League is coming. It was a weird python. However, this python body was a vine, only in the shape of a python. On its head, there was a curved horn that extended to its back. This python was 1,000 feet long and appeared beside the dragon octopus. The dragon octopus quickly shrank until it was about 300 meters long. Then he said, "Oh, big snake vine, long time no see." Hanfei was lost for words. Fuck, you're in the same forest. Long time no see? Why do you sound you are so distant from each other? Besides, the name Big Snake sounds a bit lame. The big snake vine hissed and laughed. Dragon tree, your memory is really bad. We have seen each other 6 times this year. Such a powerful energy tide has erupted 6 times this year. Regular energy tides can't wake me up at all. Only your loud noise woke me up. Dragon octopus tree. Oh, really? I feel boundless energy. The big snake vine smiled and said, "There are 6 gatherings in a year. The sacred altar should be crowded. Shall we turn into human beings?" The dragon octopus tree said slowly, "Don't change. We'll eat slowly if we take human form." Hearing their conversation, Hanfei was puzzled. It was just an energy tide. What was wrong with 6 times a year? Buzz. The old turtle said, "It comes again." The next moment, the energy tide came again. At that moment, the 9 tentacles of the dragon octopus tree spread out like a big net. The countless suckers on the tentacles opened and exposed the sharp teeth inside. A tremendous amount of energy was sucked into the tree by these suckers. This was the first time Hanfei had seen such a way of swallowing energy. With such a big mouthful, wouldn't the energy eaten be beyond the tolerance limit of this thing? The old turtle said, "They are spiritual plants that can absorb a lot of energy. If they have excess energy, they can use it to grow. Therefore, they grow quite fast. By the way, these demon plants consume a lot of energy when cultivating." Hanfei said leisurely, "Yes." The mouth of the python is like a black hole. Along the way, Hanfei discovered that all the plants he saw when he passed through the dark green forest spread out as much as possible to absorb energy. The energy ripples would probably be eaten up after passing through the wall of algae. Along the way, Hanfei saw sea bamboo people, poisonous dragon sea urchins, 7-colored sponges. These strange mutated venerables were all rushing along. Hanfei was surprised to find that the plants here were all mutant creatures. This mutation made them completely monsters. They became weirdos that didn't look like plants or animals. However, the strength of these creatures couldn't be underestimated. In short, Hanfei had already encountered more than 10 venerable level demon plants along the way. At this moment, Hanfei, who had been attached to the dragon octopus tree, was listening to a group of demonic plants chatting. The big snake vine said, "Everyone, since the frequency of the outbreak in the Holy Altar Devil Cave is so high, this time, we might as well stay here and cultivate." A 7-colored sponge that had no eyes or mouth replied, "Many people have done that a long time ago." A humanoid old man carrying bamboo and wearing a straw hat said, "Cultivating outside the altar is not necessarily a good thing. The initial violent energy is too impure, which can easily stimulate the mutation and make you lose yourself." A woman with a purple flower ring on her head sat on the dragon octopus tree and smiled. "It's not far away anyway. Besides, most of the time, the Blood King is cultivating there. Who wants to see him every day?" Listening to these people's conversation, Han Fei immediately understood that this holy altar devil cave was where the energy tide erupted. However, Han Fei still felt that the energy tide was too chaotic. It was like garbage that was thrown out after extracting pure energy. It would be strange if these demonic plants didn't mutate if they cultivated under this energy every day. A moment later, when Han Fei followed the dragon octopus tree and other demon plants to the so-called holy altar devil cave, he was dumbfounded. Han Fei and the old turtle exclaimed in their hearts, "Another array eye?" Han Fei was stunned for a long time. He had searched high and low only to find it here. Han Fei had planned to search with the vast ocean navigator. Who could have known that he would reach the other eye of the heaven and earth array the moment he entered the Forest of Terror? This huge array eye was exposed in the Forest of Terror, about 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Han Fei knew that the real array eye was definitely much bigger than this one. What he saw was just the outer part of the array eye. The old turtle said, "You have to be careful. There are 58 venerables near the array eye, and 4 of them are in the half-venerable realm. This doesn't include the other demon plant experts." Buzz. As soon as the old turtle finished speaking, Han Fei saw that a tremendous amount of impurities energy was spewing out of this so-called holy altar devil sieve. Han Fei could even see aurora-like clouds. Han Fei immediately frowned and said, "Old Yuan, it seems that our previous judgment has a problem. The place that absorbs energy should be the eye of the Forbidden Island, and this eye of the array seems to be used to expel impurities." "Look what strange things these demon plants are," the old turtle said. "No matter how impure the energy is, it's still energy. Although energy seems to be spat out here, why is it the most violent this year? Besides, according to them, this is the 6th time," Han Fei said. "It means that the one on the Forbidden Island ate too much energy, so the array has to poop and some impurities have to be discharged." The old turtle was lost for words. "You're disgusting, Han Fei." Han Fei was speechless. "What is this old turtle thinking?" Han Fei snorted. "What I want to say is, why did Zhao Shanglong put the dragon head here? If he wants to punish the dragon head, he should have put the dragon head and tail both on the Forbidden Island. What's the use of putting the dragon head here besides being impacted by impurities?" The old turtle said. "We have to go down and take a look." Phew, had Han Fei calculated in his heart. Since he could come out from under the Forbidden Island, he could definitely come out from here too. However, when he came out of the Forbidden Island, he met Zhao Shanglong, who was his old acquaintance and looked after him. However, it might not be the case to come out of here. Han Fei said, "At this moment, energy is erupting. I can't go in with my strength. I have to wait for the energy tide to stop. Old Yuan, I'm going in to forge the universe." Wait a minute. Suddenly, the old turtle's action puzzled Han Fei. "What did old Yuan find?" The old turtle said. "I seem to sense an acquaintance." "Huh? An acquaintance?" Han Fei burst into laughter. "Cut the crap. What era are you from? The Age of Gods? You have an acquaintance here? If you do, we'll all be doomed." However, the old turtle shook his head and said, "No, he's someone you know." "Huh?" This time, Han Fei couldn't laugh anymore. Someone he knew? Someone he knew was in this Forest of Terror? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out who it was. At this moment, a large number of red roots, intertwined like blood threads, blocked the sky. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose at this moment, not once or twice, but several thousand degrees. However, Han Fei had forgotten the temperature. When he saw the roots, Han Fei was shocked. "Are these the roots of the big red trunk? I once dug up the big red trunk." However, although these roots looked similar to those of the big red trunk, in terms of quality, they were obviously much stronger. At this moment, they saw a young man wearing a black robe. The lower half of his body was roots, and the upper half was a human. At this moment, he was standing on the roots. Blood King. Many venerables bowed respectfully to the young man. If Han Fei guessed right, this must be the fake king of the Forest of Terror. The young man nodded slightly and chuckled. "Everyone, the energy tides in the Holy Altar Devil Cave are getting more and more frequent. It seems that my efforts have finally paid off. My efforts have finally shaken the cage. Now, I've confirmed that the cage is connected to the outside world. It can be opened within 100 years, or even sooner." "Hua!" Around the array eye, many venerables exclaimed. "What?" The energy tide was caused by the Bloodkin. At this moment, with the fake king around, only this sound could be heard. However, Han Fei could clearly tell that the others didn't seem to believe him. The Blood King didn't seem to mind. Instead, he said casually, "Today, I can send some of the venerables away from the cage. Of course, they'll have to share the risk of the Void Channel, which is necessary. Does anyone want to come?" Chapter 1605, Blood King Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When the Blood King said that he was the one who triggered the energy tide, Han Fei didn't believe him anymore. Did this guy lie to his own people just to strengthen his dominance? But when he heard that, he realized that something was wrong. The Blood King could send people out? There were only Yin-Yang World and Waterwood World in the outside world, and there had never been any powerful demon plants in Yin-Yang World. The 3 major powers in the Waterwood World were very strong. How could they accommodate these demon plants? Han Fei couldn't help thinking, if the Blood King really had the ability to send people out, why didn't he go out? And judging from the reactions of the other demon plants here, they clearly didn't believe this guy. The demon plants in the venerable realm couldn't be fools. Someone said, Lord Blood King, since the channel can be opened in 100 years, we're not in a hurry. Wouldn't it be much more convenient if we go together? Someone echoed, yes. Anyway, our lives are long. It's just 100 years. Immediately, a few powerful demon plants echoed. Han Fei was stunned. This was the least respected fake king he had ever seen. You're already a fake king. Why don't you show some kingliness? The young man seemed to be used to this scene. He smiled casually. I won't force you. You can wait for 100 years. The strong anomalies in the Holy Altar Devil Cave indicate that a great horror is coming. Today, I'm just here to tell you that if no one goes out, I'll go out myself. Huh? Many people were alarmed. The Blood King was leaving the cage? Today? Immediately, the big snake vine, the dragon octopus tree, and the others all moved. The fake king was going to break out of the cage and leave. This was definitely not a small matter. The people who doubted him were also stunned. Could they really leave? The Blood King said, I'm here today because I want to invite all of you to watch how I break free from the cage. Buzz. The Blood King's voice, accompanied by the tide of energy, sounded particularly intimidating. Immediately, Han Fei saw a withered vine wrapped with many small snakes, said leisurely, since Lord Blood King is leaving, we should go to watch the ceremony. For a time, the energy tide didn't seem to be fragrant anymore. Compared to swallowing energy, breaking out of the cage stirred their hearts more. Han Fei felt that if it were him, compared with fighting the Demon Beast Union every day, he would definitely not let go of the opportunity to leave. Especially those super strong masters who had reached the half-king realm. If they couldn't become kings in the cage, they might be able to do so outside the cage. In fact, if they really went to the Waterwood world, as long as the three kings didn't take action, they might really be able to transcend the tribulation and become kings. Therefore, many people immediately followed the Blood King to attend the ceremony. Slap! On the back of the dragon octopus tree, the purple-haired girl said, Dragon octopus tree, follow him. I want to see how he can break out of the cage. Great! Han Fei glanced at the Holy Altar Devil Cave. Although his goal was this Devil Cave, he had already found it, and the energy tide was still erupting. He might as well follow it. The Blood King was obviously lying, but he was about to get out of the cage. Even Han Fei was puzzled. The Forest of Terror was called the Forest of Terror because the demon plants here were too big. There were 7 or 8 creatures as big as the dragon octopus tree here, and some of the plants had covered up their real forms. After traveling about 1,000,000 kilometers, the Venerables came to a place that was burned by flames. It was a kind of sea fire that looked like blood, covering a radius of 100,000 kilometers. On this land, Han Fei discovered the big red trunk in shock. His first reaction was that the Blood King was a big red trunk demon. This explained why he was so hot. Only an exotic creature like the big red trunk could burn at the bottom of the sea all day long. Speaking of the big red trunk, Han Fei couldn't help but think of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City in the Waterwood world. If the Blood King was the big red trunk, what was his relationship with the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? The old turtle suddenly said, That's right. This familiar aura is that king's. Han Fei was shocked. You mean the mysterious king of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? The old turtle said. Probably. I'm an emperor. How can I not know such a trivial matter? Although the king never showed up, I'm already used to his aura after staying outside the Blood Sea Divine Wood City for so long. Han Fei asked, Are you saying that the Blood King is related to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? Has he been in contact with the king in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? If the two had something to do with each other, if the Blood Sea Divine Wood City could summon so many venerable level powerhouses at the same time, its strength would probably soar to become the strongest in the Waterwood world. If all the demon plants in the Forest of Terror went over, this power would be enough to sweep across the Waterwood world. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell City combined wouldn't be able to defeat the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. At this moment, a group of people had already entered the Blood King's territory. Although they didn't like flames, they were venerables. It wasn't a big deal for them to endure it for a while. However, there were still complaints, such as the purple-haired girl on the back of the dragon octopus tree. I hate fire. It makes me want to fight. The withered vine said, Ziluo, bear with it. After all, the Blood King is going to break out of the cage. This is a big thing. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Looking at the woman who smiled disdainfully, he remembered that Yuti and I wanted to see this woman. The venerables ran and soon came to the center of the wood. Then, they saw hundreds of cracks that stretched out into the ocean. The cracks varied in size from a few feet to 100 feet. In these cracks, slimy vines of varying thicknesses jutted out into the sea. Because there were too many of them, the slimy vines had penetrated dozens of kilometers. Han Fei had never seen this kind of vine. It didn't look like a vine of the big red trunk. It might be the original body of the Blood King. The Blood King stood in midair and looked at the cracks. Because of the energy tide in the Holy Altar Devil Cave, I forcefully opened a void and touched the outside world. You may not believe it, but I can show you the outside world. Buzz. Upon hearing the Blood King's words, someone immediately asked, Lord Blood King, what's the outside world like? Blood King, please show me. Blood King, don't keep us guessing. Han Fei also looked at the Blood King curiously. Endless vines suddenly extended from the lower half of his body and plunged into the ground. Immediately afterward, the slimmery vines that drilled into the void began to swell. In the sky full of cracks, a crack that was more than 300 feet long at the center was forcibly opened. With cracking sounds like glass cracking, everybody could see that weird energy was repairing the cage. Energy surged from the Blood King, attracting the tide that had just swept over to gather around the Blood King. When the crack grew wider and wider, everybody saw that red fish were swimming in a fuzzy area on the other side of the crack. Puffer, a hook pierced a big fish in an instant. As the slippery tentacle quickly retracted, the cage was quickly closed. Hiya! With a cry, Hanfei saw that a Millennium Snapper had been caught and appeared here. Then he realized that there was no Millennium Snapper on the big red trunk here. Hanfei felt that something was wrong, and the dragon octopus tree, even Ziluo, seemed shocked. The big snake vine exclaimed, "This creature is only in the sea demon realm. It seems that the environment outside is much safer than the cage." The sea bamboo man couldn't help but ask, "Lord Blood King, can you show us the outside world for a while longer?" "We didn't see it clearly," someone echoed. "That's right, Lord Blood King, didn't you send some people to the outside world? Why don't you ask them back to describe the outside world to us?" the Blood King said grumpily. "Do you really think I'm a god? You've seen how difficult it is to open this passage. Furthermore, due to the chaotic void, the place I open is not fixed, so I can't find them back to talk to you. Today, I'm preparing to go out by myself. I can consume 30% of my cultivation and forcefully open the passage in a short period of time, but it won't last more than 3 seconds. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. That's all I have to say. Let's see how you choose." When the Blood King said this, Hanfei and the old turtle said at the same time, "It's fake." The two of them were quite synchronized. Hanfei sneered in his heart, "You making it sound like you're so selfless. The Bloodsea Divine Wood City is right outside, guarded by a king. If they go there, they'll either be enslaved or die. Even if the Blood King goes there himself, he won't have a good time there." The old turtle said, "No, the Blood King must have gone out long ago. Otherwise, where do you think the big red trunk came from? He's just luring these demonic plants to go out." Hanfei said in surprise, "That's true, but what's his purpose? Does he need to recruit a large number of demonic plant experts for the Bloodsea Divine Wood?" The old turtle said leisurely, "What if the Blood King is the same person as the king of the Bloodsea Divine Wood City?" Hanfei, Chapter 1606. Hanfei ruined his plan. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Hanfei was shocked by the old turtle's idea. He was stunned for a long time. Shoot, Hanfei couldn't help being horrified. It seemed possible, well, maybe it was very likely. This was the only fake king he had seen who could open the cage barrier with his own strength. However, did the fake king have the ability to open the cage of the Heaven and Earth Array? Obviously not. If possible, the fake kings of the Demon Beast Union, the Black Blood City, and the Immortal City were not weak either. It was said that the king of the Bloodsea Divine Wood City had never left the city. However, he had once fought Queen Life and the White Armor Emperor alone. Therefore, the Bloodsea Divine Wood City had a relatively high status in the Waterwood world and became one of the 3 major factions. However, who said that he would definitely be a king if he could fight 2 kings alone? Demon plants were usually very powerful in their own territory. If the Blood King was the mysterious king of the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, why would he trap these demon plants? These people could be his henchmen, the old turtle said. Did you not figure it out? But if you think from another perspective, what if the one in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City is his reincarnation? Hanfei, Shuda Hanfei, was horrified again. This means that the guy in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City is actually not a fake king but a half-king. He hasn't transcended the king's tribulation yet. Then, if you really take these demon plants out, he might not be able to suppress them. Therefore, the Blood King's real purpose is not to take them out, but to kill them, the old turtle said. Or rather, he swallowed them or enslaved them, but in any case, he should be preparing to transcend the tribulation. Hanfei was puzzled. Why? The old turtle said. If the one in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City is really the Blood King's reincarnation, why did he call the Blood King over? After all, the reincarnation body and the original body are 2 different people. Hanfei thought for a moment. However, the 2 are equivalent to the same person. Then, can the Blood King resist the lightning tribulation? The old turtle said. Theoretically, it's possible as long as their source is the same. But in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, it might be safer if the 2 fuse in the end. Hanfei was confused. I still don't think it's necessary for him to kill the demonic plants unless it can help him with his tribulation, the old turtle said. We'll find out when you can really sneak into the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. Now, no one knows what the situation is like on the other side. Anyway, if these demon plants really choose to go there, they will definitely die. However, these demon plants are all sea plants, intimate with sea demons, and not at peace with you humans. It doesn't matter if they die or not, Hanfei said, but we can't let the Blood King successfully transcend the tribulation. What if our guess is right? This guy can challenge 2 king-level experts without being defeated even though he's only a half-king. What if he becomes a king? At this moment, no matter what, Hanfei couldn't let the Blood King successfully lure so many people away. Even the Blood King himself couldn't leave. He had promised Queen Life that he would help her conquer the Bloodsea Divine Wood City and the White Shell Royal City in the future. If the Blood King could even challenge an emperor, how could he kill him? Hanfei sighed. Old Yuan, help me destroy this exit. The old turtle was lost for words. I only have strong soul power now. You want me to destroy this exit in front of so many people? Are you looking for death? Since the exit couldn't be destroyed, he could only cause trouble. On the dragon octopus tree, a cloud of dust was escaping. What did they talk about next? It didn't matter. The Blood King's goal was to fool those people. And these people didn't seem to believe in the Blood King, which could be used. Buzz. The energy tide was still erupting. Every time it burst out, it was like a shockwave that swept across the entire forest of terror. Under this kind of turbulence, Han Fei could run easily without worrying about being discovered. 20,000 kilometers away, even a peak-level venerable could sense the commotion here, let alone half-kings. Han Fei simply threw out a large number of ultra-quality demonic stones and detonated them. Rumble. Just as many people were tempted by the Blood King, they heard a violent explosion tens of thousands of kilometers away, instantly attracting the attention of most people. The Blood King was taken aback as he looked 20,000 kilometers away. However, dozens of demon trees were blown to smithereens. The faces of the others changed greatly. This was because seawater gathered into words in the explosion, which read, "The Blood King lied and wanted to kill you." Han Fei's operation was so simple and violent. Many people had doubts about the Blood King. Now, someone had pointed out the truth. Who could easily risk their lives to accompany the Blood King to the outside world? Humph, who is slandering me? The Blood King's speed was so fast that Han Fei didn't dare to imagine it. In less than a second, a vine drilled out of the ground and appeared in the place of the explosion. At the moment of the explosion, Han Fei had already escaped 3,000 kilometers away with the waves. Han Fei could stick to the bottom of the sea and turn into dust without being discovered. Unless the Blood King swept through every blade of grass and every grain of dust within 10,000 kilometers, otherwise it wouldn't be able to find him. This was the power of the Twin Divine technique. Immediately after the Blood King, 3 people appeared in the explosion. Ziluo said leisurely, "Lord Blood King, what do you have to say?" The Blood King glanced at Ziluo coldly. "Why? Are you suspecting me?" Ziluo chuckled and looked at the other 2. "I dare not, but what do Qianlong and Sea Bamboo think?" The Sea Bamboo man smiled. "Lord Blood King, why don't you ask the venerables who went out to talk to us? Otherwise, I think we better wait for the cage to break," Qianlong said. "I think I can still live tens of thousands of years. If I cultivate a reincarnation body, it shouldn't be a problem for me to live another 50,000 years. I can wait for a mere 100 years. Following that, a group of people quickly arrived. Although they didn't speak, they all had their own thoughts. The Blood King snorted. "Are you intimidated by a mere nobody? It seems that I overestimated you. I just don't want you to continue to be caged. Since you don't believe me, you can stay here." Under the watch of everyone, the Blood King still said proudly, "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. There's no need to wait until now. I'm leaving. If you want to follow me, you can come." Han Fei wanted to follow him, but the old turtle reminded him, "Don't move. It's full of vines underground. He's looking for you." Han Fei stayed in the dust form and didn't dare to move. Only the old turtle could see the situation in the distance with his perception. About half an hour later, the old turtle said, "That guy has opened the void, but the vines and tentacles underground haven't completely left. He's still looking for you." After more than 20 seconds, the old turtle said, "He went into the void rift. However, those slimy vine tentacles are still stuffed in the spatial rift. There are some remnants of vines underground. He didn't really leave. He must have left a clone behind. It should be a half-king." Han Fei was puzzled. "Has he left?" the old turtle said. "The space he passed through has closed. There are only several dozen feet of cracks left. Obviously, most of his body has passed." Han Fei was puzzled. "He just passed by at this time? He didn't even absorb much of the tide that erupted in the Holy Altar Devil Cave?" The old turtle said. "His half-king clone is still here, hidden in dozens of vines?" "You can come out now." As the dust floated, Han Fei quietly moved forward. When Han Fei came thousands of kilometers away from those people, he found that the temperature here began to drop rapidly. Many big red trunks began to wither, gradually turning into powder. Ziluo and the others were also puzzled. She said, "It seems that he has really left. I didn't find any clones left." Qianlong nodded. "His roots have all been removed, and these trees have withered. However, these void cracks are still there, and there are still roots inside. I'm not sure if he has completely gone out." The Sea Bamboo Man said, "This guy has never done what a king should do. He spends all his time thinking about how to get out of this cage." Someone smiled and said, "It's good that he's gone. Anyway, I don't really believe him. In the past tens of thousands of years, he sent more than 50 people out. I don't believe that none of them were trying to help us open the passage from outside, but none of these people appeared." Someone agreed. "That's right. The Blood King is not credible. However, we do have to take the problem he mentioned seriously. This year it was indeed abnormal. The tide has erupted 6 times in a row. It's a good thing, but it feels strange." Chila, suddenly a vine emerged from the void. There were more and more vines, and a moment later a twisted face appeared. It was the void vine that Han Fei saw. The void vine said, "I feel that someone broke into the forest of terror. However, the spatial fluctuations are extremely small and difficult to detect. I immediately sealed that area but didn't find it." The sea bamboo man said. That person reminded us. I don't know why. Maybe he's also a mutant demon plant. He just doesn't want to show up, Ziluo said. I don't think he is a demon plant, but we still have to be careful. Recently, a lot of things have happened. The Demon Beast Union, the Black Blood City, and the Immortal City have all participated in the battle. Only our Forest of Terror is safe. Anyway, the Blood King doesn't care about anything. It doesn't matter if he leaves or not. However, the news of his departure can't be released. I suggest sealing the forest. Qianlin, I agree. Sea Bamboo Man, I agree. Chapter 1607, Mutant Dragonhead Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Hanfei, didn't care if these people wanted to seal the Forest of Terror. Anyway, it didn't matter to him whether to seal it or not. At this moment, although he had exposed a cheat, Hanfei was not happy. In fact, the Blood King didn't really leave, and his clone was still lurking here. Therefore, all of this was just a self-directed trap. Now that the trap had exploded, the Blood King probably hadn't achieved his goal. Otherwise, there was no need to leave a clone behind. He could just go out to transcend the tribulation and become a king. In fact, regardless of whether Hanfei came or not, the Blood King was prepared to do this. However, Hanfei happened to arrive and ruined his plan. From the mouths of these venerables, Hanfei could clearly sense that they didn't like the Blood King at all and didn't care if this person existed or not. The Blood King had just left, so they didn't investigate this area carefully. After all, even the Blood King hadn't found anything. What could they find? The group of people hurried to the Holy Altar Devil Cave. Only the Void Vine stayed there for a long time. Its vines crawled out from here and there as if trying to find something. Half a day later, Hanfei returned to the Holy Altar Devil Cave too. In his heart, Hanfei cursed. Old Yuan, is there any effective way to kill this Void Vine? This thing is too annoying. The old turtle said, this Void Vine is not strong enough, much weaker than you. If there weren't so many demonic plants here, you could have killed it at any time. Hanfei was speechless, of course. If it weren't for these demon plant venerables, I would have killed this guy long ago. 2 days passed. The energy tide finally stopped erupting. Half of the demon plant venerables near the altar had dispersed. Those demon plants that were at the peak of the venerable realm wouldn't stay here to wait for the energy tide to descend again. There were only a few demon plant venerables below the advanced venerable level left here. When the energy tide disappeared, Hanfei dove into it. Unlike the other side, the energy here poured out. The power produced in an instant was terrifying. If it was during the eruption, Hanfei wouldn't have been able to get through it all. Fortunately, the energy was no longer erupting, so Hanfei could find a way to get in. This Holy Altar Devil Cave was originally a bottomless hole. Hanfei entered the endless darkness and let his body fall. After only half an hour, Hanfei felt a suction force. Is there also a suction force inside? At this moment, it was dark in all directions and the old turtle couldn't find a way out. Hanfei felt as if trapped in the array eye again. However, as soon as he entered this place, Hanfei felt that the energy here was too impure. It was much more impure than the energy on the other side. When all kinds of strange powers wanted to enter Hanfei's body, Hanfei naturally rejected them. He set up an array and took out the 9-palace luck ruler. The scale began to float and soon stopped on the greatly ominous. Seeing this divination, Hanfei narrowed his eyes and said, Old Yuan, it seems that the dragon head is much more powerful than the dragon tail. The old turtle asked, do you need to make some preparations? Hanfei shook his head. No matter what I do now, my body will absorb energy. Even if I extract the chaos chi, there will be a steady stream of energy pouring into my body. If this goes on, my body will explode. Greatly ominous. As long as it's not an impasse, everything is fine. At this moment, Hanfei had already fused his twin bodies and turned into his real body. His indestructible golden body carried his flesh and blood on his back and controlled the vast ocean navigator to find the array eye. Sure enough, just like last time, the vast ocean navigator began to spin crazily as if it had malfunctioned. Based on the spinning ability, Hanfei controlled the puppet to walk in the opposite direction to calculate the perimeter, take the center point, and find the array eye. Since this move was applicable on the other side, it was also applicable here. Sure enough, although the distance calculated was a little deviated, it only took Hanfei 2 days to find the array eye. This time, what Hanfei saw was a white circular array eye. On the bright white slices, Hanfei saw an extremely strange monster but no dragon head. Hanfei looked at the thing that was more than 2,000 meters long and looked like a pile of rotten wood roots. He was puzzled. Was the dragon head replaced? Wait a minute, Hanfei found that the huge rotten wood was somewhat similar to a dragon head. However, there were too many long whiskers or vines on the dragon head. Also, it had 8 dragon horns, which seemed to be made of strange red flowers. Hanfei was silent for a moment. Old Yuan, was the dragon head we saw possessed by a demon plant? The old turtle said. I don't know if it's possessed or not. However, it seems that it's mutated by impure energy. Hanfei wanted to go closer and see if the demon purification pot would show any message. However, once he approached it, it would mean the beginning of a battle. Hanfei said, Old Yuan, let me try it first. Buzz, Hanfei activated the twin god technique and descended with his white mist body. Roar. The moment Hanfei approached the white platform, a dragon roar sounded, and tens of thousands of void spikes appeared. Han Fei's reaction was quite fast. He stomped on the soul-controlling array, launched the 100-beast soul devouring, and activated the heavenly god stab. Crack, bang, bang, bang. The soul-controlling array was broken too fast. Although many soul spikes around Han Fei were shattered by Han Fei, many still fell on him. The heavenly god stab bought Han Fei some time to rebuild the soul-controlling array. In a head-on clash, Han Fei didn't gain anything or suffer any losses. But in the next moment, weird shadow vines began to grow on this platform. Han Fei kept flashing in the void for a short distance. Infinity water gathered around him and fought a large number of shadow vines. Roar, another dragon roar. This time, accompanied by the stink of dragon breath, there was poison in the wind. Han Fei protected his body with spiritual energy, which was corroded in an instant. Before he could fight back, a giant vine slapped him away. The force of that blow almost split Han Fei into two. At the moment he flew through the air, countless void soul spikes pierced through him. However, at this moment, not far away, Han Fei's indestructible golden body appeared. And on the field, what was pierced was only Han Fei's afterimage. His white mist body had already fused his black mist body. Huff, Han Fei said. He's very strong. He's in the half-king realm. With the twin divine technique, I'm no match for him. The old turtle said, the combat power of a half-king, this is not good news. At least, from the battle just now, the soul in this body might not be a new soul body, but a mutated one. Han Fei added, besides, this dragon head has already turned into a demon plant. Will one turn into a demon plant if he stays in this array eye for too long? Whoosh! At this moment, Han Fei saw that a lot of energy was flowing towards the dragon head from all directions. That guy had just fought Han Fei and was absorbing energy. The old turtle. It seems that you guessed wrong. Blue soul fire danced in Han Fei's eyes. Yes, he guessed wrong. This dragon head could absorb energy from all directions. It seemed that other demon plants in the venerable realm had entered but were swallowed by it. Han Fei couldn't help but say, I see. The array eye under the Forbidden Island absorbs energy, and the place where the energy gathers is the purest. On the contrary, the array eye of this place is constantly emitting energy. Just now, when we came in, there was a suction force because its tide storm had just passed, producing a suction force. Usually, the energy released in this array eye is relatively slow. Therefore, when the energy gathers to a certain extent, an energy tide will erupt. The old turtle nodded. Yes, this dragon head must have swallowed more than one demon plant venerable that entered this place, causing it to mutate. Han Fei said, I'm afraid that their souls have been fused. Just now, in addition to the dragon roar, it had other soul attack means. I have to try again. In the second experiment, Han Fei used the twin divine technique. However, this time, he attacked with his black mist body. After sneaking past, Han Fei suddenly launched a heavenly god stab and the 100-beast soul devouring. The dragon head had never encountered an opponent like Han Fei. It was attacked before it even noticed Han Fei. Puffed! The heavenly god stab pierced his soul. With a dragon roar, the dragon head was not attacking Han Fei, but roaring in pain. The effect of the 100-beast soul devouring shouldn't be too great, because the dragon head didn't stop long because of the 100-beast soul devouring, only about half a second. Immediately afterward, a semi-curved light shield made of soul power enveloped the entire platform. Not good. It's a Great Dao domain. In this Great Dao domain, he's the absolute master. In an instant, Han Fei saw countless tentacles extending out of the void and grabbing at him. Of course, Han Fei couldn't let him do that. He launched a storm of golden fist marks. Infinity water turned into Blade Inferno, intending to kill the dragon head from the periphery. A large number of void cracks appeared, and those fist marks were absorbed by the space cracks in the end, disappearing without a trace. Roar. Then, another new skill appeared. The billowing sound waves of different frequencies stunned Han Fei. Buzz. The twin bodies fused again. Han Fei stood on the periphery, quietly looking at the dragon head, soul fire dancing in his eyes. Interesting. It did swallow more than one demon plant venerable. Chapter 1608, Death of the Dragonhead Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei's 2 attempts failed. It turned out that this dragonhead had already possessed consciousness and had taken the initiative to swallow many demon plant venerables. In addition, it had swallowed too much chaotic power, resulting in an inexplicable mutation. Now, this dragonhead could no longer be called a real dragonhead, but a freak. Han Fei's heart sank. In this case, it was unlikely that he could get ownerless souls from the dragonhead. Han Fei thought that he might suffer a loss this time. The old turtle suddenly said, "Look, it's twisting." Huh. Han Fei looked at the platform and found that after the dragonhead fought him, the vines, sound waves, shadow stings, dragon roars, domains, all these messy energies still existed and were sweeping each other. Han Fei was stunned. "What's going on?" the old turtle said leisurely. "It seems that this dragonhead can't completely control these abilities. Or rather, the original owners of these abilities. Their consciousness hasn't been completely wiped out. Therefore, this dragonhead only used its powerful soul power to forcibly suppress the will of these demon plant venerables." Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei's eyes glittered. In that case, I just need to keep provoking the dragon head so that the powers inside it will fight each other when it can't hold back anymore, the old turtle grunted. That's very likely. However, a sneak attack shouldn't be of much use. Your clone alone won't be able to resist the dragon head. You can't shake it, and it can swallow energy from the void at any time. How long do you think it will take for you to mess it up? The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes jumped, and he suddenly remembered the trigram of greatly ominous. The old turtle was right. He could only fight the dragon head with his black or white mist body that could only burst of great strength in an instant and could barely resist the dragon head. Once he used it, he wouldn't be able to resist the attack of the dragon head. However, Han Fei had even tried the divination result of impasse. How could he be afraid of a greatly ominous one? Although there was no more chaos chi to change his luck now, Han Fei's strength was no longer what it used to be. Earlier, when Han Fei fought a half-king in his strongest state, he could hold out for at most 5 seconds. But now, Han Fei's pure strength had reached 9,000 waves, exceeding the upper limit of an advanced venerable. Even in the peak-level venerable realm, he wasn't weak. With the power of his great Tao in terms of strength, even Li Santong, a power-type half-king in the Black Blood Royal City, was no match for him. There was no turning back for him now. He had to fight this battle. Han Fei recuperated for a day and then continued to attack with the twin divine technique. This time, his black mist body and white mist body entered the platform at the same time. This time, the domain barrier immediately enveloped Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. The power of this Dragonhead's domain could only find his black mist body. In terms of combat, the Dragonhead's strength was limited. After all, it couldn't break out of this cage, therefore its limit of strength wouldn't be much higher than his. He would be in danger at most. Sure enough, the Dragonhead used a barrier, and Han Fei used Blade Inferno. The Dragonhead pounced at his soul, and Han Fei activated the soul-controlling array. A dragon roar erupted from the Dragonhead, and Han Fei launched 100-beast soul devouring back. Han Fei's 5 senses were sealed, so he couldn't hear the sound wave at all. However, the air was compressed by the sound wave, so Han Fei had to fight back with the invincible fist mark. This was a contest of strength, but in fact, Han Fei was no weaker than the Dragonhead. After 10 seconds, Han Fei's twin bodies fused. At this moment, the soul fire in Han Fei's eyes was beating fiercely, and his aura surged. The Dragonhead opened its mouth slightly and began to absorb the energy in the array eye. Han Fei roared, all laws forbidden in this space. All of a sudden, the devouring power of the Dragonhead came to an end. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes flickered as he rushed to the Dragonhead and punched it. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of punches were thrown at the Dragonhead. Han Fei was waiting for this moment. He crazily consumed the Dragonhead's energy from the very beginning. He would fight it head-on when the Dragonhead needed to swallow energy. The vines whipped at him one after another. Although the huge force was not as powerful as Li Santong's attacks, Han Fei estimated that it was at least 15,000 waves. However, at this moment, Han Fei had unleashed a terrifying force of 20,000 waves. Chi-la, crack. One dragon tentacle after another was torn apart by Han Fei. Wherever the fish shadow passed, vines withered and dragon blood splashed. After 100 seconds, there was no more monster here. It was torn by Han Fei into a mangled bald dragon head. The weird vines, tentacles, and horns were all removed by Han Fei. Unlike the dragon head, Han Fei's infinity water wouldn't be restricted by the law ban. Infinity water had its own characteristics and was just a weapon. Therefore, the vines and flesh that Han Fei tore off were easily minced. Roar. At the moment when the law ban was over, Han Fei attacked first, followed by the 100-beast soul devouring and the heavenly god stab. Wherever Snowmorn slashed, frost spread, soul fire jumped in Han Fei's eyes. He was as strong as this Dragonhead, so there was no greatly ominous sign. Then, the only possibility of a greatly ominous situation was a soul fight. However, Han Fei knew that he had the demon purification pot. Therefore, there was no reason for him to lose in a soul battle. When the void lines were attached to the Dragonhead, in an instant, several kinds of chaotic soul power attacked Han Fei's soul. Han Fei's soul power was not weak. He quickly read from those souls for a moment and found a pure, bloody soul of slaughter. This soul didn't have the memories of the dragon race, but it was filled with darkness and swallowing. At the moment the souls collided, Han Fei could feel its coldness and killing intent. However, the old turtle said, the original dragon soul failed to hold on and was swallowed by this new soul body. However, this new soul body was too bloodthirsty and crazily swallowed other demon plant venerables, causing it to go crazy and go to the extreme. Han Fei launched the heavenly god stab crazily. Golden blood oozed out of the meatball, which was the result of the soul collision. I'm gonna kill you. While Han Fei and the Dragonhead soul were fighting for control, a cold message was transmitted to Han Fei. In the next moment, the void exploded and a storm formed. Han Fei's indestructible golden body couldn't help but roar. It turned out that this Dragonhead soul had detonated a venerable soul that it had swallowed. In such a narrow space, the soul explosion was definitely a move that would both hurt the enemy and the Dragonhead itself. However, the Dragonhead soul didn't care. This was the first time that it was attacked, so it had to kill this person no matter what. Han Fei's soul was damaged and lost 1,000 points of soul power. Han Fei immediately knew that he couldn't go on like this. It wasn't easy for him to accumulate some soul power. He couldn't waste it on fighting the Dragonhead. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. This time, Han Fei directly offered 1,000 years of vitality and performed the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique at this moment was completely different from the one Han Fei launched when he was still an explorer. At this moment, Han Fei's 1,000-year vitality was enough to repair the foundation damage of dozens of venerables. A pillar of light suddenly descended from somewhere. With loud roars and slapping sounds, a large amount of filthy energy seemed to be burning as it emerged from the Dragonhead. It was like a scene of a vampire basking in the sun and turning into smoke. Roar. Boom. Boom. Under such circumstances, Han Fei grabbed a holy light with his hand and used the light as a knife. With continuous popping sounds, Han Fei wanted to cut off the dragon's head. Clang. After the violent collision sound, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Although this Dragonhead had mutated many times, it was once in the King realm. In terms of the hardness of flesh and blood, it was not something he could cut. The vines that grew out later were fine, but as for the dragon bone, Han Fei's full blow only cut some flesh. Since it couldn't be killed, Han Fei could only control the soul of the Dragonhead. Now, this was the only way. After about 10 seconds, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique disappeared. Han Fei could clearly feel that the Dragonhead was no longer as powerful as before. At this moment, Han Fei continued to control the Dragonhead's soul. Everything seemed to be going well. Another 10 minutes later, something unexpected happened. Although it was heavily wounded by the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, it was still a king-level soul. At the moment when the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique disappeared, when Han Fei thought that he could subdue it, the dragon soul jumped directly from the Dragonhead to the center of Han Fei's brows, intending to possess him. Fuck, Han Fei couldn't move anymore. Is this dragon soul trying to control my body? At that moment, Han Fei wanted to use the Twin Divine Technique, but his mind was beyond his control. This dragon soul was trying to stop him from thinking. At that moment, Han Fei was horrified. If he was controlled, he would become a puppet, an extremely powerful one. Puff! Han Fei sneered, and a small green vine slowly stretched out from between Han Fei's eyebrows. The vines buckled, and the dragon roar rang ceaselessly. This dragon soul probably didn't expect to encounter such great danger when it tried to possess Han Fei. After being captured by Soul, the Dragonhead stopped fighting. The other souls, without the control of the main soul body, were in a mess, biting each other. As the demon purification pot rolled its vines, a soul tide was raised on the entire platform. A large amount of faint blue soul fire scattered in the void. Han Fei saw with his own eyes that a small dragon-like soul was dragged into the demon purification pot and disappeared. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the Dragonhead couldn't escape. Wasn't this the moment he bet on? The greatly ominous sign definitely referred to his soul's weakness. However, he had the demon purification pot. What did the Dragonhead have? At first, Han Fei was worried that he might not be able to get any ownerless souls. However, when Han Fei took a closer look, he found that the demon purification pot had left a large number of ownerless souls of various sizes. Chapter 1609, Advanced Venerable Realm Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The soul of the Dragonhead was extracted by the demon purification pot. Han Fei had already guessed it. How could he become a king without taking some risks? For a lunatic who loved adventure, Han Fei felt that he was much calmer in the face of danger. The old turtle's soul was also suppressed in the depths of his consciousness. However, the Dragonhead's soul was absorbed by the demon purification pot. Not only was the soul absorbed, but the demon purification pot also extended 2 small vines. As the vines rolled, Han Fei saw 1, 2, a total of 27 souls or something was swallowed by the demon purification pot. The old turtle was trembling. These are the great douse of the demon plant venerables who haven't been completely absorbed and assimilated by the dragon soul. Although the great douse of these venerables are only average, they were ruthlessly stripped away. The old turtle didn't continue, fearing that it would piss off the demon purification pot. At this moment, soul fire was burning in Han Fei's eyes, and he laughed. I don't care. Anyway, these are all deformed creatures and have already died. Even if they aren't eaten by my calabash, they will be digested by the Dragonhead soul in the end. It's better to provide nutrition for my calabash. The battle came to an end because of the demon purification pot. As early as when the dragon soul was about to possess Han Fei, it was destined to die. Even the old turtle, an emperor, was imprisoned by the demon purification pot for possession. The soul of this Dragonhead was just a wisp of the soul of the azure dragon. How could it be comparable to the old turtle? As for the rest, they were all messy, ownerless souls. Han Fei's skeleton body trembled as if it was laughing. In the next moment, the soul fire between his eyebrows spread out to prevent these souls from dissipating in the array eye. After collecting the ownerless souls for 3 hours, Han Fei discovered that there were more ownerless souls than he expected. Although he had guessed that there would be more souls sealed in the dragon head than the dragon tail, Hanfei didn't expect so many. At this moment, Hanfei checked the information repeatedly. His soul power had increased from 61,646 to 11,000,600,600,600,083 points. He had obtained nearly 50,000 points of soul power so easily. Hanfei sighed. After all the ups and downs in his cultivation, his soul power finally restored. Besides, after his soul power broke through 9,999 points, it didn't seem to be restricted by the realm at all. Hanfei hurriedly asked, "Old Yuan, the power of my soul has exceeded the limits of my previous soul. It seems to have surpassed the realm of an intermediate peak-level venerable." The old turtle said leisurely, "The realm is decided by humans. In fact, as long as your body, spiritual heritage, bones, race, and bloodline are strong enough, you will be stronger than others. Becoming a king is insignificant." Compared to those ancient, seeing that the old turtle didn't continue, Hanfei asked, "Ancient what?" The old turtle sighed slightly. "Ancient divine beasts and prehistoric ferocious beasts are born peerless powerhouses. From bloodline to spiritual heritage, they can be said to be the favored children of the heavens. I admit that you are indeed lucky and powerful. However, in terms of level, you are at most similar to me. After all, your spiritual heritage is built with my great Tao. Therefore, your limit will be higher than others. Now you think you are strong enough, but that's only relative to people at your level. If you were at a different level, you would know what the difference is." The soul fire in Hanfei's eyes trembled. "What's the difference?" The old turtle thought for a moment and said, "For example, if your emperor sparrow grows to your level, it shouldn't be a problem for him to beat 2 or 3 of you combined." Hanfei felt that his blood was freezing. "What? Are you kidding me?" However, Hanfei knew that the old turtle wouldn't lie to him about such things. According to what the old turtle said, because he was a human being, his bloodline wasn't strong enough, nor was his spiritual heritage strong enough. As if afraid of hurting Hanfei's self-esteem, the old turtle also said, "However, I won't lie to you. With your potential, it's more than enough for you to become a king. In the king realm, you may be able to rank among the top 1,100. Hanfei was speechless. "I'm only among the top 100? The old turtle said. "I mean thousands hundred, not hundred." Information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. Owner, Hanfei level 87 advanced venerable. Chaotic Chi, none spiritual power, 11,14,030,71 perception range, 42,000 kilometers, strength, 9,086, waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 75, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 59, main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality, gulp, Hanfei swallowed, divine quality, gulp, Hanfei swallowed. He had finally reached the advanced venerable realm. His spiritual power had also increased by more than 3,000 points, but it only grew naturally with the breakthrough. His strength increased by 806 waves. Hanfei knew that because too much power was squeezed in his body, his strength had soared. Generally speaking, the limit of a peak-level venerable was about 10,000 waves. As for the half-kings, they were definitely at least 10,000 waves. This was the reason why the venerables became way stronger with each step in this realm. There was no way to compare an explorer to a venerable. In the eyes of a venerable, an explorer was no different from a kid. There was no shortage of venerables who regarded those below the venerable realm as ants. Naturally, the kings thought the same of venerables. This was a normal chain of contempt. After the breakthrough, Hanfei's body slowly dispersed. In the end, his flesh and blood covered Hanfei's indestructible body. Hanfei immediately felt that his 5 senses had returned. The feeling of being able to see and hear was really great, crack-a-puff-eye. However, as soon as the flesh was attached to him, Hanfei made a few random movements, and a crack appeared on the flesh. Some flesh and blood were torn apart. The old turtle reminded him, "Although you made a breakthrough, your bones are still growing. Therefore, you still have to continue cultivating your body." Chapter 1610, Cultivation. In seclusion translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations Hanfei, really didn't know what level his indestructible body was at. Ever since he experienced the heavenly tribulation, there was something wrong with his indestructible body. Hanfei cursed. "It's all that old bee-starred Ren Tianfei's fault. What kind of technique is this? I finally mastered the golden body, but now my flesh and blood have something wrong." Of course, the root of the problem was not Ren Tianfei, but the heavenly tribulation. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, logically speaking, I have transcended a heavenly tribulation. Has my body also transcended a heavenly tribulation? Why is it that only my indestructible body is so much stronger than before?" The old turtle was lost for words. "What do you mean by your flesh and blood haven't become stronger? In the past, your bones were stronger than your flesh and blood. Now, it's just that the heavenly tribulation exacerbated your problem. Do you remember that after the third lightning tribulation, you had to use the heaven enlightenment divine technique to recall your flesh and blood? However, your indestructible body has completely weathered the heavenly tribulation from beginning to end. Do you think the lightning tribulation modified your bones more or your flesh and blood more?" Hanfei sighed. He had thought that when he broke through to the advanced venerable realm, he would return to his strongest state. But now, he still couldn't. Although this body could attach to the bones again, there were more and more cracks. Obviously, it still couldn't withstand it. When Han Fei practiced the indestructible overlord body, he had fused the power of his soul into his bones. However, from now on, Han Fei made up his mind that if he had ownerless souls again, he would definitely stuff them into his flesh and blood. He wouldn't stop until his flesh and blood reached the same level as his bones. Inforge the universe. A month later, Han Fei managed to maintain his current state. Although his flesh and blood were full of cracks, making him look like a porcelain doll that was full of cracks and would collapse at the slightest touch, this was already Han Fei's best state. Hoop, 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 hoop. Han Fei was practicing the dragon swallowing technique and absorbing a dragon bone. At the same time, his recovered body was absorbing the energy in Forge the Universe, cleansing his body and modifying his body. His body automatically absorbed energy. This was the power of the Grand Desolate Body Technique. The Grand Desolate Body Technique was an ancient technique from the primordial age, and it was the path of great acupoints merging. Besides, unlike the Desolate God Body, the Grand Desolate Body Technique was to refine the entire body into a major acupuncture point. It was like a holeless body, where energy could only enter but couldn't leave unless the owner let it. Han Fei practiced both arts to strengthen his body. Han Fei had discovered the benefits of the dragon swallowing technique. With his disassembling speed, with the concentration of energy in Forge the Universe, he could easily absorb 5 or even 6 wisps of chaos chi in a year. However, it only took Han Fei half a month to absorb the first wisp of chaotic chi from the dragon bone. This speed was 4 or 5 times faster than directly absorbing chaotic chi from spiritual energy. Han Fei happily practiced the dragon swallowing technique crazily. However, because of the dragon swallowing technique, in addition to swallowing chaos energy, could also swallow dragon energy, dragon chi, and dragon luck. Dragon energy could strengthen the body, dragon chi could temper the body, and dragon luck, Han Fei didn't seem to feel it yet. In short, he could get too many benefits from this azure dragon. It was exactly because Han Fei had been practicing the dragon swallowing technique that he could stabilize his realm so quickly. Otherwise, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for a venerable to stabilize his realm after the breakthrough, but Han Fei only used a month. Spiritual power. 11-15,000 or 1 perception range. 43,000 kilometers strength. 12 and 1 waves, first spiritual heritage. Unknown second spiritual heritage. Unknown first spiritual beast. Twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 76. Second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 59. Main art, sky stealing technique. Level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Hiss earn. Han Fei immediately shouted, Old Yuan, I made a breakthrough. Did you see that? The old turtle, I'm not dead, I know. Han Fei exclaimed, I made a breakthrough in 4 years. Old Yuan, I didn't borrow any power but cultivated on my own. Isn't this speed fast? The old turtle said unhurriedly. Do you know how much spiritual energy and energy you consumed? Half of the spiritual spring and ultra-quality demonic stones in your calabash world are gone. According to this cultivation speed and consumption, even if all the resources here are added up, they won't be enough for you to improve. Han Fei looked at his spiritual spring and ultra-quality demonic stones and was a little horrified. He didn't expect to consume so many resources when he reached the advanced venerable realm. Han Fei immediately thought of Tang Yan. Other people might not know that there were hundreds of billions of ultra-quality demonic stones under the Empyrean waterfall, but he did. However, he was unmoved. At this moment, Han Fei roughly understood Tang Yan. He was only an advanced venerable. After bitter cultivation, he had still consumed a lot of resources. When he became a peak-level venerable or even a half-king, how many resources would he need? The old turtle said, You should know by now. In order to become a king, the energy accumulation in the early stages alone is an astronomical number. In the battle in the Immortal City, hundreds of venerables and thousands of hundreds of explorers died. If the energy is transformed into resources, it will be enough for 1 or even 2 people to transcend the tribulation and become a king. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and grinned. Resources. It's not a big problem. There are many places for me to take resources. Han Fei thought of the Zhang family. He was now an advanced venerable. If he snuck into the Zhang family again, who could find him? At that time, he would directly confiscate the Zhang family's treasury, then go to the Chu sect, and then go door to door. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Resources are not a problem. I'm very good at absorbing the chaos chi. I'm going to continue to cultivate until my resources are exhausted. Then, it's time for me to go out. Han Fei raised his hand and looked at the cracks on his body. His mastery of great desolate body art made his body much stronger. However, his bones were also getting stronger. However, the power of the indestructible golden body should have reached a point where it was difficult for him to improve further, but there was still a lot of room for his flesh and blood to grow. Therefore, at this moment, the cracks on Han Fei's body weren't as large as before. Earlier, his flesh and blood looked like they were pasted on his body, but now, they just cracked. Han Fei thought that as long as he absorbed the dragon bones for another 2 years, hunted some venerables, got some ownerless souls, and melted them into his flesh and blood, when he became a peak-level advanced venerable, he should be able to fuse his flesh and blood with his bones. Suddenly, the old turtle reminded him, I know that you can continue to trade with the calabash. You can continue to modify the time flow here. However, don't forget that the dragon bones are limited. These are your fastest source of chaotic chi. Once it's exhausted, it won't be easy to get them again. Chapter 1611, Earth Vein Springwater Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei actually wanted to say that he still had a complete dragon corpse. However, Han Fei, who had recognized the strength of dragon bodies, felt that he was too short-sighted about the deal he made with the Azure Dragon. When he had time, he would bargain with the Azure Dragon. That way, it wouldn't be counted as violating his oath. 2 years passed. Han Fei had accumulated 709 wisps of chaos chi. Although Han Fei wanted to stay for another 2 years so that he might be able to accumulate more than 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi, he had used up all the spiritual spring and ultra-quality demonic stones in Forge the Universe. The energy that filled Forge the Universe had been mostly consumed. At the same time, this energy was improving Han Fei's physique. Having run out of resources, Han Fei had to leave Forge the Universe. It had been almost 4 months outside. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared in the outside world, he was surprised to find that the thousands of arrays he had set up had been destroyed. There wasn't much energy left in the array eye. Huff. Han Fei opened his mouth, and a large amount of impure energy was absorbed into his body. Then, the energy circulated in his body, and in a moment, 90% of it was spat out by Han Fei again. This was the unique ability of the Grand Desolate Body Technique. It could swallow demonic energy, savage murderous aura, and poison, and transform it into a power that nurtured the body. It was said that whoever mastered it would be immune to all poisons. However, this energy was too impure. Even the Grand Desolate Body Art could only transform 10% of the energy. If it were someone else, they would definitely become a monster too. At this moment, what Han Fei needed was not just a little energy, but a lot of resources. Although cultivating in this array eye could provide sufficient energy and spiritual energy, cultivation wasn't just about accumulating energy in the body. After strengthening his body, he still needed to go through actual combat. However, before going out, Han Fei still needed to make some preparations. What if there were still many demon plant venerables waiting outside? What if there were multiple half-kings guarding outside? In that case, he would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, after preparing some fish skin array maps for himself, Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler and calculated his luck. Han Fei was slightly relieved when the marker fell on the flat. A moment later, when Han Fei activated the Supreme Yin-Yang wheel and was rolling outside, he seemed to trigger the array eye. Looking at the energy surging from all directions, Han Fei was speechless. Not good. I triggered an energy tide, different from the array eye under the Forbidden Island that was absorbing energy. This array eye was releasing energy, so they had to go the opposite way. Han Fei's Supreme Yin-Yang wheel couldn't directly spin him out, but gathered endless energy from all directions. Only when the array eye was filled with enough energy would an energy tide erupt and send him out. Fortunately, Han Fei had the Grand Desolate Body Technique that could transform energy. Otherwise, he would inevitably mutate in the impure energy. During this process, energy and spiritual energy were replenished at any time. The Supreme Yin-Yang wheel spun for half an hour. Han Fei felt that he might be crippled if he kept spinning. At this moment, the energy surging in the eye of the array spurted out like a volcano. Bang! When Han Fei rushed out of the array eye with the energy tide, he was already prepared for battle. After all, it took him more than half an hour to get out. To Han Fei's surprise, there was no one here at all. Huh? Where are they? Wasn't it said that the Holy Altar Fiend Cave was in turmoil and the energy tide was ceaseless, so some demon plant venerables had already stayed here? But now, it was quiet and there wasn't even a ghost. Did something happen? Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator. It turned several rounds and pointed in one direction. Oh? Where is the Blood King? Han Fei immediately activated the Twin Divine Technique and quickly rushed towards the place where the Blood King was. Half a day later, Han Fei didn't reach the place where the Blood King left. When he was more than 100,000 kilometers away, he found that many demon plants had withered and died. After he traveled another 50,000 kilometers, some demon plant venerables were fighting here. Bam, bam, rumble. Crack as huge creatures were fighting an even larger supergiant. There were many roots, vines, and branches on the supergiant creature, which were as thick as dragons. When Han Fei saw this thing, he suddenly exclaimed, "Blood Sea Divine Wood Branch?" Han Fei had seen this thing before. Earlier, Yang Ruoyun took a piece of the Blood Sea Divine Wood and refined it into a treasure, killing several of her teammates. At this moment, the branch Han Fei saw was billions of times larger than the one Yang Ruoyun used. The old turtle said, "This is from the outside world. It's the Blood Sea Divine Wood in the King Realm. It's absorbing the power of the ground veins in the entire forest." Absorb the power of the ground veins? Is he trying to destroy the forest of horrors? The old turtle sighed. I don't know. However, it's certain that this branch has the power of a king. Although it's only part of the root, it's still a king-level creature. This is not something ordinary venerables or explorers can resist. In the field, the 7-color light twisted, and the 7-color sponge roared. No, his growth speed is too fast. He can continuously obtain energy from the ground veins, unless cut off his absorption of energy. A big snake complained, it's fucking useless. We destroyed the ground veins just now, but this beastard found a new place on his own, to absorb energy. The sea bamboo man said, this creature is at least at the level of a fake king. Is he the Blood King? Someone was lost for words. How can the Blood King be capable of that? Besides, there's no need for the Blood King to swallow the Forest of Terror. If he really wanted to, why didn't he swallow it before? A weirdly shaped giant fish with spines all over its body cursed. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with him or not, this thing is from the outside world. It wants to swallow the power of the ground veins of our forest. With such terrifying power, its strength far exceeds all of us. The power this demon plant has already exceeded the Blood King. Ziluo said, the problem is, how can we deal with this thing now? It won't fight us. It will only fight back when we try to kill it. And these days, everyone has already tried many times. Under our combined efforts, it can still slowly swallow the ground veins, unless we call all the venerables on the front line back. Otherwise, how can we resist this demon plant? Most people looked solemn. Someone mumbled, are the demon plants outside so terrifying? I suspect that the Blood King has been killed. Many people nodded. Although the Blood King isn't weak, he's not good at fighting, it's impossible for him to survive such a creature. Someone felt lucky. Fortunately, I didn't go with him to the outside world a few months ago. Otherwise, we would have died. While these people were discussing, Hanfei also said solemnly, Old Yuan, this matter probably has something to do with the fake king of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Is he going to transcend the tribulation? The old turtle nodded. Obviously. Although the Forest of Terror is not a good place, the power of the ground veins in this entire demon plant territory is huge. It's more than enough to help a person survive the king's tribulatio, Hanfei snorted coldly. It seems that he failed to lure these demon plants out last time. Now, he took the initiative to get back at them. However, how can it be so easy for him to transcend the tribulation? Hanfei ignored the demonic plants that were fighting the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Instead, he followed the direction of the vast ocean navigator to the Blood King clone. It must be the Blood King's clone that caused this mess. Hanfei didn't want the Blood Sea Divine Wood to break the cage now. With his current strength, he couldn't resist the chaos of the cage. The Blood Sea Divine Wood drilled holes everywhere in the seabed. Hanfei crept into one of the holes with his black mist body. Hanfei crawled through the holes like dirty dust. 2 hours passed. Hanfei easily reached the roots of the Blood Sea Divine Wood, the center of the explosion. Then, Hanfei saw a young man whose lower body was roots standing among the roots. Under the young man's body, his roots drilled into a green liquid. Seeing this scene, the old turtle immediately said, kill him. What he absorbed was the earth vein spring water, a treasure comparable to life spring water. Hiss, Hanfei exclaimed. What did you say? That thing is comparable to life spring water? How many drops are there? The old turtle shook his head. You can't measure it this way. 1 drop of it is certainly not as good as life spring water. However, 100 kilograms of earth vein spring water will be equivalent to a drop of life spring water. This place will probably have tens of thousands of years of vitality. Hanfei was shocked. If he stuffed it into the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, wouldn't he be able to revive it easily? Although the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm had always been in his hands, Hanfei could at most throw some energy and spiritual energy into it. However, the death energy there was heavy and the vitality was weak. With Hanfei's ability, he could only slowly revive them. However, if he had the Earth Vine Spring Water, the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm would probably be revived immediately. Immediately, Hanfei quietly approached. He must kill this Blood King clone. Chapter 1612, Sneak into the Blood Sea, Divine Wood City 1 Translator, Hanye Translations Editor, Hanye Translations. The Blood King was feeling very calm but extremely confident. He had prepared for this day for more than 30,000 years. The corners of his mouth curled up subconsciously. Although someone caused trouble a few days ago and he failed to lure the demon plants over, it didn't matter. He couldn't wait anymore. He had suspected that something was wrong with the cage a long time ago, which could be seen from the anomaly in the Holy Altar Devil Cave. Therefore, he had to take the opportunity to free himself. As for the others, they were just his nutrition. Swish! Suddenly, the Blood King's soul trembled. A spear light pierced through time and space without giving him any time to react. The Blood King didn't even have a chance to be shocked. He didn't even have a chance to open his eyes before half of his body exploded because of this stab. But he used the death replacement art at the critical time, otherwise the power of the spear would have blown him up. In the next moment, a sea demon that looked like a shrimp soldier stood above the spring. As the shrimp soldier extended his hand into the water, a large area of the spring disappeared. The moment Hanfei appeared, the Blood Sea Divine Wood moved. However, Hanfei didn't just do nothing, he also attacked. The Blade Inferno had been established, and anything that could turn into a blade had become a blade. Seeing that his sneak attack failed to kill the Blood King, Hanfei certainly wouldn't stop. He threw out the Heavenly God stab and activated the 100-beast soul devouring. The Blood King had just come back to himself. He glanced at Hanfei and vomited blood, seriously injured. The Blood King's clone was horrified. What kind of person was this? His attacks were too fast. Furthermore, every attack was a top-killer move. Judging from his strength, this person was at least a half-king. However, there were only a few half-kings in the Black Blood City who he had all seen, but he didn't know this person. Shocked, the Blood King summoned thousands of vines and a tree spear was condensing in his hand. However, halfway through, the Blood King discovered, to his shock, that his great Tao had been sealed. This guy actually had such a heaven-defying technique. In an instant, the Blood King pressed his hand against the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Countless roots appeared out of nowhere and protected him. Hanfei sneered. The Blood Sea Divine Wood was a super tree after all. Even if it was a king-level tree, could its roots not be broken? Buzz. Hanfei turned into a large cloud of white mist. In fact, in the white mist, there was still his black mist body. A hole was bitten through the Blood Sea Divine tree instantly. The Blood King said indifferently, "You ruined my plan last time. Who are you?" At the moment when the Blood King cried, most of his body was swallowed by Hanfei. At the last moment, Hanfei's soul sounded. "Guess, if I'm gonna tell you." The Blood King clone, was eaten by Hanfei. In such a situation, he didn't have the ability to use the death replacement art again. When Hanfei got close, he discovered, to his shock, he had already had no chance to fight back after Hanfei used the knock on the Heavenly Gate. With Hanfei's current strength, who in the Half-King realm could resist his sneak attack? In fact, it wasn't that the Blood King wasn't powerful. Even if it was just a clone, how could a powerhouse who could open the cage be ordinary? However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist Hanfei's sneak attack. Hanfei took a batch of earth vein spring water and weighed it. It was about 30,000 caddies. Hanfei felt that his blood was freezing. "Old Yuan, did I get 30,000 years of vitality?" the old turtle said leisurely. "Probably. Your luck is really—" The old turtle was very depressed. He didn't understand why Hanfei picked up such a treasure so casually. God knew, how long had the Blood King clone been accumulating here? He must have been accumulating spiritual energy since the Blood Sea Divine Wood grew here. It wasn't easy for him to steal so much of the spring from the ground veins of the Forest of Terror. Did he just give it all to Hanfei? Hanfei certainly knew how important 30,000 years of vitality was. Even if he could increase his lifespan by absorbing the power of vitality-type spiritual fruits, it would cost him 60 or 70,000 vitality-type spiritual fruits, and others might even need tens of thousands of ones. This was decided by their respective Great Taos. His Great Tao was the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. However, Hanfei was excited for a while and immediately said, "Old Yuan, don't tell me. This earth vein spring can only replenish vitality. It must have other uses, right?" In his own knife array, Hanfei asked while controlling the million knives to fight the Blood Sea Divine Wood. The old turtle said, "Well, if there's another usage for the spring of earth veins, it's the luck of the earth veins. If you scatter them within a certain range of the earth and refine them, as time goes by, new earth veins will be formed. At that time, you can obtain endless power in this area. You won't be fighting alone, but relying on the earth veins." At this point, Hanfei had already figured it out. He sighed. Therefore, the Blood King has been setting it up since a long time ago. He could fight 2 kings alone, probably because of the power of the ground veins under the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. So, he has already stolen the spring of ground veins in the Forest of Terror for a long time? The old turtle said, "I'm afraid so. Because the energy supply and replenishment in the cage are too fast, and the power of the earth veins in the Forest of Terror is recovering very quickly, it's difficult for others to find anything when he slowly steals." Hanfei felt that his blood was freezing. This man was really cunning. Hanfei felt that this person was comparable to Old Han or Tong Yan. The Blood King acted as a king on both sides, but in fact he was not even a true king. Buzz, bang, bang, bang. Bang. Even though the Blood Sea Divine Wood only had some roots, they were all king-level roots. In just 3 or 5 seconds, Hanfei's Blade Inferno was minced by those vines. However, at the last moment, Hanfei stomped and a teleportation array appeared. Then, Hanfei disappeared without a trace. At the moment Hanfei disappeared in the Blood God Divine Wood City, a young man who was lying on a branch of the Blood Sea Divine Wood opened his eyes slightly. He sat up slightly and looked into the depths of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, grinning. "Interesting. The clone you left down there was killed. Although the Blood Sea Divine Wood can continue to steal the Earth Vine Spring water, it won't fall into our hands. It's meaningless to keep stealing." Next to the young man was another young man who looked exactly the same as him. The young man said with a solemn expression, "My clone is in the Half-King realm. Can he kill my clone wrapped in the Blood Sea Divine Wood? This person is at least in the Half-King realm. There are no more than 3 people in the entire forest who can do this." The lazy young man chuckled. "Forget it. Anyway, I've taken a lot of Earth Vein Spring water. Since the Blood Sea Divine Wood has penetrated the cage, let's see how many people we can catch." The Blood King looked at the young man and frowned slightly. Xuanhuan, I haven't finished speaking. None of the 3 people I mentioned had a chance to attack. Remember what I told you a few months ago? Someone secretly betrayed me. Now that I think about it, it might not be someone from the Forest of Fear. The young man named Xuanhuan smiled disdainfully. So what? Does he dare to come up? Now that everything is ready, the earth vein spring water is barely enough. I've swallowed a lot of souls, and you're back. Plus, the blood sea divine wood that I parasitized has corroded his mind. Now, I'm already the strongest in the world. As long as I survive the King Tribulation, the White Shell Royal City, and the Sea Cloud Divine Tree, they're all mine. In Forge the Universe, the old turtle was lost for words. Han Fei was truly cunning. He pretended to escape from a teleportation array, although he actually entered his calabash space. If it were a human being, they might wonder why Han Fei teleportation array was activated so fast. However, the Blood Sea Divine Wood was a tree after all, so it didn't know much about human beings. Besides, it was just a root that broke through the seal. It didn't mean that a lot of consciousness followed over. If his consciousness came too early and was killed, it would be a huge loss for the Blood Sea Divine Wood. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei's first words were, "Old Yuan, I found that the Blood Sea Sacred Wood couldn't find me." The old turtle said leisurely, "Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Those roots clearly don't have much consciousness. Or maybe his consciousness isn't paying attention to you at all." Han Fei created a pit in Forge the Universe that was used to store the spring of the earth veins. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others all rushed over. Boom, boom. Han Fei kicked them away and said, "Let me warn you. If there is 1 drop of the spring water missing, I will skin you alive." After teaching the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others a lesson, Han Fei took a day off. Han Fei grabbed the 9-palace luck ruler and got an ominous divination result. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. It meant that it would be slightly dangerous and couldn't trouble him. He had to get out quickly and act according to the situation. Chapter 1613, Sneak into the Blood Sea. Divine Wood City, translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't know the features of the demon plants in the King Realm. For example, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had a space like the Grand Void Illusionary Realm, allowing people living on it to enter the realm to cultivate. Logically speaking, this Blood Sea Divine Wood should have its own characteristics too. However, at least for now, Han Fei hadn't found anything special about it. It didn't even look like a king-level demonic plant. Swish. Han Fei appeared outside again. Han Fei had already made up his mind that once the Blood Sea Divine Wood discovered him, he would rush out immediately. Even if he couldn't break out, as long as he held on for a few seconds, he could create a teleportation array. However, when Han Fei appeared in the outside world, the old turtle said in surprise, "This Blood Sea Divine Wood is shrinking. Its coverage is less than 30,000 kilometers. Huh, Han Fei asked in surprise. It doesn't even want the spring water? The old turtle. Didn't you snatch it? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. He's a king-level demonic plant. If he really eats the spring water, how can I snatch it from him? The old turtle said. You can't say that. Although this Blood Sea Divine Wood can directly absorb the ground veins, don't forget, it doesn't want these spring veins for its own cultivation. If this spring does enter the body of a king, it will immediately be refined. Han Fei sneered. So, I got it. Now, this guy is shrinking. Is he going to abandon this place? This is not a good thing. If the Blood King gave up on obtaining the resources in the cage, it meant that the resources he could obtain were enough. He could already transcend the King's tribulation. Once the Blood King transcended the tribulation, who knew how strong he would be, Han Fei would definitely not allow that to happen. A moment later, Han Fei came to the edge of the Blood Sea Divine Wood with his black mist body. Han Fei saw an acquaintance, the Sea Bamboo Man, who didn't attack the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Every time the Blood Sea Divine Wood retreated a distance, he would follow up. The old turtle said, except for the demon plant venerables fighting outside, all the other venerables should be here. After a while, the roots seemed to be extracted and moved faster and faster. In less than 3 hours, they were 10,000 kilometers closer to the center. After another 3 hours, when the Blood Sea Divine Wood's roots could only cover a radius of 100 meters, the openings in the void rifts were getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, all the demon plant venerables gathered. Someone asked, what's going on? Why isn't this thing expanding? Someone exclaimed, the contraction is too fast. Has he given up on our place? The void vine appeared and pointed at the void crack. Look, I feel that the void is opening. Hiss, everybody gasped. Did it mean that the cage was being opened? The Sea Bamboo Man said, don't take it lightly. These roots are extremely powerful. First, it expands the territory and absorbs the power of the ground veins. Now, it's tearing apart the void. What's its purpose? Zilua agreed. That's right. The power of this demon plant has exceeded that of the so-called half-king realm. Even if we attack with all our strength, we won't be able to defeat it. Even if the channel is open, it'll be a problem whether we can be safe after we get out. A half-king realmfish covered in stings and tree warts said, the Blood King just left and this thing came. Is there a relationship between the two? At this moment, the Blood Sea Divine Wood didn't take action, neither did the demon plant venerables. Han Fei turned into dust and watched the battle. Ka ka ka. The crack on the cage grew bigger and bigger until it was 1,000 feet long. Suddenly, a human face appeared in the void opposite the crack. Instantly, the Blood King's big face appeared in front of everyone. He said, "Oh, so you're all here." Xuanhuan and the others were also dumbfounded. The Blood King wasn't dead? The Sea Bamboo Man asked in surprise, "Lord Blood King, what level is this demon plant at?" The Blood King said indifferently, "The True King realm." Huh? This time, all the demon plant venerables who heard the Blood King's answer were dumbfounded. A true king? There was a true king in this world? The Blood King said, "Let me make a long story short. The situation outside is dangerous. There are 8 million kilometers in this sea area, and 3 kings are standing side by side. The 3 major powers are the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the White Shell Royal City, and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City where I am now. We haven't completely left the cage, but are locked in a larger area. I couldn't leave in the end, but I can become a king here." As he spoke, the Blood King's face disappeared, replaced by a strange creature that looked like a sea urchin. The big fish that was full of stings and tree warts said, "Million poison urchin, are you still alive?" The sea urchin said, "I'm still alive. I heard that you want to meet those people outside. I can only tell you that the environment here is much better than the cage. However, there are still battles here. There aren't many venerables in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. I usually fight outside. I'm only here to meet you." The next moment, the Blood King's projection appeared. He said, "I don't care if you believe it or not, but I have to remind you that the Forest of Terror has been invaded by a super powerhouse who is at least in the Half-King realm and can hide himself. Do you think the Divine Tree is absorbing the ground veins? It's actually not. While hunting that person, the Divine Tree absorbed some of the power of the ground veins to open the cage. Unfortunately, that person escaped in the end." The Void Vine suddenly said, "As I said, I felt that there was a problem with the void fluctuations several times, but I couldn't find the problem. You all know it, but no one came to ask about it." The others perked up. Judging from the current situation, they could indeed go to the outside world. However, the outside world was probably no better than a cage. After all, as plants, they didn't want to leave their homeland. However, to the venerables, the outside world had a fatal attraction. They could become kings outside. When they fought the Blood Sea Divine Wood, they felt that this thing was too strong. They had so many people, but they couldn't defeat it. Even if one part of it was cut off, it could regenerate immediately, no matter how much these people didn't believe in the Blood King. When the million poison urchin appeared, they were tempted. Perhaps there would be battles in the outside world, but it was better than the Forest of Terror. Besides, one couldn't become a king here. The Sea Bamboo Man said, "Lord Blood King, if we go there, what about the people on the periphery of the Forest of Terror?" The Blood King said leisurely, "I've long said, perhaps in 100 years, this cage will inevitably open. Even if it can't be opened by then, since I can open the passage now, I'll definitely be able to open it in the future." You all think, "I researched cages all day long and didn't help you fight, so you don't have a good relationship with me. Therefore, you don't believe me. However, if I really want to trick you, I'm a fake king. Would I really be afraid of you?" The Blood King was still fooling the demon plant venerable. It seemed that it was going to work. Han Fei's heart sank. This beastard actually retreated for the sake of advancement. If he caused trouble now, it would cause negative effects. After all, these demon plant venerables didn't believe him now. The old turtle said, "You can't expose him now." At this moment, several perceptions are sweeping the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. They are waiting for you to take action in secret. Once you take action, it will confirm your identity as an invader. Han Fei's heart sank, and he continued to turn into dust, motionless. A moment later, what Han Fei was worried about finally happened. At this moment, more than half of the demonic plants chose to believe in the Blood King. The big fish that was covered in tree warts chose to believe in the Blood King first. Perhaps because of their high vigilance, Xuanhuan and the Sea Bamboo Man thought that they could wait another 100 years. In fact, they also wanted the big fish to stay. After all, it was just a matter of 1,000 years. They were all in the Half-King realm and had plenty of time to wait. However, they couldn't convince them at this moment. It seemed that the Blood King had no reason to trick them. For a moment, 36 venerables followed the tree wart fish. Taking advantage of the dust raised by their movement, Han Fei quietly attached himself to the big snake vine. The reason why he chose the big snake vine was that it was only an advanced venerable. He could easily kill it. Besides, it didn't have the ability to discover his existence. The Blood King said, "Xuanhuan, Sea Bamboo Man, I know you have concerns. Since you don't want to come, inform Qianlong and the others. Send someone to keep an eye on this place. After this time, when the time is right, I will open the cage again. Poisonous dragon urchin, as a half-king, when you come over, some void cracks will appear. You are not weak. You can help other people hold up the cracks and bring them over." Million poison urchin. Poisonous dragon urchin? Han Fei's heart stirred. Could it be that this big fish was actually a sea urchin? The Blood King's purpose was to fool these people with million poison urchin to make them believe. By saying this before leaving, the others would naturally be relieved and lower their guard. Not only that, but he also encouraged the venerables on the border to go over. Han Fei thought to himself, "This Blood King is really cunning and patient. I killed his clone, but he still tricked 36 demon plant venerables to follow him out of the cage." Han Fei thought for a moment. According to the Nine Palace Luck Ruler, it was ominous for him today. Indeed, he wasn't very lucky. However, he still had to follow them. Chapter 1614, Blood King Slays the Venerables translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations Hanfei, dared to go to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City at this moment because he believed in the Nine Palace Luck Ruler. He had experienced ominous divination results before. When had it ever killed him? Although Hanfei was also worried that the Blood Sea Divine Wood would discover him, it didn't react when he dug into the roots of the Blood Sea Divine Wood and killed the Blood King's clone. In the Venerable realm, even plants could move fast. These Venerables had previously suspected the Blood King because they suspected that the Venerables who had left but didn't return with any news had died. Besides, without a half-king leading the team, they didn't have the courage to go over. After all, the outside world seemed dangerous. Now, with a half-king leading the way and seeing a Venerable who had gone out return, most people were willing to believe the Blood King. After all, who was willing to be trapped in the cage? Watching the poisonous dragon urchin enter the void crack, the sea bamboo man couldn't help but glance at Ziluo. Little Z, why don't you go up there? It seems that the outside world is quite attractive. The corners of Ziluo's mouth curled up. I'm still young. I can still live for a long time. Besides, I can cultivate a reincarnation body. There's no rush. Just as the Blood King said, he can already tear the cage apart. Then I'm afraid it won't last long. Huh? Why don't you follow him? The bamboo branch on the sea. Bamboo Man's body trembled. The Blood King is from the same era as me. I've seen him fight a few times in my life. The last time was when he fought a half-king. Ziluo shook her head. I haven't seen it. I heard that it happened more than 30,000 years ago. The sea bamboo man nodded slightly. I was there and watched that battle with my own eyes. At that time, the Blood King was still in the half-king realm. When he fought the wolf beastman, he killed his enemy with one blow. That battle established his position as the strongest. After that, he accumulated thousands of years and wanted to become a king. However, as you know, although he failed, he didn't die. Ziluo nodded. I know. From then on, he stopped participating in the battle and focused on studying the seal of the cage until he finally left. The sea bamboo man nodded slightly. Yes, this person is very good at enduring. Once he decides to do something, he must have been 80% sure. I vaguely remember that during the tribulation, he was extremely conceited and passed 8 lightning strikes in a row. Everyone thought that he would be the first in the cage to become a king. However, the last lightning didn't come. Huh? Ziluo asked in shock. It didn't come? The sea bamboo man, few people know about this. But it's exactly because of this that many demonic plants understand that it's impossible to become a king in the cage. Therefore, when the Blood King was studying the cage, no one ever disturbed him, Ziluo said in shock. So now, do you mean that he is going to become a king? The sea bamboo man said leisurely, that's what I'm confused about. If there is a king in the outside world, would he really share the world with him? Besides, the appearance of the million poison urchin was too abrupt and he didn't speak much. I think there must be something wrong about it. On the other side, Hanfei attached himself to the big snake vine and the 36 venerables passed through the void. This void channel was actually not short. Tens of millions of void cracks swept across, and all venerable unleashed their powers. The power of their great douse was almost fully unleashed, and they were almost burning their vitalities. In the end, when their strength was almost exhausted, the crack on the opposite side finally opened. Buzz, 36 venerables instantly shot out of the crack at the same time. Haha, are we finally out? Have we finally left the cage? Where is this? No, this is not the outside world we saw. Why are there so many undying souls here? Damn it. What the hell is this place? Why is there no spiritual energy and energy at all? Not good. The Blood King tricked us. Go back. However, when they looked back, they found nothing. The poisonous dragon urchin immediately roared, Blood King, what's the meaning of this? Although we don't know each other well, there's no need for you to set us up. Let's be honest. Heh. A bunch of idiots. Red leaves fluttered in the void, and a handsome man stood proudly in the void with a mocking expression. If you had come out with me immediately, I might have chosen a few subordinates. However, you have a deep grudge against me. I don't trust you. Why don't you all become my tribulation nutritions? Swish, 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 swish. Crack, the void shattered as a large number of Blood Sea Divine Wood extended out of the void and buckled at these people. After the tearing of the endless void crack, everyone's strength plummeted at this moment. In an instant, 5 people were pierced. The 5 venerables intended to blow themselves up and revive themselves with blood rebirth. But at that moment, the Blood King's lips curled. Parasitic technique. 5 masses of blood mist enshrouded the 5 of them. Immediately afterwards, their bodies exploded. However, it was just an explosion, not a self-destruction. None of them succeeded in self-destruction. The poisonous dragon urchin roared in horror. No, it's those space cracks. There's something wrong with those space cracks. Did you cause them? The Blood King smiled. Oh, you finally found it? It's too late. Parasitic abilities are just the most basic ability of our demon plants. However, the more basic the thing is, the less people want to study it. You don't know how to think at all and don't pursue the true essence behind simple things, TSK, but I do. So, let me show you what a real parasitic technique is. Let me show you how terrifying this path is. Ha ha ha. The Blood King laughed aloud. The temperature of the entire space began to rise rapidly. The sky began to bum, and red leaves flew all over the sky. Even the poisonous dragon urchin, a dignified half-king, blushed red. The Blood King laughed crazily. Let me show you that wherever there is temperature, there is a parasite. The temperature can breed everything. Han Fei wanted to leave the big snake vine and let the dust scatter to the sea. However, like others, he was also possessed. Han Fei felt that a strange vitality was erupting in his black mist body, and a power was corrupting his power and soul. Yes, corruption, or the parasitism that the Blood King mentioned. However, maybe he wasn't targeting Han Fei, or maybe he underestimated Han Fei. The moment the power invaded the black mist, it was immediately swallowed by Little Black. Little Black and Little White's characteristics were that they could swallow everything. Therefore, the weird power was immediately swallowed by Han Fei the moment it penetrated the black mist. Huh? When all the venerables were possessed and their bodies collapsed uncontrollably, the Blood King suddenly looked at where the big snake vine was. Xuanhuan set a whip shadow lashed out and the void collapsed. Seeing that the Blood King was attacking him, the big snake vine immediately drilled into the void. Old B-starred, just like I guessed, you're up to no good. Bang! Even advanced venerables were shattered by the Blood King's whip. Before the flesh and blood of Big Snake Vine entered the void, the roots chased over and pulled out a soul from the flesh. The Blood King chuckled. Everyone, now you can choose to surrender to me or die. At the moment when the Blood King laughed, poisonous dragon urchin burst out and the tree warts on his body exploded. The dark green liquid drilled through the void. With a swish, wherever the venom flowed, the roots were melted. The Blood King's parasitic ability seemed to be broken. The Blood King didn't pay attention to poisonous dragon urchin. Instead, he said disdainfully, "It's nothing." The Blood King looked at poisonous dragon urchin and his eyes flashed red. With a bang, the head of poisonous dragon urchin exploded. His flesh and blood were blurred and a lot of red roots spurted out of his body. Immediately afterward, a void whip returned with a wisp of soul. Han Fei could even see the ferocious face and howling of poisonous dragon urchin. Under Han Fei's shocked gaze, the old turtle said, "These people aren't dead. Their souls are still there. However, they lost the ability to revive with blood. Otherwise, in such a short time, the sky would have cried." As the old turtle spoke, a soul voice echoed in the void. Poisonous dragon urchin roared, "Blood King, you can corrode souls. Don't you know that I can corrode souls too? Submit my body to the million poison mystic spell." Bang. At that moment, within 1,000 kilometers, the void was full of holes, and a large area of poisonous mist seeped out. The Blood King snorted, "You're asking for it." "Fool, can't I parasitize your poison?" Immediately afterward, billions of roots descended in the poisonous mist. As the roots withered, the poisonous mist was quickly dissipating. After only a minute, there were no poisons left. Boom! In the sky, the great Tao rumbled and a rain of blood poured down. Clearly, the first person to die among these venerables was the strongest one among these demon plant venerables. A powerful half-king was like a cripple in the hands of the Blood King. At that moment, these demon plants realized how powerful the Blood King was. Sure enough, they had no right to doubt a powerhouse who could become a fake king. Immediately, someone shouted, "Blood King, I'm willing to surrender." As soon as one of them surrendered, the others immediately rushed forward. "King, I surrender." "Lord Blood King, I'm always convinced by you." The Blood King's handsome face revealed an evil glint. Only Han Fei saw it clearly. These people were stupid. He said you could surrender, but he didn't say he would let you go. The souls of the people just now had been extracted by this guy. Why didn't you resist? Did you want to be possessed? As expected, the Blood King looked down at everyone. After pondering for 3 or 5 seconds, he suddenly grinned and said, "Oh, then surrender your souls." Immediately, a peak-level venerable roared, "Blood King, you scum. I'd rather die than surrender. Ha ha ha." The Blood King laughed like a lunatic and took a deep breath. Aye? Do you think you can die without my permission? The Venerables, Chapter 1615, whose origin see translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations before, Han Fei didn't know that a fake king could be so powerful. Although Han Fei had never confronted a fake king, he had interacted with the Golden Boy and watched their battles. Han Fei was dumbfounded by the Blood King's combat power. The Black Evil Conch King, the Golden Boy, and the guy from the Demon Beast Union were nothing in front of him. However, Han Fei was very sure that this person, the Blood King who appeared here, wasn't a king. The old turtle couldn't help but say, "This person is very talented and very strong. Not only is he good at parasitism, but he also seems to know a thing or two about space." Han Fei thought to himself, "This is the first fake king I've seen who can defeat 36 venerables alone. He killed a half-king in 2 blows," the old turtle said. "You don't have to overestimate him. After all, he had planned early." These venerables' combat power was all consumed on breaking through the cage. This person waited for his enemy to come and set up a trap in advance, so these people had no way out. Because of the delay, half of the venerables on the field were completely possessed. Those who could still resist were whipped by the void roots and couldn't resist for long. Click, 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 click. The Blood King extended his hand, and a golden black umbrella appeared in his hand. The big umbrella opened with a swish, and there were actually 3 layers inside and outside the umbrella. Each layer had 33 ribs, totaling 99 ribs. At the end of each rib hung a small bell. At this moment, these small bells were all shining. Swish, 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 swish. The big black umbrella began to spin, and the venerable level souls enslaved by the Blood King were sucked into the umbrella. Whoosh. The black umbrella closed, and the Blood King held the umbrella's handle. He looked at the world proudly with a smile. The roots dragged the demon plant bodies whose souls were taken away into the void. The Blood King smiled faintly. Although I don't know who you are, you can easily sever my parasitic ability. I didn't expect you to come, but since you're here, I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll give you a choice. Hand over the earth vein spring water, and I'll allow you to be the first general under me. Han Fei felt like slapping this guy's face. What the hell? I'm the 9th Heavenly Lord, a high-level existence who controls the yin-yang world. Become your subordinate? Are you out of your mind? The old turtle reminded him, don't be stupid. He's waiting for you to get out. This is his little world. Don't fight him head on. Han Fei said, don't worry. I'm not an idiot. The Blood King's perception swept across the world again and again. However, with his ability, he couldn't examine every grain of sand in this world in such a short time. Therefore, after trying a dozen times but failing, the Blood King gave up. He said, I have to admit that your stealth ability is extraordinary. However, it doesn't matter. There is no energy or spiritual energy here. I won't leave any of the corpses of these demon plant venerables to you. Since you don't want to come out, just stay in this world. With that said, a large number of roots extended out of the void behind the Blood King and dragged him out. Han Fei was relieved when the old turtle said that there was no threat. However, Han Fei immediately went to forge the universe. Forge the universe. Shoot. Old Yuan, are demonic plants so powerful? The old turtle said leisurely. What do you think? They are one of the rare races that can live many times longer than the turtle race. In the age of the gods, there has never been a shortage of them. Very few of them can be the strongest, but they are definitely not weak. There are even some places where demonic plants become unparalleled existences. Even the kings of the heavens have to treat them well. Gopa Han Fei remembered the first lesson that the water immortal taught him, which was to never underestimate any demonic plant. Han Fei sweated. He had never paid attention to this problem before. Even when he saw the Sea of Clouds divine tree with his own eyes, he felt that they were just unusually tall. In fact, they couldn't transform into humans, so they shouldn't be so powerful. But now it seemed that he was completely wrong. Han Fei, the umbrella he used, swallowed so many venerable souls. It must be a powerful treasure, the old turtle said. Actually, I've seen such treasures. The old turtle said unhurriedly. Although they're different and have different effects, at least one of them is certain. Every umbrella-type treasure has extremely strong defense power. The strongest king I've ever seen is called the Umbrella King. With an umbrella, he can cross the sea. That umbrella has many functions. It can block souls, defense power, break the great Tao of space, the great Tao of time, the great Tao of gravity. I have no chance of winning against him. Han Fei, hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei was frustrated. However, the umbrella did look extraordinary. Otherwise, how could it casually collect so many souls? Han Fei snorted. The Blood King is extremely arrogant. I've destroyed one of his clones. How dare he not take me seriously? Son of Abbot Ti, Han Fei stayed and forged the universe for half a month, which was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Han Fei's purpose was to wait for the ruler to recover. However, he couldn't just waste his time and forge the universe. Therefore, Han Fei deduced the grand desolate body techniques that he had mastered. However, the deduction results surprised Han Fei. Ancient desolate war body, venerable level, divine quality, remarks, this is an ancient technique that was once popular in the primordial age. It can draw the murderous aura of the heavens and earth and absorb other people's fighting intent, ruthless chi, and murderous aura. It can grow in battle, make a breakthrough in battle, and be perfect in battle. If you practice this technique, you should have an invincible and fearless heart. This technique can nurture battle intent and help you make a breakthrough when your fighting intent is the strongest. Disadvantage, the user will be crazy in battle. Deduction technique, unknown deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy. This deduction cost a lot, much more than the grand desolate body technique. Han Fei had finally deduced an ultimate technique since he got the 108 spirit, absorbing war bodies. Although Han Fei didn't finish deducing this body refining technique, the structure of this body refining technique had changed. It had changed from a pure body refining technique to a battle technique. Han Fei studied it for half a month and found that the most powerful part of this technique was to nurture battle intent. If he could replenish his fighting will, his combat power would double, and he would fight harder and harder until he was exhausted and couldn't fight anymore. But the problem was the battle intent. The most rustic way was to use time to nurture battle intent. There was another seemingly smart method, which was to follow one's heart and nurture battle intent. This method was a bit mysterious. Han Fei pondered for a moment and continued to read. To practice this technique, one needed to cultivate combat awareness, take the initiative to challenge, and attack. Han Fei even saw the most ridiculous way, to be beaten. The more you were beaten, the faster your fighting intent would accumulate. Han Fei took a breath. He understood every word, but he couldn't use the technique. When it was time, Han Fei measured it with the 9 palace luck ruler. It was flats. Han Fei left Forge the Universe with confidence. No matter how reassured he was, Han Fei was still cautious. He said, "Old Yuan, do you feel any danger?" The old turtle, "No, the Blood King seems to have left." After the old turtle said that, Han Fei's perception immediately scanned the world. Han Fei was stunned. "Is this the Grand Myriad Mountains?" "Huh?" The old turtle looked puzzled. However, Han Fei quickly appeared on a mountain. Han Fei stood on the top of the mountain and thought to himself, sure enough, this is the Grand Myriad Mountains. The space in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm is only a part of it, and this part of the world is the area where the Beast King Valley used to be. Han Fei was too familiar with this place. Back then, he pretended to be a beast, thinking about how to escape from the pursuit of Ape 6 and the others and escape from the Beast King Valley. In terms of the Grand Myriad Mountains, this was the place Han Fei was most familiar with. Han Fei immediately scanned around with his perception. There were more than 6,000 mountains here, but there were no creatures or plants. Han Fei walked among the mountains, chilled. The seabed was full of various corpses and fossils, and the mountains were inlaid with a large number of withered demonic plants. After searching for a long time, Han Fei didn't find any goods, and his eyes turned cold. Since the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm had survived to this day, this place should be able to do it too. In the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, various demon plants were still contributing vitality to the water immortals. Han Fei gnashed his teeth and said, "Great, what a great Blood King. I'm gonna kill you," Han Fei asked. "Old Yuan, what can I do to subdue this place?" The old turtle said leisurely, "For the time being, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to subdue such a big place. Logically speaking, there are ways to turn an area into a small world. Either that a powerhouse has put this world into his own origin sea, or that there is a huge storage space like the Sun-Moon star shell. But it's impossible to store such a big place even if it's a star shell. Therefore, it's either a sky-swallowing shell or a powerhouse's origin sea. I can only give these two methods," Han Fei said with a black face. "I mean, how do I subdue it?" The old turtle chuckled. "If this world is in a sky-swallowing seashell, you just need to find the shell. But if the Blood King has a sky-swallowing seashell, he can sense you at any time. Therefore, this can't be in the sky-swallowing seashell. Therefore, this is very likely the origin sea of a certain powerhouse." Chapter 1616, I'm waiting for you translator, Henyi Translations editor. Henyi Translations Han Fei was stunned at the old turtle's conjecture. He asked stupidly, "You mean, a king-level powerhouse at put this world into his own origin sea?" The old turtle said, "Maybe it was not a king. There are more than 6,000 mountains here. Even my origin sea can't contain them. Does Waterwood World have an Emperor Realm expert? If it did, the Waterwood World must have a lot of resources." The Blood King didn't have to waste so much effort to transcend the tribulation. He could have easily swept through the White Shell Royal City and the Sea Cloud Divine Tree. Han Fei took a deep breath. "So, this space shouldn't be the origin sea of a certain expert?" the old turtle said. "Not theoretically, but accidents happen occasionally. After all, this world is full of wonders. Just like your little calabash, it has infinite magical effects." "Who can explain it?" Han Fei said. "In any case, I have to find a way to get out. Just as the Blood King said, if I'm trapped here, how can I ruin his plan?" Han Fei grabbed the vast ocean navigator and swam among the mountains. In the end, Han Fei came to a mountain that he was familiar with. "Huh? Here?" Han Fei stood on this protruding mountain for a long time. It was here that the giant king sealed himself in a huge rock and taught him the swallowing technique to attract the sun essence fire. Later, he used it to cultivate the indestructible body. It was so hot that he felt like he was bathing in magma. This place was not far from the war giants, not far from the mountain where Tiangying was, and not far from the Beast King Valley. Han Fei looked at the vast ocean navigator in his hand, only to see that its needle was shaking. With a thought, Han Fei reached out and drew his knife, tearing the void. The next moment, Han Fei stepped into the void. A white light source seemed to be waiting there. Because the Nine Palace Luck Ruler's divination result was flat, Han Fei thought this was just a loophole in space and entered it without hesitation. As a result, Han Fei appeared in another dark world. When Han Fei took a closer look, he saw that this place was only less than 1,000 square meters, surrounded by red things, as if he was trapped in a sealed wood space. Before Han Fei could study this place, a voice said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Who?" Han Fei was shocked and felt that his blood was freezing. Wasn't it a flat? Wasn't it a loophole in space? Why was he discovered the moment he came out? The old turtle said in surprise, "My perception has been blocked. The person is very strong. He's probably a king-level expert." Peck? Han Fei immediately thought of the person in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, which was the reincarnation of the Blood King that Han Fei and the old turtle guessed. Therefore, in an instant, as if facing a great enemy, Han Fei pushed the power of his great Tao to the extreme without hesitation. Once he couldn't beat it, he was prepared to stay and forge the universe. However, in the darkness, a weird person with a human body, a sheep head, and a foxtail slowly walked out. Han Fei was dumbfounded when he saw him. Divine Son? Han Fei couldn't be mistaken. This person had 2 horns on his head, and his hair, eyebrows, and beard were very long, but he looked extremely young. On his shoulders, bone spurs protruded from his flesh like 2 small wings in front of him. A pair of gray wings was folded behind his back, and his long tail was casually dragged on the ground. This was exactly the same as the divine son he had seen. Oh no, something was different. Back then, the divine son had flesh and blood, but this divine son's body was a plant. This person he saw was transformed from a demon plant. Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "You're not the divine son. Who are you?" The divine son said indifferently, "My path is severed. Therefore, I have no hope of becoming a king. But when the beast king transcended the tribulation and the giant king and Tianjing died on the spot, I burned my divine heritage and stopped the king. In the end, my divine heritage was exhausted. I abandoned my divine heritage and reopened my path, walking on the demon plant path. After cultivating for 60,000 years, I absorbed the essence of the world and finally became a king." The divine son casually explained the whole story with a few words. If Han Fei had only heard this description for the first time, he might have suspected him. However, this was the second time he heard it. The first time was when the water immortal told him. Back then, the water immortal told him that the divine son stopped the king alone and went missing. Han Fei remembered these words clearly. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Who am I? Wang Han. At this moment, Han Fei was in the black mist form. It was impossible for ordinary people to discover him, such as the Blood King. Even if the divine son became a king, how could he see through Han Fei? Han Fei asked, "How did you know it was me?" The divine son said, "Because the place you came from has the aura you left behind." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Been so long. Can it still exist?" The divine son said, "Yes, once it has existed, it can never be erased. As long as it has existed, you can find it in time." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Is your path related to time?" "Yes and no. I've walked several great Taos, and the great Tao of time is only one of them. However, this path is extremely difficult to follow. What I can do is to find a trace of historical residues from the gaps in history." "Then, do you know what happened after you transformed into a demon plant?" The divine son shook his head. "When I woke up, it was already thousands of years later. As a tree, I used 20,000 years to cultivate consciousness, 30,000 years to restore my memories, 50,000 years to return to the peak of my strength, and 60,000 years to become a king." "A tree?" Hissa, Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he said in shock, "Don't tell me you are Blood Sea Divine Wood. My little heart can't take this blow." However, the divine son slightly nodded. "Congratulations, you guessed right." Han Fei was shocked. "What? Then, if you are the Blood Sea Divine Wood, what about the Blood King? What about the infinite Millennium Snappers in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the dense forest of Big Red Trunk?" The questions popped up in Han Fei's head one after another. What kind of joke was this? The divine son turned into the Blood Sea Divine Wood. How could he believe such a ridiculous thing? The divine son said, "Don't be hasty. There's still a lot of time. I can slowly answer your questions." The divine son waved his hand, and a table and wine cup appeared in front of him. In the cup, there was the earth vine spring that Han Fei had just snatched, which seemed to be deliberately shown to Han Fei. The divine son said, "First of all, ask the question you want to ask the most." Han Fei was about to open his mouth, but then he stopped and asked, "Why can your origin sea accommodate such a huge area?" The divine son smiled and said, "Because I have a divine nature. Even if I abandon my divine heritage, it doesn't mean I don't have anything." The old turtle said in shock, "In that case, I have nothing to say." If he is really the son of a god, it doesn't seem difficult for him to have an origin sea to accommodate more than 6,000 mountains. The divine son still smiled. "You're right and wrong. Being the son of a god doesn't mean I'll definitely have such a big origin sea. My origin sea is big because I'm swallowing more and more energy and spiritual energy, and my cultivation path deviated from its original direction. Just like the sea cloud divine tree, his origin energy is definitely not small either." Han Fei's eyes widened, and the old turtle exclaimed, "He can hear me? His soul is comparable to that of an emperor." The divine son shook his head again. "It's not that my soul is comparable to an emperor's, but you are too weak. Your soul is not complete. Even if your realm is high, it's still incomplete." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, let's not talk about that." "May I continue?" The divine son drank a cup of earth vein spring and waited for Han Fei's question calmly. Han Fei immediately asked, "Does the Blood King have a reincarnation body?" "Yes," Han Fei asked. "Is that reincarnation going to transcend the tribulation?" "Yes." Han Fei asked, "Are you helping him?" "Yes." "Why?" The divine son looked at Han Fei seriously. "Because I was possessed by him." "Huh?" Han Fei was stunned. "What do you mean you were possessed by him? You're a king, but you're possessed by a half-king. Are you kidding me?" The divine son knew that Han Fei was puzzled, so he said slowly, "The reincarnation of the Blood King is named xuanhuan. It appeared here 30,000 years ago. I had already become a king, but the White Armored Emperor and Mu Wuhua hadn't yet. When xuanhuan was sent in, he was already dying. I saw that his demonic heritage was extraordinary, so I took him in. His original body was the big red trunk you saw. He was the strongest genius of this race. In only 1,000 years he had cultivated to the half-king realm. Until xuanhuan grew up to be a half-king, his temperament was not bad and he had always been gentle. When he was about to pass the king-level tribulation, however, the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua had passed the king-level tribulation one after another. When it was his turn, the heavenly tribulation didn't come. The spiritual energy and energy here were no longer enough to support him to become a king. Gradually, his heart began to twist. He intended to win himself a chance to become a king through other means. Therefore, he chose to bear fruit. The fruit was called the Red Ball. Chapter 1617, The Blood King is About to Transcend, the Tribulation Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. As the Divine Son, who was now the Blood Sea Divine Wood, talked about what happened to him these years, Han Fei completely believed that the Blood Sea Divine Wood was the Divine Son. In his heart, Han Fei even tried using the Vast Ocean Navigator. The Vast Ocean Navigator was indeed pointing at this wooden sculpture-like Divine Son. According to the Divine Son's description, the Blood King wasn't a bad person in the past, however, he was too proud. His pride made it impossible for him to accept the fact that he couldn't become a king. Therefore, he became brutal and began to scheme. He believed that the energy in the world was completely enough for him to become a king. Besides absorbing enough natural energy, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life must have also absorbed a lot of chaotic chi. Apart from the chaotic chi, the two of them had the same characteristics. They were both leaders of a race. Therefore, he, xuanhuan, wanted to become the leader of a race too. Therefore, he created a race alone, which was the Millennium Snappers. Even though these Millennium Snappers were transformed from other creatures, after the transformation, they became his clansmen. Only when they believed in him would they be given more and become stronger. xuanhuan knew that he couldn't afford to fail in this tribulation. Therefore, he chose to recultivate for the second time. Yes, this guy had completely abandoned his half-king power and recultivated from scratch. However, this recultivation wasn't a casual one. He knew that there was a limit to what he could do in Waterwood World, even if he had found all the resources for himself. However, he was still worried. At this point, he found that there was always a strong master around him that had become a king ahead of the White Armor Emperor and the Life King, which was Blood Sea Divine Wood. Therefore, xuanhuan began to scheme against the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Han Fei could understand it. In the Grand Myriad Mountains, most people were simple-minded. In addition to creating the red pills, xuanhuan only wanted to become stronger. As for the Divine Son, he had always been proud and noble. Most of the time, he regarded himself as a god. How could a god think of interfering or killing humans? After all, xuanhuan hadn't become a king yet. Everyone below the king realm was an ant. This was not nonsense. If the Divine Son wanted to kill xuanhuan back then, it was impossible for xuanhuan to survive. But it was precisely because of the Divine Son's attitude that xuanhuan had a chance. He spread the branches and leaves with his own body and planted new seeds, claiming that he wanted to guard the Blood Sea Divine Wood and build a country here. Since then, xuanhuan had been secretly studying the way of parasitism. It took him more than 20,000 years to quietly change the temperature around the Blood Sea Divine Wood bit by bit. And what really made the Blood King's parasitic technique succeed was when the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua joined forces to attack the Blood Sea Divine Wood city. At that time, it wasn't xuanhuan, but the Divine Son who was fighting the two of them. And when the Divine Son was fighting, xuanhuan took this chance to activate the parasitic technique that he had been preparing for 20,000 years. According to the Divine Son, the attack on the Blood Sea Divine Wood City by the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua might be caused by xuanhuan too. For that day, xuanhuan had waited 20,000 years. When the Divine Son finished telling him everything, Han Fei was shocked. This guy was definitely a tough guy. xuanhuan was really an inspirational evil demon. Not many people could compete with him in evilness. This guy was completely heartless. The Divine Son had helped him a lot, but in the end, he was possessed by him. Han Fei took a deep breath. So now, does he have your power? The Divine Son shook his head. Yes and no. When he parasitized me, he wasn't a king after all. I retained part of my origin. If he doesn't become a king, he won't be able to find me. I did leave a few trump cards, but he has already broken 2 of them. Han Fei's eyes widened. He could even find your trump cards? The Divine Son said leisurely. The moment he activated the parasitic technique, I was fighting the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua. Between the two, I established a connection with Mu Wuhua. Later, I used the power of the ground veins to communicate with Mu Wuhua. However, xuanhuan was also a demon plant. He quickly discovered that something was wrong with the ground veins. Therefore, he planted a lot of big red trunks. So far, hundreds of thousands of kilometers around me are under his control. Han Fei asked, "What about your last resort?" A trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the Divine Son. That was my origin sea. Because I tried to send demonic plants to Mu Wuhua, xuanhuan tracked them down and infiltrated the origin sea, causing almost all the demonic plants and ordinary demonic beasts here to die. That time, I consumed a portion of my origin energy and seriously injured him. But because I couldn't use much power, that portion of my origin energy was also swallowed by him. Han Fei listened to all of this as if he were listening to a heavenly book. The battle between a half-king and a king for tens of thousands of years was really intriguing. The Divine Sun looked at Han Fei. When I found that I couldn't stop him anymore, I stopped exposing myself and waited for you. Oh, you knew I would appear? The Divine Sun said. When Mu Wuhua discussed countermeasures with me, she once mentioned a place called Yin Yang World, where the islands are floating. You should know that not long after you left the Age of Doom, the secret of the floating stones was discovered. This made us realize the arrival of a new era. And you should have been born in that new era, therefore, I'm waiting for you. Although the Divine Sun said it lightly, Han Fei felt that the Divine Sun should be panicking. Because he came too late, he didn't come until xuanhuan was about to transcend the tribulation. Besides, he came here by accident. It could be imagined that with xuanhuan's personality, once he became a king, if he had enough strength, the first he would take down would be the Blood Sea Divine Wood, which was the Divine Sun. Only then could he consolidate his position. It was easy to imagine how strong xuanhuan would be if he could swallow the power of a king. The old turtle couldn't help but sigh. This person is really evil. He has perseverance, boldness, strategy, and courage. If he succeeds, his achievements won't be low. If he becomes a king, the Waterwood World and Yin Yang World will be his sooner or later. Han Fei remembered that the Blood Sea Divine Wood City never participated in the battles between the White Shell Royal City and the Waterwood World. Only then did he understand that it wasn't that xuanhuan didn't want to fight, but that he wanted the greater world. As the saying went, the calm before the storm. Only those who survived to the end were the kings. This saying was really apt when used on xuanhuan. Han Fei took a deep breath. Then what should I do now? The Divine Sun said. You should have a small independent world of your own, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be able to completely disappear from my origin sea. I can't even find where you are. Also, if you weren't in my origin sea, I might not have been able to find you. Han Fei asked. Will xuanhuan find me? The Divine Sun shook his head. Although he can parasitize me, he's not me after all. He can forcibly make some choices for me, but he can't sense my feelings. In short, he hasn't become a king yet, and the path of parasitism hasn't reached a higher level. Once he becomes a king, he might completely devour my soul and turn me into his avatar. Son of Abatach Teach, Han Fei mumbled, thinking, xuanhuan's scheme was almost perfect. Han Fei asked, then where are we now? In my absolute domain. This is the only place that xuanhuan hasn't discovered yet. Han Fei was relieved. That's good. What are you going to do? The Divine Sun smiled. What I can do now is very limited. However, I can forcibly take back control of my body in a short time. However, this won't last long. And once I do this, my domain will be discovered. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, Master Divine Sun, where are his resources? Tell me where they are, and I'll steal all his belongings. The Divine Sun glanced at Han Fei and said leisurely, since the moment you ruined his plan in the cage down below a few months ago, all his resources have been carried with him. He didn't put any of them outside. Han Fei, so cautious? Han Fei was lost for words. However, he could understand it. A man who had planned for tens of thousands of years for the tribulation wouldn't let his plan go to waste for such a trivial matter. Han Fei asked, when is he going to transcend the tribulation, or how is he going to do it? In this so-called absolute domain, Han Fei chatted with the Divine Sun for a long time. In fact, what the Divine Suns could do was indeed limited, but he knew a lot of information. From the beginning to the end, the Divine Sun never mentioned the Water Immortal, nor did Han Fei. Although it was very likely that the Divine Sun also knew that the Water Immortal was related to Mu Wuhua. What Han Fei was worried about was that if things didn't work out, he couldn't let xuanhuan know these secrets through the Divine Sun. So, why would he mention the Water Immortal half a day later? When Han Fei quietly left the so-called absolute domain, he had already quietly appeared in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, what he saw was a prosperous scene. Han Fei discovered that it turned out to be a country where human beings lived. No, to be precise, it was a country where the human beings transformed from Millennium Snappers lived. More importantly, they were all women, not a single man. Their clothes, Han Fei couldn't bear to look at them. Fuck, see no evil. All pink skeletons, all skeletons. Chapter 1618. Fish Dragon King and Yang Ru Yun Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Divine Sun was still alive. Although he had tuned into a tree, this still made Han Fei very happy. However, Han Fei wasn't quite sure about xuanhuan's tribulation. Han Fei's first thought was that he better win the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life support. As for how to contact the White Armor Emperor, it was none of his business. Anyway, he had to inform Queen Life. Although they would definitely know when xuanhuan transcended the tribulation. However, knowing it in advance and knowing it passively were two different things. Secondly, the Divine Sun told him that the big umbrella in xuanhuan's hand had more than 300 souls of venerable level powerhouses. That umbrella was used to resist heavenly tribulations. According to the Divine Sun's estimation, that thing could withstand 3 heavenly tribulations. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. It was obvious that xuanhuan didn't just transcend 6 tribulations, but 9. However, it was incredible that a weapon could block 3 tribulations. In fact, Han Fei was really impressed by xuanhuan's ruthlessness. In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, over the past tens of thousands of years, more than 300 venerables had been secretly swallowed by xuanhuan. Those venerables were all raised by that guy. In the end, they all became his leak. Furthermore, xuanhuan had found various reasons to transfer these people away when he devoured them. It could be said that most of the people in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City believed in him and didn't doubt him at all. It could be seen how insidious and cunning the Blood World was. In fact, this was the first time Han Fei had seen an evil king. He was much stronger than the kind of king who only knew how to fight, such as the White Armor Emperor. Han Fei appeared at the core of the Blood Sea Divine Wood, which was in the middle of the seawater and the seabed. There were tall, big red trunks growing around, and many of them were entwined with the Blood Sea Divine Wood. People living here were mostly explorers. According to the Divine Sun, xuanhuan had deliberately set such strict living standards. Venerables had their own residences, and explorers had their own. Ye Long, a peak-level junior explorer, was about to become an intermediate explorer. Because of her extraordinary talent and outstanding combat ability, she became a heavenly talent among junior explorers. Ye Long loved fighting, and had been out for fighting a few times in the past few years. Her methods were getting more and more extraordinary. After her talent as a heavenly talent was discovered, she participated in 7 big hunts in a row, winning all the battles. At this moment, Ye Long was on the way home. Many people greeted her. Someone grinned. "Master Ye Long, have you returned from cultivation?" Ye Long replied casually. "Yes," someone said. "Sister Long, when are you going to take me to the battlefield? I heard that only there we can grow quickly." Ye Long's expression remained unchanged. Soon, someone extended a slender hand and slid it across Ye Long's waist. With watery eyes, she said, "Longer, come to my home tonight. I have some cultivation experience to discuss with you." Ye Long frowned slightly, a little unhappy, and snorted softly to express her annoyance. She circumvented these people and quickly found a tree trunk. Then she opened the seal and got in. Huff! Ye Long's brows relaxed. Although she had lived here for a long time, she still couldn't accept the lewd lesbian life in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. She couldn't remember how many times she had been dragged to someone else's cave. Just as Ye Long was about to focus on cultivation, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Fish Dragon King, it seems that you are doing well in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City." Buzz. The Fish Dragon King's body trembled, but in the end he still stretched out and asked in a low voice, "How did you get in?" Han Fei wasn't afraid that xuanhuan would find out. Although he already knew that all the Millennium Snappers were possessed by xuanhuan, so what? Parasitizing them didn't mean that he could completely know all the senses and thoughts of the Millennium Snappers. The more people there were, the messier the words and thoughts would be. In order not to affect the normal life and cultivation of the Millennium Snappers, the parasitic power wouldn't be activated. Besides, the barrier of the old turtle's soul and the 9-palace luck ruler ensured his safety. Han Fei said leisurely, "It doesn't matter how I got in. What matters is that you have something to do now." The Fish Dragon King's face kept changing, and he thought to himself, "I still can't get rid of Han Fei." In the past few years, she changed her appearance and became a heavenly talent again, once again admired by countless people. However, as soon as Han Fei appeared, she felt that everything was unrealistic. The Fish Dragon King asked, "What is it?" Han Fei said, "Help me send something out of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. After this matter is done, your mission will be completed. I won't come to you again. You'll be free." The Fish Dragon King was shocked. "Really?" Han Fei chuckled. "Why? Are you reluctant?" The Fish Dragon King took a deep breath and said, "You spent so much effort to send me here just to make me send something out of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City." A Sun Moon Shell floated in front of the Fish Dragon King, and Han Fei said leisurely, "It's my business how hard I tried to get you in. You can choose to do it or not, and you can even give the thing I gave you to xuanhuan when you go out. It's your choice." The Fish Dragon King was puzzled. "Who is xuanhuan?" After a brief stun, Han Fei chuckled. "You don't even know the king of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? You're too weak." The Fish Dragon King's heart also sank. He had never seen the king of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. How did Han Fei know? Also, how did Han Fei know? Also, how did Han Fei sneak in without being seen? Of course, the Fish Dragon King knew that it was impossible for him to be Han Fei's opponent. Han Fei had long stopped treating explorers as his opponents. Now, he even dared to scheme against a king? What else could he not do? Although the Fish Dragon King still hated Han Fei, he didn't dare to disobey him. She said, "Are you sure you'll let me go after this?" A pearl appeared. When the Fish Dragon King saw the blood pearl, his heart stirred. It was his essence blood. Han Fei threw it to him casually. Han Fei threw it to him casually. Han Fei said, "You're too weak for me. You're no longer qualified to be my chess piece. I'll return your freedom to you." Gulp. The Fish Dragon King swallowed and his eyes became firmer. "To whom?" A moment later, the Fish Dragon King left home, went to a small tree, knocked on it casually, and then a cute little fish head stuck out. "Sister Long? Yar, do you want to go to the frontline battlefield?" The Fish Dragon King's usefulness was limited. Han Fei put a puppet corpse in the Sun Moon Shell. However, Han Fei implanted a wisp of his soul in this corpse. As long as the Fish Dragon King sent it out silently, he would have a way to leave. What Han Fei was really looking for was not the Fish Dragon King. The Fish Dragon King could only be a courier. On the other side, at the edge of a tree city a little distance away from the Bloodsea Divine Wood, there was a circle of tall, big red trunks where tens of millions of Millennium Snappers were cultivating. In this city, various items and resources were on sale. Usually, this was a market that would only appear in civilized society. For different races, especially a strange race like the Millennium Snappers, it was quite a surprise that such a place appeared. Here, there was a big shop named Idle Cloud Pawn Shop. Boom, a person was thrown out of the pawn shop, which was a Millennium Snapper at the peak of the law enforcer level. Then, a woman came out of the pawn shop and said coldly, "The pawn shop has its rules. Anything pawned can't be redeemed beyond the time limit." The Millennium Snapper trembled in fury. "You damn alien transformed from human, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Humph. After that person left, a woman behind the woman at the door of the pawn shop said, "Ruyun, there are still too few people on our side. Even if you're already an intermediate explorer, you can't spend all your time on our territory," young Ruyun said casually. "I understand. When I become a venerable, no one will cause trouble for us again." A moment later, young Ruyun returned to the pawn shop, ready to cultivate behind the pawn shop so that she could take care of the territory. Suddenly, a voice entered her mind. "Tave a deal. It may be the biggest deal since you opened this pawn shop or even since you turned into a demon. Are you interested?" Who? Young Ruyun suddenly opened her eyes and looked around. There were barriers everywhere. Who could transmit a message to her? Han Fei said leisurely, "Why? Have you forgotten me? It's you?" As early as the battle on the island, she knew that Han Fei's strength had completely overwhelmed her. However, Han Fei had given her many benefits, but she was confused and didn't know what Han Fei's purpose was. At this moment, Han Fei's appearance was even a relief to her. Young Ruyun's reaction was calmer than the Fish Dragon King. She had made deals with Han Fei more than once. In the past, it was she who tricked him, but now she had been led by the nose by Han Fei. Young Ruyun asked casually, "Where are you?" Han Fei said. "It doesn't matter where I am. Let me ask you, are you going to make this deal or not? If you do, you'll have to swear an oath to your great Tao." Young Ruyun's pupils were constricted. What deal? Chapter 1619. To transcend the tribulation. One translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, didn't have much time to prepare. He had used up all his chess pieces. He could only build the rest himself. Originally, Han Fei estimated that xuanhuan wouldn't act so quickly. After all, xuanhuan had just killed so many demon plant venerables. He shouldn't be transcending the tribulation immediately. At least he should refine what he had got, right? However, on the third day, while Han Fei was wandering in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, suddenly, venerables were everywhere. On the way, he saw many Millennium Snappers rushing back outside the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. Then, a venerable's voice echoed in the world. "A grand venerable in the Bloodsea Divine Wood City is going to transcend the king's tribulation. From today on, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Stop what you're doing and go into seclusion. As soon as the heavenly tribulation comes, spiritual energy will gather. This is a rare opportunity." In the Bloodsea City, all the Millennium Snappers below the venerable level were shocked. What? The king's tribulation? Which grand venerable is going to become a king? What? Our Bloodsea Divine Wood City is going to welcome a third king? Hiss! Come on, let's go back and cultivate. We can't miss such a great opportunity. Maybe today will be our day of breakthrough. Even if someone became a venerable, it was extremely rare, let alone became a king. Most of the Millennium Snappers were like fish in cages, living in the territory of the Bloodsea Divine Wood City they could see all their lives. These people were easy to fool, but Han Fei was not stupid. He said in shock, "Are you kidding me? This person didn't even need to prepare to transcend the tribulation." "Is he already making a breakthrough?" the old turtle said. "There's something even more unexpected. Do you know where he's transcending the tribulation?" Han Fei was puzzled. "Where?" the old turtle said. "Above the Bloodsea Divine Wood City. He doesn't even avoid the Bloodsea Divine Wood. This means that he is confident that he has completely parasitized the Bloodsea Divine Wood. He treats this Bloodsea Divine Wood as his avatar." "Heh, what an arrogant and conceited guy," Han Fei said. "Let's go and take a look." Outside the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, the Fish Dragon King found that he couldn't go back. The Bloodsea Divine Wood City was sealed as if something big had happened. The Fish Dragon King didn't dare to say anything. In this case, he would just stay outside. As long as he was away from this place, Han Fei could do whatever he wanted there. After this, he would go back and still be a heavenly talent. Compared to the Fish Dragon King, young Ruyun was the one who was scared. She knew that Han Fei would cause trouble, but she didn't expect him to do such a big thing. Han Fei suddenly appeared and a venerable was about to transcend the king's tribulation. Was Han Fei's current ability enough to interfere with the king's tribulation? While Yang Ruyun's subordinates were still exclaiming, Yang Ruyun said, "Come on, finish what you're doing and go back to cultivate." In the Waterwood world, everyone knew that tribulations couldn't be conducted on the Sea Cloud Divine Tree. However, xuanhuan was directly transcending tribulations in the sky. The old turtle certainly wouldn't lie to him. Why? Han Fei said, Old Yuan, since the divine sun can meet me, it means that he's still alive. If xuanhuan transcends the tribulation here, won't he be courting death? But after a moment of silence, the old turtle said, not necessarily. Han Fei frowned. Why? The old turtle said. As far as ordinary people know, half-kings and fake kings are all venerables. It's impossible for a venerable to challenge a king. However, it's not absolute. For example, those with particularly strong bloodlines can also kill a king. This proves that the so-called king is only in the sea establishment realm. It doesn't mean that he's invincible against all people under the sea establishment realm. As for xuanhuan, he has been running the evil technique for tens of thousands of years. Although he hasn't completely replaced the Blood Sea Divine Wood, his great Tao is special. His body is likely to be fused with the Blood Sea Divine Wood, and the Heavenly Tribulation might make a wrong judgment. Han Fei gasped. Heavenly Tribulation makes a wrong judgment? Do you mean that he can make the Divine Sun help him resist the Heavenly Tribulation? Isn't this a joke? The Divine Sun has already become a king. Isn't it easy for a king to resist the Heavenly Tribulation of a venerable? In a moment, the two had reached the top of the Blood Sea Divine Wood. During this period, Han Fei carefully avoided all contact with his surroundings. xuanhuan walked the great Tao of parasitism and wasn't weak at all. Most of what Han Fei saw now was possessed by him. Everything here seemed to be controlled by xuanhuan. When Han Fei came out of the sea and saw the sky, he saw raging waves within thousands of kilometers. Above the sky, thunder rumbled and the clouds rolled like dragons. It looked like doomsday. xuanhuan stood in midair, looking down at the sky. Around him, a big black umbrella was spinning. Han Fei's heart sank. Is this guy really going to transcend the tribulation now? Han Fei was uneasy. It was too fast. He didn't even have the time to make any moves before xuanhuan transcended the tribulation. Or rather, xuanhuan had been preparing for tens of thousands of years. Rumble. About an hour later, the heavenly tribulation seemed to be ready. The lightning in the sky was getting more and more intense. xuanhuan smiled and glanced down before he raised his head and roared, "Come my tribulation." Seriously? Han Fei was lost for words. This son of Avich Tiche was indeed about to transcend the king's tribulation. This was completely beyond Han Fei's expectations. Kaka-kaka-che thunder seemed to be gathering in the sky. Boom! Fu xuanhuan extended his hand to the sky, and billions of roots formed a cage, locking him inside. Krakache. The thick lightning directly enveloped xuanhuan. At this moment, Han Fei realized that xuanhuan had really begun. He wondered if the Fish Dragon King had sent the message in time. The first lightning bolt was the least powerful. Han Fei could only see that the electric arch drilled into xuanhuan's body through the broken cage. xuanhuan was wearing a blood-red battlesuit. At some point, a round ball wrapped in wood appeared under xuanhuan's feet. His roots were stuck in the ball. xuanhuan stretched out his hand to block the first bolt of lightning. His armor was not broken, he didn't bleed, and his long hair fluttered. The old turtle couldn't help but say, "This person is too strong. I'm afraid this heavenly tribulation might not be able to kill him." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Just say that you think this guy can transcend the tribulation. I know that he is extraordinary, but now we have to think about how to destroy him." A bolt of lightning struck down. The second lightning struck, and xuanhuan was still safe. Han Fei saw that cracks appeared between xuanhuan's fingers. This meant that there was a limit to xuanhuan. However, xuanhuan didn't care. He didn't even use the big black umbrella. Faced with the third lightning bolt, xuanhuan raised his hand and 4 vines extended from the void and whipped the sky. After doing this, xuanhuan opened his arms and embraced the lightning. In the void, a loud roar sounded, and xuanhuan laughed proudly. "The heavenly tribulation tempered my body to strengthen my body. 30,000 years ago, the last tribulation didn't come. Let's see, whether you're coming or not today, if you don't come, I'll forcibly become a king. What can you do?" Boom! The lightning struck down, but xuanhuan didn't retreat at all. Electric arcs flashed on his body and cracks appeared on his bottle suit. There was no telling if it was because he was too strong, but 3 consecutive lightning strikes failed to knock him back. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, how strong is this guy?" The old turtle said, "Each heavenly tribulation is stronger than the last." In the age of gods, there were many peerless geniuses who could withstand lightning with their bodies. Let alone 3, there were even some who could withstand 6. Han Fei asked, "Are you talking about me?" The old turtle said, "You didn't make it. Your body was shattered by the third attack." Han Fei was speechless. He wanted to say that back then, he was only an intermediate venerable and hadn't reached the peak yet. However, Han Fei recalled that feeling. If he went up now, he would only be able to withstand 3 lightning strikes at most. But then, xuanhuan's strength refreshed Han Fei's worldview. The 4th lightning bolt shattered xuanhuan's battlesuit. The 5th lightning struck xuanhuan, who was hit to the top of the Blood Sea Divine Wood. xuanhuan was supported by the Blood Sea Divine Wood. A large amount of earth-vine spring poured into his body, and his body quickly recovered. Sure enough, this guy blocked another 2 lightning strikes with his body. And at this point, the roots under xuanhuan's feet and the big ball were still intact. More importantly, according to the Divine Sun, xuanhuan's big black umbrella that could withstand 3 lightning strikes hadn't been used yet. When xuanhuan passed 5 lightning strikes in a row, Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore. His white mist body activated the 9 Palace Luck Ruler and forged the universe, but the marker stopped at impasse. An impasse again? Han Fei took a deep breath and threw 3 wisps of Chaos QJ into it, intending to change his luck. However, after the 3 wisps of chaotic ki entered the ruler, they didn't even cause a ripple. At this time, the 6th lightning struck, and xuanhuan's upper arm was blown to smithereens and his body was cut in half. Han Fei knew that he couldn't wait anymore. Earth veins? This guy didn't need to rely on the earth veins to sustain him at all. This meant that if xuanhuan could withstand another lightning bolt with this big black umbrella, he could definitely transcend the king's tribulation. How could Han Fei let that happen? Immediately, all 10 wisps of chaotic chi were stuffed into the 9 Palace Luck Ruler. At this moment, the 9 Palace Luck Ruler finally turned impasse into unpredictable. Han Fei's heart sank. Once it was unpredictable, it could no longer be changed. It seemed that impasse could only be changed into unpredictable. The old turtle watched the whole time as if he were thinking about something. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be going all out, the old turtle said, "Han Fei, why don't you wait a little longer? I think it's a little strange." Chapter 1620, To Transcend the Tribulation, to Trip 1620, To Transcend the Tribulation, to Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, wait for what? If I wait any longer, he will become a king. The next lightning bolt was about to appear. The void vibrated, and a green vine swept across the sky. On the other side, a giant shell appeared. The giant shell opened its mouth, and the void collapsed as it charged into the tribulation. The 2 kings came out at the same time, and the power of the heavens was unparalleled. It was as if the sea was collapsing, and furious waves rolled up thousands of meters. Vines and roots intertwined in the sky. The 2 kings attacked at the same time. The White Armor Emperor tried to interfere with xuanhuan's tribulation. As Queen Life attacked the Blood Sea Divine Wood branches that extended out of the void, she swept across thousands of kilometers and plunged into the ground veins of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Han Fei was greatly relieved to see that. It seemed that the Fish Dragon King had done a good job. In the puppet that the Fish Dragon King sent out, Han Fei only told Queen Life the simplest operation. Join forces with the White Armor Emperor. Break the ground veins first before stopping the king's tribulation. However, although the first thing Queen Life did was to destroy the ground veins, they came still a little slow. After all, xuanhuan had already started his tribulation when they came. At this time, it was a war between the 3 kings. Han Fei didn't intend to fight. Han Fei thought that the result of the 9 Palace Luck Ruler's divination appeared because he would take action. However, if he didn't do anything, he would just be a bystander. Han Fei regretted his 13 wisps of chaos chi now. The old turtle said, "Don't celebrate too early. Your goal wasn't completely achieved, they came too slowly. Even without your notice, the 2 of them should have arrived by now. It's impossible for them, kings, not to sense someone transcending a king-level tribulation. They just didn't expect that xuanhuan would transcend the tribulation right above the Blood Sea Divine Wood." Han Fei looked gloomy. His original plan was very clear. xuanhuan had been running the ground veins of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City for many years. Therefore, whether it was the message from the Fish Dragon King, the influence of Yang Ruoyun and other human transmigrators, or his wandering in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City for the past 2 days, it was all to destroy xuanhuan's advantages of the ground veins. As soon as the ground veins were broken, the Divine Sons fought back, and the 2 kings arrived. Han Fei couldn't figure out why xuanhuan could transcend the king's tribulation without the help of a king. At this moment, in the sky, xuanhuan seemed to be crazy. He burst into fury and laughed crazily. "You 2 think you can deal with me? When I become a king, it will be the time for you to die. Patriarch Bloodsea, attack." While destroying the ground veins crazily, Mu Wuhua said, "Attack." Buzz. At that moment, xuanhuan asked the Blood Sea Divine Wood to take action, and the White Armor Emperor thought that Mu Wuhua was asking him to attack, thinking, "I am attacking, bang, 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 bang." But in the next moment, at least 100 ground veins erupted within 100,000 kilometers. Roots suddenly surged out and swept across the wood of the big red trunk. xuanhuan was transcending his tribulation, but he didn't expect that the Blood Sea Divine Wood would move at this moment. However, although the Blood Sea Divine Wood was trying to destroy the tribulation, it didn't attack xuanhuan. Therefore, the White-Armored Emperor thought that it was Queen Life who did something to the Blood Sea Divine Wood. At this moment, the White-Armored Emperor hesitated. Is Queen Life already so powerful? Has she already extended her hand to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? Boom. As the 7th lightning struck down, xuanhuan's body and fingers both cracked and he roared, "Parasitic technique." At that moment, a blood-colored book appeared in xuanhuan's hand. With a flip of the book, 100,000 souls appeared in the sky. At this moment, xuanhuan finally used other means. Furthermore, xuanhuan was too ruthless and actually released 100,000 souls at the same time. Those souls that could long exist had to be at least law enforcers. One lightning bolt and 100,000 souls were instantly annihilated. xuanhuan grabbed the branch of the Blood Sea Divine Wood and roared, "Is it useful to betray me at this moment?" xuanhuan grinned ferociously. "I bet you won't dare to enter my tribulation." After that, xuanhuan's body exploded, but it quickly revolved and gathered in an instant. Han Fei's heart sank. Fuck, why can't the two kings enter his tribulation and kill him? The old turtle said, they can't go in. The tribulation of a king is definitely not an ordinary tribulation. It's a test of the great Tao to the person transcending the tribulation. If you force your way in, you'll be violating the rules of the great Tao. How can the heavens tolerate you? Han Fei took a deep breath, looked at xuanhuan whose body was rapidly regenerating, and suddenly remembered that Ningjing had once told him that the White Armor Emperor transcended the tribulation first, followed by Queen Life. If it could be destroyed, the White Armor Emperor would have destroyed Queen Life's tribulation long ago and wouldn't have let her become a king. However, just because they couldn't enter the tribulation didn't mean they couldn't attack outside. Queen Life used a wisp of green vine as a spear and shot it into the heavenly tribulation. As a poison barrier descended, xuanhuan's body was corroded. This was the first time Han Fei saw Mu Wuhua use poison. So, Queen Life was actually a poison cultivator? The White Armor Emperor almost never stopped attacking. All kinds of energy spears and shocking shells were sent into the tribulation. But the power of the heavens was hard to break. Although one could threaten the person who was transcending the tribulation would attack the external power first. Therefore, the White Armor Emperor's attack basically didn't affect xuanhuan. Parasitic technique. In the void, corroded roots extended out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were as many as 10 million. xuanhuan said disdainfully, Poison, I forgot to tell you that my great Tao is not only parasitic but also devouring. At that moment, the handsome xuanhuan turned into an ugly man covered in pus, but he didn't die. The 8th lightning bolt fell, and xuanhuan threw out the blood-colored book in his hand. All the living souls in it shot out. There were as many as 1,000,000. At that moment, no matter if it was Han Fei, Queen Life, or the White Armor Emperor, they were all horrified. How fucking brutal was this person? He sacrificed millions of lives just to help him survive this tribulation, but xuanhuan didn't care. He looked at Queen Life and the White Armor Emperor indifferently, and his eyes were full of disdain. At this time, lightning fell from the sky, and millions of souls vanished. In the end, lightning fell on xuanhuan and was swallowed by him. Although his body was mostly shattered, he took the lightning. Han Fei thought to himself, not good, that big black umbrella must be reserved for the last tribulation. Han Fei remembered that the old turtle once told him that the umbrella emperor of his generation could block anything with an umbrella. This thing could probably not only block lightning tribulation, but also block heavenly demons. Han Fei took a deep breath. Why did he think that a guy who had been preparing for tens of thousands of years must resist the heavenly tribulation with the power of the ground veins? Han Fei even thought that xuanhuan should have known of his existence long ago. So, was he absorbing the ground veins to mislead him into thinking that he needed the earth vein spring to consolidate the advantages? If xuanhuan could even predict this, he could only admit defeat. But at this moment, the 8th lightning tribulation had been transcended, and Han Fei couldn't wait anymore. The White Armor Emperor threw into the tribulation a green jade shell that contained an extremely high amount of energy. Queen Life threw a fruit. Wherever the fruit passed, the void trembled. Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't just sit idle. He knew better than anyone that once xuanhuan successfully transcended the tribulation, not only would the Divine Sun die, but Queen Life and the White Armored Emperor would also be no match for him. The Waterwood world would definitely be ruled by xuanhuan. At that moment, his black mist body rose into the sky. Compared to others, this was just Han Fei's black mist body. He didn't care if his black mist body would be destroyed by lightning. Anyway, he was immortal, and he still had his white mist body. At the moment Han Fei took action, he forgot the impasse that the Nine-Palace Luck Ruler had calculated. Perhaps because the impasse had become unpredictable, he regained the confidence to launch a sneak attack. At that moment, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life both looked at Han Fei. xuanhuan put on a smile and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He said, "Sure enough, that place didn't trap you. You still came." Han Fei roared, "Don't even think about becoming a king." At that moment, Han Fei carried 100 wisps of chaotic chi in his body, not for anything else but to ensure that the Divine Sun could still be alive. If the chaotic chi was gone, he could still get it. But if the Divine Sun was gone, he would really be gone. He wanted to see the scene when the Divine Sun and the Water Immortal met again. Crack, rumble, bang, ka-ka-ka. At that moment, the 9th lightning bolt fell from the sky, the void collapsed, the spiritual fruits exploded, and the chaotic chi exploded. In an instant, the sky was dark, and a terrifying scene appeared. In an instant, waves swept more than 50,000 kilometers away. Even the Blood Sea sacred wood had been blown into bald at this moment. Boom! A great Tao crack appeared, and a rain of blood fell. This was a symbol of the death of a venerable. However, the rain was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, the moment the blood rain appeared, everyone was sure that this guy had finally died. The surging waves didn't stop for a long time, and the thick lightning was still rolling in the sky. At this moment, except for Queen Life and the White Armored Emperor, no other creatures could survive the explosion. Oh, there was another exception. That was Han Fei, who suddenly appeared from the void and revealed his true body. At that moment, there was no time for his twin bodies to fuse, so the black mist body perished with xuanhuan. Han Fei waved at Queen Life. You're too late, however. In the next moment, black clouds pressed down from the sky, and lightning appeared again. Han Fei felt that he was faced with a life-and-death crisis, so he subconsciously exerted the power of his great Tao to its greatest extent. He stomped, and the coiled turtle array appeared. Bang! With a whip, Han Fei was sent flying 300 kilometers. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation descended again, enveloping Han Fei. In the lightning tribulation, a contemptuous voice echoed. So, you think you've won? Chapter 1621, True Heavenly Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At this moment, everyone thought that the signs of death had appeared. It was impossible for xuanhuan to survive such a powerful attack. This battle had come to an end. But when everybody thought that the dust had settled, a figure appeared and dragged Han Fei into a brand new lightning bolt. Han Fei was shocked. Where did the lightning come from? Who attacked me? The next moment, the old turtle said, Not good. The one who just transcended the tribulation is the Blood King, the one who left the Forest of Terror. The Blood Sea Divine Wood had already been exposed the moment he attacked. He was also shocked. xuanhuan, did you actually swallow your true body? Ha ha ha. In the lightning tribulation, the ball below xuanhuan's feet just now suddenly cracked. A person identical to xuanhuan appeared in the lightning tribulation. xuanhuan laughed frantically. Wouldn't I be freer to become a king alone? I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to swallow my true body. I set up the tribulation today so that I could dig out your remaining source energy, as well as this brat. Let me see who can stop me now. Han Fei had never met such an insidious person. The relationship between the Blood King and xuanhuan was like the relationship between Tang Yan and Tang Ji. In fact, they were two independent entities, but their origins were the same. In fact, the two could become kings together. In this way, they could even help each other. It was not that it was immoral for xuanhuan to swallow the Blood King. However, at least now they didn't have to fight each other. They could have become kings together. As long as xuanhuan was willing to use the big black umbrella or other trump cards, he might really be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. However, xuanhuan didn't. In order to dig out Han Fei and the Divine Sun, he even abandoned his true body. Han Fei even suspected that his true body had been possessed by this bastard. When Han Fei landed in the lightning pillar, the White Armor Emperor was shocked. The person who suddenly appeared was actually Han Fei. He had just seen this kid transcend the minor tribulation a few years ago. How many years had it been? This kid could even participate in the Battle of Kings? Fortunately, Han Fei had been dragged into the heavenly tribulation by xuanhuan. Otherwise, if Han Fei escaped, the White Armor Emperor would have immediately given up on hunting xuanhuan. And the Blood Sea Divine Wood seemed to have betrayed xuanhuan. As for why he betrayed xuanhuan, it was still unknown. However, the White Armored Emperor didn't doubt the Blood Sea Divine Wood because he had known about it tens of thousands of years before he became a king. At that time, there was no Blood Sea Divine Wood city at all. At that time, the Blood Sea Divine Wood was regarded as a strange place in the water wood world. Many people explored it. Both the White Armored Emperor and Queen Life had seen the Blood Sea Divine Wood. In fact, the Blood Sea Divine Wood gave many people resources and didn't pose any threat to the Sea Clan, the human race, or the Insect Clan. At this moment, Queen Life's face changed drastically. When she got the news from Han Fei, she was shocked and speechless. Did Han Fei really sneak into the Blood Sea Divine Wood city? Furthermore, he had mastered many secrets. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation arrived again, and the White Armor Emperor and the Life King retreated. Although Han Fei was sucked into the heavenly tribulation, they couldn't do anything about it. Not everyone could touch the king-level tribulation. If they dared to enter it, they would be considered as going against the great Tao. At that moment, among everyone, only the Blood Sea Divine Wood extended a branch that pierced through the heavenly tribulation domain and struck the void, intending to free Han Fei. xuanhuan snorted coldly, and hundreds of Blood Sea Divine Wood branches controlled by him resisted that branch together. xuanhuan's voice was sinister. I knew you wouldn't be completely possessed by me. However, I've already controlled most of your strength. You can't even protect yourself. How dare you try to take someone from me? Rumble! The first lightning bolt was shattered. A lot of electric arcs were flashing on Han Fei. Han Fei was lost for words. Who could have known that he would be forced to suffer another person's tribulation before his own tribulation came? Twice. Last time, there were only 6 lightning tribulations, but his flesh and blood collapsed and his bones almost shattered. This time, although his strength had greatly improved and he had almost recovered to his peak state, he had just recovered. Besides, his soul power had only been restored for a few months, but he had been struck by heavenly tribulation again. At this moment, xuanhuan, who was in the lightning tribulation, was also refreshed when he saw Han Fei's physique. He thought to himself, this person's physique is so strong, he's only an advanced venerable, but he survived a king tribulation unscathed? At that moment, the lightning tribulation enveloped the 3 people. One of them was xuanhuan, one was Han Fei, and the other was the Blood Sea Divine Wood that was mistaken by the heavenly tribulation as xuanhuan. There was no problem with the Blood Sea Divine Wood. His problem was how to cooperate with Han Fei to take down xuanhuan. But Han Fei seemed to be in danger. Han Fei panicked the moment he entered the tribulation. The tribulation of xuanhuan was completely different from that of Jin Shanghai. If Fei guessed right, Han Fei felt that he probably couldn't survive it. Therefore, he needed to find shelter now. Buzz. Han Fei wanted to use the star teleportation technique to escape. However, under the heavenly tribulation, the star teleportation technique was completely ineffective. At this time, even if xuanhuan died immediately, as long as he was still alive, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't disappear. The heavenly Tao would acquiesce that Han Fei snatched someone else's heavenly tribulation. Not only would it not weaken, but it might also become stronger. Rumble. The second lightning bolt struck down. Han Fei was too busy to fight xuanhuan. As for xuanhuan, he was quite cautious about his own heavenly tribulation and didn't attack Han Fei. After all, everyone was in the heavenly tribulation, and xuanhuan thought that Han Fei would inevitably die. Look, click, click. Sure enough, xuanhuan took the second lightning more easily. As for Han Fei, because his body hadn't recovered to its most perfect state, the lightning struck him into the sea. Han Fei's body, like a porcelain doll, was full of cracks again. It seemed that he could be destroyed at any time. Obviously, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. At this moment, all kinds of arrays were rapidly condensing around Han Fei. Although arrays might not be useful at this moment, Han Fei hoped they could block as many enemies as possible. According to Han Fei's estimation, even if his body didn't collapse after the third lightning strike, it should be enough. It was impossible for him to survive the fourth lightning. At that time, even if he blocked the 6 lightning strikes with the yin-yang wheel in the sky, it would be good enough. Queen Life was also very nervous. This is a king-level tribulation. No matter how strong Han Fei is now, how can he resist a king-level tribulation? Sure enough, the third lightning bolt fell. xuanhuan blocked it. Although most of his body was broken, he still had the strength to control part of the Blood Sea Divine Wood branches to resist the white-armored Emperor and Queen Life. At this moment, the only thing worth rejoicing about was that the ground veins had almost been destroyed, and xuanhuan couldn't make use of them anymore. As soon as the lightning fell, Han Fei was no longer so lucky. Although his repaired flesh and blood managed to withstand the third lightning, his flesh and blood were scattered. The golden bones on his body were shining, and many parts of his body were exposed. Seeing that Han Fei had survived 3 tribulations with his body, even xuanhuan's expression changed. How could an advanced venerable who hadn't reached the peak withstand his great Tao lightning tribulation? How strong was this guy's body? If Han Fei's strength reached the half-king realm, it would probably be very easy for him to pass 6 tribulations with his body, right? Han Fei didn't use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique immediately. Han Fei knew that his Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique might be able to suppress xuanhuan's Great Tao, or even his Big Black Umbrella. Since you dragged me into the king-level tribulation, I dare to kill you. Therefore, Han Fei wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. With a thought, Han Fei roared, "Blood Sea Divine Wood, how about we cooperate? Protect me. If you protect me, I guarantee that xuanhuan won't become a king." Han Fei didn't say this to the Divine Sun, but to the White-Armored Emperor. The White-Armored Emperor seemed to be fighting fiercely, but he didn't really exert much force. Queen Life was trying to destroy the earth veins of this place. But what did the White-Armored Emperor do? Buzz. Hearing Han Fei's words, a crystal-clear little blood-colored branch shot to Han Fei. xuanhuan roared, "Humph, Patriarch Blood Sea, I don't want to kill you because you helped me. Now, die roar. Lightning Tribulation Saber." In Han Fei's body, the chaotic chi shattered and his strength rose to its peak. In the lightning tribulation, Blade Inferno was rampant. Boom. As the fourth lightning bolt struck down, the Blood Sea Divine Tree branch in Han Fei's hand shattered with a crack, and a bloody barrier appeared in front of him. Kaka. Although there were cracks on the bloody barrier, the cracking speed was not fast. It should be able to withstand the fourth lightning bolt. On the other side, xuanhuan roared at Queen Life, "What a joke. You think you destroyed my ground veins? You don't know that the ground vein array in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City is not the ground veins themselves, but the big red trunk." At this moment, once xuanhuan used the ground veins, the truth would be immediately discovered. He'd better say it himself. Buzz. Splash. All the roots of the big red trunk within a radius of 10,000 kilometers suddenly began to absorb energy, causing the big red trunks on the periphery of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and even 300,000 kilometers away to supply energy to the center. It seemed that xuanhuan had built all the big red trunk roots into a web of energy. Once the central needed, the central array would quickly extract the energy of all the big red trunks. At this moment, a pillar of light rose to the sky from the bottom of the sea and enveloped xuanhuan. The red light and the lightning tribulation were alternating, and energy ripples spread out one after another towards the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Chapter 1622, A Narrow Escape. In the Tribulation Translator, Hunyi Translations Editor, Hunyi Translations. This battle had actually exceeded xuanhuan's expectations. xuanhuan didn't expect that these people would really destroy the Blood King's tribulation. Within 50,000 kilometers, countless Millennium Snappers had died. Even though most of the Millennium Snappers were still far away from the top of the Blood Sea Divine Wood, under the impact of the huge force, the law enforcers within 10,000 kilometers were basically all killed. Hundreds of thousands of them died. The Millennium Snappers suffered the most. Many of them thought that they could make a breakthrough taking advantage of this king-level tribulation. However, the suddenly erupted power shattered countless people. However, in such a situation, the lives of these Millennium Snappers might no longer matter. xuanhuan frowned slightly. He knew that the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua would come, but he didn't expect Mu Wuhua to attack the ground veins. Although Mu Wuhua didn't really destroy much of the ground veins, her attacks caused more than 30% of the roots of the big red trunks to be damaged. At this moment, xuanhuan saw that Mu Wuhua still had no intention of stopping, so he had to use the power of the ground veins in advance. When this power gathered, Mu Wuhua said in shock, "Are you crazy? 100,000 red trunk forests just to block a heavenly tribulation for you? Aren't you afraid that you will be haunted by negative karma?" The White Armor Emperor was also shocked. Is this person crazy? Spiritual plants could withstand a lot of energy. These big red trunks were nurtured by the blood world and laid along the ground veins, just for this day. But the countless big red trunks were relatively ordinary demon plants after all. Few of them had the luck of xuanhuan, and few of them had the intelligence of xuanhuan. Their power was limited. The big red trunk that Han Fei cut off was actually unconscious. If it were the big red trunks of that level, who knew how many trees had to be sacrificed to resist a single king-level tribulation? After all, not every big red trunk was like the one that Han Fei cut off. Even the core of the tree was full of spiritual stones. That was just an exception. In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, countless Millennium Snappers lived on the big red trunks. They swallowed and cultivated every day, and their daily intake was not a joke. xuanhuan blocked the fourth heavenly tribulation with the power of the big red trunk. There were more than 100,000 big red trunks here. If xuanhuan blocked the fifth lightning bolt, he would probably be able to transcend the tribulation. However, the number of big red trunks and Millennium Snappers sacrificed was immeasurable. Therefore, in order to block the heavenly tribulation, xuanhuan sacrificed countless creatures, which might not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly exerted 3 times his strength and punched at the lightning. Then, he turned the heavenly tribulation into a saber and slashed at xuanhuan. What? xuanhuan was stunned. What kind of combat skill is this? Can it even capture the power of lightning? The venerable level divine quality technique had reached its limit. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and a 1,000-meter-long saber mark appeared. The tip of the saber stirred up a storm and shattered a large number of red roots, slashing at xuanhuan. Clang. The red pillar of light enshrouded xuanhuan, and Han Fei's attack was blocked, but it accelerated the consumption of the ground veins. Han Fei roared, "White Armored Emperor, this person is only a half-king. A half-king can fight 2 of you without being defeated. Do you dare to let him survive the king-level tribulation? Bring out some real strength and break his ground veins. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble." Although the White Armor Emperor didn't want to let go of Han Fei was right. In the past, he had fought xuanhuan with Mu Wuhua. But back then, xuanhuan seemed to use the Blood Sea Divine Wood as the foundation to fight them. At that time, both he and Queen Life regarded xuanhuan as the Blood Sea Divine Wood. After all, the Blood Sea Divine Wood had become a king earlier than them. They both knew this. This time, it was too hasty. The White Armor Emperor was forced to fight. Therefore, he didn't know much about xuanhuan. Han Fei's shout shocked him. He had a deeper understanding of how terrifying xuanhuan was. The White Armored Emperor thought to himself, xuanhuan is so extraordinary. His true body just now endured 8 lightning strikes and almost survived the 9th. This xuanhuan probably wouldn't just die in the 4th lightning strike. Otherwise, why would he dare to transcend the tribulation? Therefore, the White Armor Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "White armor, seal the way and hide the sun." Open, all of a sudden, the lightning seemed to be covered in black mist. Holding a spear, the White Armor Emperor stepped into the heavenly tribulation, struck xuanhuan, and grabbed at the heavenly lightning. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's he doing? Almost at the same time, in Han Fei's heart, the old turtle suddenly shouted, "Come on, the heavenly tribulation domain has been opened. Let's get out." Buzz! Han Fei tried to move away with star teleportation technique, but Queen Life threw a vine at him. In the blink of an eye, the White Armored Emperor appeared beside Han Fei like a shadow. He thrust out his spear and cut off Queen Life's roots. Han Fei was shaken by the huge force and couldn't get out. However, at the critical moment, Han Fei shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." Cracked, this void-sealing ability clearly couldn't stop a king, so it was instantly shattered. But it was also at the moment that Little Fatty appeared on the broken vine of Queen Life. Queen Life didn't know what Han Fei meant, but in an instant Little Fatty was dragged away. And Han Fei himself couldn't leave because of the White Armor Emperor. Immediately afterward, the power of the White Armor Emperor was shattered, in less than a second. The White Armor Emperor blocked the connection of the heavenly tribulation, blew up the terrifying energy absorbed by xuanhuan, grabbed a handful of lightning and stuffed it into his body to temper and absorb energy. This old beastard was very smart. He knew that xuanhuan was extremely dangerous, so he agreed to help. However, he didn't want Han Fei to go out. Therefore, he took advantage of this moment to do so many things. Under a king's attack, most of xuanhuan's body was shattered. A tremendous amount of energy helped xuanhuan rebuild his body. Of course, some of it was shattered by the White Armor Emperor's spear just now. At this moment, Queen Life also knew that xuanhuan used the big red trunks as the source of the power of the ground veins. Queen Life continued to attack the roots of the big red trunks. Because she was distracted, she slowed down and failed to pull Hanfei out. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. After the fourth lightning tribulation, the Blood Sea Divine Wood branch in Hanfei's hand hadn't been broken yet, but it probably couldn't last long. xuanhuan didn't say anything. Although the White Armor Emperor's attack wasn't weak, how could the ground veins that he set up for so long be destroyed so easily? However, Hanfei surprised xuanhuan. This person was really tenacious. He almost ran away. However, judging from the White Armor Emperor's reaction, he seemed to really want to kill Hanfei. He actually deliberately stopped Queen Life from saving him, xuanhuan sneered. White Armor Emperor, I know you can't rest easy until I'm dead. But do you feel comfortable if this person is still alive? It won't be too late for you to attack me after he dies in my tribulation? Hanfei's face changed. This asshole still didn't forget to instigate the White Armor Emperor to kill him, Hanfei said. White Armored Emperor, although there will be a battle between us anyway, xuanhuan is a very powerful evil king. He could fight you two alone when he was still a half-king. Can you believe what he said? Queen Life said. That's right, this person is not the Blood Sea Divine Wood, but can control a king as a half-king. White Armored Emperor, you can think about it, xuanhuan laughed. Muwuhua, don't think I don't know. It was you who colluded with Patriarch Blood Sea. Why are you pretending not to know him? The White Armored Emperor was expressionless at this moment. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City had been keeping a low profile. However, the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree were on opposite sides. They often attacked each other, so one of them must die. How strong would be xuanhuan in the end? The White Emperor Armor didn't know it, but Hanfei had to die now. He had seen how fast Hanfei grew up. There were also reincarnated powerhouses in the White Shell City. Even Zhang Xiaotian was only a half-venerable now. This was already the speed of Zhang Xiaotian's growth when he kept experiencing the Forbidden Level trial, but the speed of Zhang Xiaotian's growth was way slower than Hanfei's current speed. The White Armor Emperor even felt that nobody in this world could grow to such a level in such a short time. The White Armor Emperor immediately shouted, Muwuhua, I've cut off nearly half of this person's ground veins power. Just like he said, I won't attack him unless Hanfei dies. xuanhuan suddenly frowned. Are you Hanfei? Although xuanhuan had never seen Hanfei, he had definitely heard of him. He had experienced the 4-9 King tribulation in the Waterwood world and defeated all the experts on the island. But at that time, what was Hanfei's level? What was his level now? Immediately, xuanhuan knew why the White Armored Emperor cared so much about Hanfei. Unfortunately, xuanhuan didn't care about those battles at all, so he didn't go there. Otherwise, he would have recognized Hanfei. Rumble, the fifth lightning struck. Muwuhua controlled the roots to cut hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, the ground vein network created by xuanhuan had been planned for countless years. How could it be destroyed so easily? This time, the small crystal branch in Hanfei's hand burst out with a bloody barrier again. And when Hanfei saw that xuanhuan was about to absorb power from the ground veins again, a red pillar of light had already soared into the sky. Immediately, Hanfei waved his hand, and a 1,000-feet-high array map fell into the sea. As soon as the array map appeared, with the perception of a king, Muwuhua could immediately sense that a large array had been established within 50,000 kilometers with the Blood Sea Divine Wood as the center. The shape of this array was exactly the yin-yang symbol. When Muwuhua saw this array, she narrowed her eyes. It seemed that Hanfei had also mastered the yin-yang Great Tao. This was just a yin-yang array, not a heaven and earth array. With Hanfei's current ability, unless he was given enough time, it was impossible for him to set up this 50,000-mile heaven and earth array. He had used Yang Ruoyun's connections to set up this yin-yang array, which was exactly the condition for the deal between Hanfei and Yang Ruoyun. In the past 2 days, Hanfei wandered around in his black mist body to see if there was anything wrong with the array. Then, he could adjust it at any time. Fortunately, although xuanhuan's breakthrough was too sudden, his array had been set up early. Although it couldn't block xuanhuan for long, it could block for at least a while. It was not easy for someone who didn't know arrays to break such a big array. Buzz. The huge amount of energy that the big red trunks were trying to transmit to xuanhuan was absorbed by the 2 array eyes of the yin-yang array. Chapter 1623, The Cry of the Emperor Sparrow, Eye of Disaster Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The moment Hanfei sealed the ground veins, xuanhuan roared ferociously. All venerables, break this array quickly. In fact, the venerables in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City weren't familiar with xuanhuan, because xuanhuan never got close to anyone. At this moment, the 3 kings were fighting in the sky, and those who weren't dead within tens of thousands of kilometers were fleeing frantically. What could they do in such a situation? These venerables didn't even dare to look at the place of the tribulation. They had always thought that a venerable was going to transcend the king-level tribulation, and that xuanhuan was protecting that person and fighting the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life. At this moment, only a dozen people dared to get close to the Blood Sea Divine Wood at this critical moment. In the field, within seconds, crises kept happening. Buzz. As soon as xuanhuan said so, the black umbrella appeared. Clang, clang. The black umbrella soared into the sky, and xuanhuan roared, 99 soul-breaking bells, activate my 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier. Whoosh. A black curtain spanned thousands of meters, blocking the sky like a ghost. In the black fog, hundreds of souls roared, and the souls of venerables were extremely agitated. Boom. The lightning enveloped the hundreds of souls, which were roaring and screaming. Crack. Han Fei's blood barrier couldn't last long. It was already full of cracks. As long as a wisp of lightning escaped in, the blood barrier would be broken. Han Fei asked, Master Divine Son, are there any more small branches? On the other side, Han Fei flipped his hand and wrapped himself in the earth vein spring. He opened his arms. Catching me into your heavenly tribulation is the only mistake you made. Heaven enlightenment divine technique. Buzz. A hole appeared in the sky covered by the black curtain. Then the sky was enshrouded by a holy brilliance. The holy light and the lightning intertwined, and Han Fei tried to purify evil with the heaven enlightenment divine technique that cost 10,000 years of vitality. The old turtle said, You're making twice the effort now. If you can completely master the art of purification, the evil will retreat. Han Fei knew the art of purification. In fact, he knew the purification technique, but he hadn't reached a high level and he rarely used it. Purification required a pure heart that emitted the most sincere holy light. He didn't have this at all. Therefore, it was almost as difficult for Han Fei to practice the art of purification as practicing the indestructible body. Having no choice, Han Fei could only risk his life and consume his vitality. Fortunately, he had snatched a lot of earth vein spring water, or his spiritual fruits might not have been enough. Bang, bang, bang. In the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier, one venerable level soul shadow after another was annihilated by the holy light. The power of the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier seemed to be weakening as the soul shadows decreased. In just 3 seconds, more than 30 souls in the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier had been purified by Han Fei. Crack! One of the 99 soul-breaking bells shattered. xuanhuan's expression changed drastically. What kind of great Tao is this? Can it be used in heavenly tribulation? It can forcefully purify the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier. As for the heavenly tribulation, it had the ability to expel all evil to start with. Therefore, when it encountered the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier, it was only natural that it attacked it with all its strength. As a result, the consumption of soul shadows in the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier was several times faster than xuanhuan thought. xuanhuan had thought that the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier could block at least 3 lightning strikes, or even the last one. However, the 5th lightning hadn't finished yet, and the first layer of the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier had been shattered. Unfortunately, Han Fei's blood barrier shattered faster than the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier. The barrier was broken, and Han Fei's flesh and blood melted in only 2 or 3 seconds. Fuck, I just recovered my body. Heaven enlightenment divine technique. Fortunately, more than half of the 5th heavenly tribulation had passed. Han Fei activated the heaven enlightenment divine technique and regathered his flesh and blood. Outside, the white armor emperor clenched his fists behind his back. The 2 people in the heavenly tribulation couldn't be described as heavenly talents anymore. They were peerless geniuses in this era. However, these 2 people got together. As for xuanhuan, God knew where this guy had hunted more than 300 venerables. He had actually refined this strange big black umbrella. He didn't treat venerables as venerables at all. It seemed that all the creatures in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City could be used by xuanhuan. As for Han Fei, although he was not an evil cultivator, his potential was simply appalling. In just a few years, not only had Han Fei grown from an explorer to an advanced venerable, but he had also mastered the indestructible golden body, so how could he let him live? Besides, Han Fei's heaven enlightenment divine technique used to be the human king's great Tao. With this technique, this person was almost immortal. No wonder Han Fei dared to fight xuanhuan in the king's heavenly tribulation. After the 5th heavenly tribulation, Han Fei's flesh and blood recombined. However, Han Fei didn't attach the flesh and blood to his body. Instead, he gathered the flesh and blood into a ball. Anyway, they would be minced if attached to his body. At this moment, Han Fei could still comfort himself by saying that he was letting the heavenly tribulation temper his body. Han Fei immediately rushed down to the Blood Sea Divine Wood. The 6th heavenly tribulation was coming soon. If he didn't find shelter now, even his golden body would be shattered. Han Fei felt that he could withstand the 6th heavenly tribulation with his current physique and golden body. However, there were still the 7th, 8th, and 9th. But this was not his own heavenly tribulation. It was not time for him to resist the heavenly tribulation. Why should he absorb other people's heavenly tribulation to temper his body? As soon as Han Fei landed, xuanhuan roared angrily, Patriarch Bloodsea, don't blame me for being ruthless. Devour. Bang, bang, bang. Because xuanhuan controlled most of the body of the Blood Sea Sacred Wood, he restricted it from helping Han Fei by swallowing its power. xuanhuan was not stupid. He knew that even if the Blood Sea Divine Wood contained power, it couldn't be much. Otherwise, he would have been killed. At this moment, he could control 99% of the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood. If the Blood Sea Divine Wood still dared to help Han Fei, he could find an opportunity to completely parasitize him. Because he had discovered the last source energy of the Blood Sea Divine Wood, seeing that the Divine Sun didn't respond, Han Fei was confused, and the old turtle said, "It can't help you now. Once it helps you, its last source will be corroded, which is equivalent to Blood Fan completely controlling the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood. The balance between them is instantly broken, and xuanhuan will definitely become a king." Bang! Without a word, Han Fei activated the Heavenly Void Divine Movement, Agility of Wind, and a Raise to increase his speed to the extreme. He was about to rush into xuanhuan's 100-soul heaven-shrouding barrier, but how could xuanhuan let him do that? The heavenly tribulation was coming, the void was full of vines, and the fire was soaring. xuanhuan tried to parasitize Han Fei, but Han Fei kept throwing out the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. "Rumble," Han Fei cursed. "Son of Teach, I'm gonna kill you." Buzz! The supreme yin-yang wheel suddenly unfolded. Ignoring the space and the barrier, the void vines were cut one after another, and the yin-yang symbol slashed into the 100-soul heaven-shrouding barrier. In the outside world, the White Armor Emperor said in shock, "Han Fei actually cultivates 2 shocking great Daos? What a human!" Mu Wuhua couldn't touch the heavenly tribulation at all. Han Fei was in the tribulation. If she unleashed her strongest attack, it might hurt Han Fei. She could only quickly destroy the ground vein network of the big red trunks and hunt some venerables in secret. Alas, Mu Wuhua sighed and fell into a dilemma. But next door, when the White Armor Emperor saw the two of them fighting, his eyes lit up. And he suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the energy of 10,000 kilometers. In his hand, a crystal-clear white jade shell was condensing. Mu Wuhua shouted, "White Armor Emperor, don't force me to attack you now." The White Armor Emperor sneered, "Then come, both of them have to die today to maintain the balance of this world. Otherwise, who can defend this balance?" Bang! Mu Wuhua immediately struck the void, and the long vine swept towards the White Armor Emperor like a sword. Both of them were distracted. While fighting, one attacked the Heavenly Tribulation, and the other tried to destroy the ground veins. In the Heavenly Tribulation, roar! xuanhuan roared in anger. He had never seen such a ferocious great Dao. Han Fei was just an advanced venerable, but he couldn't kill him. Rumble! As soon as the 6th bolt of lightning fell, the first barrier of the 100-soul heaven-shrouding barrier shattered. The 6th lightning fell. The 2nd curtain of the 100-soul heaven-shrouding barrier was broken, and the 3rd curtain began to melt. Rumble! As the 7th lightning bolt fell, the 3rd layer of the 100-soul heaven-shrouding barrier shattered, and the 99 soul-breaking bells were all broken. The 100-soul heaven-shrouding barrier that could have resisted at least 3 heavenly tribulations only blocked 2.5. The 2 of them were covered by the lightning. Without protection, Han Fei's supreme yin-yang wheel stopped spinning and was beaten back to its original form. Han Fei had once resisted 3 heavenly tribulations with it. xuanhuan's body shattered. This was no longer the beginning of the heavenly tribulations. It could be seen that he couldn't pass the 7th heavenly tribulation by force, so he simply abandoned fighting the Blood Sea Divine Wood and sent tremendous power into his body. At that moment, Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to restore his strength, and xuanhuan used the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood to recover. The two of them looked at the sky almost at the same time. The 8th lightning bolt was very important. xuanhuan suddenly grinned. As soon as his body was recombined, he raised his head and roared to the sky. "This is my territory. All the billions of creatures here are my flesh and blood. If I don't become a king, the world doesn't have to exist." xuanhuan knew that the Earth Vine Array would be broken soon. It was doomed to be broken since he used the energy of the Blood Sea Divine Wood to repair his body. Sure enough, the Blood Sea Divine Wood seized the opportunity and shook all its tentacles. In an instant, he cut off all the veins among the big red trunks. Unfortunately, the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood was limited. The next moment, the divine tree trembled and its hundreds of millions of leaves suddenly began to wither. At this moment, 3 wisps of chaotic chi were shattered in Han Fei's body. In fact, since the moment he entered the tribulation, Han Fei had been using chaotic chi. However, compared to the power of the heavenly tribulation, the chaotic chi was consumed too quickly. Rumble! When the 8th lightning was about to strike, xuanhuan roared, 10,000 fish returned to my source. Queen Life immediately shouted, "Be starred, you're killing indiscriminately." Hey, I gave their lives, I am their only master. Sacrificing themselves for me is their honor. At that moment, the old turtle said in Han Fei's heart, 1,000,000 red fish were instantly drained of their vitality and died. At this moment, Han Fei lost his cool. He didn't care about the lives of 1,000,000 Millennium Snappers, but xuanhuan couldn't become a king. It seemed to take him a long time, and it seemed in an instant. Han Fei shouted, "Fuse! Aha! Acro cod!" and a pair of black wings suddenly grew out of Han Fei's back. At that moment, a bloody and brutal vibe appeared on Han Fei. Whoosh! He flapped his black wings and fused with the Emperor's sparrow. A strange light appeared in Han Fei's eyes, making xuanhuan's heart tremble as if a terrifying crisis was coming. Han Fei shouted, "Eye of disaster. Chapter 1624, Heavenly Demon Tribulation Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. All this time, the old turtle had described the Emperor Sparrow as magical. As a result, Hanfei knew how dangerous it could be to own an Emperor Sparrow. If someone discovered the secret of the Emperor Sparrow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Hanfei rarely used the Emperor Sparrow. Although he occasionally released him to get some fresh air, it was just an ordinary hunt and wouldn't cause any problem. Today, Hanfei didn't know if anyone would recognize the Emperor Sparrow. However, at this critical moment, he had paid such a huge price. If xuanhuan still became a king, then wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? In terms of strength, although he was an advanced venerable, even half-kings couldn't crush him now. Under his interference, xuanhuan's various means failed. At this moment, xuanhuan ignored the so-called negative karma and forcibly exchanged the lives of all beings in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City for his successful transcending the tribulation. His craziness was horrifying. No matter what, it was a race that he had painstakingly cultivated. xuanhuan was indeed their faith. But now, these Millennium Snappers had all turned into leaks. Not only were their vitality gathering, but their luck might also be sucked away by xuanhuan. Under such circumstances, Hanfei couldn't find any other way to stop this guy. After all, xuanhuan had prepared too many trump cards. In the entire Blood Sea Divine Wood City, there were hundreds of thousands of kilometers of big red trunk forests and hundreds of millions of Millennium Snappers. If the lives of these Millennium Snappers were exchanged for the life of xuanhuan, there was no reason for him to not become a king. The Emperor Sparrow was the only power that Hanfei could use now, and the only great technique that the Emperor Sparrow could use at this moment was the Eye of Disaster. The White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua, who were outside, didn't know, but xuanhuan sensed danger. However, after this cry, Hanfei immediately terminated the fusion with the Emperor Sparrow, which puzzled xuanhuan. Even the White-Armored Emperor and Mu Wuhua were dumbfounded. What was going on? Only the Divine Sun's origin world trembled slightly. At that moment, a storm was set off in the heart of the Divine Sun. Is it the Emperor Sparrow? The Divine Sun had an extremely noble identity. Although he might be the most destitute son of a god in history, the legacies and knowledge he had were not something others could have. For example, the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow usually represented disaster. At that moment, the Divine Sun even wondered if Hanfei was really Wang Han. However, the cry of the Empyrean Sparrow and the look in its eyes didn't cause any reaction. Hanfei couldn't help but wonder, "Old Yuan, why is there no reaction?" The old turtle was lost for words. "That's not my spiritual beast. Why do you ask me? However, from my experience, even if there will be a disaster, it won't come so soon." Hanfei, there was no result, but infinite vitality was gathering. Neither the White Armor Emperor nor Mu Wuhua could remain calm at this moment. Everything had happened too suddenly. Especially for the White Emperor armor, either of the two people in the heavenly tribulation was extremely dangerous. The moment the infinite vitality appeared, the hearts of the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life sank. They seemed to have foreseen this scene after xuanhuan successfully transcended the tribulation. The two of them subconsciously looked at each other, as if they had decided that if xuanhuan became a king, they would try their best to eliminate him before he consolidated his strength. As for Hanfei, although Queen Life wanted to save him, the eighth lightning was about to come down. Queen Life was not like the White-Armored Emperor who had a shell, so she couldn't rush into the heavenly tribulation. At this time, even Queen Life didn't think that Hanfei could survive such lightning. At this critical moment, Hanfei didn't give up. At this moment, Hanfei had no time to conceal Forge the Universe. He had tried entering Forge the Universe multiple times. At this moment, he was in a state of being struck by heavenly tribulation. His body was numb, and he was not suitable for fighting. However, he still couldn't enter Forge the Universe. As long as he could get in, Hanfei would go in now. Anyway, there was a limit to the number of people present. The cage seal was still there, and there was no regular passage in the Waterwood world to other domains. He had plenty of opportunities to kill xuanhuan and the White-Armored Emperor. The Divine Sun and Queen Life probably wouldn't betray him. Even if they did, when he killed the White-Armored Emperor, they probably wouldn't be his opponents. Rumble. The eighth lightning rumbled, but Hanfei still failed. Knowing that he had no time, Hanfei roared, "Explode." At that moment, Hanfei raised his head to the sky, enshrouded by his invincible will, and punched the sky. The chaotic chi in his body kept shattering. In an instant, the terrifying power of 1,000 or even 10,000 punches, each of which could almost shatter an intermediate venerable, was still not enough under the eighth lightning bolt. Hanfei's flesh and blood melted again, and cracks appeared on his indestructible gold. However, he didn't stop punching. Seeing that the fist mark couldn't break the heavenly tribulation, Hanfei punched xuanhuan and roared, "Go berserk." The user of ancient desolate war body would go berserk in battle. Hanfei exerted a greater power. Ignoring the melting of his flesh and bones, he struck xuanhuan. Bang, 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 bang. In terms of strength, although xuanhuan wasn't weak, Hanfei was stronger. Hanfei's strength had already exceeded 10,000 waves. Under his great Tao, the strength of 30,000 waves was almost invincible in the venerable realm. Even if xuanhuan was talented, he was not as good as Hanfei in terms of strength. Of course, Han Fei dared to do this because he had heard that xuanhuan almost never attacked in person. A person who rarely attacked would definitely not be good at strength. Sure enough, xuanhuan's body exploded after being hit by thousands of punches. Originally, he was barely resisting the lightning. At this moment, Han Fei, with his indestructible golden body, ignored the tempering of the lightning and fought to the death. At this moment, xuanhuan really regretted dragging Han Fei into his own lightning tribulation. He had thought that Han Fei would be shattered in this first bolt of lightning, but who could have expected that an advanced venerable could withstand it to the 8th heavenly tribulation? Because xuanhuan's vitality was too exuberant, although his body was constantly collapsing, it was also constantly recovering. Being bombarded by Han Fei, xuanhuan roared, and the exploded bodies no longer recombined, but turned into huge trees that stretched from the bottom of the sea to the sky. Han Fei blasted into the tree, punching in all directions, blasting xuanhuan's body apart. After the 8th lightning bolt fell, Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to heal himself. Lowering his head, Han Fei found that his arm bones, fist bones, and ribs were all full of cracks. After all, his level was too low. If Han Fei wanted to survive such a heavenly tribulation, he was still far from being strong enough. xuanhuan grinned ferociously. I admit that you are very strong. If you reach the half-king realm, I'm afraid no one below the king realm can defeat you. However, you won't be able to withstand the heavenly demon baptism of the 9th heavenly tribulation, while I have infinite vitality to survive it. Bah! Han Fei suddenly retreated and his vibe changed weirdly. His human vibe had disappeared, and in a blink of an eye, it became the vibe of the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Han Fei didn't care how useful the deceiver technique could be. He was just copying the Blood Sea Divine Wood now, but the difference could still be recognized. Because the level of the Divine Sun far exceeded Han Fei couldn't completely simulate him. After that, Han Fei suddenly carried a huge skull that was more than 600 meters long. It was the dragon head that was buried in the Array Eye in the Forest of Terror by Zhao Shenglong. Han Fei had planned to use the complete dragon corpse to block the lightning. However, on second thought, it didn't seem right. That dragon corpse only had the strength of a venerable. However, the dragon head was a real king's bones. How could a king's bones not be able to withstand the lightning? A king's bones? The White Armor Emperor and Queen Life were not stupid. They recognized the terrifying vibe at a glance. xuanhuan's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Han Fei to be still hiding something at this point. He had no way out. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't waste his energy on killing Han Fei. At this moment, he could only destroy more Millennium Snappers to maintain his infinite vitality and resist the heavenly tribulation. xuanhuan laughed ferociously. Let's see if I can become a king. No matter how many means you have, you're only an advanced venerable. What can you do if I become a king? Han Fei ignored him and sneered. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei's 10,000-year earth vein spring water had been used up, and half of the 10,000 kilograms of spring water in Forge the Universe had been used up. At this moment, he was still using the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique crazily. However, this time, he didn't just envelop himself, but also the Divine Sun. Han Fei didn't know if the Dragon Bone could help him block the last heavenly tribulation. However, if the Divine Sun could take back part of his body control, it might help him in the end. The Divine Sun should know what to choose. xuanhuan couldn't live. If he lived, Han Fei would die. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor and the Life King alone couldn't kill xuanhuan. Once xuanhuan became a king, he would completely destroy the source energy of the Divine Sun. Once the Divine Sun died, his Blood Sea Divine Wood body would become xuanhuan's avatar. At that time, who could kill xuanhuan? Rumble. The clouds were getting heavier and heavier. The last tribulation turned purple like a magnificent sunset. While xuanhuan was absorbing the infinite vitality of the Millennium Snappers, he raised his head and smiled. He was fearless in the face of the heavenly tribulation. But he didn't notice that Han Fei's vibe suddenly dropped and his peak combat power disappeared. On Han Fei's indestructible golden body, it was shining. Han Fei could enhance combat power, so could he enhance his defense. Han Fei, Old Yuan, from now on, once that guy succeeds in transcending the tribulation, remember to take me away. Han Fei didn't want to die here for nothing. As the saying went, there was always hope. Even if xuanhuan became a king, he might not be comparable to him in the same realm. Similarly, if he became a king, he wouldn't be weaker than xuanhuan. Even if xuanhuan could survive today, as long as he was fast enough, he could catch up with him. Boom! Purple lightning pierced through the clouds. Han Fei, xuanhuan, and the Blood Sea Divine Wood were all enveloped by this purple lightning. Perhaps because xuanhuan and the Divine Sun were too big, there were millions of lightning strikes. In the endless lightning, Han Fei drilled under the dragon bones. Under his feet, various coiled turtle arrays and soul-controlling arrays appeared and collapsed crazily. Even so, Han Fei still trembled like a Parkinson patient. At this moment, the picture in Han Fei's eyes suddenly changed. The scene he had once seen appeared again. Han Fei realized that this was probably the last heavenly demon tribulation. Chapter 1625, Die Together? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After the last heavenly tribulation, the old turtle had told Han Fei that in a real tribulation, one would have to withstand a great tribulation that tests his temperament. This tribulation was different from ordinary lightning tribulations. This tribulation contained both the power of ordinary heavenly tribulations and hidden heavenly demons. As for what a heavenly demon was like, it was said that everyone saw it differently. Of course, it was still very different from the ones produced by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. It could be called a heart demon or a test of the heavens. Last time, when Han Fei was caught in Jin Changhai's heavenly tribulation, he was woken up by the old turtle. This time, when the picture in front of Han Fei changed, it seemed that everything was quiet. It seemed that he wasn't fighting xuanhuan. It seemed that he was originally in this place. Mountains and rivers were shattered, magma was everywhere, plants were burned, and smoke filled the sky. In Han Fei's vision, the rivers were turbulent and full of cracks. Most of the mountains and rivers had collapsed, and the vast land was like a battlefield full of smoke. Han Fei stood alone in the sky, panting slightly in his battlesuit. Han Fei looked around, wondering why he was here. "Old Yuan, are you there?" Han Fei cried in his heart, but the old turtle didn't respond. Han Fei closed his eyes and looked at the demon purification pot, but it didn't respond. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Is this my heavenly demon tribulation? That's not right. The old turtle said that it shouldn't be my own heavenly demon tribulation unless the tribulation is my own. With a thought from Han Fei, the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. He weighed it and found no problem. Han Fei didn't wait in place but shouted, Old Yuan, divine son, are you there?" Buzz. Han Fei flew across the sky at a leisurely speed, only to find that everything he saw was the same. Han Fei could even perceive tens of thousands of kilometers away. That's not right. Are there natural disasters or war disasters down below? Han Fei was lost for a moment. This didn't seem to be caused by a battle, but seemed to be doomsday. There were no traces of fighting here, nor any creatures. Except for the collapsed ground, there was nothing. Fuse. Han Fei seemed to remember something and tried to fuse with Little Black and Little White. However, nothing appeared, and Little Black and Little White didn't fuse with him. It's fake. Han Fei took a deep breath and looked at the embroidery needle in his hand. All of this should be fake. Even if it had something to do with him, he shouldn't face it now. Han Fei immediately closed his eyes and triggered the world with his mind. The void collapsed and cracks filled the sky. He sensed the changes in his body. It wasn't until Han Fei felt a tingling sensation in his body that he roared, "Heaven enlightenment, buzz!" At that moment, Han Fei came back to himself. When he opened his eyes, his indestructible body was almost shattered. The old turtle roared, "What have you been doing? This is not your heavenly demon tribulation. Why did you use the heaven enlightenment divine technique so late?" Han Fei looked up. Thanks to the king-level dragon bones, and he had used all his strength to improve his defense power, he was still alive. Han Fei had already made up his mind that if he really couldn't kill xuanhuan, he would retreat first. Although the divine son might be killed by xuanhuan, he had already tried his best. He would just kill xuanhuan when he returned in the future. At this moment, Han Fei was shocked by the crazy roars. When Han Fei turned around, he saw that xuanhuan had gone crazy. His endless roots were dancing in the air, and he was screaming in pain. As far as Han Fei could see, nearly half of his roots had been destroyed, and his tree body was riddled with holes. The most amazing thing was that xuanhuan's face was changing rapidly. On xuanhuan's tree body, large tracts of blood-like red flames were burning, covering his entire tree body. In Forge the Universe, another 10,000 kilograms of earth vein spring water was exhausted. Without hesitation, Han Fei filled up the remaining 10,000 kilograms of earth vein spring water. "I have nothing but toughness. With the help of the dragon bone, he could weather through the tribulation anyway," the old turtle said. "This is karmic fire. This person is sinful, stirring up the heavens, disrupting the order of the great Tao, and slaughtering countless creatures just to reach the sea establishment realm. Now he is being burnt by karmic fire. Only by surviving this karmic fire can he become a king." Han Fei's face was twisted. He gritted his teeth and said, "I think he can endure it." At this moment, xuanhuan seemed to have gone crazy. All kinds of rustling sounds appeared on his roots. Some cursed, some begged for mercy, some were angry, some were sad, some were accusing, and some were weeping. Han Fei didn't know if it was in the heavenly tribulation or not, but he could almost hear everything, and his head was about to explode. The old turtle said leisurely, "I don't know if this is the disaster summoned by Emperor Sparrow. Logically speaking, as long as xuanhuan can control it well, these dead creatures won't bite back. After all, xuanhuan has controlled this place for too long." In the outside world, the White Armor Emperor said leisurely, "The karmic fire is burning his body and he is suffering a backlash. Even if he transcends the heavenly tribulation, it won't be perfect. Mu Wuhua, I hope you and I can put aside animosity for now. If he can transcend the tribulation, kill him." At this moment, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life stopped fighting. The White Armored Emperor tricked Han Fei, but Queen Life had no choice. Whether Han Fei died or not, xuanhuan had to die. Crack. Han Fei looked at the cracks on his finger bones. They cracked and then began to heal. The The power of the heavenly tribulation was destroying his body while tempering it. The energy provided also repaired his bones. Needless to say, if Han Fei could survive this tribulation, his body would have to be separated from his bones again. This time, it would be even worse than last time. Last time, there were only 6 levels of heavenly tribulation. This time, there were 9 levels. He didn't know how tough his body must be to keep up with the hardness of his bones. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that xuanhuan was much more miserable than him. Seeing how miserable xuanhuan was, Han Fei immediately said, "Old Yuan, your soul is so powerful. Can you kill this guy?" The old turtle was lost for words. "The heavenly tribulation hasn't been over yet. How can I kill him? Let me." Suddenly, Han Fei heard the Divine Sun's voice transmission. The Divine Sun sighed. "I didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would cause lifelong regret. Wang Han, say hello to Water Immortal for me." Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Divine Sun, what does he mean? Pass down his last words?" Bang. Topping. The Divine Sun said leisurely, "xuanhuan, your plan is almost flawless. With you parasitizing my body, you can resist the karmic fire in the end. However, my soul is in the king realm. In that case, I'll kill your soul so that your 30,000 years of effort will be wasted." As if realizing something, xuanhuan screamed, "You are not worthy of dying with me. You have nothing except a little residual source energy." The Divine Sun said leisurely, "Because I am a god." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the area within 10,000 kilometers seemed to have been nuked countless times, and the void storm was so dense that Han Fei couldn't tell north from south. In the outside world, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life retreated. The shockwave of the explosion swept across 50,000 kilometers. The Divine Sun had said that he was a god after all. He had once burned his divinity and fought a king as a venerable. Today, the Divine Sun maintained his usual pride. "You want to use me to become a king? I'll let you die with me." The entire area of the Blood Sea Divine Wood had formed a vortex of death. Here, the void storm was ceaseless, and the heavenly tribulation disappeared, but what replaced it was 7 consecutive bangs. 7 cracks appeared, and a rain of blood covered the entire Waterwood world. Whether it was the Cloud Sea Divine Tree or the White Shell Royal City, they were all drenched by the blood rain. 50,000 kilometers away, the White Armor Emperor grinned. "Well, that's good. From now on, there will be no Blood Sea Divine Wood City in this world." Tisk, tisk, what a pity. That's equivalent to 3 kings. The White Armor Emperor laughed and flew away. Soon after he left, Queen Life heard the White Armored Emperor shout, "The White Shell Royal City, listen to my command. Let's attack the Blood Sea Divine Wood City." At this moment, the White Armor Emperor was in high spirits. He was right to keep Han Fei in the disaster. Within 50,000 kilometers, there were venerables under xuanhuan who wanted to help xuanhuan. As a result, several of them were killed by the aftermath, causing 7 cracks in the sky. And according to the intensity of these cracks, 2 of them were abnormally thick, and tragic cries came from the sky. It seemed that 2 kings died, and the great Tao was wailing. The White Armor Emperor thought that if even the 2 kings were dead, how could Han Fei be alive? Therefore, the White Armor Emperor knew that it was time to purge the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Who came first would get all the resources. Mu Wuhua would probably do the same. Mu Wuhua also sighed. Under her protection, the octopus that Han Fei gave to her disintegrated. She didn't know why Han Fei gave her this octopus. It was probably to tell her if he had died or not. However, Mu Wuhua didn't notice that the moment Little Fatty disintegrated, it turned into white light and disappeared in the dazzling light of the explosion. Chapter 1626, Old Turtle Surrenders Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. 1 month passed. In a deep cave on the remains of the Blood Sea Divine Wood, a golden skeleton was sitting cross-legged. In front of the skeleton was a mass of flesh and blood. And in this cave, there was a massive amount of faint blue soul fire. These soul flames were slowly seeping into the flesh and blood. Beside the skeleton, Little Fatty lay quietly and said weakly, 5 times. I can still be resurrected 5 times. Just half a day earlier, Han Fei had just come back from the dead. This time, Han Fei was really dead, but death didn't mean that he couldn't be resurrected. When Forge the Universe was useless, Little Fatty's resurrection technique was a marvelous technique. At the last moment, Han Fei was hit by a terrifying explosion. However, it was an unparalleled soul impact. If Fei resisted it, he might be able to survive, but he would have to search for ownerless souls everywhere. But in fact, Han Fei was already prepared. However, what shocked Han Fei was that xuanhuan had already parasitized his flesh and blood, but he didn't activate it yet. Because xuanhuan didn't control his soul but only his body, the demon purification pot didn't move. In the end, Han Fei simply detonated himself. The reason why Han Fei dared to blow himself up was that this place would become a forbidden area. The void would collapse and it would be difficult to restore. Those below the king level would probably die if they entered here. and it was impossible for a king to enter. First of all, they had to face the danger of the Void Storm. In addition, without xuanhuan and Divine Sun, there were only the white-armored Emperor and the Life King left in the entire Waterwood world. Who would dare to break into the Forbidden Area and find treasures that might not exist? In fact, in that kind of explosion, they didn't think there would be any treasures left. Once someone came in, the other person would probably attack the other party's venerables. This was something neither party could accept. Therefore, at the last moment, Han Fei chose to blow himself up. He bet on his luck. Having seen a lot of death, Han Fei didn't fear to die. Besides, he had a backup plan. If his true body died, his clone in the demon-subduing tower would come back one day and take back everything here. It could even be said that that one wasn't just an avatar. Back then, he had cut half of his soul and stuffed it into his avatar. In fact, this body was called his true body just because his main memories existed in this body. But it turned out that Little Fatty would return after self-destruction. Little Fatty and Han Fei's contract was that they wouldn't die. When he used up his 9 lives, he wouldn't be able to come back to life again. Little Fatty was very tired because it was too difficult to resurrect Han Fei. He came back to life on the first day, and Han Fei's body was absorbing the energy and spiritual energy here and repairing itself. It took a whole month to form a head half a day ago, and a wisp of soul returned. Han Fei found it amazing that he was still alive when he had only one head left. However, Forge the Universe was still there. The Earth Vein Spring was used up, but the Vitality spiritual fruits from the Immortal City were still there. Therefore, Han Fei returned to Forge the Universe. The tremendous spiritual fruits were shattered, and the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique continued to descend. Han Fei didn't recover outside, mainly because he was afraid that the White Armor Emperor would discover him. Then, it would be troublesome if the White Armor Emperor broke in and fought him. At this moment, Han Fei came out to cultivate because there were a large number of ownerless souls saved outside. Han Fei scattered a large number of souls to absorb them, and in the end, the ownerless souls filled this tree hole. Han Fei continued to collect ownerless souls. The Divine Sun perished together with xuanhuan. Unfortunately, he didn't expect to take Han Fei away too. Otherwise, he might not choose to die with xuanhuan. Han Fei's flesh and blood ball was practicing the indestructible overlord body. It was the first time that Han Fei had enough ownerless souls to practice the marvelous technique. Han Fei felt that when Ren Tianfei created this technique, he probably didn't consider cultivating the latter part of this technique would be so difficult. Now, if Han Fei forcibly swallowed the ownerless souls here, his soul power could definitely reach more than 200,000 points. However, Han Fei left all these ownerless souls to his body. He wanted to cultivate the indestructible overlord body to its peak. Another day passed. When Han Fei looted all the ownerless souls he could find, he entered Forge the Universe again. Han Fei let out a long breath. Although he didn't need to breathe, it had become a habit. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, when I was looking for ownerless souls, I found 2 things. Firstly, there seems to be no way out." Han Fei sat cross-legged again, and his consciousness appeared in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Han Fei saw that the demon purification pot was pressing on the old turtle. Needless to say, the old turtle must have been trying to escape when he died. However, Han Fei didn't care at all. He just said, "Phew, Old Yuan, aren't you tired being pressed down like this?" The old turtle seemed to be pressed like this for a long time and had been used to it. He asked, "What's the second?" Han Fei smiled casually. "The second one? I found that you secretly swallowed at least 100,000 ownerless souls. Don't tell me you didn't. I've searched this place and only found about 100,000 points," the old turtle said. "They were taken away by the Void Rift. When you died, I was suppressed by the calabash and had no time to steal your ownerless souls." Han Fei sneered. "Oh, really? If you say so, I won't pursue the ownerless soul matter anymore. However, this is the best chance for you to escape, but you missed it. So now you can't blame me. You failed to escape this time. This means that you will never have a chance of escaping. Therefore, you can consider signing a master-servant contract with me. Don't wait for me to kill my way back to the 1,000-star city, wipe out the big clans, and unify the yin-yang world. At that time, I will be the real 9th Heavenly Lord who controls 8 million kilometers of sea and the lives of billions of people." Humpher, the old turtle snorted and didn't say anything else. However, he couldn't be more devastated. Who could have known that the calabash was still suppressing him even though Han Fei was dead? Unfortunately, he didn't run away. At this moment, the old turtle was indeed thinking about what Han Fei said. This guy's luck was really good. He was caught in someone else's king-level tribulation twice but survived. Last time, he saved Han Fei, but he didn't have time to run. This time, he couldn't save Han Fei, nor could he run away. Guessing that the old turtle was cursing in his heart, Han Fei said leisurely, "Old Yuan, we're already so familiar with each other. You can indeed consider it. Okay, that's all I have to say. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while." You still have a lot of time to consider. In Forge the Universe, in Han Fei's eyes, soul fire was dancing. On the first day he woke up, he had done too many things and hadn't checked his body yet. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 89 peak level, advanced venerable. Chaotic Chi, 523 spiritual power, 25,001 perception range, 45,000 kilometers. Strength, 14,608 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 77, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 59. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all to see that he had become a peak level advanced venerable. Last time, he had reached the peak of the intermediate venerable after the 6 levels of heavenly tribulation. However, his realm was stuck and his body was almost broken. This time, he survived a 9-level heavenly tribulation and became a peak-level advanced venerable. The growth of his spiritual power was probably because he swallowed more ownerless souls after he was resurrected. As for the growth of his strength, obviously it was mostly brought by the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. No, to be precise, it was because his bones were tempered by the heavenly tribulation. If his flesh and blood were tempered together, his strength would be more than 15,000 waves. There weren't many other changes. Almost 200 wisps of chaos chi were used. There was nothing he could do. If he couldn't even bear to spend 200 wisps of chaotic chi, how could he fight a quasi-king? Although it was a big loss, it was worth it. In fact, there was another thing to be thankful for. The dragon head bone that was bombarded by lightning had probably become a real top-quality refining material. It was the skull of a king. Now, after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, the dragon skull glowed with lightning. How many sea-quelling bizarre treasures could it be made into? Although Han Fei hadn't started making it, the dragon head bone had become the most valuable treasure in Forge the Universe. It was even more valuable than the whole dragon corpse. Of course, the top priority was not the dragon head, but to restore Han Fei's body. At the same time, he had to cultivate the indestructible overlord body. Not only that, but Han Fei also started his dragon bone swallowing plan. In any case, the power of the dragon bones could temper his body. In Forge the Universe, 3 years later, Han Fei was calcining himself. In the first year, after he fused nearly 100,000 points of ownerless souls into his body, Han Fei's flesh and blood could be attached to his bones, but it was still not perfect. As for the indestructible overlord body, it had reached a wonderful critical moment, which was the unification of his body, bones, and soul. Now his bones and soul power were very strong and could meet the demand of his great Tao. Perhaps his soul was still weak, but it was better than his flesh and blood. When Han Fei's body reached the same level as the indestructible body, it would be the end of his cultivation of the indestructible overlord body. In the second year, he tempered his body with the dragon energy swallowed with the dragon swallowing technique, and his body finally stopped shattering. In the third year, Han Fei began to study new body refining techniques. But after a whole year, Han Fei found that apart from continuing to temper his flesh and blood with the indestructible overlord body, other body tempering techniques had no effect on strengthening his body. At this point, Han Fei didn't want to wait anymore. He wanted to leave this place. When Han Fei was about to leave, the old turtle suddenly said, "Han Fei, let's sign the contract." Chapter 1627, Remnants of Divine Sun Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei was stunned for a long time and then laughed. It turned out that old Yuan was still scared. Now was the best time for him to cozy up to Han Fei. Old Yuan, such a smart turtle, finally knew to seize the moment. In the old turtle's opinion, it was extremely uncomfortable to sign a master-servant contract with Han Fei. However, xuanhuan's tribulation proved Han Fei's luck again. If the Bloodsea Divine Wood didn't know Han Fei, if Han Fei didn't send his men to the Bloodsea Divine Wood City, if Han Fei didn't obtain the Earth Vine Spring by chance, if the Divine Sun didn't sacrifice himself to protect Han Fei, if Han Fei didn't have the 9 death soul-splitting octopus, all these ifs were the reason why Han Fei could survive such a heavenly tribulation. Poor xuanhuan. He was definitely a legend of an era. He was probably one of the most cunning people he had ever seen. However, he was still killed by Han Fei. xuanhuan had probably considered the backlash of the Bloodsea Divine Wood, but he didn't expect Han Fei's influence on his tribulation. He believed that he could withstand the backlash from the Bloodsea Divine Wood. In fact, the moment the Bloodsea Divine Wood revealed its soul was the best time for him to devour it. However, Han Fei had mastered the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique and sacrificed 10,000 years of his vitality to help the Divine Sun purify evil. This resulted in the failure of xuanhuan's parasitic technique, so he could only avoid the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. In fact, from this matter, it could also be seen that the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment was stronger than the Great Tao of Parasitism. At least, it was stronger than the Great Tao of Parasitism that xuanhuan had mastered now. At this moment, Han Fei chuckled. Old Yuan, you should have done this a long time ago. A master-servant contract is not shameful. I won't really treat you as an old servant. In the future, maybe I can find your body for you. If I become an emperor or even a god one day, you'll be in for a treat. The old turtle was lost for words. Stop dreaming. Since I've already decided, let's sign the contract. You've used up all the things you can use to temper your body. In this area, your body tempering has reached the limit. It's very difficult for you to further improve your body. You need a truly powerful body tempering technique now. Han Fei looked at his body that was full of cracks and took a deep breath. Is my body refining technique not enough? The old turtle snorted. The 2 heavenly tribulations tempered your bones to the limit that a venerable can bear. But you can still become stronger. This shows that your indestructible golden body is still far from your limit in a sense. Although your bones can continue to become stronger, your body can't withstand it. As you transcend the tribulation, the problem will only become more and more serious. Do you want your flesh and blood to disappear when you become a king, leaving nothing but bones? Han Fei said. My body is already sturdier than most people. Then what about others? The old turtle said. Their bodies may not be strong, but their coordination is good. Although your body is strong, it's not coordinated enough. Besides, aren't you walking the mediocre path like most ordinary kings? Han Fei shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Then how can I get a good body refining technique? The old turtle said. It's time for you to leave this place. The Waterwood world and the Yin-Yang world are a bigger cage. Except for the 3 kings, there's basically nothing else that can improve your strength. Although I have a body tempering technique, it's a great technique of my turtle clan that you can't use. You need to go to the 36 mystic worlds to find a stronger body tempering technique. Besides, from now on, you need to use all your strength to temper your body. Han Fei perked up and smiled. Before I leave, I have something to do. All contracts were a binding force based on the rules of the Great Tao. It was said that in ancient times, many things could be bound by a contract. It was like borrowing money from someone and letting the heavens vouch for him. If that person refused to return the money, the heavens would strike him to death with lightning. This was the restriction of the contract. There was nothing special about the master-servant contract, except that it was more binding on the servants. In other words, the old turtle had his own independent thoughts and actions, but he couldn't bite his master, attack his master, hate him, or secretly push his master into danger. If the master died, the servant died. If the servant died, the master was fine. That was all the content of the contract. In fact, if Han Fei and the old turtle only regarded the contract as a bond of cooperation, like a contract, the old turtle could accept it. From the very beginning, what the old turtle found most unacceptable was that he, a dignified emperor, became someone else's servant. If the old turtle had met someone like Emperor Sparrow in the beginning, the old turtle would have immediately agreed with a smile. But now, Han Fei's strength and luck proved his extraordinary strength. As Han Fei said, if he became a king, he wouldn't be of much use to Han Fei. Once Han Fei entered the 36 mystic worlds, what he saw would be different. A moment later, when Han Fei felt that the contract was complete and he could even control the old turtle's life and death, at that moment, the demon purification pot suddenly disappeared from the depths of Han Fei's sea of consciousness. After leaving Han Fei's sea of consciousness, the demon purification pot returned to Han Fei's soul and seemed to be able to extend out between his eyebrows. Han Fei asked in surprise, Old Yuan, do you want to come out for a walk? The old turtle shook his head. No, I'm just a soul body. When you leave this place or return to the yin-yang world, release Guai Songying and I can parasitize him. 1 day passed. It had been 3.5 months since the battle that day. Han Fei spent the rest of the month refining his body and forged the universe. At this moment, Han Fei's face, which wasn't handsome to start with, was full of cracks and looked even a bit scary. Han Fei grabbed a piece of Blood Sea Divine Wood and a mass of spiritual fire appeared in his hand. In less than 50 seconds, a red mask appeared in his hand. This red mask only had 2 holes in its eyes and its nose slightly bulged. Han Fei casually covered the mask on his face. To be honest, it was not that Han Fei couldn't change, but that he happened to see the Blood Sea Divine Wood and wanted to use it. After all, wearing a mask was quite cool. Besides, it was better not to be recognized. At this time, Han Fei sighed slightly. What a pity. The Divine Son sacrificed his life to save me, but I can't return this favor, the old turtle said. Actually, he's not necessarily dead. Huh? Han Fei's face changed slightly. What do you mean? The old turtle said. Demon plants, just like your other teacher, the water immortal. When a demon plant dies, it will very likely leave behind a seed. Even if it won't be the original him after the seed grows up again, they want to live on. This is the instinct of demon plants. You can find it with the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Really? Are demonic plants really so powerful? Just now, when the old turtle was speaking halfway, Han Fei's eyes lit up. At this time, the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand and began to spin. As long as it was spinning, there was hope. The old turtle said, You can also look for that xuanhuan. After the baptism of the final terrifying explosion, xuanhuan's big red trunk body couldn't be found at all. The Divine Son's Blood Sea Divine Wood trunk and branches were all crushed, and some of them might become treasures. Only the part from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the whole tree was left, which was also seriously damaged. But even so, Han Fei couldn't put it into Forge the Universe. The Blood Sea Divine Wood body, in theory, was comparable to the Cloud Sea Divine Wood, but the Divine Son didn't develop it that much. Finally, about 800 meters from the bottom of the sea, Han Fei entered a tree and came to a strange dark space. Han Fei couldn't help being puzzled. A strange space collapsed inside the body of the Divine Son. No power was shown, but it couldn't be detected. the old turtle said. This is his origin sea. Han Fei's heart stirred. He extended his hand and disappeared into the tree. When Han Fei returned to the land of the Grand Myriad Mountains, he couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the entrance to the Origin Sea was like this, collapsing into such a state. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and saw a small red branch growing on the mountain where he came out last time. Huff. Han Fei let out a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that Divine Sun still left a trump card." However, wasn't he afraid that I couldn't find it, the old turtle said. At least, it's better to keep it in his origin sea than outside. If it's possessed again, he'll be completely annihilated. Han Fei appeared on the top of the mountain with a swish, carefully dug out this small tree, and put it into the sea-quelling painting. It was stored in the sea-quelling painting instead of Forge the Universe, because this small tree couldn't enter the ladder at all. Han Fei felt great resistance. Unlike when he brought the water immortal with him, Han Fei wasn't sure if the divinity of the Divine Sun had been completely burned up. Anyway, the price to place it in Forge the Universe was too high. After finding the Divine Sun, Han Fei looked at the land of the Grand Myriad Mountains, which was also the origin sea of Divine Sun, and said, "Old Yuan, is such a big space just wasted like this?" the old turtle asked. "Do you want to take it away?" Han Fei asked. "Can I?" Pondering for a moment, the old turtle said, "No." Han Fei was lost for words. "Isn't that the same as not saying anything?" the old turtle said. "Now that Divine Sun has just died, his soul is dead, but his body isn't completely dead. This origin sea will slowly absorb the remaining power of his body. In the end, when there is no power to use, he will return to the world." Han Fei frowned. "How long will it take?" the old turtle, "I'm not sure. It depends on the time when the origin sea collapses. But no matter how fast it is, it'll take at least hundreds of years." Han Fei said, "Is the origin sea useless after its master dies?" the old turtle said, "The power of the origin sea will return to the world, and then the world will feed it to the millions of races in the world. How can it be useless?" Han Fei curled his lips. "I know, the energy conservation law." After finding the remains of the Divine Sun, Han Fei searched in his origin sea again. After confirming that there were no traces of xuanhuan, he cut open the void and went out. When he used the vast ocean navigator for the third time, Han Fei still found the remains of xuanhuan. This guy hid a small vine about an inch long in a remote, dilapidated sandland more than 50 kilometers underground with a red seed underneath. Han Fei crushed the red seed without hesitation, not even leaving any dregs. Perhaps this red seed would grow into a different big red trunk. However, he couldn't be merciful now. Otherwise, if he gave xuanhuan a chance, he might be able to turn the world upside down again one day. To be honest, Han Fei didn't think xuanhuan was very talented, and at least xuanhuan was not as talented as him. But was talent everything? In terms of strategy, even those who were a few levels more talented than xuanhuan would probably be crushed by him. Wasn't the Divine Sun inferior to xuanhuan in terms of talent? Han Fei didn't believe it. However, even the Divine Sun had fallen for xuanhuan's trick. It could be seen that the path of cultivation didn't rely solely on talent. After confirming the death of xuanhuan, Han Fei felt much more at ease. Looking around, Han Fei smiled. "Old Yuan, we should go out." Chapter 1628, Yang Ruyun died. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Han Fei stood outside the Bloodsea Divine Wood, he saw nothing but devastation. Even near the Bloodsea Divine Wood, void cracks often appeared. Above the sky, in all directions, the space cracks gradually formed a void storm. That was not a good place to stay. The slightest carelessness would cause one to sink into an eternal void black hole. Generally speaking, if you were trapped there, you would probably be killed. If you were lucky enough to survive, where could you go, or would you be lost in the darkness forever? No one knew the answer. Seeing the void storm, the old turtle suddenly said, "If you're willing to cultivate here for 10 years, tempering your body at the edge of the void storm might increase your physical strength by 10%. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "No! If I want my body to be completely compatible with my indestructible golden body, I need to be at least 50% stronger." 60%, Han Fei said, "so this 10% is too little and too slow for me. I can also refine my flesh and blood with heavenly thunder, which will not only strengthen my body by 10%. Han Fei was talking about deducing the 7th level of void fishing. At this time, Han Fei had already felt the power of the heavenly tribulation. The 7th level of the void fishing corresponded to the king realm. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't confident enough and hadn't deduced it yet. Han Fei decided that he would use it when he became a peak-level venerable and was about to break through to become a half-king. Or, he could try to master the indestructible overlord body first. As for the cultivation of the indestructible overlord body, he was still lacking the unification of bones, soul, and flesh. However, none of these were a perfect solution. Han Fei also knew a place that could help him temper his body, and the tempering might be fast and effective. That was the Thunder Prison. Unfortunately, the Thunder Prison was a forbidden-level secret realm in the White Shell Royal City. It was not impossible to find an opportunity to enter it, or even not difficult. However, to open a forbidden-level secret realm, that would definitely attract a lot of attention. Therefore, Han Fei could only solve the main problem first before he entered the Thunder Prison again. As for what the old turtle said, to leave yin-yang world and water-wood world, it was not the time yet. He didn't want to leave as an advanced venerable. The existence of xuanhuan and the white armor emperor made Han Fei see the horror of the strong. There might not be that many obsessed and evil cultivators like xuanhuan, but there were definitely many ordinary kings like the white armor emperor in the 36 mystic worlds. A white-armored emperor could resist the heavenly tribulation in a short time. If the white armor emperor caught him, he would probably be blown up in 1 second. Zhao Shenglong was even more terrifying. That guy had slaughtered countless dragons and hadn't died yet. He might have fought hundreds of millions of kilometers of the sea alone. But there were countless such strong masters outside. Han Fei clearly remembered that Zhao Shenglong had searched for helpers everywhere. Although no one helped him, were the people he turned to for help all weaker than him? Not necessarily. To the strong, they wouldn't ask the weak for help. Therefore, although Han Fei hadn't visited the 36 mystic worlds yet, he knew that there must be many strong masters there. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that only the big clans in the yin-yang world were easy to bully. Of course, although Han Fei had a lot of ideas, he was still sitting cross-legged. Stepping on the spirit gathering array, countless spirit gathering arrays gathered into a large spirit gathering array, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was gathered. He needed to wait a day for the vast ocean navigator to recover. In this sudden battle, the ones who suffered the greatest blow were the Millennium Snapper cultivators in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. On that day, tens of millions of Millennium Snappers lost their vitality and died for no reason. Many Millennium Snappers were dumbfounded and didn't even have the time to cry. For them, this was the end of the world. The big red trunks were collapsing, the ground veins were collapsing, the Blood Sea Divine Wood was cracking, and their companions were dying. The only thing they could do was to escape. In fact, these Millennium Snappers didn't know that they were actually lucky. Those unlucky ones had already been sucked to death by xuanhuan. But in any case, the blood demons were the common enemy of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell Royal City. Now that their king had perished, the other two parties wouldn't show any mercy to them. In the past 3 months, although Han Fei didn't feel anything, 13 venerables had actually died. In the past 3 months, Yang Ruyun had the most complicated feelings. She had turned from a human being into a Millennium Snapper because she didn't want to be a human being anymore. She felt that it was extremely difficult for her to stand out among the crowd and become a powerhouse. However, she happened to have the opportunity to become a strong master. It was indeed difficult for ordinary people to refuse. But now, Yang Ruyun wasn't sure. She knew that the disaster was probably related to Han Fei. She thought that Han Fei would fulfill his promise, because not only did Han Fei give her a top-level cultivation technique, but he also signed a great Tao oath with her. After this matter, he would never touch her again. After all, Han Fei was so strong now, he didn't have to bother with her, right? Little did Yang Ruyun know that Han Fei was going to destroy the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. At this moment, millions of Millennium Snapper were being besieged, and the battle line spread across 1,000,000 kilometers. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City had become a paradise for adventure in the Waterwood world. Neither the White Armor Emperor nor Mu Wuhua was prepared to accept the Blood Demons. After all, xuanhuan's performance was too weird. They all knew that these Blood Demons were actually xuanhuan's blood bank. If they really accepted these Blood Demons, who would they cry to if something went wrong? Therefore, they just let their subordinates kill the Blood Demons. This was what they deserved for following an evil king. At this moment, Yang Ruyun was fleeing with 100 people. There were 2 groups of people chasing her. One was sea demons and the other was insects. Ruyun, I'm afraid we can't escape. You have a lot of resources on you. Run quickly. Don't think about avenging us in the future. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City is doomed. Someone sighed. Unfortunately, we are supposed to be human beings. Someone turned back. I want to fight and die like a human. I hope that I will be a human again in my next life. Pursing her lips, Yang Ruyun watched the people following her dwindle. Gritting her teeth, she cried and fought desperately for survival. In the end, when a bald head blocked her way, Yang Ruyun knew that she was doomed. Yang Ruyun took a deep breath. Zhang Xiaotian, I want to know why you're chasing me. Zhang Xiaotian looked at Yang Ruyun casually and said expressionlessly, hand over the resources. Yang Ruyun said, I don't know what you're talking about. If I had resources, I would have long since handed them out to a venerable in exchange for his protection. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head slightly. Then die. Wait a minute. The desire to survive made Yang Ruyun activate her instincts. She said, wait, I don't have them with me. I'll take you to get the resources. Buzz. However, Zhang Xiaotian appeared in front of Yang Ruyun in the next second and pierced her chest with a spear. Zhang Xiaotian smiled. Do you know that I can actually feel your mental waves? You're lying to me. Then, Zhang Xiaotian extended his hand, pierced Yang Ruyun's jaw with 2 fingers, and took out a bloody sun moon shell. At this moment, Yang Ruyun hadn't died yet, but Zhang Xiaotian had shattered her heart and reached out to suck her power. Zhang Xiaotian said, little girl, I've lived more than 6,000 years. How can you trick me? Just rest in peace. In this vast sea, the prosperity or destruction of a race happens every day. It's just that your race is a little bigger. A moment later, when Zhang Xiaotian sucked the last wisp of power from Yang Ruiyun and was about to tear through the void to leave suddenly, he turned around, only to see a man wearing a red mask standing behind him. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian felt a chill down his spine. "Who are you?" Han Fei said in a low voice. "I'm someone you can't defeat. Zhang Xiaotian, buzz." The void shattered, and Zhang Xiaotian made a prompt decision to trigger the surrounding void to get a chance to escape. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't move at all. A suppressing pressure descended, instantly crushing Zhang Xiaotian's body into pieces. Zhang Xiaotian turned into a big octopus and looked at Han Fei in shock. "Are you a half-king?" Han Fei blinked and looked at him. Then he waved his hand, and a space crack turned into a knife light, crushing a piece of flesh that splashed out. When the knife approached, the flesh surged and tried to escape by burning its blood. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. When Zhang Xiaotian died, Han Fei finally said leisurely, "I am your father." The old turtle was lost for words. "You killed him just because he once fought you? Look at you, you're so damn vengeful. You don't look like a good person at all." Han Fei grabbed the Sun Moon shell and checked Zhang Xiaotian's own Sun Moon shell. Humph, a bunch of rubbish. Han Fei stomped and a cave appeared. Yang Ruiyun's body fell into it. Han Fei threw the 2 Sun Moon shells in and said casually, "I didn't kill you, but I'm not obligated to save you, right? I would have considered saving you if you were still a human. Unfortunately, you're not." Chapter 1629, The Birth of a King Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations with the Vast Ocean Navigator. As long as there was a weak spot in the void storm, Han Fei could drill through it. After coming out, Han Fei wanted to leave. However, on second thought, the destruction of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City should be accompanied by the destruction of the Millennium Snapper race. This was something that Han Fei had thought of earlier. Therefore, when he found the Fish Dragon King and Yang Ruiyun, their fate was already decided. He came back at this moment just because he was curious. Han Fei had anticipated Yang Ruiyun's death. She had always resorted to petty tricks, but they were useless against an old monster like Zhang Xiaotian. This was the disadvantage of petty tricks. The strong relied on their strength after all. Of course, it was better to have brains. The old turtle said, "The Sun Moon shells have a lot of resources. Do you want them?" Han Fei's face immediately darkened. "Who are you looking down upon?" "I, Han Fei, will not rob these petty things. The Zhang family of the Thousand Star City is my first choice." Han Fei didn't try to sneak into the White Shell Royal City. Instead of sneaking in now and taking the risk, why not go to the Yin-Yang world first? Sweeping the big clans first was the most important thing. And to go to the Yin-Yang world, he could only go to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, before he went, Han Fei specifically used the Vast Ocean Navigator to search for the Fish Dragon King. This brother, from the arrogance he showed in the beginning to the endurance he showed now, could actually have become a great talent. However, the Vast Ocean Navigator didn't turn, which meant that this guy might have died. Han Fei shrugged and said casually, "I wanted to send you off, but it's a pity." Half a day later, on the top of the tree in the fiery sea, Han Fei arrived quietly. He looked at the little bald guy who was absorbing the heavenly fire on the top of the tree and smiled. "Golden Crow, long time no see." Buzz! At this moment, the Golden Crow's strength was completely different from before. When he saw the Golden Crow last time, he was still a child and was very weak. Now it seemed that in just a few years he was already a peak-level law enforcer. This speed made Han Fei speechless. Although he was fast back then, he wasn't as fast as the Golden Crow. How could he become a peak-level law enforcer just by sitting here? The flames on the Golden Crow jumped and he looked at Han Fei in shock. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Teacher. Han Fei really didn't look like a good person. He was wearing a red mask and pretending to be a big shot. Besides, Han Fei could pass the perception of the venerables and appear directly on the top of the fire tree. Few people in the entire Cloud Sea Divine Tree had such strength. "Buzz," the Golden Crow cried, and 3 insect queens arrived. "Who are you? Why have you come to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree?" Tweeta. An insect queen was about to summon people when the void trembled and an elegant rose-red robe appeared. Queen Life slowly walked out of the void and looked at Han Fei. The 3 insect queens were relieved to see Queen Life. Since the queen had come, even the white-armored emperor wouldn't be able to threaten them now. Queen Life was a little surprised. She nodded at the 3 insect queens. "You can leave now. I'll take care of this." The 3 insect queens were all surprised. The queen wanted to deal with this person personally? Was this person a king? That's not right. The aura on him was clearly that of an advanced venerable. However, the 3 of them didn't ask much. Since the queen had given the order, they could retreat. At this moment, Bai Suzhen came over from the void too. Bai Suzhen was very calm when she saw Han Fei. She wasn't surprised by Han Fei's weird appearance. Han Fei looked at Bai Suzhen and asked in surprise, "A half-venerable? You're growing fast. Is there a problem?" Queen Life, no problem. Her cultivation speed should be so fast. Bai Suzhen was surprised to hear Han Fei asking about her. "Who are you?" Han Fei lifted the mask, revealing a cracked face that looked like cracked china. Hiss, Han Fei. The Golden Crow looked at Han Fei in shock. How did you become like this? Bai Suzhen also looked at Han Fei in surprise. Your face. No, there's something wrong with your body? Only then did Bai Suzhen notice that Han Fei's hand was also full of cracks too. Obviously, Han Fei was seriously injured. After a long silence, Queen Life said, I didn't expect that you actually survived that situation. Han Fei smiled. Maybe I'm lucky. Everyone else has died. I'm here to borrow the channel. Queen Life asked curiously, Then how did you get here? Is there another passage leading to this place in the yin-yang world? Han Fei shook his head. I came from the Wall of Death. Queen Life narrowed her eyes and said to Bai Suzhen, Suzhen, take the Golden Crow back to the Heavenly Palace. The Golden Crow didn't want to leave yet and immediately said, Teacher, Han Fei and I still have something to talk about. Queen Life glanced at the Golden Crow. You can talk to him when you become a venerable. Bai Suzhen gave Han Fei a deep look, pulled the Golden Crow, and entered the Void Passage. After the two of them left, Queen Life said, I tried to enter the Wall of Death, but I found that I couldn't break it. Can you? Han Fei said. It's easiest for a new venerable or a half-venerable to enter it. The stronger you are, the harder it is to enter. Queen Life said, Many people from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree have entered it, but none of them have come out. Are you saying that you came directly from the yin-yang world? Han Fei smiled and said, You can say that, but the yin-yang world is not directly connected to the water-wood world. Inside the Wall of Death is an extremely huge cage. This cage sealed the yin-yang world and the water-wood world inside. Inside the cage, there are venerables everywhere, as many explorers as the army of insects. All the explorers in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell Royal City added up can't even compare to 1/10 in the cage. Huh? Han Fei clearly saw that Queen Life's face trembled. She seemed to be thinking, how is it possible? However, knowing Han Fei's identity, Queen Life knew that Han Fei had no reason to lie to her. Queen Life, is there a king there? Han Fei shook his head and said, A crazy master of the dragon-subduing heavenly palace. He's very strong but is sealed by an array. Also, there are a few fake kings inside. Their strength is about 3 times that of a half-king, or greater. Dragon-subduing heavenly palace lord? Queen Life was obviously stunned by Han Fei. To be honest, she wasn't familiar with the 36 mystic worlds either. When she inherited the Waterwood world, she inherited some knowledge which only briefly introduced the 36 mystic worlds. But obviously Han Fei knew the related knowledge. Queen Life asked, Is he a friend or an enemy? Han Fei said, He's a lunatic now, so it can't be sure whether he is a friend or an enemy. His story is quite complicated. If you meet him in the future, he shouldn't be a problem as long as you don't mention the dragon race to him. Dragon race? Queen Life was a little confused. What did Han Fei know? Why was there a dragon race here? Were they legendary dragons? Han Fei said, I'm just telling you that the cage seal can't be broken now. No matter how you fight the White Armored Emperor in the future, don't break the cage seal. Queen Life said indifferently, That seal can't be broken, right? It seems to have exceeded the power of a king. Han Fei shook his head and said, There are some problems with it now. Perhaps it will only take a few years, decades, or hundreds of years for the seal to break. As time goes by, there will only be more problems. There may even be some cracks, and some explorers might come out in advance. But people from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree don't enter it. Queen Life nodded. Okay, I see. Your body, Han Fei asked, Do you have any treasures that can strengthen the body? Queen Life nodded. How about immeasurable fruits? Han Fei looked at Queen Life for a moment and said leisurely, Then forget it, Queen Life. This was the first time she had been despised by others. Immeasurable fruit. Other people were scrambling to get it, but you actually despised it? Queen Life said, You can tell me. What's wrong with your body exactly? My spring water might be able to heal you. Han Fei's eyes lit up. My indestructible body is too strong, so my flesh and blood are not tough enough. I need to temper my body and balance them. Queen Life couldn't have felt worse. Thinking of Han Fei and Shui Fan's performance in the heavenly tribulation that day, forget it, he couldn't be measured by human standards. Queen Life said, Then you'd better keep looking for, perhaps, Yin-Yang World has such an opportunity. I think you should go back to Yin-Yang World first. Han Fei's face changed slightly. What's wrong with the Yin-Yang World? Queen Life, Jing'er sent a message that a king has been born on your side? Puff, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. What? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Impossible. A king? Which one? Queen Life, it might be the fake king you mentioned, because that person hunted Jing'er but she escaped. Huff, Han Fei patted his chest. Junior sister, don't speak this way next time. It's really scary. However, as soon as Han Fei said so, Queen Life's cold voice rang. What did you call me? Han Fei said. I need to go back as soon as possible. The fake king is causing trouble. Yin-Yang World needs me now. Chapter 1630, Old Demon Chu becomes a king. Translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, was about to go back, thinking, when I become a king, I'll call you junior sister every day, and I'll call you that 300 times a day. Now, although he was already very powerful, he was still way much weaker than Queen Life. Queen Life didn't stop him. She had already seen Han Fei's potential. After all, his father was Han Guanshu, and he himself even passed through the Wall of Death, dared to participate in a king-level battle as a venerable, and safely transcended the tribulation. Han Fei was really the most talented person Queen Life had ever seen. In terms of talent, Han Fei was probably much stronger than her. Of course, Han Fei was indeed in a hurry to go back. The second thing he asked Ningjing to help him with when he entered the cage was to take care of the Scattered Stars Island, although she didn't need to participate in the battle. However, even Ningjing had been hunted, which meant that the so-called king had already begun to attack his territory. What was his territory? Han Fei felt that apart from the Thousand Star City, the entire Yin-Yang world was his territory. What made Han Fei even more certain was that the Yin-Yang world couldn't have a king. That place didn't have the conditions to give birth to a king. The so-called king was definitely fake. Just as Queen Life guessed, even if someone announced that he had become a king, he would at most be a fake one. As for this person, was he from the Chu sect or the Sao family? Han Fei didn't even need to think to know that there was a 90% chance that it was old Demon Chu from the Chu sect. If it were the Sao family, they wouldn't be so extreme as to fall out with him now. After all, his relationship with the Sao family wasn't bad. So, it wasn't necessary to hunt Ningjing. When passing through the passage between the two worlds, Han Fei greeted the leafless tree and Qian Shu. They were actually a little stunned, thinking, "How did you get here?" Han Fei responded casually and didn't talk much with them. Yin-Yang world. The waves of the sea were endless, and the sea breeze emitted a fishy smell. The sunshine shone on the surface of the sea, shining like golden scales. Han Fei casually grabbed the venerable token. The place where he came out wasn't far from the Scattered Stars Island. Ningjing should be able to sense it. Han Fei was not afraid of the so-called fake king. At this moment, he didn't have to be afraid of anyone in the Yin-Yang world. Even if the other party wanted to transcend the king-level tribulation again, he was sure that the so-called fake king would die before he died. Therefore, Han Fei casually hung the venerable token on his waist and flew towards the Scattered Stars Island, a moment later. On the Scattered Stars Island, before Han Fei could scan it with his perception, he heard the old turtle say, "There are peak-level venerables." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Oh, are peak-level venerables everywhere now? Even the Scattered Stars Island can be equipped with peak-level venerables," the old turtle said. "You should know this person. He's the peak-level venerable from the Chu sect. His aura seems to be a little unstable. He's probably about to break through to the peak-level venerable realm. He's probably only one step away from becoming a half-king." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Xuanhuan? Interesting, but even if he really becomes a half-king, so what?" Han Fei was full of disdain. He had killed a peak-level venerable in the immortal city of the human race. Now, his strength was much stronger than before. In terms of pure strength, he was already comparable to a half-king, or even a lot stronger. Han Fei didn't hide his perception. He looked at the Thug Academy. Of course, at this time, the Thug Academy was already deserted. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the fate of the Thug Academy had never been good. It had all kinds of geniuses, but they had to hide all day. Han Fei wasn't afraid that the people of the Thug Academy would be killed or captured by the Chu sect. If old Demon Chu really became a king, with Ningjing's means, she would definitely be able to protect the people of the Thug Academy. Even if Ningjing couldn't, old Han could. He was on good terms with Lidoxian, and would definitely not let anything bad happen to the students of the Thug Academy. Thinking that through, Han Fei looked at his statue. Then, his face turned green. "Where is my statue?" No wonder he felt that the growth of the power of faith had slowed down in recent years. Had his statues been pulled down? If it weren't for the fact that there were billions of people feeding his statues in the immortal city, he might have discovered that something was wrong with the Yin-Yang world. Han Fei said with a cold face, "What a Chu sect and what a Chu Menwang, who do they think they are? I've only been away for 4 years, but they destroyed my statues?" "Humph," the old turtle said. "Do you want to hold back for a while? For example, go to the Thousand Star City first and steal some resources? In this way, the battle in the Yin-Yang world will be easier." Han Fei chuckled. "Steal? No, now that I'm back, I'm going to eradicate the so-called big clans all at once. I'm the king of the Yin-Yang world. All the land in the world belongs to me, so are the resources. After all, the Yin-Yang world is only so by." Of course, Han Fei didn't immediately cause trouble. It was unwise to cause trouble without knowing anything. The transverse mountain. Shui Shengyi was fishing in the abyss cave. God knew what he was fishing for. Maybe he was fishing for loneliness. As early as when Chu Menwang came to the Scattered Stars Island, he had been imprisoned here. He was certain that Chu Menwang wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, he had ruled the Scattered Stars Island for 50 years, and too many people knew him. Since Han Fei left, many things were left to him to handle. Therefore, in the eyes of the public, Shui Shengyi had never left their sight. The imprisonment was only temporary. Shui Shengyi was sure that Chu Menwang couldn't rule the Scattered Stars Island by force, so he was waiting for Chu Menwang to invite him to come out of seclusion. Han Fei would come back and take back the Scattered Stars Island. Compared to the big clans, after seeing how Chu Menwang dealt with the Scattered Stars Island, Shui Shengyi knew that the big clans were hopeless. They didn't know how to govern a free city at all, and they were still using the same old methods, squeezing the fat of the people. "Phew, you're so idle. What are you fishing for? Shui was taken aback by Han Fei's voice, but then he relaxed his brows and said casually, "It doesn't matter what I'm fishing for, it's just to kill time. When did you come back?" "Just now." Shui looked back at Han Fei and frowned when he saw the mask on Han Fei's face. "You don't want to wear a mask in public, do you?" Han Fei shook his head. "Of course not. I'm just using it when necessary." With that, Han Fei took off the mask. He didn't mind his current appearance being seen because Han Fei felt that it was only temporary. Shui exclaimed when he saw Han Fei. "It seems that you haven't been doing well these past few years." Han Fei smiled faintly. "I was doing very well." "So, I guess old Demon Chu has declared himself a king?" Shui nodded. "That's right. There's nothing to be surprised about. All this time, in the eyes of some people, only those few people were most likely to become a king. However, I'm a little puzzled. He shouldn't have become a king, right? If he did, he would have done something big long ago." Han Fei shook his head. "Become a king? Heh, if I don't become a king, he won't be a king even if he lives to die." Shui nodded slightly. "Then I'm relieved. Well, aren't you afraid that Chu Menwang will find you? He is now on the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei grinned. "Unless he's bored and has scanned this place with his perception, he can't detect anything." Shui raised his hand, put away the fishing pole, and then looked at Han Fei seriously. "Your former teammate, Luo Xiaobai from the Luo family of the Thousand Star City, secretly sent me a message saying that old Chu becoming a king might have something to do with the Thousand Star Proving Ground. She asked me to inform you. Now that you know, what are you going to do?" Han Fei smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he said with a smile, "Old Demon Chu just occupied the Scattered Stars Island and didn't do anything else. I think the 36 towns should be ruled by him now, right?" Shui took a deep look at Han Fei. "At least, all your statues are gone." Han Fei's eyelids twitched and he took a deep breath. How dare he? After that, Han Fei looked at the mayor's residence. Han Fei stepped into the air and took out a small mirror. In the next moment, with a thought, Han Fei's face returned to normal, which was just the effect of the deceit technique. The sky curtain opened, and all the venerables on the Scattered Stars Island looked up at the sky in shock. Someone murmured, "The sky-hanging mirror appeared? Is Han Fei back?" The star turtle stuck its head out of its shell. "Is that guy finally back?" Chu Menwang scanned with his perception and instantly disappeared from the mayor's residence. In the next moment, Chu Menwang found himself reflected in the sky-hanging mirror. Only then did he sense that there was a person standing thousands of kilometers away. It was none other than Han Fei. Chu Menwang looked at Han Fei in shock. "You've reached the peak of the advanced venerable level?" Han Fei looked at Chu Menwang as if looking at a dead person. "I heard that you tore down all my statues?" Chu Menwang sneered. "Han Fei, even if you become an advanced venerable, so what? No matter how strong you are, you're only an advanced venerable. You can do nothing, and I've been waiting for you." Crack Ed. Jade slip shattered, and Chu Menwang laughed. "In 3 seconds, our patriarch will arrive. You can't escape." Han Fei's lips curled. "You will die within 3 seconds. Chapter 1631, Slaying a Venerable with Each /Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After experiencing the cage, Han Fei basically had no feelings for the so-called experts of the yin-yang world. Perhaps, in his previous opinion, Chu Menwang was very strong, someone that he couldn't reach back then. But now, he was 2 realms stronger than back then. How could he be afraid of him? The moment the sky screen appeared, Chu Menwang was doomed. Yes, Han Fei was very sure about this. They stepped into a void at the same time. Chu Menwang roared and had an ice dragon attached to him. He held an ultra-quality divine sword in his hand and cut through the sky. Han Fei smiled and stepped forward, shortening the space. At that moment, Han Fei reached out and grabbed at the void, and a void blade was drawn out by Han Fei. Crack. The huge sword shadow of Chu Menwang was instantly shattered, and Han Fei had already arrived in front of Chu Menwang. Chu Menwang wanted to continue, but Han Fei simply said, "All laws forbidden in this space." Chu Menwang's expression changed drastically, because Han Fei's saber had already reached him. Roar! Chu Menwang roared, ice-sealing divine armor. A crystal-clear ice armor appeared on Chu Menwang's body, with spiritual energy flashing on it. Even though Chu Menwang was very confident in himself, he couldn't help being shocked. He never thought that he would be forced to defend himself at the beginning of the battle. However, Chu Menwang didn't panic. After all, Han Fei was only an advanced peak-level venerable. Even if Han Fei's growth was terrifying, he was only an advanced peak-level venerable. However, when he was enveloped by Han Fei's knife light, he was shocked to find that the surrounding space seemed to be separated. Pet, crack. Before Chu Menwang had time to think, his body suddenly split into pieces. The so-called ice-sealing divine armor didn't work at all. At this moment, Han Fei stepped in front of Chu Menwang. Roar! The dragon roared, and Chu Menwang felt his soul tremble. His body was separated, and he, with only his head left, vomited blood from his 7 orifices. Han Fei pressed Chu Menwang's head with one hand, and the void lines instantly buckled all his limbs. Explode, rumble. Even in the void, the terrifying power of the explosion penetrated the void. In reality, one could see spatial cracks, and there was power penetrating down from the void. Boom. The millions of people on the scattered stars island saw cracks appear in the sky, and a rain of blood poured down. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Yes, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Not just the strong masters, even ordinary hanging fishers and even dangling fishers. Although they couldn't see the details of the battle clearly, they saw that Xuanhuan slashed out a sword light that was 3,000 meters long. However, the sword light was broken, and Xuanhuan was split into pieces. Han Fei grabbed his head and blew him up. These ordinary cultivators didn't care about the complicated abilities. They only saw Han Fei kill a venerable within less than a second, as easily as killing a little white fish. Therefore, the ordinary cultivators, law enforcers, and explorers on the Scattered Stars Island were all shivering. Someone grinned. Marshal Han has returned. He's so powerful. He butchered a venerable. That powerful venerable from the Chu sect was killed in one move? At the Empyrean waterfall, the star turtle felt that its blood was freezing, and its shell was shaking. This is horrible. This is horrible. I knew it. I know it. These people had occupied the Scattered Stars Island. When Han Fei returns, he will be furious. The star turtle had thought that Han Fei would come back and fight a big battle, but it didn't expect Han Fei to be so powerful. Nor did it expect that Han Fei could kill a peak-level venerable so easily. This was a peak-level venerable. This was not a small fish or shrimp. Was he really so easy to fight? Shui Shengyi was speechless for a long time. Perhaps this was the so-called powerhouse boar at the right moment. Only such a person was destined to become a king. He had been the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island for 50 years, and he had been very rational and enduring. He controlled the war between the Scattered Stars Island and the sea demons, and used this war to nurture and mold talents for human beings. But now it seemed that Han Fei had changed his conservative thinking in the past few years. Now that the sea demons had been annihilated, judging from Han Fei's current strength, the big clans in the Thousand Star City were probably doomed. As for the so-called king, that was pure bullshit. If anyone here could become a king, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now? It was probably just an excuse for the big clans to easily rule the entire yin-yang world. Otherwise, they would really be killed. Old Chen, who was in the Scattered Stars archive room, couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this scene. He was writing something on a record of the supreme commanders of the Scattered Stars Island. Now, Marshal Han has returned and opened the sky screen to challenge the Chu sect master, who is a peak-level venerable. With one blow, Xuanhuan's sword was broken and he was killed. On the Scattered Stars Island, among the venerables, only Shui Shengyi, Old Chen, and the Star Turtle stood on Han Fei's side. When the other four venerables saw Han Fei kill Xuanhuan with a single blow from the sky screen, they were all scared out of their wits. That was Xuanhuan, a terrifying existence that could almost sweep across the Thousand Star City, yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow? Their first thought was to run, but it was too late. At that moment, Shui Shengji, the Star Turtle, and Old Chen rose to the sky in unison, tearing through the void and blocking these people. Not only Shui Shengji, but Ningjing also appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away. She said, "You're finally back. Do you need my help?" Han Fei smiled. "No." In the next moment, Han Fei put on battle armor. His robe fluttered, and he walked in the air with Snowmorn in hand. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was like walking in the air. Han Fei's voice echoed for tens of thousands of kilometers. "Everyone on the Scattered Stars Island, I, Han Fei, have returned today. The big clans of the Thousand Star City imprisoned Mr. Shui Shenxi, occupied my martial mansion, and exploited the people. They can't be forgiven. My city is called Justice. Our goal is the freedom of the people. Whoever stands in our way shall be killed. Whoever oppresses the people shall be killed. Well, in short, I'm telling you today that you won't be under anyone. You are the true masters of this land, this sea." While speaking, Han Fei didn't kill the other four. He took a step out of the void and walked to the sea. The blue sea rippled and the void vibrated. An elder quickly walked out of the void. Old Demon Chu had already rushed over as fast as possible the moment Xuanhuan sent out the message. However, how could he have expected that Xuanhuan would die within a second after sending the message? When Old Chu saw Xuanhuan's life monument shatter, his heart almost exploded. He couldn't think of anyone that could kill Xuanhuan in just 1 second, unless the other party had reached his level of strength. However, as far as he knew, whether it was Han Guanshu, Tang Yan, or the woman who appeared with Han Fei, in fact, they were all only in the half-king realm. Old Demon Chu even thought that it would be great if the three of them could appear at the same time. He could take all three of them down in one go. But now, Xuanhuan had died first. Elder Chu, the four venerables who were fleeing crazily breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Old Demon Chu. The current Old Demon Chu had really broken through the limit of a half-king. The reason why Old Demon Chu was in the Thousand Star City recently was that Old Demon Chu attacked the Sao family, forcing the Sao family to use the family protecting array. Seeing the four people relax, Han Fei smiled disdainfully. "Why, how do you know that Old Demon Chu can definitely save you?" Among the four venerables, Han Fei only knew one person, and that was Sun Bei Sheng. Old Demon Chu looked into the distance and snorted. "Just the two of you?" "Heh!" Han Fei sneered and activated the power of his great Tao, his aura getting stronger and stronger. As Han Fei grew stronger, the void around him became unstable. Bang! Han Fei clenched his fist, and the void exploded like thunder. When the power gathered, Han Fei took a deep breath and infinite energy entered his body. When old Demon Chu saw this scene, Sun Bai Sheng and the other three who were not far behind him felt their scalps tingle. They saw that the void around Han Fei shattered, turning into a storm of energy that poured crazily into Han Fei's body. Old Demon Chu took a deep breath. What great power! However, do you know what my great Tao is? Time, stop, bang. In the eyes of outsiders, the sky screen seemed to be frozen. However, in the next moment, like the ice was broken, a scarlet and powerful fist mark penetrated the sky. Rumble! Old Demon Chu retreated hundreds of kilometers, his hands trembling. Only he knew that his arms were completely shattered from inside. However, this wasn't what surprised old Demon Chu the most. He asked in shock, "You can break the time technique?" Han Fei smiled. "You aren't even in the sea establishment realm. What makes you think you can talk about time with me? Who do you think you are?" As Han Fei spoke, his speed soared to the extreme, and he traversed thousands of kilometers with a single step. He clenched his fists again, and old Demon Chu immediately collided with him, but the void twisted, and Han Fei disappeared, bypassing him and appearing thousands of kilometers away. Roar! A dragon roar exploded. 100 Beast Soul Devouring was not something ordinary venerables could resist. The four people didn't even have time to run before their bodies exploded. Time slash. Old Demon Chu certainly wouldn't allow Han Fei to kill so many venerables. After all, they were all subordinates of the Chu sect. However, Han Fei turned around, reached out, grabbed the void crack, turned it into a knife in his hand, and slashed at those people. Puh! With just one slash, the three of them instantly decayed into dust. Han Fei casually punched and blocked the remaining time slash. As he retreated, the void lines had already sucked towards the three dead venerables. At that moment, the remaining person managed to avoid Han Fei's attack because he ran fast. Han Fei wasn't too bothered. He simply shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." Then Han Fei flicked his finger, and the infinity water turned into a long saber that swept across the sky, chasing that man. Boom, boom, 4 sky cracks appeared in a row, and a rain of blood poured down like a waterfall. Chapter 1632. My name is Han Fei, and I'm going to kill a king. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After all, Han Fei had fought 2 fake kings head-on and was quite familiar with the Golden Boy. He knew the power a fake king could have. If it were before, Han Fei would have admitted defeat, but now, Han Fei was really not afraid. Apart from xuanhuan, no matter if it was the Golden Boy or the Black Evil Conch King, they could only kill 3 half-kings, or at most 4. However, in terms of combat power, he could fight 4 enemies alone. It didn't mean that his comprehensive strength had to be 4 times that of a half-king. In fact, if a fake king could be 3 times or even only twice as powerful as half-kings, he could fight against 4 alone. In terms of physique, Han Fei had definitely reached the fake king level. He had already passed the heavenly tribulation twice. His indestructible body was so powerful that his flesh and blood couldn't be attached to it. His basic strength might be 20 to 30% stronger than ordinary half-kings. With this strength, plus the power of his great Tao, he wouldn't be afraid at all even facing old Demon Chu. In particular, because of the time ring, old Demon Chu's Tao was useless to him. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Han Fei to fight old Demon Chu. Old Demon Chu saw that Han Fei easily killed 4 venerables in a row in front of him, plus Chu Menwang, who died earlier. Han Fei had killed 5 venerables as soon as he showed up. At this moment, he had to admit that Han Fei had risen to a level that even he might not be able to handle. Old Demon Chu couldn't be more shocked. He had been looking for Han Fei all these years, but Han Fei seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Now, when Han Fei appeared again, his strength was terrifying. If it weren't for his breakthrough, wouldn't he have been defeated by Han Fei? Han Fei smiled and looked at the wound on his body that was cut open by time slash. A holy and gentle light descended, and the wound was fully recovered in the blink of an eye. Han Fei said, "Old Demon Chu, I heard that you have become a king. Congratulations. Come, let's fight so that I can experience the horror of a king." Old Demon Chu snorted coldly. "Han Fei, in fact, there's no need for us to fight like this. How about you ruling all the places outside the 1,000-star city? Let's not interfere with each other." Hee hee. Han Fei looked at old Demon Chu as if he were an idiot. "Do you believe what you said? Now you know how to surrender? Where is your arrogance when you hunted me?" Old Demon Chu narrowed his eyes and said, "If we fight, people will die. Since you want to become a king, don't you care about them?" Han Fei put on a disdainful smile. "Okay, no need to waste time with me. Even if I give you a few seconds, so what? You're already a fake king, so let's be tough. Either the big clans give up all their properties and hand over their family's treasure trove, and I'll spare some people, or I'll go to the 1,000-star city and personally destroy the big clans." Old Chu narrowed his eyes. "Han Fei, do you really think you are invincible? Your current strength should be weaker than mine. Although you can block my great Tao, your combat power may not be as strong as you think." Han Fei grinned. "So what? The 1,000-star city is only this big, and there are only those venerables. Why don't you find another fake king? If you find another one, I'll let you live a few more years. Otherwise, you can come and hunt me." Old Chu's heart surged. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the hearts of the people. The Chu sect, or rather a critical moment of the entire big clans had arrived. At this moment, only by killing Han Fei could everything return to normal. With Han Fei's death, it would only take time to dilute the people's hatred for the big clans and even change the ruling mode of this place. Old Chu snorted, and the void behind him cracked. He looked at Han Fei. Then I'll wait and see. Han Fei couldn't stop Old Chu from leaving. In the void, Han Fei reached out and grabbed 3 more Sun Moon shells. On the other side, the infinity water retuned with a Sun Moon shell. Han Fei grabbed a few Sun Moon shells and glanced at them. He didn't need the spirit awakening fluid anymore. There wasn't a lot of spiritual spring in them because Venerable didn't need much spiritual energy. He didn't really care about the other materials, but he could keep a small part of them. Maybe he could use them in the future. As for the rest, he would donate them. After quickly distributing the materials, Han Fei smiled. The sky screen had been unfolded and Han Fei's figure was slowly enlarged in the sky. Clatter Marshal Han, it's Marshal Han. Oh my god, Marshal Han is back. Slaying 5 venerables in a row? How strong is Marshal Han? For a time, the entire Scattered Stars Island was in an uproar. In the City of Justice, countless people flew into the sky and endless pedestrians were walking on the streets, looking up at the sky. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that the Scattered Stars Island was now 8,000 kilometers long. It was much bigger than when he first came. It was not easy to do this. Han Fei heard countless shouts and discussions. Han Fei learned some things from these people. For example, someone asked the person next to him blankly, "Is the hatred between Marshal Han and the big clans his hatred or ours?" That person just now seems to be the one who has already become a king? As soon as this person asked, several people sneered. "Brat, what do you know? A king? He just said so. The king ran away when he saw Marshal Han." Someone cursed. The grudge between Marshal Han and the big clans is the grudge between ordinary people and the big clans. The City of Justice was founded for the justice in our hearts, for the justice of the people, and for the freedom of the human world. Here, there is no exploitation. As long as we take risks, everyone is equal. This is the reason why we came to the City of Justice. But what about the big clans? How many people have they stationed here? There is already a shortage of supplies in the market. Some important supplies have to be bought in the black market. Is this still the City of Justice? Someone replied. The old man from the Chu sect moved Marshal Han's statues away 2 years ago, not only on the Scattered Stars Island, but also in the 36 towns. Why? Because only Marshal Han represents the heart of us. Many people who came later had only heard of Han Fei's legend, but didn't know the influence Han Fei had on the Scattered Stars Island. Especially as the Scattered Stars Island grew bigger and bigger, there were more and more adventurers in the City of Justice. Many people could only listen to Han Fei's legend. Now that they had finally seen the real Han Fei, there were certainly disputes. Standing in the sky screen, Han Fei couldn't tell how many people were on the island. If it was just 1 million, he could quickly calculate it. However, there were at least twice as many people here as before. And these were only the people who were stationed on the island, not counting the adventurers in the outer sea. Listening to the discussions, what Han Fei was thinking of was the power of faith. Standing in the air with his hands behind his back, Han Fei grinned. My fellow compatriots, my name is Han Fei, the current Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Do you remember me? Yes, of course. Who doesn't remember Marshal Han? That's impossible to forget. Amidst the tsunami-like cheers, Han Fei felt that he was like a superstar. It was like a concert. Everybody was waving their fluorescent sticks with him. Han Fei extended his hand from behind and pointed at the rain of blood in the sky. Everyone, let me tell you a secret. When a venerable dies, a great Tao crack will appear. There's a lot of energy in it. Maybe it's mixed with the luck of a venerable. It can help you make a breakthrough. Feel it. Anyway, they're all venerables of big clans. It's not a pity for them to die. What do you think? After that, Han Fei winked at everyone. Ha ha ha, someone laughed. Look, this is Marshal Han. Although he is extremely powerful, he is really good to us. Someone quickly sat cross-legged and shouted to his friend, "Come on, sit down and watch while you make the breakthrough." The man shouted, "No, is breakthrough more important than listening to Marshal Han's speech?" Han Fei put away the smile on his face and pretended to be sad. Everyone, I heard that an idiot from a big clan came to tell you 2 years ago that he had become a king. I was confused. Can anyone become a king in this sea area? So, I came back today. Well, I'm pretty sure that person is crazy. Han Fei paused before he continued. Let me tell you, no one in the world we live in can become a king. Hua! Instantly, countless people were shocked. Someone was shocked. No one can become a king? Really? Someone didn't care? It's a king. Those are all legendary existences. Anyway, they have nothing to do with us. Someone was puzzled. Why can't anyone in this world become a king? Han Fei smiled. Let me keep you in suspense. This is a secret that even the big clans of the Thousand Star City don't know. However, I do, so wait a few days. Let me beat them to death one by one before I tell you the secret. At that time, I will definitely not charge you. Haha, pet. Someone was speechless. When did Marshal Han become so funny? Someone couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. This is different from the previous Marshal Han. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Now I wonder if this is the Marshal Han we know, but suddenly, in their eyes, Han Fei's face was full of cracks. His hands and his neck were also full of cracks. At this time, Han Fei put away the smile on his face and became solemn and ruthless. Han Fei said indifferently, "I don't want you to see this. I'm afraid it will scare you. But everyone, I've traveled through countless dangerous places, fought countless battlefields, and slaughtered countless venerables. I did all these not to conquer a huge sea area and let the big clans bring disaster to it." Han Fei's tone became heavier and heavier. "I know that some of you think that the conflict between me and the big clans extends to you. However, what I'm fighting for is power. I'm fighting for the future of the human race. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to destroy the big clans." Buzz. At that moment, countless people looked at Han Fei in shock. For a moment, countless people on the Scattered Stars Island were silent. In the crowd, He Xiaoyu, Lin Wu, Yuling Yun, Mujier, and Guan Qingyan were all here. Han Fei's former subordinates were all here. These people looked at Han Fei. For some reason, their faces gradually became solemn. Immediately, someone was moved. "Marshal Han, we support you." Someone shouted, "Marshal Han, although we are not strong enough, we will never bow down to the big clans in this life." Someone was shocked. "Kill them." Under the solemn gaze of countless people, Han Fei pointed at the sky. "The old monster of Chu sect said that he has already become a king. If he dares to say it, I dare to fight him. My fellow soldiers, wait a few days. I'll show them whether this world is up to the big clans or us." With that, Han Fei turned around, left, and closed the sky curtain. At that moment, a lonely voice echoed between the heavens and earth. "My name is Han Fei. I'm going to kill a king." Chapter 1633, Opportunities in the Hot Pot Restaurant. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't go to the Thousand-Star City immediately. He had to go there anyway, but he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, the first thing Han Fei needed to do was to get the power of faith back. Now, the power of faith on the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns had plummeted because of the destruction of his statues. Of course, as long as someone sincerely prayed to Han Fei could always receive the power of faith. However, if the statue was moved away, it would definitely affect a large number of people. Some ordinary cultivators who didn't know what happened might even think that something had happened. Therefore, he couldn't bear this. Only at that moment did Han Fei clearly feel the power of faith enter his body. However, the power of faith contributed by the people on the Scattered Stars Island was not enough. Han Fei needed a lot of faith power to disassemble spiritual energy. As he grew faster and faster, the disassembling degree of spiritual energy became more and more important. For example, the old turtle once said that he could disassemble spiritual energy by 95%, and he couldn't be weaker than the old turtle. But in fact, according to his current growth rate, when he reached the level of a half-king, it was hard to say if his spiritual energy could be disassembled to 85%. The insect king's disassembling speed was 88%. He was the master of the yin-yang world and the master of the heavenly palace, but his spiritual energy was not as good as the insect king's. That was outrageous. Therefore, before the battle just now, Han Fei released the sky screen and successfully put on a big show. Han Fei's first step was of course to take back the power of faith from the Scattered Stars Island. Obviously, this step succeeded. However, he hadn't taken back the power of faith from the 36 towns yet. After all, his realm was higher and his demand was higher. He couldn't only count on the Scattered Stars Island. After all, this was just an island. Everyone could see what happened here. But the area of the 36 towns was huge. Even if Han Fei traveled to them one by one and gave speeches, it would take him a few days. So the marshal's mansion. Han Fei said, "Wang Lin, come here." Wang Lin, the former commander of the logistics division, who knew how to observe people, was transferred to the Department of Construction as a supervisor. He once built a cultivation tower with the bones of venerables to facilitate the cultivation of the people on the Scattered Stars Island. Today, Wang Lin was shocked to see how Han Fei killed 5 venerables in a row. He thought to himself, Han Fei might be the most powerful supreme commander in history. He killed human venerable without even batting an eye. Besides, other people might not know how terrifying Chu Menwang was, but the management of the Scattered Stars Island knew a little about him. He was the current family head of the Chu sect, a peak-level venerable. Few people on the Scattered Stars Island could withstand his slap. But Han Fei killed such a strong master with a slap. At this moment, Han Fei had just finished his speech, and he thought that he had gone to the Thousand-Star City. Who knew that Han Fei would summon him first? In the construction department, Wang Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He replied in a hurry, "Marshal Han, I'm here. I'll be right there." In the marshal's mansion, Han Fei stood in front of the sea chart with his back facing Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled obsequiously. "Marshal Han, I knew you would come back. Those beastards from the Chu sect bullied us. I was too weak to do anything when your statues were pulled down. Marshal Han, don't worry. Your statues will be rebuilt in 3 days." Hearing that, Han Fei finally turned around. When Wang Lin saw Han Fei's face full of cracks with his own eyes, he was horrified. Han Fei was already so powerful. How could he still be injured? If he were to fight someone, how powerful must that person be to beat Han Fei to such a state? Han Fei said unhurriedly, "Poor 36 towns. Hundreds of millions of people just had hope, but their hope was shattered in just a few years. They must think that I lied to them. Wang Lin was immediately refreshed. He immediately understood what Han Fei meant. Han Fei's statues were destroyed. The 36 towns thought that the era of Han Fei's rule was over, and the City of Justice became a joke. Wang Lin bowed and shouted, Marshal Han, the people of the 36 towns will never forget your contribution to mankind. I will let them know that you have returned within a month. This time, we will wipe out the big clans in the Thousand-Star City and create the glorious era of mankind. The more Wang Lin talked, the more excited he became. Ning Jing felt that her scalp tingle when he heard Wang Lin's words. This guy almost worshipped Han Fei as a god. Han Fei heaved a sigh. Wang Lin, you're the one who knows me best in the management of the City of Justice. As you can hear, I'm going to kill the king and let the people know that I've returned. I need the people's confidence and encouragement. Do you understand? Got it. Wang Lin broke into a cold sweat and felt that his back was all wet. For some reason, standing in front of Han Fei, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Gulp. Wang Lin swallowed. Half a month. In this half a month, I'll do my best to erect statues of you on every island in the 36 towns. I'll announce to the world that you've returned and will slaughter the king. Han Fei immediately smiled. Okay, thank you. Well, in half a month I'll ascend to the sky. Spread the news. I need everyone in the City of Justice and the 36 towns to know about this. During this period, as long as it doesn't affect the normal operation of the Scattered Stars Island, all personnel will be at your disposal. With that, Han Fei took out his 13-star badge, which represented his authority, and no one dared to copy it. Han Fei threw it casually, and Wang Lin held it with both hands, excited. This was fucking exciting. From this moment on, he would be a very powerful person on the Scattered Stars Island, but he didn't dare to abuse this token. At this moment, Wang Lin felt hot all over. It was an excitement of being appreciated. Wang Lin shouted, Marshal Han, don't worry. I guarantee with my head that within half a month, except for the Thousand-Star City, even the sea demons in the sea will know that you will ascend the sky and kill the evil king. Han Fei's lips curled. Huh. You're a saber user, right? I have a saber technique. Now it's yours. The moment Han Fei handed over the jade slip, Wang Lin deeply understood what it meant to die for the one who appreciated you. At this moment, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would definitely complete this task. In half a month, he would build Han Fei's statues on every island in the 36 towns. After sending Wang Lin away, Han Fei looked at the void and heard someone say, You asked someone to erect statues for you? You're too narcissistic. Han Fei smiled. You don't understand. I'm doing this for human beings. The void vibrated, and Ningjing broke through the void and looked at Han Fei strangely. I really don't see that you're doing this for human beings. Forget it. Have you been in the Wall of Death these past few years? Is it dangerous there? You seem to have been seriously injured. Jinger kept chattering. That's not right. How could your strength have improved so fast? You were only a junior venerable when you left. How did you make 2 breakthroughs in just 4 years? Ningjing kept chattering like a machine gun. Han Fei immediately said, Stop. What I experienced in the past few years, it's very complicated, so I won't tell you everything. Tell me about the situation in the Thousand-Star City first. Well, I don't know. I didn't go to the Thousand-Star City, but I met your father twice. He said that the Thousand-Star City is fine. Don't worry about it. Huh? Where is old Han? Ningjing said. The last time I saw him was half a year ago in the Outer Sea. At that time, the old man from the Chu family wanted to kill me, but he wasn't as fast as me. So I knew that what he said about becoming a king was fake. If the queen wanted to catch me, she could easily cut off my path. Later, Elle accidentally fell into that old man's ambush. Fortunately, your father saved me. Han Fei was briefly stunned. My father saved you? Ningjing said, Your father's strength has reached the half-king realm. Besides, he's not an ordinary half-king. He's very strong. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Well, let's go to the 36 towns, 3 days later. The statue of Han Fei on the Scattered Stars Island was rebuilt, and millions of people were watching, but Han Fei didn't appear. 7 days passed. 36 towns, Blue Sea Town, Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant. Today's Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant had become the trademark of the Blue Sea Town. The Hot Pot Restaurant was famous because Han Fei personally invented Hot Pot. Therefore, many members of the Fish Dragons like to call it Marshal Han Hot Pot Restaurant. But in the past 2 years, business at Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant had been declining. Although no one attacked the Hot Pot Restaurant, since Han Fei's statues were removed, many people began to guess what happened to Han Fei. The members of the Fish Dragons waited in fear for 4 years. Until recently, red raindrops fell from the sky, and great Dao cracks appeared in the sky. Many people began to spread rumors that venerables had died. The death of 5 venerables shocked the people of the 36 towns. Venerables. What level of a powerhouse was that? 5 venerables had died in a row in just a few seconds? Who could have achieved such a combat record? At first, some people thought it was the Sea Demon's counterattack. But on that day, the mayors and village leaders of the 36 towns came out to refute the rumors and declared, Han Fei has returned and ended the big clan's rule over the Scattered Stars Island on this day. At the gate of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant at noon, 3,000 members gathered. Li Gang, accompanied by his wife Xiaohong, Li Qing, the deputy leader of the fish dragons, Chen Eryu, the manager of the fish dragon card room, Li Beisha, and Li Duoyu, who were responsible for making fish dragon cards, were waiting outside. The actions of the fish dragons shocked the entire Blue Sea town. What the hell happened? Many smart people realized something, so, in a moment, the Blue Sea town was in an uproar. Everybody said that Marshal Han had returned to his hometown and was at the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant. Everybody on the island rushed to see Han Fei. In the exclusive private room of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant, Li Gang and Xiaohong were serving dishes and wine to Han Fei and Ning Jing. Li Gang's son, who was only 8 years old, was responsible for pouring wine for Han Fei and Ning Jing. Ning Jing was stuffing herself. She had cleared one plate and then another. Her stomach was like a bottomless pit that extended into the ocean. Ning Jing was about to ask Li Gang to serve the food after finishing a crab roe dumpling when Han Fei suddenly said, "Okay, that's all for today." Ning Jing couldn't help but say regretfully, "Why didn't you tell me this place until now?" Han Fei shrugged. "Don't you know it now?" Li Gang said with a smile. "Lord, to make it more convenient for you, I've ordered the kitchen to start a full operation. Hundreds of dishes have been prepared for you." Ning Jing knew it. She grinned and said, "Okay, I'll take them all." After that, Ning Jing glanced at Han Fei and then at the child who was pouring wine for her. She immediately said, "Fine, I won't eat your food for free. This child looks quite smart. I'll give him a drop of crystal essence, which can cleanse his body and improve his spiritual heritage to level 6. Li Gang and Xiaohong were overjoyed. Xiaohong said, "Thank you, leader." "Hunter, come on, thank leader and this lord." The child must have been taught. He said eloquently, "Thank you, leader, thank you, lord." Ning Jing pointed casually, and Li Han froze on the spot. Han Fei shook his head slightly and looked at Li Gang. "Huh. It seems that this kid is quite lucky. But you really don't know how to name your son." "Heh heh heh." Han Fei got up, threw a sea-swallowing seashell to Li Gang, and said, "Cultivating a kid with a level 6 spiritual heritage is very expensive. Take this as a bonus for your hard work over the years. If you don't know how to use it, go to the Scattered Stars Island to check it out. Now, go out." Li Gang immediately stuffed the sea-swallowing seashell into his sleeve with trembling hands. While thanking Han Fei, he winked at Xiaohong. "Stay here with our son." Chapter 1634, Ascend to the Sky Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The gate of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant was already crowded with people. The entire Blue Sea town knew that the Fish Dragons were a good gang. They did business without bullying the commoners and often helped the villages under the Blue Sea town. Many people in the Blue Sea town wanted to join the Fish Dragons, but the scrutiny was very strict. A few days ago, the news that Han Fei slaughtered 5 venerates in a row and wanted to kill a king came. At that time, many people actually heard it as a story. Then, on the 3rd day after the story was spread, Han Fei's statues began to be rebuilt in every town, even including the villages under the Blue Sea town. At this moment, it was unknown who guessed it. In short, the news of Marshal Han's arrival spread like snowflakes. For a moment, the entire Blue Sea town went crazy. The presidents of the 3 academies rushed over with their teachers and students. The others, including many great fishing masters and dangling fishers, all came to see Han Fei. Outside the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant, the 3,000 members of the Fish Dragons waited eagerly. Many people had never seen their leader since they joined the Fish Dragons. At this moment, they couldn't be more excited. And Han Fei didn't disappoint them. Since he had already shown up, the ones who should be nervous were old Demon Chu and his party. They didn't have any means to stop him. Therefore, he could go to the 1,000-star city at any time. Anyway, he could come out of it a few years ago, let alone now. As for Han Fei, he waited for all the statues to be rebuilt. The Blue Sea town was the 13th town that Han Fei had taken Ning Jing to travel. Han Fei called it an inspection. When the two of them walked out of the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant, countless people looked up at Han Fei with burning eyes and short breaths. In the crowd, there were whispers. "Is that Marshal Han? Is that really Marshal Han? Marshal Han? That's our leader. Others call him Marshal Han, but we call him our leader." "Wow, is that our leader? He's so sturdy." Someone sighed. "I once followed leader for a few days and watched a plantation for him." Someone rolled his eyes. "You've mentioned this 800 times. If I were here, you wouldn't have been able to do it." Immediately, Li Qing, Li Eryu, Li Baixia, Li Duoduo, and the others all stepped forward and shouted in unison, "Greetings, leader." Then, the 3,000 members shouted in unison, "Greetings, leader." Han Fei smiled and glanced at the mayor and the 3 presidents who were looking at him with complicated eyes. Back then, they despised the 4th Academy and hoped to win with numbers. But it turned out that even 1,000,000 ordinary people couldn't resist the rise of a peerless genius. Han Fei stepped into the void and set up a spirit-gathering array, and spiritual energy dragons gathered under his feet. Buzz! Han Fei activated the invincible golden body, which was more than 30 meters tall. This scene made countless people gasp. The golden color was always so charming, and the tall figure was always shocking. It represented strength. Han Fei said casually, When I founded the fish dragons, I once said that the fish dragons should behave themselves, not cause trouble, and not lord over others. You've done a good job in these aspects. I'm now the commander of the Scattered Stars Island and the representatives of countless ordinary people. I can't treat you specially just because you're from a gang that I founded. This time, I'm back just to see the world before I ascend the sky and slaughter the king, Han Fei said casually. The members below didn't know why a super powerhouse like Han Fei still needed to fight. However, they knew that Han Fei was fighting for countless people and mankind. That was enough, Li Gang shouted. Leader must win. Leader must win. Down below, the 3,000 members shouted in unison, Leader must win. Han Fei smiled and motioned for the people to stop shouting. Then he looked around and said solemnly, Since I'm here, I'd like to say something. Han Fei said solemnly, Since a long time ago, I have always wondered why the Blue Sea Town is a town and not a city, because the city is above the Blue Sea Town and the 36 towns. There are billions of people in the 36 towns, but few of them can enter the city. This is obviously unfair. For personal gains, the big clans don't allow the weak people of the 36 towns to enter the city. Let me tell you, the spiritual energy there is stronger and the combat skills there are more abundant. But why do all the good things belong to the 1,000-star city? Why can't the people share them? Han Fei's voice was like rolling thunder, echoing above the Blue Sea Town. Han Fei smiled casually. Therefore, I'm going to conquer the 1,000-star city and wipe out the big clans in the 1,000-star city. I heard that 2 years ago, someone from a big clan in the 1,000-star city claimed to have become a king. That person looted a lot of resources when I wasn't around. These resources were earned by countless people with their lives. How can he just take possession of the resources? Who does he think he is? Therefore, I'm going to take back everything they took away from us. Therefore, I'm going to ascend the sky and slaughter the king. I don't ask you to pray for me to return with a big victory. I just hope that you can know that this world, this sea, doesn't belong to one person alone. Everyone should have a share of it. Since ancient times, the people were the easiest to instigate, even if they were all cultivators. When Han Fei's speech came to an end, many people cheered. Marshal Han, keep it up. Destroy the big clans. Marshal Han, we support you. Marshal Han, you must conquer the 1,000-star city. Let's see what the hell that place is. What Han Fei was advocating was freedom, a fairer world. After the people heard Han Fei's speech, in their eyes, the 1,000-star city was no longer a mysterious place, and the big clans in the 1,000-star city were synonymous with exploitation. Even Ning Jing believed that Han Fei was trying to save the human beings in the yin-yang world in a special way and leading them to prosperity. However, only one person knew that Han Fei was doing this for the power of faith. That was the old turtle. If Han Fei was really doing this for the sake of the human race, there wouldn't have been a problem with the limits of his Tao heart. And Han Fei definitely didn't break through the limits of his Tao heart because of the human race. Therefore, Han Fei's purpose of going to the 36 towns was just to give a tour speech so that more people could see him, hear him, trust him, and pray for him. When Han Fei really swept through the big clans in the 1,000-star city, it would be a huge harvest of the power of faith. From the 1,000-star city to the Scattered Stars Island and then to the 36 towns, Han Fei would use the slaughter of the king to harvest the power of faith of the entire human clan in the yin-yang world. As one of the few people who could understand Han Fei's intentions, the old turtle felt that Han Fei wasn't suitable to be a righteous person. The Thug Academy, the Blue Sea Town. This place was now managed by the fish dragons. The plantation here was now the source of materials for the fish dragons' hot pot restaurants. Therefore, it had always been heavily guarded. After Han Fei finished his speech, he quietly came to this place. There was no one here, but to Han Fei's surprise, there was another guy here. It was the ghost-eyed giant crocodile that Han Fei won back from the Wind Thunder Town. At this moment, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile looked at Han Fei in shock. You're back? Han Fei was puzzled. Why are you still here? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile asked. The spiritual energy here is suitable. Why should I leave? Han Fei sneered. At first, he wanted to catch this guy and make him the guardian beast of the school. However, now that everyone else had left, this guy was still here. Han Fei said, the 10-year agreement is over. You're free to leave now. Then, Han Fei thought for a moment and threw a sea-swallowing seashell to the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. This is a gift for you. Maybe someone will come back here in the future, but who knows? If you want to stay, stay. Half a month later, Han Fei walked through the 36 towns, and the half-month agreement with Wang Lin had expired. On this day, countless people on the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns raised their heads from time to time to see if there were any great Tao cracks in the sky. There were endless discussions among the people. Someone said, do you think Marshal Han can win this time? Someone said firmly, of course. Who is Marshal Han? He has slaughtered countless venerables. He can definitely wipe out those big clans. On the Scattered Stars Island, someone exclaimed, I wonder how many resources the big clans in the 1,000-star city have. The people from the Scattered Stars Island sneered. I can only say that it's like water in the sea, endless. The carnival shops in the City of Justice were very lively today. Someone shouted, hey, why are there so many people today? Why don't you go to sea? Someone sneered. Who's in the mood to go to sea? Today is a big day. Marshal Han said that he would kill the king today. Today, someone will die. It's worth a look. Someone took a sip of wine and said, I'm really worried for the ordinary people in the Thousand-Star City. That's a battle between the venerables. Even the slightest wisp of power slipping down from their fingertips is not something ordinary people can deal with, right? While everyone was looking forward to it, Han Fei had already ascended the sky and left. Old Demon Chu couldn't block the entire Thousand-Star City and all roads. For the current Han Fei, it was easy for him to break through the void. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that the moment he set off, the old man who had been sitting in the Scattered Stars Island's archive room for 100 years left with a knife. In the transverse mountain on the Scattered Stars Island, Fishing Ch1601 said indifferently, since you've picked a side, you should know you'll have to fight this battle sooner or later. In the level 3 fishery, Li Daxian sighed, what a pity. Although I'm no longer a human, I can't miss this battle. In Ascertain Market in the Thousand-Star City, an elegant middle-aged man was drinking tea. He said casually, although we didn't work so hard for this day, all our goals will be accomplished today. From now on, that kid doesn't need my help anymore. Chapter 1635, A Single Man, Like a Million Soldier Army Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the past, Ren Tianfei bragged that he broke into the Thousand-Star City and no one could defeat him. At that time, Han Fei felt that it was quite powerful. Old Ren was indeed strong. However, after Ren Tianfei's identity was revealed, he was actually the controller of the Heavenly Palace. When he was still in his best state, his strength was probably still at its peak. At that time, it wasn't a big problem for him to sweep across the Thousand-Star City. Now that Old Demon Chu had reached the fake king realm, Ren Tianfei dared to try again? However, Han Fei did. Han Fei's declaration had spread throughout the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns. Millions of people had known Han Fei through the stories about him. Now, after Han Fei's inspection of the 36 towns and re-erected his statues, even if some people didn't know Han Fei, 80% of them had probably heard of him. Thousand-Star City. The big clans had long dismissed their disciples. Those heavenly talents had basically been all dismissed. They usually stuffed them from one island to another to prevent anyone from recognizing them. However, this method was useless for the more famous ones. The big clans were in a panic. The news that Han Fei killed Chu Menwang with one move had already spread. No matter how conceited they were, they didn't dare to challenge Han Fei now. After all, their family didn't have a peak-level venerable. However, although the juniors could be dismissed, where could the venerables hide? They couldn't hide, so they could only place their hope on Chu sect. After all, Old Demon Chu was already a king. However, Old Demon Chu was the only person in Chu sect who knew he was not a real king yet. He actually didn't want to announce that he had become a king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so quiet. He attacked the Cao family and controlled the Scattered Stars Island just to find something that others didn't understand, luck. But clearly his efforts only led to Han Fei's return and the fight. The 7 major sects had activated their sect-protecting arrays the day Old Demon Chu became a fake king, because on that day, Old Demon Chu attacked the Heavenly Sword sect first, intending to kill the Sky Sword Master to establish his dominance. But the Heavenly Sword sect took out a sword, which sealed up the entire Heavenly Sword sect. The sword edge collided with Old Demon Chu once, but Old Demon Chu left without any results. At this moment, Old Demon Chu didn't get the treatment a real king deserved yet. However, there was no doubt that Old Demon Chu had become stronger. This was because Old Demon Chu went to attack the Cao family after the Heavenly Sword sect. Cao Tianji and Old Demon Chu fought for less than 3 seconds, and after being seriously injured, he retreated and sealed the gate of the Cao family. At this point, all the venerables had guessed that Old Demon Chu hadn't become a king. Otherwise, neither the Sky Sword Master nor Cao Tianji could escape. Of course, although everyone knew it, no one came out to reveal the truth. Old Demon Chu's strength had soared, causing the 7 major sects and Cao family to seal their gates. This had established the Chu sect's status as the strongest family in the Thousand-Star City. Unfortunately, no one knew how long they could be the strongest family. For example, today, when Han Fei entered the Thousand-Star City, all the venerables were watching the battle between Han Fei and Old Demon Chu. These venerables felt that this was probably just a duel between Old Demon Chu and Han Fei. If Old Demon Chu was killed, the big clans could only admit defeat. After all, in the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. Which big clan didn't rise up like this? They had no other choice but to admit defeat. In fact, some people knew the secrets of this world. This place was enshrouded in cages and stretched across 8 million kilometers of sea. They could only walk so far. Where could they hide? Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky above the Thousand-Star City. The ordinary people in the entire Thousand-Star City didn't know what happened yet. In the sky above the Zhang family, Han Fei came, and half of the Zhang family people here had already left. It seemed that they had already expected Han Fei to come. There were not many heavenly talents in the Zhang family. To be honest, Han Fei didn't care about the remaining clansmen of the Zhang family. Buzz, 2 venerables showed up. Zhang Jihuo knew Han Fei from a long time ago. Seeing Han Fei at this moment, he felt a mixture of feelings. He remembered when he first saw Han Fei. Han Fei hadn't become a venerable yet. At that time, he couldn't beat Han Fei, let alone now. The person beside Zhang Jihuo was named Zhang Yun, a peak-level advanced venerable. This was the strongest combat power of the Zhang family now, and one of the trump cards of the Zhang family that could stand tall in the Thousand-Star City. Zhang Xun cupped his hands at Han Fei. I didn't expect you to come to our Zhang family first. Han Fei grinned. The Zhang family is rich. Since you're waiting for me here, you must have prepared all the resources, right? Zhang Xun was surprisingly calm. He waved his hand and 30 sun moon shells floated in front of him. Zhang Xun said, the resources of the Zhang family are here. However, Han Fei, the Thousand-Star City, the 36 towns, and the Scattered Stars Island can't do without the Zhang family. This world relies on the currency rules we set. Han Fei sneered. Monetary rules can be redefined. With your Zhang family's capabilities, you should have heard about this long ago. Since you took the initiative to hand over your resources, I can spare your lives. However, in the Zhang family, all the strong masters above the law enforcer realm will be enlisted. Don't even think about letting some people hide among ordinary people. It's useless. Hearing that, Zhang Jihuo immediately said anxiously, Han Fei, the Zhang family has already done our part. If you want resources, we'll give them to you. You can even kill both of us. But why can't the Zhang family's bloodline be spared? Han Fei looked at Zhang Jihuo as if he were an idiot. You think I want to kill them? Do you think I would attack ordinary people with my current strength? Zhang Jihuo asked. Then, what do you mean? Han Fei looked at the Shusek side and grinned. You need to gain your lives back. The Zhang family should kill as many venerables as the Zhang family have. Your Zhang family has enjoyed glory for 10,000 years. Now, it's time for you to pay back. All descendants of the Zhang family must go to war with me. When we win, they can become ordinary people. Go to war? Zhang Xun and Zhang Jihuo were a little puzzled. Now, the sea demons had almost been annihilated. Where could they go to fight? Han Fei reached out and grabbed the 30 sun moon shells. Scanning it with his perception, he was secretly shocked even though he had once had a lot of resources. This family was too rich. There were hundreds of millions of kilograms of spiritual spring, and there were 20 sun moon shells stuffed with ultra-quality and mid-quality pearls. The other sun moon shells were also full of spiritual fruits and other materials. Han Fei couldn't estimate the value of these resources at all. However, Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xun indifferently. That's too little. When I return, remember to make up for it. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting what I just said. Han Fei didn't believe a super clan that controlled almost the economy of the entire yin-yang world only had so few resources. No matter what Zhang Xun wanted to say, Han Fei didn't want to listen. He reached out and tore open the void. With a flip of his hand, the sky-hanging mirror appeared in his hand. At that moment, in the sky above the Thousand-Star City, the sky screen unfolded, and Han Fei was wearing a scarlet-red battlesuit, his long hair fluttering. In the sky, Han Fei's body seemed to be flashing because every step he crossed covered dozens of kilometers. Han Fei said, Everyone in the Thousand-Star City, my name is Han Fei, the current Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. I'm from 36 towns. I heard that old Demon Chu claimed to be a king. Today, I'm here to sweep the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. I once told you that I would turn this world into a world of commoners. The Thousand-Star City will be completely connected to the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns. The entire sea will be your adventure ground. Today, I'm here to fulfill my promise. As they talked, Han Fei was less than 3,000 kilometers away from Chu Sect. In the Thousand-Star City, countless people looked up. Someone sighed. It's Han Fei from a few years ago. He's back again. However, can he really make it in such a short time? Someone sighed. How confident is he to face the big clans alone? Someone was puzzled. That old demon Chu declared that he had become a king, but Han Fei still dared to challenge him. Has he also become a king? Someone sneered. Become a king? Maybe it's just an improvement in strength. If he really becomes a king, how can the central holy city not open? How can a king not show a miracle? How can a king be challenged? 7 major sects. Many people were also watching this scene. The so-called heavenly talents of the same era as Han Fei had lost their pride as early as when Han Fei became the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Gong Yuehan of the Jade Fairy Palace, Chu Shun of the Grand Void Academy, Lu Wuwei of the Death Door Sect, these people were quietly looking up. Above the void, Han Fei was walking forward. When he was only 1,000 kilometers away from Chu Sect, he suddenly heard old demon Chu shout, Han Fei, I didn't expect you to really come. Since you're here, stay here forever. At that moment, a starlight appeared behind Han Fei without any warning. In the sky curtain, no one could react, but Han Fei disappeared into thin air. When a red light pierced Han Fei's shadow, the void within thousands of kilometers was instantly frozen. Han Fei grabbed Snowmorn, and before anyone could see clearly, his sword cut through the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, a crack appeared in the sky. Before anyone could see anything, a venerable had died. Huss, sir, countless people gasped. Shoot, what just happened? Fuck. That's a venerable. He was killed, but no one saw how he was killed. Amidst countless exclamations, Han Fei felt that the void was sealed. Someone who had mastered the great Tao of space had come. Han Fei smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, and infinity water poured out. At this moment, the infinity water was as hard as an ultra-quality divine weapon, and the blade Inferno instantly formed. Behind Han Fei, billions of blades were slashing forward like a tide. Swish, swish, swish! Above the 9 heavens, in the void, the saber aura surged like a tide. Han Fei stood on the tide like a billion-soldier army. Chapter 1636, Suppressed Thousand Star Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. How could ordinary cultivators easily watch a battle between venerables? Clang. At the moment when Han Fei killed a venerable, a loud laugh came from afar. Who else could it be but Ren Tianfei? Han Fei roared. Old man, this is my battle. You don't have to interfere. While absorbing the soul power and vitality of the dead venerable, Han Fei shouted at Ren Tianfei to retreat. Ren Tianfei laughed. I'm just a clone. Many people have been waiting for this show. How can anyone stop you? Ren Tianfei roared loudly, his voice rumbling and shaking the entire Thousand Star. The Mo family of the Thousand Star City, an advanced venerable, Mo Yu, has died. Ren Tianfei didn't speak. Many people didn't know who the dead venerable was. After all, how could ordinary cultivators know about venerables? At this time, when Ren Tianfei roared, the entire Thousand Star City was in an uproar. Was the advanced venerable the one who was killed by Han Fei without even showing his face? Someone sighed. How long would it take to become an advanced venerable? How talented did he have to be to become an advanced venerable? But he was killed in the blink of an eye. Marshal Han was truly powerful. On the contrary, the Chu sect and the Mo family didn't feel good. Since they had chosen to go against Han Fei, they should be prepared to die. There was no trickery in this battle. Han Fei challenged them above-boardly, and they had nowhere to escape, so they could only accept the challenge. In order to deal with Han Fei, the Chu sect didn't care much and sealed off the entire island and a large area of space. A strong master who looked like a young man held a bean-like strange weapon in his hand and scattered it into the void array. In an instant, a void storm condensed in the sealed void. Countless void blades tried to cut Han Fei. The snowmorn in Han Fei's hand had been replaced by the embroidery needle. Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate, and a dark passage appeared out of nowhere. In the blade inferno, the blades whirled and Han Fei sneered. Set up a space mess, but you don't dare to come up? I want to see which venerable this is. With Han Fei's current strength, he might not know much about the great Tao of space and the great Tao of time. However, he also knew that it was impossible for a venerable to fully exert the power of these two great Tao. Therefore, the person who set this up wanted to defeat him through his great Tao when they were at the same level. That was unlikely. It was not a joke to say that tricks didn't win over strength. No matter how many tricks one had, in the end, it was just a show. This space was penetrated by Han Fei's spear. The void twisted, and Han Fei's figure disappeared from the sky curtain. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared in the sky curtain again after crossing thousands of kilometers. At that moment, Han Fei grabbed a black saber beam and slashed at the young man who set up the array. The young man's face changed greatly, and he was about to take action, when Han Fei's lips curled. All laws forbidden in this space. The young man was shocked. The power of his great Tao had been sealed. In the blink of an eye, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly appeared in front of the young man, holding a thick shield with 4 protruded comers. Han Fei's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura rose from his body. He activated the ancient desolate war body and doubled his combat power. As he slashed out, a clang resounded through the sky. Crack. In the next moment, the huge shield that looked extraordinary was shattered by Han Fei. The old man's arms exploded, and he vomited blood and was sent flying. Protected by the old man, the young man activated the power of space and opened a portal. In the next moment, the two appeared thousands of kilometers away. However, Han Fei arrived like a shadow. Hey, did old Demon Chu send you guys here to die? The old man and the young man were shocked. How could Han Fei be so fast? Could he even catch up with such a space teleportation? With Han Fei's speed, he caught up with them in the blink of an eye. However, as soon as he arrived, a white shadow rushed over, holding a sickle-like weapon, trying to compete with Han Fei in speed. On the other side, an acquaintance of Han Fei finally appeared, which was Sun Xiaochen from the Sun family. This person locked the void with his sword and condensed starlight with his strongest attack, attacking Han Fei. For a moment, 4 advanced venerables attacked Han Fei. With such strength and cooperation, they could completely kill a peak venerable. As early as in the battle in the Immortal City, there was such an example. If fighting with their lives, 3 advanced venerables could kill a peak-level venerable. It was completely possible at the expense of sacrificing 2 venerables. At this moment, the 4 peak-level advanced venerables attacked Han Fei at the same time. No, Han Fei suddenly raised his eyebrows. There was another person behind him, 5 peak-level advanced venerables. You really think highly of me. Therefore, the young man who controlled the space technique and the shield-bearing old man were only bait. They knew that 2 people couldn't resist Han Fei, so they arranged for 5 people to attack Han Fei at once. Han Fei could even be sure that old Demon Chu was looking for an opportunity to attack. Now, he just wanted to test Han Fei's real strength. However, Han Fei knew very well that these 5 people were likely to be used as cannon fodder by old Chu. This was because if he were a half-king, none of these 5 people could escape. In fact, that was true. When the fastest powerhouse of the Yi family slashed Han Fei with a strange blade, Han Fei suddenly used the near-at-hand technique. The person from the Yi family suddenly slowed down. His eyes met Han Fei, and the spatial knife light in Han Fei's hand was pressed into the Yi family venerable's body in the blink of an eye. Roar! As soon as the 100-beast soul devouring was activated, the man's body suddenly exploded. As soon as Han Fei waved his saber, the sacrificing punch burst out again, bombarding the person chasing him. On the other side, Han Fei saw Sun Xiaotian retreat quickly. However, how could he give this person a chance to escape? Therefore, Han Fei stepped on the void and activated the near-at-hand technique. The young man who controlled space immediately attacked Han Fei, trying to break his near-at-hand technique. Han Fei smiled weirdly and turned the embroidery needle in his hand. I was waiting for you. When he activated the space technique, the young man paused, which gave Han Fei a chance. Pet, when he used the knock on the heavenly gate, the space effect was useless, but time was temporarily frozen. Boom, 2 venerables were killed in a short time. At this moment, a great Dao crack appeared, indicating the death of a venerable. Ren Tianfei's voice echoed throughout the entire Thousand Star City. Ye Gan, an advanced venerable from the Ye family of the Thousand Star City, die. Before he finished speaking, Ren Tianfei continued to shout. Li family of the Thousand Star City, peak level, advanced venerable, Li Gan, died. In the sky, a rain of blood poured down. Han Fei attacked too fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 people died. Who could resist him? Behind Han Fei, the strong master who took Han Fei's punch flew away. He had planned to launch a sneak attack, but now he didn't want to fight. Han Fei ignored that person and tapped his finger, and the knife waves thousands of kilometers away rolled back. Han Fei roared, Sun Xiaochen, I'd like to see whether your Sun family's immortal slaying array or my saber is stronger. Trapping Sun Xiaochen with countless saber waves, Han Fei casually blasted out hundreds of golden fist marks, all of which were directed at the white-haired old man holding the shield. The old man's speed was not so fast, but his strength was quite high. At this moment, he could actually withstand Han Fei's blow. Han Fei knew that he must be from the Yang family. At this moment, the old man took out another big shield and held a big axe in his other hand. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, full of fighting intent. The golden giant stepped on the void, setting off ripples, god of war. The old man also roared and his body bulged explosively. All his muscles bulged and his fighting intent soared. A 100-meter-tall giant appeared in the sky. On one side was a giant of 100 meters, and on the other was a golden giant more than 30 meters tall. It seemed that the gap was a bit big. However, the moment the 2 sides collided, countless people in the Thousand Star City exclaimed. The 100-meter-tall giant unleashed a shocking axe light, and Han Fei met it with his fist, causing golden ripples. After 3 punches, everyone saw the difference. The 100-meter giant was shattered by Han Fei with 7 punches, and every time the old man collided with Han Fei, blood would spurt out. Bang! On the 8th punch, the big axe in the old man's hand was shattered by Han Fei's terrifying power, and the old man's arm exploded on the spot. His only barrier was the big shield. Knock, knock, knock. Like starlight flashing, in the blink of an eye, 100 golden fist marks struck the huge shield. And the old man behind the shield was shattered by this terrifying force. Fuse. Han Fei glanced at it, grabbed the shield with one hand, and slashed at the bloody body in the void with the other. Crack. The great Dao crack appeared again, indicating that the old man had died again. Ren Tianfei's voice echoed again. Yang Yue, the patriarch of the Yang family of the Thousand Star City, died. At this moment, the Thousand Star City exploded. How long had it been since Han Fei appeared? 4 venerables had died in a row. And they were all advanced venerables. His sir, so strong. Is this Han Fei? Is this that Han Fei who was almost driven to desperation by the big clans in the Thousand Star City? On the islands of the Thousand Star City, countless people exclaimed in shock. Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is invincible, someone shouted. Kill the big clans and revive the human race. On the top of the Heavenly Sword Sect on an ancient tree, a woman in white looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. If Han Fei were here, he would have recognized this was Luo Xiaobai. Beside Luo Xiaobai, her father, Luo Tianhe, was also watching this scene. I really don't know how this person grew up. It's too terrifying. After thousands of years, the Thousand Star City is finally going to have another super powerhouse. Chapter 1637, The Doomsday of the Big Clan's Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 4 venerables had died in a row. Han Fei's strength was undoubtedly recognized by everyone in the Thousand Star City. Those who died were venerables, not cabbages. How long had it been since Han Fei appeared on the sky screen and fought? In just a short moment, 4 peak-level advanced venerables had died. Even an idiot knew that the Thousand-Star City was about to change. Pure Sun Island, Sioux family. At this moment, everyone in the Sioux family looked up at the sky. The current head of the Sioux family, Su Yang, was weeping with joy. He knew that the Sioux family's glorious day was coming. Su Yang mumbled, "Patriarch, you won the bet outside the Thousand-Star City." On the scattered stars island, on the streets of the City of Justice, on the windows and roofs of the carnival shops, and at the doors of the refining halls, all the pedestrians stopped what they were doing. When the first skycrack appeared, the crowd was in an uproar. Someone shouted, "Marshal Han has ascended to the sky and started to slaughter venerables." Someone chugged the liquor and laughed out loud. "Great! I don't respect anyone but Marshal Han in this world." A moment later, when the second great Dow crack appeared, hundreds of millions of people were in an uproar. On the scattered stars island, people were yelling everywhere. Good job, only Marshal Han can do that. 36 towns. The people widened their eyes and looked at the sky. Some were praying, and some were shouting. The teachers of almost all the academies in the 36 towns were yelling, "Cultivate, come on, sit down, don't think too much." Marshal Han once said that the blood rain contains an inexplicable power that can help people make a breakthrough. Blue Sea Town. All the properties of the fish dragons were not open today. Li Gang organized 3,000 members and prayed for Han Fei's victory. Nobody could say anything to what the fish dragons did. Han Fei was the leader of the fish dragons, and Li Gang was just a deputy leader. If it weren't for Han Fei, the fish dragons would have been wiped out. Heavenly Water Village. The old village leader lay on his chair facing the sky with a smile on his face full of pride. Our village only has one peerless genius, that is you, so you have to win. Before the first venerable one died, Han Fei felt a tremendous amount of power of faith pouring into his body. It seemed that what he did on the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns was starting to work. Some people began to pray that they would win. When the first venerable died, Han Fei felt that the power of faith suddenly increased by more than 30%. When the second venerable died, the power of faith doubled. The third, the fourth, the power of faith surged into Han Fei's heart. At this moment, Han Fei had killed 4 venerables in a row. Because Han Fei's fighting speed was too fast and too fierce, most people were killed by Han Fei before they could react. Sun Xiaotian, who was trapped in the Blade Inferno, roared, "Old Demon Chu, do you want to see us die? Come on, do something." However, Han Fei sneered. "Oh, I thought you came to ambush me voluntarily." Thad wanted to say that if you took the initiative to sacrifice your lives, I might consider showing some mercy to your family. It turns out that you were reluctant. Humph, who told you that Old Demon Chu can save you? At this moment, Han Fei's Blade Inferno had shrunk to a radius of 1,000 meters. At this moment, Sun Xiaotian roared, "Han Fei, don't force me to blow myself up to crush the 3,000-kilometer radius and kill all the creatures." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Self-explosion? Who gave you the illusion that you could explode in front of me? Huh?" Sun Xiaotian was about to detonate himself. The Sun family was the first to become enemies with Han Fei. It could be said that they accompanied the growth of Han Fei, so it was almost impossible for Han Fei to let him go. At this moment, the only thing Sun Xiaotian could do was to preserve his dignity. At least, he couldn't die as easily as others. But how could Han Fei let him? How much damage would it cause if a venerable detonated himself? Although someone would take the blame, Han Fei didn't want them to blow themselves up. He still needed to absorb the souls of these people. In this short moment, Han Fei's void lines had been swallowing crazily. Han Fei's soul power had increased by more than 5,000 points. "Come my knife." Han Fei stepped into the Blade Inferno and walked 1,000 kilometers with one step, holding the void as a knife. When he slashed out, the void collapsed, and billions of knife lights rushed into the deity-slaying array. Han Fei had already pressed Sun Xiaotian's head. Huff! Han Fei swallowed a large amount of energy. With a flip of his hand, he launched the embroidery needle and blew up Sun Xiaotian's soul. Boom! At this moment, 5 of the grand venerables of the big clans had died, and 1 venerable took the opportunity to escape. If he hadn't fled fast enough, he would have become the 6th. Ren Tianfei's voice sounded again. Sun Xiaotian from the Sun family of the Thousand-Star City, an advanced venerable, died. Ren Tianfei's voice was like thunder. The billions of people in the Thousand-Star City were shocked. Someone gasped crazily, slaying the 5 venerables in a row, and the strongest ones? I've never even heard of these super powerhouses he killed. Among the descendants of the Sun family, there were no longer any outstanding heavenly talents. After hearing the news of Sun Xiaotian's death, they were all devastated. In the Yang family, Yang Nanshi almost went crazy. B-starred Han Fei, you killed our patriarch. I can't live under the same sky as you. Yang Deyu caught Yang Nanshi, who was in a crazy state, but he had already been slammed to the ground a dozen times. Yang Deyu roared, "That's enough, you'd better stop, you're nothing compared to Han Fei." Yang Nanshi roared, "TL smash him to death with my hammer. Shut up." An old man from the Yang family stood out and yelled, "Yang Nanshi, remember now, the most important thing is to preserve your lives." Han Fei is vengeful. However, the higher his status is, the less likely he will attack you. Remember, no matter what happens, don't go to him for trouble. In the Yi family, Yi Baiyu clenched his fists. Today, the big clans in the Thousand Star City only existed in name. Their top venerables had died. How could they still be called big clans? In front of him was a magic book named Heavenly Void Divine Rock Secret Technique. It was said that if one practiced this technique, they would become extremely powerful. However, because this technique was still in the research stage, it was very likely to turn the cultivators into birds. Of course, this was just a rumor. After all, most of the ancestors of the Yi family who practiced this technique died. However, Yi Baiyu took a deep breath. Isn't being a human and being a bird all about cultivation? As long as I can become the strongest, what's the big deal of becoming a monster? In the Chen family, Xuanhuan said excitedly, why is the patriarch of the Chen family involved in this matter? Hanfei obviously can't be meddled with. Now that the patriarch failed, the consequences are obvious. Someone sighed. What do you think the Chen family could do? We are a recognized big clan. The Sun family and other big clans wanted a joint action. Do you think our Chen family could refuse to participate? The man heaved a long sigh. It seems that Hanfei not only wants to suppress the Thousand Stars, but also wants to sweep the Thousand Stars. The entire yin-yang world was discussing, shocked, and looking forward to what Hanfei would do next. Ren Tianfei said, the one who escaped is Chen Long from the Chen family. Hanfei's lips curled. Oh, so he's from the Chen family. No wonder he burned his blood to escape when he found things were not right, Hanfei shouted. The big clans in the Thousand Star City, except for the Chu sect, listen to me. Prepare all your resources and wait at home. Wait for me to send people to collect the resources one family after another. In addition, all the people above the law enforcer realm in the big clans are on standby at home. In the future, follow me to battle and use military exploits to redeem your freedom. My orders can be supervised by everyone. Anyone who violates my order will be killed. After saying that, Hanfei stood in front of the Chu sect's family protecting array. There were not many people on the island. Those who could escape were all fleeing. Through the array, Hanfei looked at old Demon Chu, who was sitting in the array, and smiled contemptuously. Old Demon Chu, do you still want your Chu sect to continue? If you do, then die. If you kill yourself, I'll treat your descendants kindly. There were 7 venerables in the Chu sect. Now, there were only 6 left. Among them, old Demon Chu was already a fake king. Although Chu Minwang had died, there was still 1 junior peak-level venerable, 3 intermediate peak-level venerables, and 1 advanced peak-level venerable. Hanfei was confident that he could end the battle in 3 seconds if old Demon Chu didn't participate in the battle. The venerables were powerful, but there was the difference of the strong and the weak in this realm too. If you grasped the great Tao, others could grasp it too. If you were strong, the others were stronger. After all, if I could crush you in all aspects, how could you survive? Hanfei was not in a hurry. He stood in the void and looked at old Demon Chu quietly. After a long time, old Demon Chu slowly stepped into the sky and looked at Hanfei. Do you know how many venerables there are in the Thousand Star City? Hanfei shook his head with a smile. I don't know, old Demon Chu said. Just a moment ago, there were 28 venerables left. You killed 5 venerables alone. Hanfei smiled. Really? Old Demon Chu said. Including me, there are 6 venerables from the Chu sect and 6 ones from the Cao family. Not including those in the 7 major sects, there aren't many venerables left. Hanfei tilted his head and asked, so? Old Demon Chu looked at Hanfei indifferently. There are only these venerables in this world, but you almost killed them all. Just to pursue your so-called freedom? Chapter 1638, Moon Leech Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Hanfei looked at old Demon Chu as if he were an idiot. I'm very curious about something. I really don't understand. Why do so many of you take it for granted that it's you venerables who support this world? You speak as if the world can't do without you. Old Demon Chu narrowed his eyes. It's a matter of course for the strong to support the world. Hanfei couldn't help but laugh. The ignorant are truly fearless. If you know what is going on in the cage, would you still be so smug? Hanfei looked at old Demon Chu seriously and said, now I know why we are on opposite sides. Why? Hanfei sneered. Because you think too highly of yourselves, because you are too stupid. People like you, even if there is no heavenly Tao Dharma I, even if this cage doesn't restrict you from becoming a king, and even if you become a king, none of you will become a powerful king. Your vision is too narrow. At this moment, Hanfei suddenly figured it out. Perhaps this was the disadvantage of ancient families. They were too arrogant and thought that they were the greatest in the world, but they were nothing but frogs in a well. Hanfei believed that not all families were as stupid as these ones. Hanfei didn't bother to argue with old Demon Chu. He pointed his sword at old Demon Chu and shouted in a low voice. The venerables of Chu sect must die today. No one can escape. Everyone in Chu sect, from hidden fishers to explorers, are to join the army. Old Demon Chu sneered. Like to see how a mere peak-level advanced venerable like you can destroy my Chu sect today? Hanfei laughed and said loudly, 7 major sects, is anyone willing to join my side? You just need to hold off the other venerables of Chu sect before I return. When I return, I'll kill them. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch spoke. A year ago, old Demon Chu attacked our sect. Now, although I haven't recovered, it's not a problem for me to hold off a mere advanced venerable. In the Sea Cloud Tower, Fire Moon Fairy stepped out. As a woman, I think I can only keep one junior venerable. A big sword from the Grand Void Academy swept across. An ice kiss flew out of the Jade Fairy Palace, and the void swayed as the ice kiss crossed the sky. Boom. Someone from the Death Door sect and the Mountain Sea Pavilion broke through the sect-protecting array and crossed the void. At this point, Han Fei was the only one who came to the Thousand Star City. Was it because he had no one to use? Of course not. Han Fei shouted these words just to get people to stand on his side. The 7 major sects were on the same side. Now Han Fei had risen to prominence and was unstoppable. If they didn't join Han Fei's side now, there wouldn't be another chance for them to join his side. With Han Fei's lightning-like methods and vengeful personality, today, if any of the 7 major sects didn't take sides with Han Fei, it would be taken out of the 7 major sects. A venerable of the Zhang family, the only big clan that was wise enough to surrender to Han Fei, heaved a long sigh. Even if they took sides with Han Fei now, Han Fei wouldn't show mercy to them. Fortunately, on the last day, they didn't fight against Han Fei. Zhang Shun didn't know if Han Fei could win or if Old Demon Chu was stronger. However, in terms of potential alone, Old Demon Chu was far inferior to Han Fei. Han Fei's growth was a miracle. This kind of miracle shouldn't exist at all. The moment Han Fei killed Chu Menwang. In fact, the big clans already knew that Han Fei was invincible. However, the other families weren't as strong as the Zhang family. Old Demon Chu could force other families, but he couldn't force the Zhang family. This was because even Old Demon Chu knew that if the Zhang family really fought to the death, the entire human world would be in trouble. Anyway, Old Demon Chu didn't lack the combat power of an advanced venerable, so he didn't force him. In fact, apart from these big clans, the Wang family where Wang Zetian was also had a peak-level junior venerable. There were only 3 such families in the entire yin-yang world. Old Demon Chu didn't care about the strength of a junior peak-level venerable. At this critical moment, Old Demon Chu didn't have the time to care about it. According to Han Fei's personality, apart from the 7 major sects, all the big clans with venerable-level existences were his targets. At this moment, the strong masters of the 7 major sects all came out. Voices echoed in the void, indicating that the Star Turtle had also entered the Thousand Star City. The Star Turtle shouted, "Han Fei, I'm here to help you fight." Han Fei said without looking back, "Mr. Tier. Shui, Elder Chen, please check the big clans in the Thousand Star City." Han Fei's voice echoed, "All the big clans with explorers in the Thousand Star City, listen to me and register. As for where to go in the end, wait for me to return victorious. You can pray that I can't return." Then Han Fei said, "Star Turtle, it's indeed time for you to fight. I happen to need someone to block an intermediate venerable from the Chu sect side. You can do this job." Old Demon Chu didn't stop Han Fei. In the Chu sect, Han Fei's former opponent, Chu Qingyan, had a complicated expression. She didn't choose to leave because she knew that she couldn't. Han Fei must remember her. She wanted to bet on whether Han Fei would attack her or not. However, when she saw all this, she sighed inexplicably. In the past, she even thought that Han Fei was no match for her, but reality slapped her face again and again. When Han Fei was still a law enforcer, he could easily defeat her. All these years, she had been cultivating like crazy and had great luck. However, she had only just become an advanced explorer. This speed was already extremely fast. It had only been 13 years. However, the gap between her and Han Fei was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where she suspected that Han Fei might not even remember her. Since Han Fei said that he would kill the king today, Old Demon Chu had been waiting. No matter what Han Fei did, as long as he died, everything he did would be meaningless. Old Demon Chu was waiting for Han Fei's arrogance to rise to the highest point, and waiting for Han Fei to be so arrogant that he thought he would definitely win. At this moment, Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and the infinity water returned. Old Demon Chu nodded slightly, and all the venerables of the Chu sect took action. They were members of the Chu sect, and the Chu sect's prestige couldn't be violated. Buzz. The Chu sect's mountain-protecting array was melting. Old Demon Chu stepped on the void, creating ripples. Hiss. In the next moment, Han Fei saw a weird green worm that was 1,000 feet long and looked like a centipede. It arched its body and thousands of its tentacles were wriggling. Information popped up in Han Fei's mind. A name, a moon leech. Introduction. It has the ability to eat the moon and time. After swallowing a certain amount of moonlight, it can activate the Great Time Technique, disrupt the world, and cause the enemy to fall into a time domain. R, level 89. R, quality 89, quality, ancient descendant, grey Tao, time, S-edible effect, inedible effect, quo, S-edible, R, none, unabsorbable, R, remarks, quo, Azetamar, quo, as long as there is moonlight, the domain remains unbreakable. When Han Fei saw the information, suddenly, a green light burst out of the eyes of the moon leech. This insect actually used light to transform its domain. Buzz. In the next moment, above the Thousand-Star City, Han Fei and Old Demon Chu disappeared without a trace. The sky-hanging mirror lost its effect, and people couldn't see Han Fei through the sky-hanging mirror anymore. Han Fei felt that the scene in front of him changed. This was a strange domain wrapped in time. Han Fei could see a large number of blue halos flowing outside the domain. If it weren't for the fact that they flowed very slowly, Han Fei would have suspected that he had entered the river of time. The old turtle said, "Not good. This bug forcibly changed the timeline, separating you from the world just now. In this case, if you want to break this space, you have to kill Old Demon Chu. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out." Opposite Han Fei, Old Demon Chu looked at Han Fei coldly. "From now on, no one can help you. If you die, the Thousand-Star City will still be the Thousand-Star City, and I will still be the strongest in the Thousand-Star City. The Chu sect's glory will continue." Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. "I have to admit that I admire you. You are the only person I know who can apply the Great Tao to such an extent in the Venerable Realm. However, if pulling me into an independent domain is all your preparations, then I can only say that you are digging your own grave." Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei activated the Great Tao, and his aura soared. Blades were everywhere. In his hand was the sea-quelling bizarre treasure embroidery needle. Han Fei grinned ferociously. "As it happens, I haven't fought a real fake king yet. Now I can have a try. Cut the crap." Old Demon Chu didn't want to give Han Fei any time. He chose to attack directly. With a shake of his hands, 2 swords appeared in his hands. Swish, 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 swish. The 2 swords slashed, and 3,000 sword shadows bloomed like a lotus flower, sweeping in all directions. Old Demon Chu's sword rose and broke through the air, and his sword chi was mystic and powerful. He wanted to kill Han Fei as soon as possible. Seeing the overlapping sword auras, Han Fei thought to himself, this move of Old Demon Chu is even stronger than Sun Shaotian's immortal slaying array. Boom, boom. However, Han Fei grinned and said, "I have many tricks to try. Take 2 punches from me first. Take 2 punches from me first." The 2 sacrificing punch marks were just appetizers. Wherever the fist marks passed, the void energy was triggered and blasted out with magnificent void power. Old Demon Chu sneered. "I know that you can be unaffected by the Great Tao of Time, but so what? Can't it affect your attack?" Old Demon Chu waved his hand casually, and something seemed to be wrong with the time in front of him. Han Fei's sacrificing punch was dissolving when it passed that area. The old turtle, he used time to corrode your power. Han Fei roared, "100 beast soul devouring. Let me see how many great techniques you can influence." Chapter 1639, Chu Sex Annihilation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the Thousand-Star City, when Han Fei and Old Demon Chu disappeared, even Ren Tianfei exclaimed. Ning Jing, who had come to protect Han Fei, saw this scene and appeared where Han Fei disappeared. Then, Ning Jing's expression changed drastically as she looked at Ren Tianfei. "Where is he?" Ren Tianfei's clone also frowned. "I haven't found him either. Wait for my original body to come." The moment Ren Tianfei spoke, he saw an elegant middle-aged man walking over slowly. It was none other than Han Guanshu. Ning Jing's eyelids twitched. "Your son is gone. I can't sense him at all." Han Guanshu said, "Old Demon Chu's spiritual beast is called the Moon Leech. It has the ability to leave the current timeline for a short time. In other words, they are not in this world now." Howl, Hisei, Ren Tianfei, and Ning Jing both gasped. "Not in this world? Change the fucking timeline? How could there be such a strange spiritual beast in this world?" Ren Tianfei looked at Han Guanshu in surprise. "Don't you panic at all?" Han Guanshu grinned. "Panic? He is going to become a king." "How can a king be defeated by a fake king?" Ning Jing. "But he's only a peak-level advanced venerable now." Han Guanshu smiled. His experience is enough for him to deal with everything. 1. In the time domain, Han Fei activated the 100 beast soul devouring. Such a soul attack couldn't shake Old Demon Chu at all. This guy had set up the time technique on him. The old turtle said, he extended the range of sound infinitely so he couldn't hear it himself. Han Fei was confused. Could time be used like this? But fortunately, he could still fight Old Demon Chu head-on. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. After only 10 seconds, Old Demon Chu was already defeated. He discovered that Han Fei's strength was beyond his imagination. How could a peak-level advanced venerable have a super strength of more than 30,000 waves? Old Demon Chu had lived for almost 5,000 years and believed that his strength had reached its limit. Even if he failed the tribulation and became a fake king, his strength was only 21,000 waves. It couldn't compare to Han Fei's at all. Fortunately, his Great Tao of Time could slow down Han Fei's power. After all, the power Han Fei used would decrease with distance and time. Otherwise, with Han Fei's pure strength, even Old Demon Chu would be defeated. At this moment, Han Fei also saw that Old Demon Chu could still persist under his power. It must be because of the time barrier on him. However, how could he break the time barrier? Han Fei roared, "All laws forbidden in this space." However, this time, it didn't work. Old Demon Chu sneered. "This is my time domain. How can your technique work?" Han Fei sneered. "If you're so capable, why didn't you break my other techniques?" In an instant, Han Fei knew that the reason why his forbidden technique couldn't work was probably that he wasn't in the normal timeline. It was equivalent to being in a parallel space. He wasn't even sure which space he was in. Seeing that this trick didn't work, Han Fei changed the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment into the Great Tao of Gravity. Buzz. Even though Old Demon Chu had changed time, Han Fei was very sure that Old Demon Chu was subject to the same restrictions as him. Therefore, Han Fei pressed down with the Great Tao of Gravity, and the irregular gravity descended, directly disrupting Old Chu's rhythm. Boom. At the moment when the Great Tao of Gravity took effect, Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle and activated the knock on the heavenly gate. Pfft. The technique of knock on the heavenly gate condensed the technique of space and time into a rod, which happened to deal with Old Demon Chu's time barrier and shattered half of Old Demon Chu's body. Once the power weakened, Han Fei naturally seized the opportunity. When the time domain around Old Demon Chu became unstable, the embroidery needle struck again. However, this time, Han Fei used the Heavenly God's stab, which pierced into Old Demon Chu's soul. Bang! Old Demon Chu's Great Tao collapsed. Han Fei twisted the void and appeared in front of Old Demon Chu in an instant. Bam! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two collided 1,000 times, and Old Demon Chu's body was shattered. Buzz! Han Fei activated the void lines, but Old Demon Chu's figure suddenly appeared elsewhere. The old turtle said, "He changed the time." Knowing that he would face great danger in the next moment, he consumed a lot of the power of time and returned to his peak state a moment earlier. Seeing that the old guy was covered with a time barrier again, Han Fei sneered. "Old Demon Chu, this time refining technique must have consumed you a lot of energy, right? But my Great Tao of Gravity doesn't consume much. I'd like to see how long you can last." Like a cat-and-mouse game, Han Fei clearly realized the horror of the time technique. In a sense, as long as he completely controlled the Great Tao of Time, he was almost immortal. Even if he knew that he was going to die in the next second, he could return to the time earlier. This magical power was simply a bug. Han Fei felt that it shouldn't exist. After 100 seconds, Han Fei felt that the power of his Great Tao could last at most another 100 seconds. If he couldn't take down Old Demon Chu within 100 seconds, he could only temporarily enter Forge the Universe to recover. It can ignore time and rules and crush the opponent's Great Tao. Suddenly, Han Fei couldn't help cursing. He had forgotten such an important thing. He still had the supreme yin-yang wheel. Buzz. When the yin-yang symbol appeared, Old Demon Chu asked in shock, "What kind of technique is this? Why do you have such an inheritance?" It seemed that Old Demon Chu knew something about the supreme yin-yang wheel. But now, Han Fei was full of killing intent. He had consumed 10 wisps of chaotic chi in his body. He had been fighting crazily. If it weren't for the time-secret technique that saved Old Demon Chu time and time again, Old Demon Chu would have been reduced to powder by Han Fei. Poof! Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief when the supreme yin-yang wheel cut into Old Demon Chu's time barrier. Sure enough, a fake king was actually not much stronger than a half-king. However, after being tempered by part of the heavenly tribulation, his understanding of the Great Tao was deeper, and his body's comprehensive qualities were stronger. This difference created the illusion that a fake king was stronger than a half-king, but in fact, it wasn't. At this moment, Old Demon Chu blocked with his double knives, but the double knives were immediately full of cracks. Han Fei took the opportunity to fuse the infinity water into Old Demon Chu's body. Buzz, sure enough, in the next moment, Old Demon Chu disappeared and appeared in another place. However, judging from Old Chu's pale face, he seemed to be waiting for Han Fei's power to fade. Both of them had their own schemes, but Han Fei suddenly grinned. "I was thinking, if you completely reverse time, where would my things be?" "Who knew that my things would stay with you?" "Huh?" Old Demon Chu's face suddenly changed. He seemed to realize something and was about to reverse time again when his body suddenly exploded. Rumble. The terrifying explosion directly blew Old Demon Chu into dust. After all, not everyone could have an indestructible body like Han Fei. The moment Old Demon Chu exploded, Han Fei controlled the supreme yin-yang wheel. Immediately, he fused with Little Black and Little White. He scanned with his yin-yang divine eyes and immediately saw that a soul light was releasing a large amount of energy. "Humph, you won't be able to revive. Let's see how you can reverse time." Chila. Han Fei drew his knife from the void, and a space crack was cut out by Han Fei. After one attack, another soul fragment appeared. Han Fei aimed the void lines at one of the soul fragments. Roar. The 100-beast soul devouring was activated. Bang, he used the knock on the heavenly gate again. This time, the real explosion blasted countless holes in this time domain. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that soul power was returning to his body through the void lines. At this moment, Han Fei grinned and removed the power of the Great Tao, and his body slightly softened. Huff. Han Fei took a long breath of energy, and the time around gradually changed. Although the location of the battle was exactly the same, there were still differences between the environment and the people on the island at 2 different times. Boom. At that moment, in the sky, there was a huge crack that stretched across the north and south of the 1,000-star city. 36 towns. Scattered Stars Island. When everyone saw the huge crack, they all exclaimed, "Who died?" Why is the weather so terrifying? Outside, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he saw Han Guanshu, Ren Tianfei, Ning Jing, and Li Daxian waiting. On the other side, Old Jiang, Old Bai, and the others were also on their way to the Thousand Star City, and some had just appeared in the Thousand Star City. However, they never expected Han Fei to finish the fight so fast. At that moment, Han Fei looked at Han Guanshu. Can you give me some time? Han Guanshu nodded slightly and glanced at Ning Jing and Ren Tianfei. Let's go, one Li Daxian mumbled, as expected of a disciple of the Thug Academy. He's indeed powerful. When they left, the sky curtain opened again. After more than 300 seconds, the sky curtain opened again. When Han Fei's figure appeared before the billions of people in the Thousand Star City, the entire Thousand Star City burst into cheers. At that moment, Han Fei grinned and said, I announce that the Chu sect is destroyed today. Chapter 1640, The Situation Has Changed. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The destruction of Chu sect was not just the destruction of a family, but also the end of an era. Han Fei had never fought a fake king before, so he didn't know how strong a fake king was. However, after the battle with Old Demon Chu, he knew the combat power of a fake king and how strong he himself was. His flesh and blood were separated from his bones twice during the two tribulations. The price he paid wasn't for nothing. Every experience seemed devastating, but it actually made Han Fei stronger. From this moment on, Han Fei dare not say that he was invincible below the king realm. But in the entire Yin-Yang world, Waterwood world, or the cage, there were probably only the three kings who could continue to suppress him. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the sky and scanned the entire Thousand Star City with his perception. Listening to the countless cheers, Han Fei felt greatly comforted. This was a special feeling, victory or hope. This was completely different from when he took down Yu City. Yu City was Zeman Lingwen's era, Zeman Lingwen's dream, and the Thousand Star City was his era. Han Fei took a long breath and felt that the magnificent power of faith was pouring into his body. In addition to the power of faith, Han Fei felt that a stone in his heart had been dropped. Since entering the Thug Academy, he was destined to have an opposing relationship with the big clans. Today, the big clans were at the end of their road, and his strategic layout in the Thousand Star City could be said to have been completely achieved. Han Fei felt that his state of mind had changed greatly, as if he had been sublimated in an instant. At this moment, Han Fei deeply felt the opportunity for a breakthrough. This surprised Han Fei. He desperately wanted to make a breakthrough, but his body wasn't in its peak state yet. Would it affect his foundation? Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, what will happen if I make a breakthrough now? The old turtle said, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any difference. Your problem isn't whether to make a breakthrough or not, it's just that your body is uncoordinated. Logically speaking, it's better to make a breakthrough after your body is coordinated. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei suppressed the urge to make a breakthrough. In the sky, in the eyes of outsiders, he was only silent for a moment. At this moment, everyone was still immersed in the waves of cheers. Therefore, they didn't feel that Han Fei paused for a second. Han Fei said, My fellow human beings, please wait for a few days. When the people from the Scattered Stars Island come and finish counting the big clans, the passage from the Thousand Star City to the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns will be fully opened. Everyone, a new era, a free era, an era that belongs to you is coming. Roar, Marshal Han, Marshal Han, Marshal Han is awesome. In fact, many people knew about the City of Justice. After all, there were many people from the Thousand Star City on the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, many people, especially the low-level cultivators, were full of anticipation for the future. Amidst the carnival, Han Fei said leisurely, But before that, I have something to do. The remaining venerables of Chu sect, you can't atone for your crimes even if you die 100 times. I may spare the others, but I won't spare any of you. As soon as he said so, all the venerables and explorers in the Thousand Star City gasped. Han Fei had already killed Old Demon Chu. He was invincible. The extra venerable meant more combat power. Wasn't Han Fei too bloodthirsty? Even Ren Tianfei asked, Didn't you kill too many people? Why not keep the venerables? That way you can have more people to use in the future? Han Fei sneered, I don't lack these venerables. With that, Han Fei stepped into the void. A moment later, boom, boom, 5 more venerables died within 100 seconds. Just as Han Fei said, none of the Chu sect's venerables were spared. Han Fei's powerful methods frightened the remaining members of the big clans in the Thousand Star City. All the big clans seemed to have lost their backbone and were all hiding at home, waiting for Han Fei's people to deal with them. All the Chu sect's venerables were killed without mercy. At this critical moment, who dared to stand out? Wouldn't that be like courting death? The ordinary people in the Thousand Star City didn't feel this way. At this moment, they were very happy. After all, they were never the masters of this city. Only when Han Fei appeared and the end of the big clans came did they have freedom. What did those venerables have to do with ordinary people? All this time, big clans like the Chu sect had monopolized the massive resources of the Thousand Star City. The Chu sect had monopolized more than half of the Thousand Star Proving Ground. Many people had no money and didn't even have a chance to participate in the trial. At this moment, Han Fei had solved the Chu sect for them. Did this mean that they wouldn't have to pay to enter the 1,000-star proving ground in the future? And these ordinary people felt that even if they still had to pay, they didn't have to pay as much as before. At this moment, Han Fei killed 5 venerables in a row. Since then, he had slaughtered 11 venerables in a row. Even in the full-scale war with the sea demons last time, only so many venerables died. However, Han Fei swept through the 1,000-star city in one day and killed so many venerables. Han Fei was overjoyed. His current soul power had reached 136,100 points. In less than a month, his soul power had increased by more than 10,000 points. At this moment, Han Fei was holding a massive amount of resources, especially the Sun Moon shells he found from old Demon Chu. Among them, one Sun Moon shell contained the star beads controlled by the Chu sect. Only then did Han Fei remember that Luo Xiaobai once said that old Demon Chu could advance to a half-king because he went to the 1,000-star proving ground. The 9-star beads in the 1,000-star proving ground corresponded to the venerable realm. Han Fei looked at the star turtle and said, "Go to the Scattered Stars Island and inform the inspectors on the Scattered Stars Island that, all explorers, bring your men here to clean up the big clans. If anyone resists, kill them." The star turtle was startled. At this moment, the star turtle was quite sure that Han Fei was a killer and that Han Fei was using it as his subordinate. However, the star turtle didn't dare to say anything. It said quickly, "Okay, leave it to me." Buzz. A moment later, Han Fei appeared in the sky curtain again. This time, Han Fei shouted, "I, Han Fei, order all the big clans in the 1,000-star city to hand over the star beads in the 1,000-star proving ground, including the 7 major sects and the Sao family. Hand over all the star beads. The star beads of our Thug Academy will also be supplied. In the future, these resources will be provided for the training of the people in the 1,000-star city for free." Hiss, roar. Marshal Han is my hero. Marshal Han is really our savior. Son of Abich Teach. Look, this is a real powerhouse. This is the leader of our human race, someone exclaimed. Sure enough, Han Fei supplied the star beads for free. Han Fei chuckled. My fellow countrymen, although the star beads are free to be used, there are only so many of them in total. Therefore, I will arrange for people to use the star beads in an organized way. According to the difficulty of the star beads and the number of people they can bear, they will be opened in an organized manner. I also encourage, you can walk out of the 1,000-star city, walk out of your comfort zone, take a look at the vastness of the outside world, and go to the Scattered Stars Island. There, it may be 100 times more interesting than the trial inside the star beads. In fact, the channel to the Scattered Stars Island was already crowded. Many people yearned to go to the Scattered Stars Island for a long time. However, the number of people allowed to pass the Scattered Stars Island every day was too few. Seeing this scene, Han Fei immediately said, "You don't have to worry, you can just wait at home for a few days. I'll immediately arrange for a teleportation array between the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. The Scattered Stars Island is limited, but there are plenty of places in the 36 towns. You can go sightseeing. In the future, no one will stop you. However, remember not to cause trouble, otherwise I won't let you off easily." Someone laughed. "That's impossible, we're not the kind of people who cause trouble." Someone said with glowing eyes, "That's great. I didn't expect to see the 1,000-star city being cleared in this life." Someone exclaimed, "I have to go through the 36 towns and see what the different places are like." Amidst the talks and laughter of these people, Han Fei said, "Okay, I hope you can spread the battle of the 1,000-star city to the public and convey my thoughts to more people. Now that the war has just ended, there are still a lot of things to do. I have a lot of things to do, so I have to go now. See you." Han Fei's casualness infected too many people. The entire 1,000-star city went crazy. Han Fei felt the power of faith surging wave after wave. In addition to the 1,000-star city, the people of the 36 towns and the people of the Scattered Stars Island were also crazily supplying power of faith. The people of the 1,000-star city naturally knew that Han Fei was very busy. Although the big clans were destroyed, only the venerables had died. These big clans still had so many islands under their rule, so many properties, and so many resources. There should be new arrangements. Han Fei could be said to be the supreme commander of the yin-yang world. He had to tend to these matters. Therefore, everyone understood why Han Fei was busy. However, these people didn't know that Han Fei came to the Heavenly Sword sect immediately. On the top of the Sword Energy Mountain of the Heavenly Sword sect, Han Fei walked to Luo Xiaobai in white with a smile. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was no longer that little girl but a cold and wise young woman. Seeing Han Fei's signature smile, Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Humph. Chapter 1641. A Talk at the Mountain Peak Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. What annoyed Han Fei most was dealing with all kinds of trivial matters, like Shui Shenyi sitting in the marshal's mansion for 50 years. That was impossible for Han Fei. For example, now that the 1,000-star city had just been conquered, Han Fei's first reaction was to find the person he trusted most to handle these things. Therefore, he came to Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, even Luo Xiaobai's father, Luo Xiaohe, retreated far away. The master of the heavenly sword went back to recuperate. Mu Chenfeng was waiting far away for Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai to finish talking. Seeing Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei immediately praised her. Oh, you're a big girl now. I almost didn't recognize you. Luo Xiaobai snorted. Yes, you can kill a king now. Of course, you won't recognize me. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. No, I'm afraid that in a few more years, it'll be your turn to kill a king. Han Fei was not kidding. Luo Xiaobai's cultivation speed had always been the fastest among everyone. Now, with the influence of the ancient seed, Luo Xiaobai's current strength had reached the realm of an advanced explorer. Would ordinary people dare to imagine such a cultivation speed? This was potential. Although Old Bai and Old Zhang were not strong enough, they were from the pure Sun Dao Palace after all. Selected by them from the entire yin-yang world, how could Luo Xiaobai and the others be weak? Han Fei said, okay, I can fight, but I really can't clean up this mess. I have something to tell you. Hey, wait, fatty. Han Fei looked back only to see that Renquang had emerged from the void more than 6,000 kilometers away. On the other side, Zhang Xuanyu also ran to Pure Sun Island. Lost for words, Han Fei scanned the area with his perception. Hey, where are you two going? We're in the Heavenly Sword Sect. Buzz. Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang were shocked. Zhang Xuanyu asked, why did you go to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Renquang, wait for me. A smile appeared on Luo Xiaobai's cold face. In terms of feelings, even her father and brothers weren't as close to her as Han Fei and the others. On the other hand, they grew up together and had special feelings for each other. A moment later, as soon as they met, Zhang Xuanyu hugged Han Fei and punched him on the shoulder. Wow, you can kill a king now? I almost peed. Let me ask you, how do you cultivate? Renquang was also lost for words. You killed 11 venerables in a row alone. To be honest, I'm too ashamed to come out now. Zhang Xuanyu heaved a long sigh. I tried my best, but I'm only an intermediate peak-level explorer now. Alas, I still have a long way to go, Han Fei said disdainfully. Okay, cut the crap. I have a lot of things to tell you, and I have to make it clear now. Seeing that Han Fei was no longer joking, Luo Xiaobai said, okay, tell us. Renquang took out an advanced explorer-level turtle, skillfully skinned it, put it into a hot pot, and began to cook it. It was their habit to eat and chat. Half an hour later, the four of them sat around the stove and listened to Han Fei talk non-stop. Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, and Luo Xiaobai's eyes flickered. Obviously, she was shocked by Han Fei's experience. Zhang Xuanyu asked, so, there are indeed 2 kings in the Waterwood world? Luo Xiaobai narrowed her eyes and said, the problem is not the 2 kings of the Waterwood world. After all, one of the kings can be considered our friend, or ally. However, the Sea Demon King must be an enemy. What I'm more concerned about is the cage. Are there really thousands of venerables there? Renquang took a deep breath and said, it's fine there are more than 1,000 venerables, but what did you just say? As many as 1,000,000 explorers? Don't lie to me. Han Fei looked at Renquang with pity and said, well, I don't have to lie to you. I fought a battle there and deployed 300,000 explorers. Renquang, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, what's wrong with this world? In the past, an explorer was already a top existence. But one day, you told me that there were millions of such people in this world? My young heart can't bear it. Luo Xiaobai said, actually, I had guessed it. When you mentioned the 36 mystic worlds, I estimated that the combat power level here should be relatively low. Such a large territory doesn't even have a king. This is a problem. However, we can't improve our strength as quickly as you. Even if we were given another 10 years, our strength would probably only be between the peak of the explorer level or the half-venerable level. The only advantage of the 3 of us is that we know our own path clearly. In this aspect, we've saved a lot of time. At the mention of the road, Han Fei's expression suddenly changed. He said, Xiaobai, let me ask you, from which generation is the Luo family's divine manipulation technique passed down? Luo Xiaobai didn't know why Han Fei asked this question. She shook her head and said, well, I've asked about it too, but no one in my family knows. I only know that this bloodline may be passed on from generation to generation. That's all I know, Han Fei said solemnly. Now, you must remember what I told you. Seeing Han Fei's serious expression, the 3 of them couldn't help but stop their chopsticks. Zhang Xuanyu said, just tell me, why are you so serious? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him and said, there may be problems with the 5 major professions of human cultivators. Luo Xiaobai asked, what do you mean? Han Fei immediately explained the old turtle's theory to them. Han Fei said that the higher-level cultivators of a great Dao could absorb the power of lower-level ones of the same great Dao. The 5 major professions were probably passed down by the ancient powerhouses to cut the leak. Otherwise, why were the 5 major professions so popular? It seemed they were really a perfect combination. In fact, the old turtle wasn't 100% sure about this. Needless to say, the 5 major professions were indeed very strong. For example, as a spirit gatherer, Han Fei embarked on the path of the Heaven Enlightenment. The Great Dao of Heaven Enlightenment was obviously a very high-end Great Dao. Such a Great Dao might only exist in the human race among the tens of thousands of races in the sea. Then, if he only walked the path of the heaven enlightenment in the future, became a king or even an emperor, and then met a prime emperor who walked the path of the heaven enlightenment too and killed him, then who could he cry to? Hearing Han Fei's analysis, Luo Xiaobai asked, Han Fei, do you know the realm above the king? Han Fei was stunned too. He didn't know what Luo Xiaobai wanted to say. Therefore, Han Fei nodded and said, a king establishes the sea, an emperor opens the sky, a monarch lives forever, and a god fuses with the Tao. That's all I know. However, it's hard to tell what the exact realms are. Luo Xiaobai murmured, a monarch lives forever, and a god fuses with the Tao? Did we guess that there was an era called the Age of Gods? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Besides, I can now tell you that this era does exist. Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a while. I don't think there might be a problem with the path of cultivation. Obviously, there must be human ancestors who created the 5 major professions. However, we know that the 5 major professions were born in wars. The 5 major professions are about cooperation and combat. This probably means that there were 5 human pioneers who created the 5 major professions in order to resist certain forces. They needed the 5 major professions to nurture talents who could fight together with them. Zhang Xuanyu said, but that doesn't mean that those people didn't swallow low-level cultivators. Luo Xiaobai nodded. However, according to what you said, our human race has 36 mystic worlds. This is what we already know. The yin-yang world and water-wood world are only in the wasteland. As for the other 36 mystic worlds, there might be more venerables and kings there. The people there should have 5 major professions too, right? As for the 36 mystic worlds, according to you, they were created by the earliest people who stayed behind. Then, in this vast sea, will there still be other humans living? If there are, will there be a large number of kings, emperors, and the like? If they follow the same great Tao and attract each other, these people will probably have long fought each other, and a top powerhouse has been produced from them. In the end, Luo Xiaobai said, one's great Tao isn't fixed. At least I don't think there are so many cruel killings among people in the sea establishment realm. After all, there are 2 kings in the waterwood world alone. But in order to prevent people from hunting others of the same great Tao as them, we can study an extra great Tao. In this way, after we become a king, we'll still have another great Tao. Besides, we are still far from the peak of the venerable realm. By then, you might have already learned more information. Han Fei thought for a moment. That was true. When he became stronger, he would know more secrets. At that time, if any reapers wanted to attack Luo Xiaobai and the others, he wouldn't just sit by. In any case, his cultivation speed was much faster than theirs. At this moment, there were still many things waiting for Han Fei to do. When the mess in Yin-Yang world was mostly cleaned up, he would have to find Yin-Er. At the very least, the probability of him becoming a king in Yin-Yang world was still too low. If he wanted to become a king, he had to find Yin-Er back and re-walk the reincarnation circle. Only in this way could he unlock the river of time in the ideal palace and let it return to the natural timeline. Only then would the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye disappear. Once the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye disappeared, it would be the time for him to transcend the tribulation and become a king. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. His path to becoming a king was really not simple. Chapter 1642. Ask the Cao family. Chapter 1642. Ask the Cao family. As they chatted at the mountain peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Han Fei told Luo Xiaobai and the others almost everything he knew. These secrets, in the eyes of others, were shocking secrets, but even if they knew them, it wouldn't make much difference. Now, even if Luo Xiaobai and the others knew these secrets, they only knew the outside world better. They would still have to rely on themselves to cultivate. No one else could help them. However, on the other hand, they knew that there were millions of explorers in the so-called cage, which gave them a sense of urgency. How many people could they resist at their current levels? To stand on the top of this sea, they needed to become venerables. Only venerables had certain life-saving abilities. Of course, that was only relative to the ordinary creatures in the sea. If they were faced with kings, emperors, or even stronger existences, venerables were just ants. However, without a doubt, becoming a venerable was a basic requirement. The higher the realm, the fewer people there would be. Although Han Fei easily killed dozens of venerables, it was not easy for a venerable to die. In the venerable realm, they were usually evenly matched. Taking risks in the vast sea would be easier for a venerable to grow. At that time, you would be faced with dangers everywhere. After dinner and wine, Han Fei got up. Xiaobai, I still have something to do. During this period, I need the 3 of you to help me handle the big clans in the 1,000-star city and plan the use of the 1,000-star proving ground and preside over the construction of the teleportation array between the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly and extended her hand. Han Fei, man? Luo Xiaobai said. I have to have a token to command your subordinates. Han Fei slapped his thigh and scanned around with his perception, only to see that Wang Lin was recruiting a small family 2 islands away. Han Fei immediately shouted, Wang Lin, come to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Hearing Han Fei's call, Wang Lin immediately responded and ran to the Heavenly Sword Sect. When Wang Lin arrived, he saw that Han Fei and the other three were eating around a big hot pot. Wang Lin bowed. The first thing he did was to hand over Han Fei's badge. Wang Lin had always been very conscious. Marshal Han, I'm here. What can I do for you? Han Fei said indifferently. Well, you did a good job. These people are my teammates. In the days when I'm not around, take orders from Luo Xiaobai. As Han Fei spoke, he took the badge and casually handed it to Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei even felt that if it were Luo Xiaobai who was the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, she would be much more competent than him. Wang Lin certainly knew who Luo Xiaobai was. She was Han Fei's teammate, a genius of the Thug Academy and a heavenly talent of the Luo family. Besides, Luo Xiaobai was not weak and had already reached the realm of an advanced explorer. These three people were all at Han Fei's age. Becoming an advanced explorer at such a young age meant that she had a great potential. Wang Lin immediately cupped his fists. I understand. I'll listen to Miss Luo. Luo Xiaobai said to Han Fei via voice transmission. What did you mean when you said that you wanted to integrate the people above the law enforcer realm of the big clans into an army? Are you going to the Waterwood world? Is the cage really going to collapse? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Luo Xiaobai was indeed smart. She knew his intentions without him saying it. The yin-yang world didn't have enough combat power. It was necessary to use the people of the big clans. The Waterwood world only had the White Shell Royal City and the Cloudsea Divine Tree left. In the future, there would be endless battles. Originally, he could ignore their battle for the time being. However, the cage was brimmed with energy, which could cause problems at any time. Once the cage had a problem, could the 35 venerables of the yin-yang world guard the yin-yang world? Therefore, if anything happened, he had to be prepared in advance. Yin-yang world and Waterwood world always helped each other. Now that the yin-yang world's crisis was over, if he could overthrow the White Shell Royal City, the only thing he had to do was to deal with the unstable cage, and he would help Queen Life get rid of her enemy first. Then, when the crisis came, Queen Life would help him in return. Han Fei nodded. Yes. At least they can be counted as a combat power. We'll definitely have to fight a battle in the future. I haven't figured out how to fight it yet, but it won't be too far away. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, understood. The tacit understanding they had developed since childhood could save them a lot of trouble. After giving everything here to Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei gave all his Sun Moon shells to Lerenquang. Han Fei only left one for himself, which contained a lot of spiritual spring, spiritual stones, demonic stones, and spiritual fruits. After all, Lerenquang had worked in the logistics division. Han Fei said, Wang Lin, mobilize all personnel that the logistics division can mobilize. Wang Lin nodded. Yes, Marshal Han. Lerenquang was stunned and swallowed crazily. Fei, there are too many resources here. Han Fei patted Lerenquang's shoulder and said, You can keep some for yourself, but don't take too much. Too much free stuff might not be a good thing, Xiaobai. Take care. Luo Xiaobai grunted in understanding. Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei. Fei, what about me? Han Fei said leisurely, Xiaobai will arrange it for you. Why do you ask me? Zhang Xuanyu, while the Thousand Star City was having a party, Han Fei had a meal and then came to the Cao family. All this time, although Han Fei's impression of the Cao family was not bad, it was definitely not good. The Cao family didn't take sides in every major event. For example, when the Faceless Men attacked the Thousand Star City, Old Han wanted Cao Tianji to take action, but this guy didn't do anything. Han Fei could roughly understand the Cao family. Most of the time, by taking no sides, they could protect themselves. However, it didn't do them any good either. You didn't have an enemy, but you didn't have any friends either. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't kind to them. Han Fei said, Cao Tianzi, come out. The Cao family. The venerables were waiting nervously. Han Fei's strength had been fully revealed. The combined attack of the 5 peak-level advanced venerables was instantly shattered by Han Fei. Such combat power was beyond description. It could be said that Han Fei was invincible in the Thousand Star City at this moment. Patriarch, the venerables' faces darkened, and some of them sighed. They should have taken action earlier. Cao Tianji's eyes were cold, after more than 10 seconds, he sighed, I'm going to meet this guy, outside the Cao family. Cao Tianji removed the family protecting array. At this moment, Han Fei was the leader of the Thousand Star City. Since Han Fei could even kill old Demon Chu, the Cao family certainly wouldn't be a problem for him. Therefore, it didn't matter if there was a family protecting array or not. Seeing Cao Tianji, Han Fei was even more certain that the Cao family must be related to the war giants. He was tall, brawny, and much taller than ordinary people. Cao Tianji looked at Han Fei. What brings you here, Marshal Han? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. What brings me here? I should have made it clear just now. From now on, there will be no big clans in the Thousand Star City. Your Cao family is no exception. Cao Tianji narrowed his eyes. Marshal Han, what are you going to do to the Cao family? Han Fei said. All the resources of the Cao family are to be handed over. All hidden fishers and above are to assemble and wait to be deployed, including you. Cao Tianji asked, Aren't you too aggressive, Marshal Han? The Cao family is not the Chu sect. Han Fei said, In my eyes, your Cao family is no different from the Chu sect. If you refuse, I don't mind slaughtering the Cao family. To me, having a few more venerables or a few less is no different. I can nurture venerables, but I don't need any disobedient family. Cao Tianji's heart sank. Han Fei was even more domineering than Han Guanshu, Ren Tianfei, and Patriarch Thug. Others might care about the peak combat power of the entire Thousand-Star City and the human race. However, what about Han Fei? He had no scruples at all. He was ready to kill all the time. More importantly, Cao Tianji had fought Old Demon Chu. In terms of strength, Old Demon Chu wasn't much stronger than him. However, Old Demon Chu's time technique was too disgusting and was almost impossible to break. Now, Han Fei had broken it. Old Demon Chu was also killed. If Han Fei wanted to destroy the Cao family, it wouldn't be a big problem. Cao Tianji took a deep breath. Okay, it'll be at your disposal, Marshal Han. The Cao family can hand over everything. But, can the Cao family keep a few core disciples? Han Fei grinned. You mean Cao Chu, right? Cao Chu inherited some of the God of War's heritage, so you must want to protect him. Seeing that Cao Tianji didn't speak, Han Fei snorted coldly. Does your Cao family know about the war giants? Suddenly, Cao Tianji's pupils were constricted. I don't know what Marshal Han is talking about, Han Fei chuckled. Perhaps, your race found the place where the giant king perished and accidentally found the news of the God of War. However, you can't contact the God of War at all. You can only hope that the bloodline works. How sad, Cao Tianji stared at Han Fei. It seems that Marshal Han knows a lot, Han Fei said disdainfully. I can even tell you that the God of War hasn't died yet. Looking at Cao Tianji's gradually stiff expression, Han Fei sneered. Even I'm somewhat related to the giant king. But my relationship with the war giants has nothing to do with your Cao family. Cao Chu also needs to participate in the battle. Even I have to fight. Who do you think your Cao family is? This matter has been decided. No one can be the exception. Just wait for someone to come and take you in. Cao Tianji thought for a long time and said, the Thousand-Star City is already conquered by you. What war is still there? Why do we need so much combat power? Han Fei smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he extended his hand and said, give me your star beads. Cao Tianzi, why? Chapter 1643, 9 star beads. Chapter 1643, 9 star beads. Before coming, Han Fei felt that the battle between him and Old Demon Chu might not end overnight. After all, Old Demon Chu had claimed to be a king, and he had never fought a fake king head-on. Therefore, Han Fei didn't expect that it would be so easy to wipe out the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. However, Han Fei wasn't surprised. After all, the heritage he had accumulated was enough. He earned his strength by risking his life. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been dead after experiencing the king-level tribulation twice. Han Fei knew that his luck was indeed good. Otherwise, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Although luck was elusive, it wasn't something he couldn't grasp at all. For example, he promised Queen Life that he would deal with the White Shell Royal City. This was his promise. If he completed it, he would get a share of luck. If he failed, he wouldn't have any luck. When dealing with the White Armor Emperor, as long as Queen Life could hold off the White Armor Emperor, there was a high chance of victory. Even if they couldn't kill the White Armored Emperor in the end, the White Shell Royal City wouldn't be able to resist the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in the future. When the time came, the battle would be over. He had to find a way to quickly go to Glazed Glass World and bring back Yinner's Yang body. With Yin and Yang combined, he could cross the cycle of reincarnation and become a king. Unfortunately, all his plans were not as fast as changes. Han Fei didn't know that his mentality would change so much after he destroyed the big clans. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he could break through to the peak of the Venerable Realm at any time. As soon as he reached the peak, he was only one step away from becoming a half-king. However, he couldn't make a breakthrough yet. Besides, he had always wondered where Old Demon Chu transcended the tribulation. Although Han Fei didn't know the origin of the fake king, he guessed that either the heavenly tribulation was suddenly interrupted, or there was a lack of special power somewhere, so it produced a fake king. The cage might be that kind of place. Then, the place where Old Demon Chu transcended his tribulation might be a place similar to the cage? At this moment, Han Fei had 3 9-star beads which were from Chu sect. These venerable level star beads were very likely where Old Demon Chu successfully transcended the tribulation. At this time, very few people came to the Thousand-Star Proving Ground. After all, Han Fei had swept the Thousand-Star City and caused heavy rain of blood. It was the best time to make a breakthrough. Therefore, there were many cultivators in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei used the deceit technique to change his appearance into that of a stranger and found an empty corner. Holding a 9-star bead in one hand and the 9-palace luck ruler in the other, he tested the danger of each 9-star bead. However, the first star bead showed ominous. Ominous? Perhaps for ordinary people, this was really a dangerous divination result. But for Han Fei, he had experienced it countless times. The danger of this star bead was not high, and he could completely bear it. Han Fei licked his lips and chose to enter. Han Fei didn't use the vast ocean navigator to find the star bead where Old Demon Chu transcended the tribulation, because he planned to enter every one of the star beads. Plus the ones he got from the Cao family and the Thug Academy, he had a total of 9 star beads. Han Fei intended to go in one by one. Buzz, Sar. After Han Fei entered the first star bead, he saw a large area of blue light. According to the flow speed of this light, Han Fei asked in surprise, "The River of Time?" Yes, this space couldn't be scanned with perception. Han Fei didn't know how big it was. There was chaos everywhere, and only blue light could be seen. Han Fei could also see many rotten bones in the blue time light. Some had turned into powder, some shattered, and some were relatively new, Han Fei sneered. That idiot, old Demon Chu, wants to let people step into the River of Time. However, none of them can withstand the erosion of time. As he talked, Han Fei walked forward and extended his hand wearing the time ring into the blue light. However, after holding on for about 10 seconds, Han Fei saw that his hand was decaying and quickly took it out. It seemed that the time ring was not omnipotent. It could only block the ordinary Great Tao of Time. If old Demon Chu had reached the King Realm and used the Great Tao of Time, he might not be able to block it with this time ring alone. Many thoughts suddenly popped up in Han Fei's mind. In fact, it wasn't that the Great Tao of Time wasn't powerful. If he didn't have the time ring, he might really be no match for old Demon Chu. Besides, even though his strength completely overwhelmed old Demon Chu, this guy held on for a long time. Han Fei couldn't help but think that if he could use the time technique, it might be a great technique even comparable to the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. While Han Fei was still immersed in his imagination, the old turtle said, "No, this is not the River of Time. This is the periphery of the River of Time. However, this space seems to be connected to the River of Time. As a result, the flow of time here has changed." Han Fei quickly came back to himself. "How do you judge the flow of time here? Why don't you go out and have a try?" Han Fei thought to himself, "That's true." So he activated the twin divine technique. After calculating the time, Han Fei reopened this space. Han Fei quickly concluded, 10 times. 10 times the speed of time here. 1 day here, 10 days outside. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. No wonder there were so many strong masters in the Chu sect. Was it because of this 9-star star bead? The old turtle said. It's very likely. The time technique might also be derived from this place. It's not impossible to comprehend the time technique staying in such a special flow of time for a long time. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This place was actually very suitable for xuanhuan. If this guy came in, he would definitely poke time with his spear. With his talent, maybe one day he might be able to poke a wisp of time away with his spear. As for Han Fei, he didn't need to study it. He could directly pass the Jade Stone Bridge and pretend to walk on the Great Tao of Time. By cheating, he could directly turn the Great Tao of Time into one of his Great Tao. Han Fei licked his lips. With a thought, the Green Jade Bridge appeared. Han Fei walked quickly to the center of the bridge and went down the steps. Han Fei fantasized, "Let me walk old Demon Chu's Time Great Tao." However, this time Han Fei only walked 3 steps before he couldn't continue. On the other side of the Green Jade Bridge, the old turtle couldn't see Han Fei, so he didn't know what Han Fei was doing. The first time, Han Fei failed. The second time, Han Fei set his goal as being able to reverse time and return to a moment earlier. This time, when he reached the 5th floor, he couldn't hold on anymore. The third time, Han Fei set the target as a time freeze and controlling time to accelerate and slow down. However, this time, Han Fei walked directly to the bottom of the bridge. From then on, Han Fei saw that the path of the Heaven Enlightenment had a faint blue halo of the Great Tao of Time. When the Green Jade Bridge disappeared, the old turtle asked, "What were you doing?" Han Fei smiled casually. "To comprehend the Great Tao of Time." The old turtle exclaimed, "Wait, can it be comprehended so easily?" The old turtle didn't know how powerful the Green Jade Bridge was. Hearing what Han Fei said, he was shocked. Fuck, there is such a heaven-defying bridge in this world? Han Fei didn't intend to hide it from the old turtle. After all, if he needed to use the time technique in future battles, the old turtle would find out sooner or later that he had mastered the Great Tao of Time. However, Han Fei didn't explain much. It seemed that this star bead was just a cultivation space. The River of Time couldn't be passed. After all, the corrosive power was too dangerous. 1 day passed. Han Fei grabbed the 9-palace luck ruler and pointed it at the second 9-star star bead. However, the 9-palace luck ruler showed greatly auspicious. Shoot, Han Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a greatly auspicious divination result. Could it be that the Chu sect hadn't discovered the secret of this star bead? Delighted, Han Fei entered without hesitation. As soon as he entered, Han Fei saw a world. Hiss! At this moment, Han Fei took a deep breath. Is this the City of Justice? Han Fei was shocked. Yes, this was the real City of Justice, the former Yu City. Although it wasn't the entire City of Justice, it occupied at least 3,000 kilometers. However, when Han Fei looked up, it was a sunny day. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that there were still marine creatures in the surrounding sea. Han Fei extended his hand and a fishing pole appeared. Swish! The fishhook was cast 3,000 kilometers away. As soon as the fishhook was withdrawn, an explorer-level Thunderfire Green Shark was pulled back by Han Fei. The Thunderfire Green Shark was probably stunned too. I was swimming in the sea. How did I suddenly get caught? When it saw Han Fei, the Thunderfire Green Shark was about to attack him when it felt its soul freeze and its body suddenly straightened. Its soul was controlled. Han Fei pointed at it and killed this unlucky Thunderfire Green Shark. In Han Fei's eyes, fish were for eating, so there was no reason to let it go. When Han Fei clearly sensed that his soul power was growing, he was sure that this world was real. Han Fei frowned. Old Yuan, where are we now? The old turtle didn't answer the question but said, this is a real world. I sensed that there seemed to be strong masters in this city. Huh? Han Fei scanned it with his perception. No. The city is a mess, alas. I failed to change the fate of this city in the end, and countless people died here. Han Fei could guess why some of the islands disappeared. Back then, the City of Justice and the Grand Myriad Mountains were split by the ground veins. The Grand Myriad Mountains were split into many pieces, and a large part of them was in this star bead. And part of the city and the surrounding villages should have become the 1,000-star city. At that time, the floating stone that Zeman Linghan obtained wasn't enough to make the entire City of Justice float. However, part of it might have been used. Han Fei closed his eyes and compared the remaining City of Justice with the 1,000-star city. It was like a jigsaw puzzle, and he instantly took a tumble. After such a long time, although he felt that the 1,000-star city was derived from the land in the City of Justice, it was just an estimate. However, because of the vicissitudes of life, those floating islands had changed. Oh no, the topography of the floating islands had also changed drastically because of human activities. Han Fei took a deep breath. How many floating stones did Zeman Linglan find to create the current yin-yang world? Unfortunately, she didn't succeed in the last battle, or it might have ended differently. Thinking about it, Han Fei entered the city and went straight to the mayor's residence. The ruins and part of the broken walls had mostly turned into dust in history. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a large number of phantoms in front of him, which looked like an army. He could even feel a murderous aura. For a moment, Han Fei understood that this was an independent time-secret realm. If so, it all made sense. If it was a time-secret realm, who could say that this place wasn't real? For example, the space where Little Time lived. Who could say it was not real? However, what puzzled Han Fei was that if this was a time-secret realm, had he crossed the timeline? Chapter 1644, Blade of Hope. Chapter 1644. Blade of Hope. Knowing Han Fei's confusion, the old turtle explained, this should be a separate time fragment which can't be compared with the real river of time. It should exist, just to preserve something. Han Fei nodded. Also, some of the traces here were just destroyed, containing a lot of lightning power. Old Demon Chu must be transcending his tribulation here. However, there is a strong knife intent here. I don't know where it came from. Logically speaking, Chu sect had already obtained this star bead. Old Demon Chu didn't transcend the tribulation here because he didn't dare. He might have discovered that this was a time-secret realm, and he didn't know the success rate of transcending the tribulation here. Of course, from the looks of it, the result was obvious. This secret realm didn't have the conditions to make him successfully transcend the tribulation and become a king. Han Fei grinned. If it's just for preserving things, it's easy to find. With that, Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator and it began to spin quickly. Buzz. A moment later, Han Fei stood on a small island outside the City of Justice. Here, there were also broken walls, but this place was even more dilapidated than the City of Justice. If there were occasional walls among the ruins of the City of Justice, the walls on this island had already turned to dust. However, when Han Fei landed on this small island, his face turned livid and then slightly pale. This was because he discovered that this small island was actually the original Great Wilderness Village. Gulp. At this moment, Han Fei was quite complicated. What exactly was in these 9-star star beads? There was almost no danger in the last 9-star star bead, but it was impossible that every 9-star star bead was safe. Had the danger here been eliminated by Chu sect? Han Fei walked 100 kilometers with a single step and came directly to the small courtyard where he used to live. There he had left a stone monument. However, Han Fei's perception scanned the place several times and only found some remnants of arrays. There was nothing else. Next door was the small courtyard where Zeman Linglan used to live. Han Fei scanned it many times with his perception, but still found nothing. Han Fei frowned slightly. He was about to take out the vast ocean navigator when he suddenly appeared on the reef. Although the reef was no longer a reef, most of the reefs had been exposed when the seawater receded. However, there were still reefs everywhere. Han Fei was very familiar with this place. Even the location of some reefs hadn't changed. Han Fei scanned the place with his perception. Although he didn't find anything, he found a large, flat slab. Han Fei grabbed and lifted the stone slab. There was a bone in the stone slab, a rib. Who would take such a thing? Even old Demon Chu and the others wouldn't have any interest in a bone buried on the shore. Han Fei, on the other hand, frowned. His hands were shaking. When he grabbed the ribs, he suddenly turned around. 2 black lights shot at him from the City of Justice. Han Fei was about to attack, but the 2 black lights stopped half a meter away from him. Han Fei only made a move, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. He recognized the 2 black beams. Blade of Vengeance? Han Fei was shocked. This was Zeman Linglan's law enforcement blade, an extremely rare weapon-type law enforcement ability. Han Fei took a step forward and arrived at the City of Justice in the blink of an eye. Han Fei shouted, Zeman Linglan, Linglan, swish the Blade of Vengeance, followed Han Fei to the City of Justice. At this time, the old turtle said, the source of the danger I sensed was these 2 knives. However, there seems to be no one here. Frowning, Han Fei looked down at the blade of vengeance and touched it. Logically speaking, the double knives were the law enforcement ability of Zeman Linglin. How could they exist alone? The moment Han Fei touched them, with a clang, the two sabers collided. The black weapon was fading, turning from black to silver. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name Blade of Hope were introduction. It's a great Tao spiritual treasure. Someone sacrificed her life for the knives and was willing to become the knife spirit. It's a human sacred weapon polished by time. Holding the Blade of Hope can enhance one's luck. Nurtured with hope, this blade can enter the primordial chaos. Quality. Unknown recastable. Unrefined, unrefined. Remark 1. As long as there is hope, the blade won't be destroyed. Remark 2. The Blade of Hope is looking for its owner over the long river of time. Han Fei took a deep breath. When he saw the Blade of Hope, he couldn't help but tremble. He remembered that on the day the City of Justice was destroyed, Zeman Linglin must be fighting sea demon venerables. She fought 3 venerables alone and lost in the end. However, no one saw where Zeman Linglin died. Therefore, if he hadn't experienced the War Soul realm, he wouldn't know. Zeman Linglin probably knew that she couldn't cross the river of time before she died. Therefore, she chose to sacrifice herself for the knives and put her hope in the Blade of Vengeance. She hoped to use this to cross the river of time, because the Blade of Hope was essentially invisible. It was a law of the Great Tao, a power of the Great Tao. Therefore, it was indeed possible for Zeman Linglin to do this. Han Fei's hands trembled slightly. So, this Blade of Hope was Zeman Linglin? Han Fei's hands touched the blades. As if they were melted, the Blade of Hope naturally flowed into Han Fei's body, and a scimitar tattoo appeared on each of Han Fei's wrists. The old turtle asked in surprise, "It acknowledged you as its master? Isn't it too easy to do that? It didn't even suck your blood." Han Fei ignored the old turtle. "What does this guy know?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. With a thought, the Blade of Hope appeared in his hands again. Although they were invisible, they felt warm in his hands. Zeman Linglin sacrificed herself for the knives and turned them into the Blade of Hope. Han Fei felt extremely complicated. After reading the introduction and quality of the Blade of Hope, Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, what is primordial chaos?" The old turtle was stunned for a long time. "Primordial chaos?" the old turtle asked in surprise. "Where did you hear this word? These knives?" Han Fei asked. "What's the problem?" the old turtle said. "I don't know, but it should be impossible. I only saw an explanation in an ancient book. Primordial chaos is a mysterious world that was created even before the existence of this universe. It's an era that existed even longer than the primordial age. It can't even be called an era, because it doesn't have the concept of time and space. Maybe it can only be called an existence." Although the old turtle didn't say anything, Han Fei already knew how extraordinary the Blade of Hope was. It was an indestructible knife. As long as there was hope, the double knives would be there. Even the demon purification pot couldn't tell its quality. It meant that the Blade of Hope's level had surpassed the concept of a human sacred weapon or a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, and it had reached a level that even the demon purification pot couldn't confirm. This was probably why the 9 Palace Luck Ruler showed greatly auspicious. However, Han Fei was not very happy. As if thinking of something, Han Fei suddenly summoned the vast ocean navigator and asked, "Is Zeman Linglin's soul body still hidden in the Blade of Hope?" However, Han Fei was greatly disappointed. The vast ocean navigator didn't spin at all. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked the vast ocean navigator again, "Is Zeman Linglin in this 9-star bead?" But the vast ocean navigator still didn't spin. At this point, he had used up the number of times he could use the vast ocean navigator today. The Blade of Hope was his greatest opportunity and others' greatest danger. Han Fei thought that if it were someone else, the result might be completely different. He had lived with Zeman Linglin for so long. Except for him, no one else had ever touched the Blade of Vengeance. Han Fei threw this 9-star bead into Forge the Universe and put it away. This time, Secret Realm would never appear in the world again. Although he didn't want to admit it, Han Fei couldn't find any reason why Zeman Linglin was still alive. Time. After a long silence, Han Fei suddenly took a deep breath. The Great Tao of Time was indeed terrifying. He wondered, if he reached the peak of the Great Tao of Time, would he be able to enter the River of Time, break the rules of the Great Tao, and change fate? Unfortunately, this was not what he could imagine. Without the Time Dragon Carp and the Time Ring, he might not even be able to defeat Old Chu. Fortunately, Han Fei met Old Demon Chu now and realized the horror of the Great Tao of Time. Only by walking on this Great Tao could he avoid being tricked by others in future battles. Sitting cross-legged in the City of Justice for a day, Han Fei gathered his thoughts and left the world of this star bead. For Han Fei, he still had a lot of things to do. Being immersed in the memories of the past would only make him weak. Recalling his thoughts, Han Fei opened the third 9-star bead. As for this one, the 9 Palace Luck Ruler's divination directly showed the greatly ominous divination result. Furthermore, this marker seemed to be a little unstable, shaking slightly towards the impasse. Seeing this scene, Han Fei threw out a stream of chaotic chi. Seeing that it didn't work, Han Fei threw 6 streams of chaotic chi in a row, turning the greatly ominous into the ominous. Han Fei couldn't help but smile, as expected of the 9-palace luck ruler. This ability to change one's luck was really remarkable. When the divination result showed ominous, Han Fei stepped into the world of the star bead without hesitation. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei entered this space, he felt infinite murderous aura. The deathly aura here was thick, and the pressure in the air shocked Han Fei. Han Fei exclaimed, "What a terrifying suppressing pressure." Chapter 1645, Corpse Nurturing Ground Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. For the first 2 9-star star beads, one was not dangerous in itself, and the other was not dangerous for him. At this moment, Han Fei knew that it was extremely dangerous. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that it was a wasteland that had been destroyed by the flames of war. There was no sky in this wasteland, but the entire space was dark red and extremely hot. This place was quite big. Unfortunately, his perception was limited. Han Fei's perception range had been greatly reduced. He could only perceive that this world was more than 300 kilometers high and unknown. It seemed to be another strange world. And this was not what shocked Han Fei the most. What shocked Han Fei was that the energy and spiritual energy in this world were so abundant that the spiritual energy here was as viscous as wisps of silk, and the energy was overwhelming. Bang! Han Fei landed on this piece of land and looked down, only to discover, to his shock, that he was standing in a pool of spirit awakening fluid. Shoot! What kind of place is this? The old turtle said leisurely. I'm afraid you're in trouble. Huh? The old turtle said. This is a corpse nurturing ground, a perfect corpse nurturing ground where energy, spiritual energy, and spirit awakening fluid gather. This shows that a king must have died here a long time ago. However, the time and space here are clearly limited. If so much energy and spiritual energy keeps flowing in, this space will definitely be unstable and explode someday. Then, why hasn't it exploded yet? Han Fei frowned. Someone is cultivating here. The old turtle. But there is a lot of death aura and decay energy here besides energy, spiritual energy, and spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Corpse nurturing ground? The old turtle said. Is there any corpse nurturing ground in your yin-yang world? Shoot, Han Fei shivered. Under the steps into the sea. At this moment, Han Fei knew where he was. At this moment, he was under the steps into the sea, where the so-called corpse puppets were raised. When he was at the peak of the Junior Venerable, he had been here. At that time, he measured it with the 9-palace luck ruler, which was the first time Han Fei encountered an impasse. At that time, Han Fei gave up this place, thinking that he was probably not strong enough to solve the danger under the steps into the sea. Even though he had reached the peak of the advanced venerable realm, it still showed the greatly ominous when measured with the 9 mansions luck ruler. This meant that the strength of the corpse puppets here was at least in the fake king realm. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't a top-level danger like transcending the king-level tribulation, he shouldn't encounter any impasse divination result. But this divination result shook between greatly ominouses and impasse. This meant that the corpse was at least in the fake king realm. Dong! Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something stepped on the ground 100 kilometers away. In the next moment, Han Fei saw a corpse puppet extending its claws at him. Fuck! Sacrificing punch. Without hesitation, Han Fei turned around and punched. Because there was too much energy in this space, the void energy followed the sacrificing punch and bombarded it. Bang! The corpse puppet was blown back more than 10 meters by Han Fei. However, it didn't slow down and reached Han Fei in the next second. What a strong body. Han Fei had no time to be shocked because the corpse puppet was slapping at him. Boom! Han Fei felt that he seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer and was knocked back a kilometer. At this moment, Han Fei finally saw the corpse clearly. To Han Fei's surprise, the corpse didn't look rotten at all. Instead, it looked like an evil playboy and could even be said to be handsome. His face was well-defined, his eyes were beautiful, and his pupils were bright and shining. It clearly had a soul. Buzz. While retreating, Han Fei activated the power of the Great Tao and managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, Han Fei looked down at his arm that was covered in blood and looked awful. It was just one attack. Han Fei had already concluded that this guy's strength was the strongest among all the people he had met. The power of this blow had even exceeded the power of old Demon Chu. Son of Abich Tichi, this guy's body seems to be no weaker than mine. As he spoke, the corpse charged at him again. Han Fei didn't dodge but punched 1,000 times head-on. This was a real melee battle where the braver one would win. This was the first freak who could fight him head-on in terms of physique. Bang, 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 bang. The two fought for 3 seconds, and Han Fei felt that his flesh had been shattered. Although this corpse puppet had been forced to retreat 800 kilometers, the strength of its body was almost about the same as his. Han Fei said, "This guy's strength exceeds 30,000 waves. His body is very strong, and his bones are no weaker than mine. However, he is also absorbing energy. This shows that I might still be able to defeat him." The old turtle said, "Imagine what would happen if you cultivated for tens of thousands of years in such an environment." Han Fei's heart sank. Tens of thousands of years? I can't imagine, but at least it would be as easy as a breeze for me to transcend the heavenly tribulation. The old turtle continued, you might not be able to beat him. Although you can suppress him now, that's because you've used the power of the great Tao. However, you can't maintain this combat power forever. Once your time is up, who do you think will be beaten up? Han Fei's face sank, and he roared and cut the void with his knife, trying to cut the corpse into pieces with the power of space. However, the corpse clasped its hands and shattered the space with its sharp claws. Fuck. Han Fei was shocked. This guy can even shatter space? The old turtle said. You can use a space crack as a weapon. It's just the same. It can only mean that your understanding of space is not strong enough. The old turtle said, this won't do. The energy and spiritual energy here are endless. He can keep fighting. You have to see if he has a soul. He instantly grabbed the embroidery needle and activated the knock on the heavenly gate, creating a cylindrical energy vortex. Boom! At the same time, Han Fei launched the heavenly god stab. Boom! However, this corpse seemed to be very sensitive to this kind of attack and actually detonated its soul in advance. Roar! The 100-beast soul devouring roared, but the corpse's eyes were shining with a strange light, and a layer of light burst out of its eyes, blocking Han Fei's 100-beast soul devouring roar. At that moment, the corpse chuckled. Finally, someone is here again? I've been starving for a long time. You're very strong. You're the strongest person I've ever met. However, you're still not strong enough even though you used the power of the great Tao. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. You can talk? You seem quite smart. The corpse stood still and said leisurely, I'm flattered. My intelligence was awakened early. When the first person came in, I learned the knowledge of you humans from him. I knew that I was a corpse being raised here. A muffled roar came from the corpse's throat. Why? Do I have to be kept here? Trapped here for endless years? Human, if you can take me out, I won't kill you. The old turtle said, don't believe him. If he could get out, he would have done so long ago. He won't tell you until you come. This means that he can't go out through the star bead. Han Fei responded, of course I know. I even know. He can actually go out. As long as he possesses the soul of the Chu sect people who came in the past, it's easy for him to go out. However, he can't bear to abandon his own body. This corpse puppet body is undoubtedly the strongest in the yin-yang world. It's even comparable to mine now. The old turtle, his bones are not as strong as your indestructible body. Han Fei rolled his eyes. But my strength is not enough. If I can break through to the peak of the venerable realm and increase my strength, it will definitely be much better than now. Han Fei roared. A corpse puppet is a corpse puppet. You want to go out? In your dreams, Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let this guy go. However, he couldn't wait too long. He had to quickly find a way to kill this guy. Splash. Seeing that Han Fei was ignoring him, the corpse puppet was pissed, but when he saw the yin-yang diagram directly appeared in front of him ignoring the space, he was horrified. Roar. Roar. Why do I have to be trapped here? Sheila, knock, knock, knock. Infinite murderous aura and death aura gathered and blocked in front of the corpse, forming a stalemate with the supreme yin-yang wheel. Ha ha ha, do you think I didn't do anything? Although this world is a cage, it has long fused with me. This world is me, and I am this world. In the outside world. The steps into the sea in the level 3 fishery. Countless people scrambled out of the steps into the sea. Knock, knock, knock. Waves of oscillating sounds spread out from around the steps into the sea. Puffer, many people vomited blood, flustered by the noise. Most people took their fishing boats to the sky. Someone asked, what's wrong with the steps into the sea? Did something happen there? Someone shouted, everybody, leave. Something is wrong with the steps into the sea again. An old man roared, the steps into the sea are unstable. Don't search for treasures anymore. Toot! Suddenly, on the surface of the sea, there were howls. Someone exclaimed, the evil shield is here. Something big is going to happen here. Everybody retreat. On the ghost ship, Lidoxian frowned and said, the problem with the steps into the sea? Are you sure it's your son? When did he go down to this place? The elegant man next to Lidoxian was certainly Han Guanshu. He said, there are only a few secrets of the yin-yang world. It's not a surprise. He'll meet them sooner or later. Han Guanshu said with a smile, there will be no more place in the yin-yang world that can stop him after he passes the corpse nurturing ground. Chapter 1646, Death of the Corpse Puppet Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Under the Steps into the Sea, in the corpse nurturing ground. Han Fei discovered, to his disappointment, that the battle here was quite disadvantageous to him. Perhaps because the corpse puppets had been cultivating for too long, he could freely control the deathly aura and the boundless murderous aura in this place. Although the supreme yin-yang wheel was extremely powerful, it was only the power of Han Fei alone and couldn't resist this small world. Buzz. The collapse of the supreme yin-yang wheel made Han Fei's heart sink. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Swish. When a white light shone and the black smoke dispersed, Han Fei was quite gratified. It seemed that the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment was stronger than the supreme yin-yang wheel when dealing with evil things. Roar. Enshrouded by the pillar of light, the corpse puppet wailed in pain as if it had suffered tremendous pain. However, this pain only lasted for about 10 seconds before the corpse puppet broke free from the restraints of the heaven enlightenment divine technique. The old turtle said, "Corpse puppets are not undead creatures, so your purification is not very effective. You just purified the death energy he swallowed." Hanfei rolled his eyes and changed his great Tao again. This time, Hanfei used the great Tao of time that he had just obtained. The next moment, the two began to fight crazily. This time, Hanfei's every punch could slow down the speed of the corpse with the great Tao of time. Bang, 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 grang, crack, crack, crack. After more than 20 seconds, Hanfei almost used all his strength. Hanfei had already heard that the corpse puppet's bones were broken in more than one place. Its flesh and blood had been smashed to smithereens in many places. It was like a pile of human-shaped rotten flesh. However, after 20 seconds, Hanfei's face changed drastically. Not good. The time for his great Tao was up, and he couldn't hold on anymore. Taking advantage of the last moment, Hanfei retreated quickly, setting up arrays. Boom, one array after another quickly appeared. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of arrays appeared, enveloping Hanfei. Huff! Hanfei set up arrays in a row and launched another round of attacks without any time to catch his breath. He planned to exhaust the corpse puppet like this until he could use the power of the great Tao again. However, in the next moment, Hanfei felt terrible. The corpse slowly got up, and endless black fog, energy, and spiritual energy were surging into his body. Ka-ka-ka, click-click. With a series of cracking sounds, the corpse puppet's body quickly recovered. This scene made Hanfei's blood freeze. He failed to kill his opponent in this round of attacks and ended up like this. Once this corpse puppet held on until the end of this round of attacks, he could use the power of the corpse nurturing ground to quickly recover his strength. In the end, the corpse's body was too strong, otherwise he would have died under Hanfei's indiscriminate attacks. When the corpse puppets recovered, Hanfei had set up 3,000 arrays, including defense arrays, maze arrays, and killing arrays. The corpse swallowed a large amount of energy and said angrily, "Human, you pissed me off." At this point, Hanfei couldn't help sneering, "Sooner or later I'll beat the hell out of you." Seeing the corpse puppets rush into the array and blow up one array after another, Hanfei took a deep breath. 3 seconds later, seeing that only 1/3 of the array was destroyed, Hanfei smiled and disappeared. Considering the recovery time in Forge the Universe, he could come out and fight again after only 1 day in the outside world. On average, it wouldn't even take him an hour to fully recover. Upon entering Forge the Universe, Hanfei was lost for words. Old Yuan, if a corpse puppet can be nurtured to be so powerful with time, couldn't most people become so strong as long as they had enough time? The old turtle said, "Do you remember what I told you? Some old farts recultivate a stronger body for themselves to facilitate their possession or reincarnation? However, it's not like what you said. Except for some races, the lifespan of the venerable realm is limited. How many people can cultivate into this realm in such a limited time? Besides, it's difficult to find a corpse nurturing ground. Even if there is a corpse nurturing ground, it might not be able to nurture many powerful corpse puppets in thousands of years. However, the one you meet now has been here for countless years. He certainly should be very strong." Hanfei curled his lips. His body is indeed strong. "Just now, I felt that my skin and flesh had been tempered. It seems that this kind of head-on clash, coupled with the recovery power of my body, strengthened my flesh and blood. Well, maybe the accumulated energy was slowly absorbed by my body. This feeling was not very obvious when I didn't meet a strong opponent. But now that we're evenly matched, this kind of hand-to-hand combat is a good opportunity to temper my body. But I wonder how much it can be tempered." The old turtle said, "It's true that the energy you accumulated wasn't fully digested by your flesh and blood, but I estimate that it can at most increase your strength by 1 or 2/10." Hanfei licked the corner of his mouth and said, "It's okay. It's rare that it can be improved even by 10%. When Hanfei appeared for the second time, he quickly adjusted his combat style. Hanfei used the great Tao of time as a backup and fought the corpse with his physique first. If he fought with his body, he would be beaten too. The recovery ability and the toughness of Hanfei's flesh and blood were both extraordinary. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough yet, his strength had increased greatly. To be honest, this was digging out potential. In every realm, one had to dig their potential to the extreme. In that case, every breakthrough would bring the highest improvement. The corpse thought that Hanfei had escaped, but Hanfei appeared again. This made him furious. In the end, he was just a corpse puppet. Although he had learned human language and information about the outside world from human beings, a corpse puppet was still a corpse puppet who was easily irritable. Hanfei shouted, "Come on, let's fight another 3,000 rounds. Bang, bang, bang!" This time, Hanfei didn't use the power of his great Tao, but fought the corpse puppet with his most basic strength. This resulted in Hanfei's comprehensive strength being several times weaker than the corpse. With a series of bangs, Hanfei was beaten up by the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet was surprised. Your strength has weakened? It seems that you can't use your so-called Great Tao again. Han Fei didn't answer. He was beaten by him because he wanted to tap into the potential of his body through the attacks of the corpse puppet. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. On the other hand, the corpse puppet had consumed so much. It would be his turn to attack soon. After being bombarded for more than 300 seconds, the corpse nurturing ground had been reduced to ruins. The corpse puppet was shocked. Why is this guy's body sturdier than mine? He had felt Han Fei's power. When Han Fei went all out, the power was so terrifying that he couldn't fight back at all. Fortunately, the corpse nurturing ground could continuously provide him with strength. Therefore, as long as he was in this corpse nurturing ground, he was almost immortal. But now, after beating this guy with all his strength for more than 300 seconds, he still failed to crush this guy? Why? Han Fei, on the other hand, was chatting with the old turtle. Old Yuan, I think the 9-Palace luck ruler can be wrong sometimes. Although this corpse is indeed powerful and almost invincible, it's not at the level of being greatly ominous, because he can't kill me. If it were me, I would at most give him an ominous evaluation. The old turtle said, this can't be called greatly ominous, is? Then why don't you let it out? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Let it out? I'm not out of my mind, okay? If I release this kind of thing, wouldn't it cause disasters? Roar, who are you? Why didn't you fight back? Han Fei sneered. It's none of your business. Why don't you let me hit you without fighting back? At this moment, Han Fei's face was swollen and bruised, but he was still very arrogant. After half an hour, the corpse's power was exhausted. With a thought, Han Fei activated the art of invincibility and punched out. If the corpse puppet had human beings' complicated feelings, he must have been devastated. When I hit you, you didn't fight back. Now that my strength has weakened, you're fighting back? Are you a masochist? The two fought fiercely. Half an hour later, Han Fei's flesh and blood had been smashed hundreds of thousands of times by the corpse puppet. At this time, Han Fei used all his strength to blow the corpse back. Then, he set up an array and entered Forge the Universe again. Seeing Han Fei leave, the corpse puppet let out a long breath, thinking, this guy is finally gone. I just hope he doesn't come again. Even though he was just a corpse, he felt tired. However, after only half an hour, the void vibrated, and Han Fei reappeared in the corpse nurturing ground the corpse puppet. One day, 3 days passed, half a month. Yes, it only took half a month. Except for the time when Han Fei entered Forge the Universe to rest, the corpse had been fighting. The corpse also discovered that Han Fei seemed to have never left. He just hid in a place that he couldn't find. In the past half month, no matter how stupid the corpse was, it knew that Han Fei regarded him as a sparring partner. However, he had to fight because he couldn't give Han Fei a chance. If Han Fei was given a chance, he might really be killed under Han Fei's violent bombardment. On this day, Han Fei reappeared, and the corpse was already waiting. It didn't even want to launch a sneak attack. However, unlike before, Han Fei said, 20%. Because of you, my flesh and blood hardness has increased by 20%. Unfortunately, this is the limit of your strength. Now, I can only send you to hell. The corpse puppet roared, human, if I don't die, I will tear you into pieces one day. Han Fei sneered, you're dead meat. This time Han Fei still didn't use the power of the Great Tao. He jumped forward and fought the corpse for more than 300 seconds. When he was blasted to smithereens, a holy pillar of light descended. At that moment, Han Fei quickly returned to his peak state. He stomped and activated the power of his Great Tao, and a terrifying aura suddenly emerged. And around Han Fei, the ancient desolate war body erupted. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Han Fei's strength was slightly improved, but not much. The corpse roared, you can't kill me. Your realm is not enough. But in the next moment, blue light circulated in Han Fei's hand. The corpse puppet discovered that its power was melting, but its own body under this strange power. Every time it fought Han Fei, its body seemed to be collapsing. Roar! Han Fei jumped up and attacked with all his strength for 100 seconds. The impact was so powerful that even the seabed was shaking. When the corpse puppet couldn't fight back, Han Fei's time Great Tao circled the surrounding space. Han Fei activated the 100 Beast Soul Devouring, Knock on the Heavenly Gate, and the Heavenly God Stab at the same time. Although a tremendous amount of energy attempted to pour into the corpse, under Han Fei's time barrier, its speed slowed down. At this moment, the Void Lines were launched, and the Monkey King's 3,000 rods were launched. After 1,000 blows, although the corpse didn't completely collapse, its soul had almost been obliterated by Han Fei. However, just as Han Fei was about to kill the corpse puppet, he suddenly heard the dry voice of the Emperor Sparrow in his mind. Want to go out. Chapter 1647, Emperor Sparrow Transcend, the Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Since Emperor Sparrow grew up a little, he had been very lazy, but also very proud. In Forge the Universe, the Emperor Sparrow liked being with Little Black and Little White, but didn't like Ninetails and the others. The Emperor Sparrow had never taken the initiative to talk to him before. Boom Han Fei blocked the energy and spiritual energy around the corpse puppet, and then released the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei had always felt that the Emperor Sparrow despised him. He wondered if it was his illusion. At this moment, as soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he raised his head high and let out a cry towards the sky. Whoosh! As soon as the Emperor Sparrow spread his wings, The murderous aura in this space suddenly surged and crazily drilled into the Emperor Sparrow's body. The scene was like with the Emperor Sparrow as the center. There were wisps of blood floating in the sky. In the bottom of his heart, the old turtle said, "The Emperor Sparrow is a great fierce beast from the primordial age. This kind of land full of blood and murderous aura can definitely temper his body and make him grow." Han Fei understood what the old turtle meant. The power here was like the Emperor Sparrow's exclusive food. When the corpse puppet was still around, the Emperor Sparrow, who was only a peak-level hidden fisher, certainly dared not come out. But at this moment, the corpse puppet was almost disabled by Han Fei. Therefore, the Emperor Sparrow proudly came out to eat. Han Fei remembered that the Emperor Sparrow had been stuck at this level for a long time. Earlier, Han Fei had guessed that maybe it was because the Emperor Sparrow grew too fast in the beginning, which caused him to be stuck at the peak of the hidden fisher level and had to be digested slowly. Now, it seemed that he had met his favorite food. He wondered if this would trigger his evolution. However, after only half an hour, with a crack, the Emperor Sparrow was making a breakthrough. Han Fei was not surprised at this scene. The growth of the Emperor Sparrow was much faster than all his other contractual spiritual beasts, even Little Black and Little White. However, the breakthrough wasn't over yet. After half an hour, there was another crack. An hour later, there was another crack. An hour later, there was another click. Then, 4 hours, 3 hours, half a day. During this period, Han Fei had been guarding this world, and the more he watched, the more shocked he became. The growth of the Emperor Sparrow was simply unbelievable. It seemed to be as easy as pie to him. In just 9 days, it had reached level 6-9. However, up to level 6-9, Han Fei didn't see any abilities that the Emperor Sparrow had acquired. It seemed that only his levels had increased. On the 10th day, Han Fei felt that the murderous aura on the Emperor Sparrow was getting more and more intense. It was so intense that it was about to erupt, then with a click. Han Fei suspected that like Little Black and Little White, this Emperor Sparrow didn't need to transcend the tribulation and was about to directly become an explorer. Right then, suddenly, 1,000 kilometers away, a boulder cracked. Eat Han Fei came here in a few steps and found that it was not a boulder but a small mountain under a boulder. The murderous aura here was even more intense. A large number of red threads spread out from the cracks. Boom. In less than 100 seconds, the small mountain collapsed. Han Fei was shocked to find that the mountain was empty. Under the mountain was a dark cave, just like the big hole in the transverse mountain. Not only did Han Fei see a lot of murderous threads overflowing from the hole, spirit awakening fluid was also slowly flowing out. Han Fei could sense a deep fear in it. Han Fei immediately took out the 9-palace luck ruler that didn't even spin before the marker fell on the impassable sign. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. That's unbelievable. For a moment, Han Fei didn't dare to rush into this exploration ground. Although he had survived 2 impasse situations, this didn't mean that the impasse situation wasn't dangerous. On the contrary, every time, Han Fei had a narrow escape. Even though Han Fei forcibly changed his luck, he still almost died. This time, Han Fei certainly wouldn't rush in recklessly. The old turtle said, "I can't sense what's down here either. However, the pressure here is so powerful that even I'm scared." "You'd better not barge in." Han Fei nodded slightly. Now that he had taken over the 1,000-star city, he had a clear plan to become a king, which might not be difficult, so he didn't have to get involved in an impasse situation again. Just as Han Fei decided not to go into this cave, he heard the Emperor Sparrow cry. Immediately afterward, Han Fei heard the Emperor Sparrow say, "I want to eat this person's soul." Han Fei was shocked. "Can you eat it?" "It's a fake king." Swish. Han Fei stepped back and saw that the Emperor Sparrow seemed to wake up from his breakthrough. Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you sure you can eat the soul of this fake king?" "The Emperor Sparrow, if you kill him, I can eat his soul." "Han Fei, come on," the Emperor Sparrow had begged him. After all, this was his own bird. Han Fei muttered in his heart, "This is my bird. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't be mad at him." The corpse puppet had been sealed by Han Fei. Because its energy was exhausted, it was still half dead. Neither its body nor its soul could recover. After all, Han Fei had tied it up with arrays. It couldn't even mobilize the power around it. Han Fei entered the array and went up to bombard it. After beating it for half an hour, he finally killed the corpse puppet. Boom. In the outside world, the great Tao crack appeared in the sky again. It abruptly appeared, catching people off guard. On the ghost ship, Li Daxian's face changed and he looked at Han Guanshu. As for Han Guanshu, he was calculating with his fingers. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "It's resolved. It seems that the corpse puppet was nurtured for too long. It took almost months before it was completely killed." Li Daxian squinted at Han Guanshu. "Are you kidding me? You're bragging about your son." "Damn it, why didn't I have a son?" However, although Han Guanshu and the others knew what happened, the people on the Scattered Stars Island and in the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city didn't. This corpse puppet had intelligence after all. In terms of strength, it was already as strong as a fake king. In fact, it was much stronger than ordinary fake kings. Its death caused a greater uproar even than the death of old Demon Chu on the Scattered Stars Island, in the Thousand-Star City, in the 36 towns. Countless people looked up at the sky, stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Another venerable died? Who is it this time?" Someone was surprised. The death of this venerable must be related to Marshal Han. "Where did he go?" Someone exclaimed. "Marshal Han is truly powerful. It's like a breeze to him to kill a venerable." Judging from the great Dao crack, the person who just died must not be ordinary. None of them thought that the one who died would be Han Fei. After all, the power that Han Fei showed was too strong. He single-handedly destroyed the Thousand-Star City. They didn't think anyone could kill him. Han Fei knew this too. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, people might really think that he died. Some big clans who wanted to rebuild their families might do something. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his power of faith was growing again. Han Fei couldn't help being dumbfounded. "You can't even see me, but you're giving me so much power of faith?" As for the Emperor Sparrow, he opened his mouth like a vortex, absorbing a large amount of murderous aura and some souls that should have dissipated. Han Fei saw that the body of the Emperor Sparrow was slowly expanding at a visible speed. Every feather of his was glittering. It wasn't until he puffed himself up into a big fat bird like a ball that Han Fei realized how similar the Emperor Sparrow was to how he used to be. His body had reached its limit and his realm was stuck. He was clearly about to make a breakthrough again. Han Fei immediately said, "Enter, forge the universe first. I'll take you out to transcend the tribulation." Han Fei confirmed that, unlike Little Black and Little White, the Emperor Sparrow needed to transcend the tribulation. This time, the Emperor Sparrow didn't refuse but flew into the middle of Han Fei's eyebrows. Han Fei glanced at the corpse puppet's body that was almost crushed, grabbed it, and threw it into Forge the Universe. Only then did Han Fei leave the corpse nurturing ground. Han Fei, who appeared in the Thousand-Star Proving Ground, found that there were more people around. However, Han Fei couldn't care less. His figure flashed and disappeared. In a moment, he appeared in front of the Monument of Gods. This time, Han Fei already knew the way to the Central Holy City without using the vast ocean navigator. Therefore, Han Fei's action this time was extremely fast. After only half an hour, Han Fei reappeared in the Central Holy City. When the Monument of Gods shook and Han Fei appeared, Ren Tianfei appeared too. He said leisurely, "I thought you would have a lot of things to do. Who died just now? Why are you here now?" However, a white light flashed between Han Fei's eyebrows and the Emperor Sparrow spread its wings and came out. The next moment, the weather changed. The billowing heavenly tribulation spanned more than 3,000 kilometers, which was much more powerful than the minor tribulation Han Fei transcended. Ren Tianfei was surprised but didn't say anything. Obviously, Han Fei came in a hurry for his spiritual beast to transcend the heavenly tribulation. When Ren Tianfei saw the Emperor Sparrow, he narrowed his eyes and figured it out. Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei and said, "Just pretend you have never seen him." Ren Tianfei nodded. "Okay." Chapter 1648, The Emperor Sparrow's Combat Skills Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Little Black and Little White didn't transcend the tribulation, but the Emperor Sparrow seemed different. It became the first to transcend the tribulation among all Han Fei's spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts. In the sky, thunder rumbled. This was clearly not an ordinary lightning bolt, because an abnormal blood-red color appeared in the sky. This was different from the purple color of Han Fei's tribulation. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, what kind of heavenly tribulation does this color represent?" The old turtle paused for a moment and said, "A blood-colored heavenly tribulation." The Emperor Sparrow is worthy of his fame. "This is a 6-9 Emperor tribulation," Han Fei asked in surprise. 6-9 Emperor tribulation, the old turtle said. Different species and different creatures may have different tribulations. The explorer's heavenly tribulation is minor heavenly tribulations, but minor heavenly tribulations have 3, 4, or 6 lightning strikes. At present, the strongest heavenly tribulation of the explorer level I know is the 6-9 Emperor tribulation. All the people who pass this tribulation are extremely powerful and have infinite potential. Of course, it's the most difficult to transcend. Han Fei's face changed slightly. 6 lightning strikes? Han Fei's face changed greatly. Back then, his heavenly tribulation only had 4 lightning strikes, and he was almost struck into a pulp. However, the Emperor Sparrow's heavenly tribulation had 6 lightning strikes. Han Fei threw a sun moon shell without hesitation. Emperor Sparrow, there are countless resources here, as well as the bones of a king. They can definitely support you in transcending the tribulation. The Emperor Sparrow grabbed Han Fei's sun moon shell without hesitation, raised his head, and cawed. At this time, the entire Thousand-Star City was in an uproar. Countless people were attracted by the terrifying heavenly tribulation, especially on the periphery of the 3 Holy Lands. Someone exclaimed, "Holy City, Central Holy City, someone is transcending a tribulation?" Someone was shocked. How is it possible? In the history of the Thousand-Star City, no one has ever reached the Central Holy City. Who is this person? Fuck, I finally seen someone enter the Central Holy City in my life. Is the Central Holy City about to open? Someone asked suspiciously. Just now, a strong master died. Now, someone is trying to transcend the tribulation. Is this person Marshal Han? Many people were intrigued. It might be true, someone said. It must be Marshal Han. He can even wipe out the big clans. What's the big deal for him to transcend tribulations in the central holy city? Not just ordinary people, even the 7 major sects, including Old Bai and Old Jiang on Pure Sun Island, were dumbfounded. Is Han Fei really transcending the tribulation? They knew that although Han Fei was very strong, he wasn't that strong yet. However, it was hard to say what would happen to Han Fei. The problem this time was that it was in the central holy city. Except for a few people, no one knew what there was. Old Bai said, "I'm going to the level 3 fishery to ask our patriarch, stay here and watch it." On Pure Sun Island, the group of students could finally stop. The door-carrying marshal, Bai Lu, Chu Linyuan, Mu Qingchuan, Xiao Zhan, Wen Renyu, Hu Jinan, Ling Yuan, Su Daiji, Yi Xian, and company had already boarded their fishing boats and flew towards the 3 Holy Lands. These people were all excited. Wang Dashuai said with a shivering face, "Is junior brother really going to become a king?" Bai Lu said enviously. "I knew junior brother Han Fei was extraordinary the first time I met him, but I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. His strength has probably exceeded our imagination." Xiao Zhan and Wen Renyu looked at each other. They had just become explorers. When they taught Han Fei was just a brat. When they first met, Han Fei was 2 heads shorter than Xiao Zhan. However, only a few years had passed, and this kid was going to transcend the king-level tribulation. "This was really unbelievable," Kujinan exclaimed. "As expected of senior brother Han Fei, his growth speed is really beyond our imagination." Ling Yuan looked back at Yixian and company. "We have to work harder. If we don't work hard, we will be eclipsed." As for Yixian and Su Daiji, they were already chattering. Yixian screamed, "I'm going to have a king-level senior brother. Let's see who dares to bully me in the future. I'll go to those people who bullied our Yi family one by one, kick their doors and seize their resources." E.g., the big clans have already been destroyed by senior brother. Yixian was taken aback for a moment. "That's right." "Then who should I bully?" "Everyone." While people were discussing outside, the first heavenly tribulation had arrived. Boom. The crimson lightning was gorgeous. The sky was dyed crimson. It was like a magnificent sunset. Han Fei wondered if the following tribulations would be difficult for the Emperor Sparrow. At this moment, Han Fei saw the Emperor Sparrow open his wings and extend his body more than 30 meters. Huff, the Emperor Sparrow, opened his mouth and swallowed the lightning. As if he was generating electricity, countless arcs of lightning drilled into his body and then flowed out. The terrifying lightning of the heavenly tribulation was completely swallowed by the Emperor Sparrow. Peck! Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Although the first heavenly tribulation wasn't very powerful, it shouldn't be weak. Swallowing lightning? The Emperor Sparrow swayed his body and shook his feathers, seeming to be stretching his body. The second one, the Emperor Sparrow continued to swallow the lightning. The third, he was still swallowing. Han Fei was dumbfounded. When the fourth blood-colored lightning struck down, the feathers on the bird exploded, but he didn't retreat at all. Carrying the lightning, he rose and cried to the sky. At this time, the Emperor Sparrow still didn't use Han Fei's sun-moon shell. His feathers were quickly repaired by the power of the great Tao in the lightning. The fifth lightning bolt was still blood-red like a pillar of blood. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the thousands of feathers on the Emperor Sparrow's body swirled in an instant, interweaving like a garment in front of him. At the same time, his pupils glowed as he swallowed the dissipating heavenly tribulation. This time, he held on again. Yes, this guy actually survived it. Han Fei and the old turtle were all shocked. The old turtle had only heard of the Emperor Sparrow, but had never seen one. Gosh. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he found that it wasn't just terrifying. The Emperor Sparrow had passed 5 of the 6-9 tribulations without using anything. Han Fei was the most surprised. At this moment, he believed what the old turtle said. Different races had their own talents. Obviously, the talent of the Emperor Sparrow race far exceeded the understanding of ordinary creatures. Perhaps, for the Emperor Sparrow, transcending a tribulation might not be difficult? Of course, in addition to talent, Han Fei also saw the pride of the Emperor Sparrow. That kind of pride was the kind of pride that although the heavens press down on me, I'm still fearless. Up to now, 5 heavenly tribulations had struck down, but the Emperor Sparrow hadn't retreated at all. He even flew dozens of meters high in the sky. Han Fei still remembered that when he was transcending the king-level tribulation, he fell into the seabed again and again. God knew how many times he fell. At this moment, Han Fei's pride soared too. Han Fei thought to himself, even my spiritual beast is so brave. Faced with the heavenly tribulation, he was not afraid at all. Why should I be scared? Huff! Han Fei's body suddenly trembled. As the Emperor Sparrow's master, how could he lose to him in terms of momentum? Seeing that Han Fei was excited, the old turtle couldn't help but ask, well, what are you going to do? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, I want to make use of this tribulation cloud that hasn't dissipated. The old turtle was stunned. Can you make use of it? Ren Tianfei, who was not far away, was already dumbfounded. If he saw it right, this was only a minor heavenly tribulation, right? 5 lightning strikes for a minor heavenly tribulation, and it wasn't over yet? Could it be an imperial tribulation? Gulp, Ren Tianfei swallowed. For thousands of years, someone finally rose in the yin-yang world. Boom. The moment the sixth heavenly tribulation appeared with a cry, the Emperor Sparrow spread his wings and soared into the sky. Behind the Emperor Sparrow, spiritual energy followed and 10,000 spiritual fruits shattered and drilled into his body. It was a wonderful scene. So, Han Fei didn't even know how to describe the tribulation of the Emperor Sparrow. It was simply crazy. In the sky, a handsome bird that was charred and blood-drenched flew back. Bang. As soon as he landed, the Emperor Sparrow threw the Sun Moon shell to Han Fei and said proudly, "I just used a little bit of the resources." Han Fei asked, "Do you need healing?" The bird tilted his head and looked at Han Fei. "What do you think?" Han Fei knew that at this moment, although the body of the Emperor Sparrow was undergoing a terrifying change, he was definitely weak. Therefore, a heaven enlightenment divine technique descended and enveloped the Emperor Sparrow. This time, Han Fei was shocked when he read the information on the Emperor Sparrow. Did this guy finally acquire combat skills? Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. A name, Emperor Sparrow. Tenoction. This is a mysterious ancient creature. All races regard it as ominous. The Emperor Sparrow is born to be an emperor, looking down upon everything. Among the ancient ferocious beasts, the Emperor Sparrow ranks first. Level 70, quality, mysterious or Great Tao, invincibility, quality. Invincibility, qualit feud, Whisper Sti stored at 1. Whisper Sti. THDU. Remarks to rumor has it that whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow dies. Chapter 1649, Level 7 of Void Fishing Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. What kind of creature could cross an entire major realm after a breakthrough? Han Fei had never heard of it before. The Emperor Sparrow, on the other hand, directly became an explorer from a peak-level hidden fisher. The Heart Demon Summoning and the Heavenly Fiend Battle Body were the two combat skills that the Empyrean Sparrow had obtained this time. Heart Demon Summoning, as the name suggested, was a skill to summon inner demons. When fighting an enemy, it would cause the enemy to be trapped in inner demons. If it succeeded, the result could be imagined. The Heavenly Fiend Battle Body wasn't hard to understand either. The Emperor Sparrow was originally a primeval ferocious beast, and the murderous aura in the corpse nurturing ground was crazily swallowed by it. It seemed that it had eaten enough and awakened this combat skill, which was a bit similar to the ancient desolate war body. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow returned with his head held high like a victorious general. Although his body was broken, he was still majestic and intimidating. Han Fei didn't intend to try the abilities of the Emperor Sparrow now. Ren Tianfei was still around, so after using the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, he recalled the Emperor Sparrow into Forge the Universe. Ren Tianfei was about to speak when Han Fei shook his finger, indicating him to keep quiet. Han Fei stepped into the place where the Emperor Sparrow was transcending the tribulation and sat cross-legged. Ren Tianfei was dumbfounded. "Are you going to break through to the peak of the venerable level?" Ren Tianfei couldn't help being speechless. He was going to break through to the peak of the venerable realm so quickly. What Ren Tianfei didn't know was that as soon as Han Fei sat down, he issued an order in his heart. Deduce. Buzz. To Han Fei's surprise, this deduction didn't consume the spiritual spring. For a long time, Han Fei seemed to be used to using the spiritual spring to deduce, forgetting that void fishing had reached the king level. Therefore, when 100 wisps of chaotic chi were extracted from Han Fei's body, the old turtle rolled his eyes. What a spendthrift. However, the moment Han Fei deduced it, an even more terrifying heavenly might came. Whoosh, swish, 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 swish. Within hundreds of thousands of kilometers around the Thousand-Star City, the sky was shaking. That was not all. In the 36 towns and the scattered stars island, a storm was brewing almost 1/3 of the yin-yang world. Boom, boom, boom. In the Thousand-Star City, above the central holy city, lightning zigzagged like dragons among the clouds. The entire Thousand-Star City was enshrouded by dark clouds, and almost everyone was watching this shocking scene. Someone exclaimed, "There are already 6 heavenly tribulations. This must be a king-level tribulation. Otherwise, why would there be 6 heavenly tribulations?" Someone said in shock, "I heard that the king-level tribulation will have 6 lightning strikes, but it has already been transcended. Then why does it seem that there are more and more lightning strikes in the sky?" On the Thug Academy's side, Yi Xian exclaimed, "It seems that senior brother Han Fei is really going to transcend the king-level tribulation. Heavens, I'm going to have a king-level senior brother." The others didn't speak, but felt that it was a little dreamy. Especially Qiujian and the others, Han Fei didn't enter the Thug Academy much earlier than them. Why was the gap so huge? Chu Lin Yuan said leisurely, "It seems that our Thug Academy has recruited the strongest genius in history, the Level 3 fishery." Li Daxian looked at Han Guanshu. "Who is transcending the tribulation? This is clearly a king-level tribulation. Don't tell me you don't know." However, Han Guanshu frowned and thought for a long time. This is definitely not a king-level tribulation. It's impossible for him to pass it now. Let's wait and see. Central Holy City. At this moment, Han Fei was completely prepared. He had looted countless resources from the Zhang family, but he only got a random sea-swallowing seashell. The resources here made Han Fei feel that they were enough for him to reach the level of a half-king. Boom! When a blue electric arc descended, Han Fei was enveloped by lightning. His body trembled, and the lightning moistened his flesh and blood. Han Fei even opened his mouth to swallow it. As he absorbed it, Han Fei's internal organs were set on fire, and his body was enshrouded by the invincible will. Some parts of Han Fei's body cracked even more, and golden blood oozed out, but it wasn't charred. Han Fei took the lightning head-on to temper his body. Boom, boom. However, deducing void fishing was completely different from transcending a tribulation. As soon as the first lightning struck down, the second lightning followed. Based on Han Fei's experience, such lightning would last between half an hour and an hour. Han Fei estimated that if he deduced void fishing directly, his body strength would be increased by at least 30%. The old turtle had never seen Han Fei deduce the void fishing art. The last time Han Fei deduced it was in the Age of Doom. Now, under the bombardment of more than 30 bolts of lightning in a row, Han Fei's body cracked under the bombardment of the dense lightning despite his sturdy physique. At this time, Han Fei's physique was already strong enough and his recovery ability was extremely fast. Han Fei casually grabbed a massive amount of flexibility and spiritual spring from the Sun Moon shell, which could basically keep his body from collapsing. This deduction was a little easier than Han Fei imagined. Although the 7th level of void fishing corresponded to the sea establishment realm, the power of lightning was not as powerful as a king-level tribulation. On one hand, this was a kind of cultivation. On the other hand, Han Fei's physical strength was indeed ridiculously strong. After 100 lightning strikes, the old turtle was dumbfounded, so was Ren Tianfei. Countless people outside the Thousand-Star City were dumbfounded too. Not far away from the Monument of Gods, Luo Xiaobai and the other two were standing in the void. Zhang Xuanyu said in shock, "Is there a problem with this tribulation? How many lightning strikes have there been?" "There are already hundreds. Is it endless?" Lirenquang kept nodding. Who can withstand so many heavenly tribulations? However, Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "No, the first 6 might be heavenly tribulations. However, the last 100 are definitely not heavenly tribulations. It's a bit like..." Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, "Do you remember, on a rainy day in the school of the Blue Sea Town, Han Fei was alone in the back mountain? At that time, lightning struck one after another almost ceaselessly, which made us very curious." Hus, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lirenquang looked at each other and then gasped. Did Fei Fei start transcending the heavenly tribulation so early? Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes and said, "It might not be a tribulation, but a cultivation technique. Practicing this technique will be struck by lightning." Lirenquang shook the fat on his face and said, "Even if it's a technique, ordinary people won't be able to withstand so many lightning strikes, right? After all, there are countless bolts of lightning." Zhang Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that Fei Fei is working harder than we thought." Luo Xiaobai was lost for words. "When have you ever seen him not working hard?" Half an hour later, Han Fei had used no less than 50,000 spiritual fruits and no less than 1,000,000 kilograms of spiritual spring, and his body was getting stronger and stronger every time it collapsed. At this moment, there were only slight cracks left on Han Fei's body, which meant that Han Fei's flesh and blood were almost comparable to his own bones. Even if there was still a gap, the lightning was not over yet. However, at this moment, the frequency of the lightning strikes was decreasing too. 1 hour later, after being struck by the last lightning bolt, the cracks on Han Fei's body almost disappeared. In the end, the scabs on Han Fei's body shattered. Han Fei suddenly got up. Sure enough, he was still not in the perfect state. The old turtle was already shocked. At this moment, when the lightning completely disappeared, he sighed. "Did you make an exchange with the calabash? Why can it attract lightning? Since it can attract lightning, why don't you hold on for a little longer? If you persist for a while longer, your body will be perfected. When your flesh, blood, bones, and soul are perfectly integrated, you will break through the peak of the venerable realm easily." Han Fei curled his lips. "Do you think it's easy to make a deal with it? Forget it, I'm not in a hurry. I can take time too, repair my body. By the way, I'll check the other 9-star star beads." Han Fei thought to himself, "I've just seen the 3 9-star star beads of the Chu sect and already got so many benefits. Will there be any more opportunities for me to get in the remaining 6? Of course, Han Fei had already looked at the 7th level of void fishing. Existing arts. Void fishing level 7. Void descending art remarks. The first generic art in ancient times. It was co-authored by the 9 king-level experts. On the day the book was written, the heavens and earth cried and the waves surged. It is the king of all arts. Descending art? Han Fei didn't quite understand. This didn't seem to have anything to do with fishing techniques. When Han Fei scanned the technique named void descending in his head, he gasped. Peck. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is this a technique or a combat skill? The so-called void descending art was like easily producing tens of thousands of clones. In other words, this was a clone technique. Besides, the void descending art was different from ordinary clone techniques. The user could create clones of different levels according to his own strength. The lower the realm, the stronger the clone. In addition, this void descending art had an incredible ability. As long as he didn't take the initiative to take back his clones, the clones could exist forever, just like avatars. Of course, compared to real avatars, the clone's strength was fixed. However, if the clones were killed but their soul wasn't destroyed, the soul could still exist in this world. When he was free, he could take the soul power back. And these were just the clone ability of the Void Descending Art. In addition, it had another additional ability. In the range of his vision, he can cast his projections anywhere, which was like a miracle. Chapter 1650, Cultivation and Arrangement Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Deducing Void Fishing, didn't make Han Fei's body reach a perfect state. However, the void descending he got this time was indeed a pleasant surprise. Although he hadn't used it yet, he was still tempted by it. Han Fei's cultivation was over. The clouds in the sky dissipated, but the rain didn't stop. At this point, Han Fei got up and cast the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on himself to restore himself to his most perfect state. At this time, Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei and said, "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." Ren Tianfei really wanted to roll his eyes at Han Fei. "Is this how you cultivate in seclusion?" Ren Tianfei said. "Outside, you made such a big mess, but you're leaving it to a little girl?" Han Fei grinned. "I believe her." Ren Tianfei shook his head slightly and said, "About the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, do you have any ideas?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "It's in my plan. However, it can't be very fast. After all, my strength hasn't reached its peak yet. If the problem with the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye is resolved, it may cause new trouble." Suddenly, Han Fei asked, "Old Ren, you haven't reached the peak of the indestructible body art, have you? In other words, your soul hasn't completely fused with your blood, flesh, and bones." Ren Tianfei smiled. "It seems that you've come this far? Of course it's not that simple. As I expected, those who can cultivate the indestructible body require great luck. I should be able to fuse my flesh, soul, and bones soon. Once this technique is completed, I can become a half-king immediately, and my physique will be comparable to a king's. See, I've treated you very well, right?" Han Fei curled his lips. "Humph, a half-king is a half-king after all. Even if your physique has reached the sea establishment realm, what about your soul?" "I thought that one would immediately become a king after he mastered the indestructible body." Ren Tianfei rolled his eyes. "What do you think becoming a king is? The indestructible body only makes you infinitely close to being a king. Whether you can become a king or not depends on whether you can transcend the tribulation. As long as you can safely transcend the tribulation, when the indestructible body is mastered by you, you will become a king." Han Fei curled his lips. "By the way, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while." Ren Tianfei pointed at the central temple. "You can go by yourself, but don't go to the heavenly palace. The energy there is impure, and the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye is still there. If you go there, you can't do anything except fight." Han Fei grunted and stepped out, arriving at the third floor of the central temple, which was also the place leading to the heavenly palace. Just as Ren Tianfei said, it was meaningless for him to cultivate in the heavenly palace now. Although a long period of cultivation could also improve his strength, it would take a lot of time. What he lacked most now was time. As soon as Han Fei entered the third floor, he set up all kinds of seals and entered Forge the Universe. Since his return, one thing had been delayed for a long time. That was the use of faith power. After all, he had obtained a lot of power of faith recently. It could be said that the people of the entire yin-yang world were contributing their power of faith to him. The amount he had obtained in the past few days was more than the total amount he had obtained in the past few years. Furthermore, his strength was almost at the peak of the venerable realm. He should make some progress in disassembling spiritual energy, shouldn't he? Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei sat cross-legged and entered the deduction state again, 3 months later. When Han Fei consumed the last trace of the power of faith, his disassembling degree of spiritual energy finally reached 88%. This time, his disassembling degree soared, making Han Fei very excited. At the same time, Han Fei's heart became heavy. This was the power of faith provided by the people of the entire yin-yang world. However, it was consumed in a few days, and the disassembling degree of spiritual energy only increased by 7%, which made him feel frustrated. Although people still worshipped him, in the future, he wouldn't get as much as the power of faith he received when he swept across the big clans. In the future, if he wanted to use the power of faith again, he would have to save up. Besides, after the spiritual energy was disassembled to different levels, the amount of faith energy consumed for each improvement was obviously different. Therefore, it required more accumulation. Han Fei sighed. "It seems that I still have a long way to go. Old Yuan, as you know, what is the highest disassembling degree of spiritual energy?" The old turtle quietly listened to Han Fei's bragging and said, "Generally speaking, 95% is enough. It's extremely difficult to go any higher. As far as I know, there was once a monarch who reached 98%. I think you should restrain yourself and spend 100 years polishing your strength. In this way, with your talent and confidence, it won't be a problem for you to reach 95%. Han Fei curled his lips. 100 years? Do you know how long it will take? If I have the time, I've long become the strongest person under the King realm. I'll just search for treasures and opportunities everywhere. I don't believe that I can't make it to 98%. Han Fei left Forge the Universe and ended his cultivation. Just as Han Fei was about to leave, the Emperor Sparrow suddenly said, "Give me that bead. I'm going back to that place to devour the demonic chi." Han Fei was stunned and asked in surprise, "You mean the corpse refining ground?" The Emperor Sparrow nodded proudly. "That's a treasure place. Not only they can go there too." He was referring to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others. He had so many opportunities that they couldn't keep up with his pace. Other people's contractual spiritual beasts could cooperate with their masters. After all, they were all old monsters that had lived for thousands of years. However, the gap between his contractual spiritual beast and him was getting bigger and bigger. He should work out a solution. In fact, in terms of time, they had stayed in Forge the Universe for more than 100 years and were already peak-level law enforcers. However, since he entered the cage, he basically had no time to consider their training. At this moment, when the Emperor Sparrow mentioned it, Han Fei realized the problem. Han Fei nodded. Okay, he quickly made a decision. The corpse nurturing ground was indeed a good place. There was endless murderous aura and death energy there, and the density of energy and spiritual energy was beyond imagination. Earlier, because there was the corpse puppet there, even old Demon Chu couldn't get any benefits in it. Now, the corpse puppet had been killed. Except for the hole that appeared from nowhere, it was simply a perfect cultivation place. Han Fei immediately nodded. When they transcend their tribulation, they will all go to cultivate with you there. Outside Forge the Universe, Han Fei walked out of the central temple and found that Ren Tianfei was repairing a house in a certain building. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Ren, what are you doing?" Ren Tianfei scoffed, "Huh, are you blind? What else can I do except repair my house?" Han Fei was lost for words. Huh, you're a peak level venerable. Why are you building a house here? Why don't you go out? Ren Tianfei sneered. I'm the controller of the yin-yang world. Anyone can go out, but I can't. Even if I go out, it's only occasional. The central holy city can't be empty. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Old Ren seems quite persistent. Han Fei suddenly remembered that there was another person from the heavenly palace living in the yin-yang world. So he asked, "By the way, Old Ren, do you want me to find little C to accompany you?" Ren Tianfei stopped what he was doing and looked at Han Fei. "Sujuchi? It doesn't matter if she goes back or not. However, her body has been dormant for too long. I'm afraid she has to cultivate a reincarnation body. Let her reincarnate, keep her memories, and live another life. Otherwise, she won't live long." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "How do you know that?" Ren Tianfei curled his lips and smiled. "I know exactly when she left. Back then, she was only a junior peak level venerable. After being ambushed by Chu sect, her body was basically crippled. She was kept in a coffin for so long just to facilitate her reincarnation." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Do you know where she is?" Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei and suddenly grinned. "I showed her the way. Later, her star bead was obtained by the Thug Academy. How could I not know?" Han Fei was speechless. In the venerable realm, there were really too many things to do. He had thought that Sujuchi survived herself, but it turned out that it was Ren Tianfei who helped her. However, he should save this person. However, a reincarnation body was usually weak. Although their cultivation speed was extremely fast, he didn't have the time to carry a burden around, right? But no matter what, he'd better let her reincarnate. At least old Ren could still take care of her. When Han Fei left the central holy city and reappeared in the 1,000-star proving ground, he found thousands of people waiting there. According to the level of the star beads, Luo Xiaobai divided the 1,000-star proving ground into different levels. The number of people entering each time was limited, but the 1,000-star proving ground could accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. Because all the star beads controlled by the big clans in the 1,000-star city had been taken by Luo Xiaobai, there were no independent star beads at all now, unless those held by Han Fei. In this square, if Han Fei wanted to open the star beads without authorization, he would probably be immediately surrounded. After a while, Han Fei returned to his original appearance. He withdrew his peak-level advanced venerable strength, but he still wore his battlesuit. In the square of the 1,000-star proving ground, suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the sky. "Look, Marshal Han, am I seeing right?" "Is that Marshal Han?" Someone looked up and exclaimed in shock. "It's Marshal Han." "Yes, I remember what Marshal Han looks like." Someone roared, "Who doesn't remember it?" Someone cursed, "I don't know which beastard told me that Marshal Han might not be able to survive the king-level tribulation. Look, he did. Marshal Han, Marshal Han, Marshal Han, Marshal Han. Are you a king now?" The 1,000-star proving ground was in an uproar because of Han Fei's arrival. Han Fei didn't answer these people's questions. Standing in midair, he said with a smile, "Everyone, don't disturb the order. In a few days, I will tell you some things. But now, there are some 9-star star beads in the 1,000-star proving ground that are too dangerous inside, so I need to go in and clear the way. When I'm done, I can release these star beads."